Chapter 1. Dead? As Du Yu gazed upon the blood and the grotesquely contorted bodies within the bus, he realized he might indeed be dead. Now, he stood weightlessly outside the bus, his ethereal form swaying gently in the breeze, a pair of helpless eyes scanning the surroundings. All around him were bustling medical personnel and curious onlookers. Just a minute ago, a moving truck had suddenly lost control, skidding at a 45-degree angle, its left front colliding precisely with the middle of the bus, resulting in Du Yu's untimely demise. Remarkably, aside from Du Yu, there were no other injuries reported. Du Yu was at a loss for words. Could there be a more unfortunate way to die in this world? Yet, upon reflection, perhaps it was not so bad after all. Remaining unburdened in the mortal realm was less appealing than seizing an opportunity for a fresh start. But what was he now? A ghost? His body was trapped within the mangled bus, as medical personnel confirmed his death and attempted to extricate him. He could hardly bear to watch the scene. Resembled the futile endeavor of swatting a mosquito on a curtain, leaving a mess that warranted a few choice expletives. Before Du Yu could fully grasp the reality of his demise, a rather surreal feminine voice drifted from above. "Hello? Hello? Is there a soul there? Can you hear me?" Du Yu paused, taken aback. Was someone indeed speaking to him? Having never experienced death before, he was uncertain of the current circumstances and stood frozen in place, hesitant to respond. This communication seems to be suffering from poor reception. "Bai Jie, can yours work? Let me try." Just a moment, came the reply, as the voices above engaged in their own discussion. Moments later, the girl referred to as Bai Jie raised her voice deliberately. "Hey, that soul outside the bus. Can you hear me? Don't move, or you'll be in trouble." Du Yu was now entirely convinced someone was addressing him. But where were they? Damn it, it seems to be ineffective. He can't hear us? Then let's hurry. Who were these two? What were they up to? Drawing from his extensive cinematic knowledge, Du Yu surmised that anyone who inexplicably instructed you to halt was likely not benevolent. Perhaps it was best to slip away. After all, he was already deceased. Could the situation worsen? Just then, a gust of wind swept by, prompting Du Yu to adjust his form and drift upwards. Yet before he could float away for 3 seconds, a dilapidated van suddenly descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. Whoa! Du Yu nearly found himself whisked away once again by this unexpected turn of events. Did the van possess a flying mode? Inside were 2 girls clad in work uniforms, one in black and the other in white. The vehicle came to a halt before him, and the doors opened automatically. "Hello, sorry to keep you waiting. Please get in," said the girl in black who was driving. Du Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Were these girls, clad in black and white, akin to the legendary emissaries of the afterlife? However, this shabby van, with its bumbling black and white figures, could hardly be the fabled messengers of the underworld. He stifled a sarcastic remark. If this van could indeed take to the skies, there would be no escape for him. With that thought, Du Yu silently boarded the vehicle. Surveying his surroundings, the interior of the van appeared even more decrepit than its exterior. The most absurd detail was a sticker affixed above the radio, reading, "Please safeguard your belongings." No sooner had he settled into his seat than the girl in black asked, "Hello, what are the last 4 digits of your ID?" Upon hearing this, Du Yu felt a sense of unease. What the hell? Is this a ride-hailing service? And do I have to provide the last digits of my ID for a ghost ride? The girl in white, seated in the passenger seat, quickly interjected, "Oh, we're just following protocol. The Soul Management Bureau has recently implemented new regulations. Given the rising number of souls dissipating after using the ferry service, and the higher-ups are taking this matter seriously." Du Yu was left speechless, pointing at the girl in white. "But aren't you just the ferry service? Isn't it your fault that souls are dissipating?" The girl in black took offense, her lips curling in disdain. "That's not the same. We are a legitimate organization with proper vehicles and documentation. There are plenty of unlicensed vehicles out there stealing business, transporting souls alongside unlicensed vehicles." Du Yu held his forehead, never imagining that death could be so exhausting. Fine, the last digits are 2213, he muttered. The van performed a U-turn on the spot and slowly ascended from the ground. Du Yu glanced back at his body, still stuck in the bus. "By the way, are you two really the emissaries of the afterlife?" Du Yu inquired as the van soared into the sky. "Yes and no," the girl in white replied. "The emissaries are not just 2 individuals, but rather 2 families. Those of us from our families work as guides, but we cannot represent the entire emissary system." "I see." Du Yu mused, surprised to learn such new information after death. Yet he pondered what good this knowledge would serve. "Let's confirm your file," the girl in white continued, pulling out a folder and extracting a sheet of A4 paper. "Du Yu, male, 26 years old, Han Chinese from a state-owned enterprise, cause of death as follows." She paused, her expression shifting to one of silence. What is it? What does it say?" Du Yu pressed. "Oh," she replied, glancing at the file, Your cause of death might qualify you for a wrongful death designation. Wait, I don't understand. I died in an accident. How could that be considered wrongful? Because you were not the one destined to die today, the girl in black interjected. Indeed, according to the Book of Life and Death, the person fated to die today is named Zhou Zhuangshi, the elderly gentleman you attempted to offer your seat to before your demise. Had the girl in white not mentioned it, you might have forgotten that just a minute before he died, he indeed intended to give his seat to an elderly man, who, however, had declined and walked to the rear of the bus. The girl in white continued. Zhou Zhuangshi, age 36, 49, 42, 55, has committed heinous crimes against women and evaded legal punishment. His current soul harvesting value stands at 97. So, even if he hadn't been struck by that truck, he wouldn't have survived today. That's excellent, the girl in black remarked. Such individuals deserve to perish. I know people in the realm of torment, ill and sure he gets what he deserves. Is that the main point? You could no longer stay silent. Shouldn't the focus be on why I died today? According to you, this has nothing to do with me. Such matters are inevitable, the girl in white replied, perusing the records. According to the documentation, Zhou Zhuangshi was supposed to accept your offer of a seat and die on this bus. The reason he did not accept is that he spotted a beautiful girl behind the bus, who, theoretically, should not have been in that position in this timeline. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. I don't comprehend. You shook his head. I know, and I didn't expect you to, the girl in white said. Let me put it in simpler terms. If you were deemed a wrongful death, you are fortunate. There are two welfare policies for the wrongfully deceased. Welfare policies? Indeed, the first stipulates that if a wrongful death victim has attachments to the mortal realm, they may choose their rebirth family, whether it be a wealthy heir or a star's offspring, though they must enter a lottery due to the limited availability of desirable families. The second policy allows wrongful death victims with no attachments to apply to become emissaries of the afterlife or reincarnate. But securing a position in the system is quite challenging. Most are connected by relationships. You might start as a contract worker, which offers comparable benefits. After hearing this, you fell silent for a moment, pondering, this feels oddly familiar. Have I truly died? The vehicle sped through the air, and throughout the journey, the two girls in black and white appeared remarkably composed. The girl in black yawned while driving, while the girl in white snapped selfies on her phone. If not for the sight of his own hazy body below, you would have thought he was simply carpooling with strangers. We're almost at Fengdu City by Jie. Let him fill out the form, the girl in black instructed. Sure thing, replied the girl in white, pulling a stack of papers from the folder and handing them to you. Although the authorities have yet to determine whether you qualify as a wrongful death victim, based on our experience, it's likely. Please sign the application for welfare policy for wrongful death victims. You gazed at the document, which prominently displayed the title, To alleviate the resentment of wrongful death victims, resolve spirit conflicts, and foster a harmonious afterlife. Provisional measures for the latest welfare policies of wrongful death victims. Document number 78. He silently read the opening lines, muttering, I never imagined this would be so formal. Flipping through a few more pages, he indeed found the two options previously mentioned by the emissaries. Now, you had to choose between the two. Of course, I choose to be a wealthy heir. Without hesitation, he took up the pen and swiftly signed his name. He is not merely nostalgic for the mortal realm over the years. He has not even dared to touch a woman's hand. After graduation, he has been laboring in a workshop, toiling each day to the point of exhaustion, yet scarcely managing to save a few coins. If given the chance to relive his life, he would certainly wish to traverse the earthly world with carefree abandon. Upon signing his name and lifting his gaze, he was startled to find that the sky outside had turned pitch black. You distinctly remembered that it was still afternoon. How could the sky have darkened so abruptly? Before he could comprehend the situation, the van suddenly plunged straight downwards, and with a loud gasp from you, it dove headfirst into the ground. After a fleeting moment of darkness, a vast expanse unfolded before his eyes. A colossal ancient city loomed beneath the earth. From afar, the city flickered with ghostly lights, and the myriad of homes glimmered with an eerie blue glow. Surrounding the city was a pale green river, its waters swirling with countless souls. The van did not halt, barreling directly towards the city gates at an alarming speed. In mere moments, they arrived at the entrance, where a towering stone gate, 300 to 400 meters high, stood resolutely before them, emblazoned with the words, Ghost Gate of the Underworld. You was taken aback by the grandeur of the scene. He could hardly believe that such a place truly existed. We've arrived. Just a moment. I need to find a parking spot, the woman in black remarked as she maneuvered the van. At that moment, you noticed numerous other vans, akin to theirs, traversing the skies. Each vehicle was occupied by a pair of individuals clad in black and white attire, men and women, young and old, all bustling to and fro, creating the impression that the ancient city served as a colossal trade hub. Beneath the Ghost Gate, as far as the eye could see, at least 10,000 souls lined up to enter. Excuse me, I'd like to inquire why, despite being public officials, there are no parking spaces available for you here? You are rather naive. Do you have any idea how many people die, both naturally and unnaturally, each day? Just look at the fairies in the sky. There aren't nearly enough spots for us to park. Du Yu silently nodded, realizing that even the underworld faced its own challenges. After searching for over 10 minutes, they finally found a parking space. The three of them disembarked and joined the throng of people in line. Du Yu, this is a perfect opportunity to discuss our itinerary, the woman in black said, pulling a map from her bag and handing it to him. She pointed with her delicate finger to the bottom of the map. We are currently at the Ghost Gate, the entrance to the underworld, surrounded by the river of forgetfulness. Will we ever meet again? Du Yu asked. The Yellow Springs Road is a path from which one cannot return. If you choose reincarnation, you will traverse the Yellow Springs Road, gaze upon the three live stone, and we shall never meet in this lifetime again. However, if you opt to become Ein Chao, a messenger of the underworld, you will not need to travel the Yellow Springs Road, and there is a possibility we may become colleagues, the woman in white replied. Then this must be our final encounter, Du Yu said. Though it may be somewhat superfluous, may I ask for your names? Of course, the woman in black replied with a courteous gesture, reminiscent of an ancient martial artist. I am Fan Xiaoguo of the Fan family, the Black Wuchang. And I am Xie Jin of the Xie family, the White Wuchang. Chapter 2. The Ghost Gate of the Underworld, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaoguo. Are the legends truly real? Do you recall that the book mentioned that the white impermanence was named Xie Bian, while the black impermanence was named Fan Wujiu, accompanied by Xie Jin and Fan Xiaoguo? The trio moved forward through the throngs of people. The procession of over 10,000 individuals advanced far more swiftly than Du Yu had anticipated, nearly jogging the entire way. Before long, they reached the front of the line. Instead of leading Du Yu directly into the Ghost Gate, Xie Jin stepped forward and addressed a dark-faced Grim Reaper, saying, Greetings, leader. We have a suspected wrongful death case here, and we request a judge to assist us in crossing the river of forgetfulness. The dark-faced Grim Reaper nodded in response, turning to enter the Ghost Gate. Shortly thereafter, a burly man clad in a wine-red official robe emerged, towering at 2 meters tall. His face adorned with a thick beard, and holding a pure black scepter. Who requires judgment? Make it quick. His voice was gruff, akin to a low, rumbling engine. Greetings, sir. Xie Jin bowed respectfully to the man. We are here with a wrongful death case that requires your judgment. A wrongful death? The man did not even lift his eyelids, pulling out a ledger from his chest pocket and flipping through it rapidly. I'm afraid the quota for wrongful deaths has been filled for these past few years. Let's categorize this as an accidental death instead. The next life will receive an additional 5 years of lifespan. Otherwise, the workload is too overwhelming. With that, he closed the ledger and turned to leave, leaving Du Yu and the others frozen in place. Leader, Fan Xiaoguo finally regained her composure and called out. This deceased must have been affected by the Tai Shu. There's no way it shouldn't be considered a wrongful death. And what of the Tai Shu? The man turned back, his anger palpable. The Bureau of Legends has been neglected for nearly a millennium. Have you not encountered numerous Tai Shu cases? If every death caused by Tai Shu were deemed wrongful, what laws would remain in this world? How could the underworld be governed? As he spoke, an aura of fury emanated from him, causing the two young women to retreat repeatedly. Just as the trio was engulfed in panic, a fierce wind surged from behind them. The sound of rushing air brushing past their ears and hurtling toward the burly man. In the blink of an eye, a figure clad in white robes stood before them, his back to the trio, wielding a massive brush covered in talismans, facing the burly man. Though the white-robed figure lacked the brute strength of the man, the latter's eyes widened in terror upon seeing him. Before he could utter a single word, the white-robed figure extended his hand and delivered a resounding slap across the man's bearded face. The force of the blow was so great that the man spun around on the spot. 3 questions, the white-robed figure stated in a calm tone. First, from now on, do not speak in such a manner with other Grim Reapers. Second, wrongful death is wrongful death. No matter how many die, they are still wrongful deaths, and it is the duty of the judges to determine this. Third, the Bureau of Legends has never been neglected. This scene utterly astounded Du Yu. While the imposing figure of the red-robed man was indeed formidable, the subsequent slap delivered by the white-robed figure raised questions about his identity. Before Du Yu could react, the red-robed man suddenly fell to his knees, nearly in tears as he uttered, "As you command, great judge." Upon the utterance of great judge, not only did the red-robed man kneel, but the black and white impermanences beside Du Yu hastily followed suit. In a matter of moments, all the black and white impermanences and grim reapers in the vicinity had knelt, leaving only the souls standing. Eventually, even the souls began to mimic the grim reapers and slowly knelt down, with Du Yu following suit. In the vast square of 10,000 people, only the white-robed figure stood upright, hands clasped behind his back. Are there distinctions among judges? Du Yu whispered to Xie Jin. Indeed, there are distinctions. Xie Jin responded softly. The underworld has 4 great judges. Lord Wei Zheng of the Rewarding Goodness Department, Lord Zhong Ke of the Punishing Evil Department, Lord Lu Ji Dao of the Investigative Department, and the one before us is the foremost among them, Lord Cui Ju, who presides over the Yin Law Department. He is also the head of the 8 great grim reapers of the underworld, known as the Literary Judge. The white-robed figure slowly turned around, his scholarly appearance commanding an undeniable presence. Rise. I'm merely passing through. There is no need to escalate this matter. It could lead to trouble if those Yama Kings become aware. Upon hearing this, the Grim Reapers gradually stood and bowed respectfully to Cui Ju before returning to their duties. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao stood as well, their excitement palpable at having encountered the great judge for the first time. You may rise as well. Cui Ju looked at Du Yu, who remained kneeling. I will personally judge you this time. Du Yu felt a mix of surprise and honor. Thank you. Cui Ju waved his right hand, causing the soul-reaping brush to glow with a verdant light, the talismans cascading down. With a flick of his left hand, a ledger resembling an account book materialized, prominently displaying the title book of Life and Death. As the book of Life and Death flipped open, the verdant glow of the soul-reaping brush intensified. Du Yu slowly rose, saying, Sir, should I provide my name? My name is Du Yu. Cui Ju smiled silently. Just as he was about to inscribe Du Yu's name, he suddenly fixated on Du Yu's face. You. Cui Ju seemed poised to say something, but the words slipped away, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, What did you just call me? Sir, is something wrong? Du Yu looked at Cui Ju, puzzled. Xie Jin and Fan Xiao will remain silent, fully aware of the confusion etched on the great judge's face. As a figure well-versed in the realms of yin and yang, what could possibly elude his understanding? After a lengthy pause, Cui Ju finally spoke. In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, did we not meet? The 19th year of Jingguan? Du Yu was momentarily taken aback before chuckling. Not to mention the 19th year of Jingguan. Even the 19th year of the Republic of China wouldn't have had me around. Xie Jin sensed the anomaly and interjected, Great Judge, have you forgotten? He is immortal? He likely has no recollection of events from the 19th year of Jingguan. Very peculiar, Cui Ju remarked. Before encountering this young man, I have no recollection of such a moment. Yet upon seeing him, those memories surged forth like a fountain. But why is that? Cui Ju had encountered countless souls over the millennia. Yet why was it only Du Yu who triggered memories within him? After a brief contemplation, a bold hypothesis emerged in Cui Ju's mind, igniting his excitement. Young man, I must ask you, do you choose to be reincarnated or to serve as a reaper? Reincarnate. As a wealthy heir. Cui Ju shook his head at Du Yu's immediate response. Young man, while I could judge you as a wrongful death, you must understand that the number of wrongful deaths has swelled over the years, and reincarnation requires waiting in line. Do you know it? You understand? The 2 Grim Reaper sisters just informed me. You may know that you need to queue, but do you know how long you must wait? I do not know. 726 years. Cui Ju chuckled. Until then, you will remain a wandering soul in this underworld. 700 years? Du Yu was genuinely shocked. Would the world he longed to return to still exist after 7 centuries? Observing Cui Ju's profound expression, Du Yu suddenly realized that matters were far from simple. Sir, do you have more to say? Cui Ju smiled and nodded. Indeed, I need your assistance with a task. If you perform well, I will leverage my connections to expedite your reincarnation. Do we have a deal? A task? Not only Du Yu, but also Xie Jin and Fan Xiao were perplexed. Cui Ju, despite being an esteemed figure in the underworld, was not omnipotent. What task could require the help of a wandering soul? I must clarify first, sir. Du Yu inquired, is this task dangerous? Extremely dangerous. If mishandled, the living may perish, and the dead will scatter. This, Du Yu was merely asking symbolically, but unexpectedly, Cui Ju directly admitted it. Leader, are you speaking the truth? It is quite challenging for me to acquiesce to your request under these circumstances. I do not wish to deceive you. The task you are assisting me with is indeed perilous. However, everything is merely conjecture and assumption. It is entirely possible that your involvement is unnecessary. Therefore, I urge you to contemplate this matter thoroughly. 7 centuries of waiting? or a chance to take a gamble? I. Du Yu hesitated visibly. During his lifetime, he had encountered numerous such opportunities, yet he had invariably chosen to forego them. From the moment of his birth, he was not one to strive for anything, not even during his days in the orphanage, where he never made a proactive effort to claim anything, which perhaps accounted for his perpetual state of unadoption. I agree. Du Yu responded with utmost gravity. I shall assist you with that exceedingly dangerous task, provided you allow me to return to the realm of the living. Ju nodded and gestured to Jin, saying, 40 miles west of the Ghost Gate lies a mountain shrouded in ominous energy, known as the Mountain of No Return, half of which is verdant and the other half dark. At the foot of this mountain stands a house. You two shall escort Du Yu there. Jin, not daring to delay, hurriedly pulled Du Yu and Fan Xiaowu to set off. After bidding farewell to Ju, the three returned to the van. Sister Bai, what is happening? Fan Xiaowu muttered while starting the vehicle, feeling that the great judge gave off an odd impression. How could we possibly comprehend the thoughts of those high-ranking individuals? Just comply. Du Yu gazed out the window, his heart in turmoil. Have you ever encountered Lord Ju in the realm of the living? Jin inquired. No, this is my first encounter with this individual. That is indeed peculiar. Just as they were conversing, Jin's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jin quickly straightened her posture. Hello? Greetings, ancestor. Jin respectfully answered the call. Oh my dear Jin, who are you with? Returning to the ancestor. I am accompanied by Fan Xiaowu from the Fan family, currently escorting a wrongfully deceased individual. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Fan Xiaowu also chimed in. Greetings, 7th ancestor. Xiaowu? Hello, please convey my regards to 8th ancestor. Thanks to your blessings. 8th ancestor speaks of you daily. Speaks of me? That old spirit still owes me a meal. I said, Dear Jin, today you promised to teach me how to use photo editing software. It has been quite a while, and you are still not finished? Ah, ancestor, I sincerely apologize. Jin repeatedly expressed her regrets and recounted the entire situation to the person on the other end of the line. Do you muse privately that anyone whom Jin referred to as ancestor must undoubtedly be the renowned by Wuchang Xiaobayan, known to the world as 7th ancestor? After listening to Jin's account, Xiaobayan paused for a moment. Dear Jin, you just mentioned the name of the person you are escorting. What is it? His name is Du Yu. For some reason, there was silence on the other end of the line. What is wrong with 7th ancestor? After a brief wait, Fan Xiaowu, who was driving, cautiously inquired. I do not know. Suddenly, the van soaring through the air began to shake violently, and the sky also shifted ominously. Observing the van's continued turbulence, Jin initially panicked but quickly regained her composure. She turned to Du Yu and said, Dear passenger, our vehicle has encountered turbulence. Please remain seated, fasten your seatbelt, and retract the small table. The restroom is temporarily out of service. What nonsense! Where are the small tables and restrooms? Where did you learn this from? Du Yu scoffed while reaching to touch his seat, discovering that there was no seatbelt at all. After a few moments of intense shaking, the space ahead of the van suddenly warped, and Fan Xiaowu slammed the brakes, halting in midair. From within the distorted space emerged a figure, standing precariously above the void. Clad in white garments and wearing a tall hat inscribed with the 4 characters Yi Jian Shenkai, with silver hair cascading like a waterfall. This individual possessed an astonishing beauty, strikingly breathtaking despite being a man. What was most perplexing was that he had several slices of cucumber affixed to his face. 7th ancestor? Fan Xiaowu shouted. Ancestor? Jin exclaimed, promptly exiting the passenger seat, only to forget her limited abilities and nearly plummet. With a gentle wave of his hand, Xiaobayan halted her descent midair. Dear Jin, do not be overly polite. I have merely come to take a look before departing. Du Yu, upon encountering the legendary by Wuchang Xiaobayan for the first time, felt so tense that he could scarcely utter a word. Compared to the black and white uniforms worn by Jin and Fan Xiaowu, Xiaobayan's official hat and long robe appeared far more intimidating. Xiaobayan gazed at Du Yu for a prolonged moment, causing Du Yu to feel a creeping unease. Finally, he slowly spoke. Du Yu. Xiaobayan's expression gradually morphed into a frenzied delight, and then he erupted into laughter that echoed through the air. Wonderful, Ju, simply wonderful. The three stood frozen in place, astonished by Xiaobayan's overwhelming presence. What is happening? This is my first time witnessing such a peculiar ancestor. Dear Jin, I shall forego learning the photo editing software today. I will return to create a facial mask. With that, Xiaobayan waved his sleeve and vanished into thin air. Sister Bai, what on earth is happening today? Why are both the great judge and seventh ancestor acting so strangely? Xie pondered for a moment before turning to Du Yu. I do not know. I only sense that it seems to be related to this Du Yu. A short while later, the trio indeed found themselves at the ominously charged mountain of no return. At its base stood a nearly completely dilapidated concrete house. This cannot possibly be the place? The three halted their vehicle and cautiously approached the house, noticing a sign overgrown with vines, reading, Local Office of the Legendary Management Bureau. Chapter 3. The Legendary Management Bureau. The three stood silently before the derelict house, surveying their surroundings, only to find not a single wandering soul or spectral being in sight. Sister Bai, have you been here before? No, I've only heard of the name of the Legendary Management Bureau, but have never been here. The local office of the Legendary Management Bureau. The name sounds somewhat official, yet what is with this air of desolation? Our task is to escort Du inside. Simply standing outside is insufficient. Just as she spoke, Xie extended her hand toward the door. Du glanced at the dilapidated house, suddenly feeling a reluctance to enter. If you push open the door and discover that it is not as you imagined, would you still go in? A fleeting, ethereal voice suddenly emerged from behind them, causing the three to turn abruptly. An elderly man with white hair had appeared behind them without their notice. The elder bore a kindly demeanor, his age indiscernible. He wore a plain garment, and his expression suggested he had been standing there for quite some time. He did not address Xie or Fan Xiaohua, but walked directly in front of Du. If it is not as you wish, would you still enter? Du regarded the old man, unsure of his intentions. The elder continued to inquire. If you do not enter, will Cui Ju still remember you? Du furrowed his brow, as if pondering something. Elder, are you suggesting? The elder nodded and replied, You are quite astute. There cannot be a subsequent without a prior. This is what we call cause and effect. Our time is exceedingly limited. Follow me inside. We have awaited you for a long time. The elder brushed past the three and pushed open the door. Awaited you for a long time? Yet it seems I've only been dead for 2 or 3 hours. Du fait somnia puzzled? 2 or 3 hours. The elder glanced back at Du before entering. No, it has not merely been 2 or 3 hours. We have waited for 9 centuries. The three cautiously followed the elder through the door, and the interior space expanded dramatically. What appeared from the outside to be the size of a public restroom was within surprisingly spacious. The interior of the room was constructed entirely of pure white stone, bustling with dozens of individuals coming and going. What astonished the three was the fact that the entire space was adorned with screens, each displaying some bewildering occurrences. On one screen, a colossal giant split the heavens and the earth, his form transforming into mountains, rivers, and lakes. On another, a diminutive monkey wielded a massive staff, wobbling precariously as it soared into the sky. Yet another screen depicted a frail woman crying beneath the great wall, an inexplicable force shattering the structure. Xie and Fan Xiaohua surveyed their surroundings, observing that all the screens showcased various legendary tales, some familiar and others unknown. It appeared that the Legend Management Bureau had indeed been functioning all along. Indeed, every legend that had ever transpired would not fade away. They would become part of this world, forming a cell. Our world consists of countless such cells, the white-haired elder solemnly stated. However, do you understand? Cells can fall ill. Once a legend becomes sick, it will diverge towards an alternate conclusion, and alterations in history may lead to changes in our reality. If the effects are minor, it may inexplicably give rise to individuals who never existed, whom we refer to as Taishu, and they will exert subtle influences on this world, such as your death. Do you seem to grasp some of this, yet was still somewhat perplexed? Ah, Xie interjected. Today, when you offered your seat to Zhou Zhuangshi, he should have accepted, as recorded in the Book of Life and Death. However, he noticed a Taishu in the back seat, and thus declined your gesture, opting to stand with that Taishu girl instead. Such unforeseen changes instigated by Taishu are beyond the predictive capabilities of the Book of Life and Death. Precisely. If a cell falls ill, it will produce Taishu. If the illness of the cell is severe, our world may cease to exist. For example, what would happen if one day Pangu suddenly decided not to create the heavens? But, Du inquired, even if Pangu truly chose not to, there would be nothing we could do as it pertains to ancient times. A pertinent question, Xiao Zhan, the elder said, stroking his beard and patting Du on the shoulder. Xiao Zhan, this is the duty of our Legend Management Bureau, to intervene in legends. For legends that have deviated slightly, we can use transmission to interfere. However, to be fair, slight deviations generally do not lead to severe consequences. But for legends that are critically ill, we can only temporarily seal that narrative, awaiting a remedy. A remedy? Do you seem to understand a bit? Meaning we need a remedy to heal the legends, correct? Exactly. Xiao Zhan, the elder nodded. But who is this Xiao Zhan? My apologies. A woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in professional attire approached, greeting the group. The director seems to be suffering from some memory loss and mistook you for someone else. You are? Xie Jin asked. Greetings, I am Dong Qinxiu, the assistant director of the Legend Management Bureau. Assistant director? That makes you the second in command of the bureau, doesn't it? Do you observe Dong Qinxiu? Aside from her impressive figure, the only impression she left was one of meticulousness, her hair neatly tied with not a single strand out of place. Her entirely black attire bore no hint of white. I must truly be losing my mind forgetting to introduce myself. I am Iso, the director of the Legend Management Bureau. The elder smiled at the three, then addressed Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua, saying be safe and do not suffer. I appreciate your efforts. Just leave the rest to me and send my regards to Yin Luo. This we cannot accept. The two quickly waved their hands, saying, we are merely descendants of our ancestors. You need not say more. I comprehend fully. Do you state it? My task is to assist you in finding that remedy, to heal the ailing legends, correct? Is it not clear what the elder has said? What I mean is, it is not for you to find a remedy. Rather, you are that remedy. I am a remedy? What does that mean? There was no time for detailed explanations. Dong Qinxiu flipped through the documents in her hand and told Yu, simply put, we need you to enter the legend and realign the story. Yu was momentarily taken aback. While he understood the meaning of her words, it was entirely unexpected. 81 years ago, we discovered a deviated legend that could only be temporarily sealed. Now, that seal is about to expire. If the trajectory of this legend diverges further, our present world may face annihilation. As Dong Qinxiu spoke, she led Yu towards a machine, beginning to connect various tubes to him. Wait, I am a science student, not a humanities student. I know nothing of history or legends. And are we really going now? Yu had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. He still had many questions to ask. Why me? As Dong Qinxiu finalized the adjustments to the machine, she replied, for certain reasons, only a select few can enter legends, and you happen to be the second person in 900 years. While our Legend Management Bureau has many personnel, they are all assistants. We have not had an operator in 9 centuries. I still have questions. Do you not have any sort of employee training? How am I supposed to proceed? Yu's voice began to tremble. He wanted to understand as much as possible about what he was about to face, especially since Cui Ju had previously warned him that this matter was exceedingly dangerous. He turned to Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua, saying, you must help me. Otherwise, you won't be able to account for it either, right? Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua shook their heads helplessly. The Xie and Fan families had their ancestral teachings, the first of which stated, unconditionally cooperate with the work of the Legend Management Bureau. There is no time for employee training, Xiao Zhan. Suo slowly approached, stating that the seal of this legend would be lifted within an hour, and you must participate in the legend within that hour, completing the narrative within 7 days, otherwise. Otherwise what? Suo stroked his beard, saying meaningfully, otherwise, you will dissipate in the past, and we will perish in the future. Is it truly that grave? You thought it was merely his own danger, not realizing it concerned the lives of many. Then, for my final question, you asked, which legend am I entering? Upon hearing this, Dong Qinxiu pulled a lever, and a screen descended before Yu, revealing a dark, robust man clad in coarse clothing, drenched in sweat, diligently turning the soil with a hoe. Yu observed closely. There were 10 suns in the sky. He shoots down the 9 suns. Yu could hardly believe his eyes. Could he truly intervene in a legend of such magnitude? Indeed, he shoots down the 9 suns, Dong Qinxiu explained. I will now outline the script of the legend. Listen carefully. Under normal circumstances, he should receive guidance from an immortal at the age of 11, spending 10 years in enlightenment, ultimately attaining semi-divine status, and at 21, bending his bow to shoot down the 9 suns, saving all living beings. Is that clear enough? Wait. You felt more nervous than during his college entrance examination. May I ask what aspect of this legend is currently problematic? Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses. The issue lies in the fact that Yi did not receive guidance from an immortal at the age of 11, remaining an ordinary mortal until the age of 21. Upon hearing this, Yu let out a bitter laugh. You mean to say, as an ordinary person, I must assist another ordinary person in shooting down 9 suns? Precisely. Had I known the task would prove to be of such formidable difficulty, Yu would have resolutely refrained from participating. The starting point is akin to a hellish challenge. Were he to choose anew, Yu would opt to bide his time for 7 centuries. At least he would be spared the terror of soul dissolution and could enjoy the privileges of a wealthy heir. I recall from my elementary studies that there were 9 great firebirds in the heavens. What a pity. Dong Qinxiu shook his head and remarked that in many past legends, the 3-legged golden crows served as the 9 suns. Yet this time, our colleagues have already conducted reconnaissance, revealing that all 10 3-legged golden crows are perched upon the Fusang divine tree, remaining inactive. They too are perplexed by the current circumstances. Thus, how to shoot down the 9 suns in the sky now rests upon your ingenuity. What? As you are but a mere mortal, we shall assist you to the best of our abilities. Dong Qinxiu handed you a booklet resembling a menu and said, "You may select 2 souls from among the deceased to bring into the legend. At a critical moment, you can summon their spirits, but be mindful. Each spirit can only possess you for 5 minutes." Upon receiving the document, you discovered an extensive list, thoughtfully annotated with, "Please tick beside the souls you select." Spirits possessing you? 5 minutes? You cursed inwardly, pondering the utility of such a brief duration. Even if you were to choose Sun Wukong, it would be impossible to fell 9 suns in merely 5 minutes, right? Wait a minute, Sun Wukong? You was baffled to find the name of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, glaringly present on the list. Is Sun Wukong already deceased? He blurted out. Not quite, Dong Qinxiu replied. Sun Wukong relinquished 7 of his souls upon attaining Buddhahood, and we have taken 1 of them. Excellent. You thought in 5 minutes? Sun Wukong should at least be able to shoot down 1 sun, right? Even if the legend shifts from Yi shooting down 9 suns to Yi shooting down 1, it should still be acceptable, no? Very well, if you choose Sun Wukong, simply tick the box. Have you decided on your second soul? You scrutinize the list? Indeed. Each name belonged to a figure of renown, including historical generals such as Han Wudi and Guan Yu, yet most were mere mortals. You pondered the practical implications of these spirits? Without extraordinary powers, even a trip into the tail of the East shooting the suns would be futile. He could only select 1 more soul. The question remained. Whom to choose? As he gazed at the densely packed names, a singular thought echoed in his mind. Selecting anyone would render success impossible. Allow me to recommend someone. Hou Yi approached, sitting beside you and whispering, "A seemingly insurmountable task must have its breakthrough. To uncover these breakthroughs, mere strength is insufficient." He pointed to a name, Han Xiang Wulong Zhuge Kongming. Sometimes, you must employ your intellect. You contemplated this name, pondering whether intellect would truly aid in shooting down 9 suns. Even if Zhuge Liang were to devise and construct an intercontinental cruise missile within 5 minutes, it would still be impossible to strike down the sun. Please expedite. Dong Qinxiu expressed a look of exasperation. Oh, I will be swift. You gritted his teeth, deciding not to quibble with the woman before him. Zhuge Liang it shall be. Despite his seemingly muddled appearance, his words held merit. Thus, he picked up the pen and marked a tick beside Zhuge Kongming's name. Very well. Dong Qinxiu turned to a staff member and instructed, "Hurry and retrieve the souls. Prepare the crossing gift pack. The remaining personnel should commence the soul transfer." The staff of the Legend Management Bureau busied themselves, various instruments and screens illuminating in response. Is it about to commence? You clenched his teeth. He had never witnessed anything so absurd. Just hours prior, he had been riding a bus, engrossed in his phone, and now he was about to traverse into a legend. Remember, if the legend is not completed within 7 days, the 10 suns will persist, not only devastating the past, but also wreaking havoc upon the present world, leading to widespread suffering. After offering a few final words of caution, Dong Qinxiu placed a peculiar headgear upon Yu. He felt an intense sensation of tearing in his head, and in an instant, consciousness faded. Chapter 4. 10 suns burning the heavens, Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, his body weightless and disoriented. Can you hear me? Dong Qinxiu? Indeed, it is I. I am currently transmitting thoughts to you. I shall be your primary liaison for this operation. Dong Qinxiu's voice resonated directly in his mind. Where am I? You are presently in a state of ethereal transfer and bodily reconstruction. In this venture, you will descend as the traveler Pang Ming. To avoid disrupting the flow of history, do your utmost to conceal your true identity. Furthermore, various versions of the legend have been included in your crossing gift pack. Remember to review them thoroughly once you awaken. Do you grasp the situation? This was what one might call a fully immersive, 360-degree sensory experience akin to a murder mystery game. Before he could articulate a response, a glimmer of light pierced the pitch-black surroundings, rapidly expanding as he realized he was hurtling towards it. A blinding flash enveloped him, and when his vision cleared, he found himself sprawled upon the ground, the earth beneath him searingly hot. Location: Dongxing Shenzhou. Era. The reign of Emperor Yao. Character. Pang Ming descends. Wake up, brother. A hand vigorously shook Du Yu. Struggling to rise, he felt dizzy from the sensation of weightlessness. Before him stood a man and a young boy. Wonderful. You are awake. Du Yu recognized the man as the archer Hou Yi from the screen, face down in the dirt. Hou Yi. The man replied, a hint of surprise mingling with confusion. I am called Yi, not Hou Yi. Are you here to find someone? For reasons he could not comprehend, Du Yu sensed that this Yi spoke with a peculiar slur, as though something were lodged in his mouth. Unsure of the situation, Du Yu surveyed his surroundings. He had seemingly collapsed at the entrance of a village, as if he had journeyed from afar only to faint here. He glanced upward, and there hung a full 10 suns in the sky. It was hot, yet not unbearably so. Regrettably, he had never learned in school that if one sun could raise the temperature to 20 degrees Celsius, what would 2 suns produce? If one sun could elevate the temperature from minus 273 degrees to 20 degrees, then surely 2 suns would approach 300 degrees? With 10 suns relentlessly scorching the land and emitting solar radiation, would it not be akin to an oven, instantly incinerating all life and boiling the seas? Yet surprisingly, Du Yu felt that the temperature here was comparable to a summer day in the south, likely hovering around 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. While it would not lead to immediate death, it was undoubtedly uncomfortable. Is this guy foolish? The young boy, digging in his nose, remarked. He must be overheated. The Yi stated, brother, come to my home. I have some water you can drink. Du Yu instinctively felt the rough cloth of a waste pouch at his side, upon which were scrawled the words, crossing gift pack. To be frank, given the pouch's quality, the contents could hardly be expected to be of high caliber. Are these folks trying to swindle me? Du Yu cursed inwardly. Brother? The Yi called again, but Du Yu remained silent. Ego. Is this person truly foolish? The young boy continued, his fingers still in his nose. You are the foolish one. Du Yu shot back at the child, but then he felt a pang of confusion, wondering if there were indeed children in the tale of Hou Yi shooting down the suns. Be quiet, you brat, the Yi admonished the child, then turned to Du Yu. Saying, brother, what is your name? Yamdu. Pang Ming. Dupont Ming? No, I am simply Pang Ming. The Yi regarded Du Yu as if he were a simpleton. Truly, I am Pang Ming. I have not forgotten my name. Do not look at me like that. Du Yu was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions as he gazed at the 10 suns in the sky, his fingers brushing against the tattered time-traveling package around his waist, uncertain if it was too late for regrets. At the Legend Management Bureau, a group of individuals was gathered around a screen. Director, are you certain there's truly no problem with him? Dong Qinxiu expressed concern as he observed Du Yu's demeanor. Regardless, isn't our world currently graced by only one sun? He is quite clever. We shall see. With that, Hisua glanced towards the door and murmured, if you've arrived, there is no need to linger outside. Come in and take a seat. Upon hearing this, the door creaked open slowly, and 3 figures entered. Upon closer inspection, the first 2 were none other than the Grand Judge Cui Ju and the White Impermanence, 7th Master Xiabian. The third individual bore an unusually sinister countenance, clad in fitted black attire, wielding a soul-catching chain, and adorned with a tall black official hat inscribed with the 4 characters Tian Xia Taiping. The moment he stepped in, the temperature in the room plummeted. Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua immediately knelt to pay their respects upon seeing the trio. Yet the other staff members of the Management Bureau continued their tasks, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Has 8th Master also arrived? 8th Master He Wucheng nodded silently. Oh, if they hadn't shot down the 9 suns, our workload would be exceedingly heavy. Xie Bian shook his head in resignation and turned his gaze towards the nearby display screen, inquiring, what is the current situation? Hisua glanced at Dong Qinxiu, who nodded and began to review the documents to introduce the others. Just as the Grand Judge had anticipated, Du Yu indeed had the potential to become an operator and return to the realm of legends. The issue at hand was that the initial task assigned to him was classified as Super A level, which was tantamount to suicide for a mere mortal. Furthermore, judging by his earlier performance, he appeared somewhat reckless and clumsy, making it unlikely for him to succeed in his mission. Cui Ju chuckled and remarked, is that so? Will he perish in the legend of Yi shooting down the suns? It can only be said there is a substantial probability of failure. He will not fail. Cui Ju interrupted Dong Qinxiu, adding, though I am unsure how he, as a mortal, could shoot down the sun, he certainly did not die here, for I encountered him in the year of Jingguan. Hisua, with a knowing smile, replied, every cause has its effect, Grand Judge. If this lad were to die here, you would forget the memories of the year of Jingguan. Is that so? Cui Ju suddenly felt a tinge of disappointment, but it was fleeting. He quickly regained his composure and stated, "The memories of that year are inconsequential. If he can return alive, promise me you will allow me to meet him." With that, Ju flicked his sleeve and strode out of the room. Director, the Grand Judge He. Dong Qinqiu pondered as he watched Ju's retreating figure. Indeed, despite being a ghostly immortal, he still harbored attachments. He saw turn back to address 7th Master and 8th Master, asking, "What is it? Do you two have something to convey?" "Nothing," replied He Wuchang. "I merely wanted to see if this old fellow needed my assistance." "Oh dear," Bai Wuchang teased, pointing a finger at He Wuchang, and said to He, "So, old He, this man is just being stubborn." The moment he heard there was an operator, he rushed over without even changing his clothes. He Wuchang scoffed, "Are you the same? All right, guests are guests. Make yourselves comfortable while I refrain from being too formal with you." Du sat in the dilapidated little room, staring at the wooden bowl in his hands, which contained liquid that resembled water, more akin to the remnants left after washing a bowl without draining it properly. "Brother, have a drink. Our water supply is limited," he urged Du, concerned he might find it insufficient. Du had no choice but to comply, lifting the wooden bowl and downing the scant amount of water in one gulp. It was delicious. This water was simply exquisite. This was Du's first thought. In fact, it was not just the water. He felt that the very air in this world was exceptionally sweet. "Brother Pang Meng, are you feeling any better?" "Much better, Brother Di. That is truly wonderful." Although Di spoke somewhat unclearly, it was evident he had a kind disposition. "Brother Pang Meng, you are not from this village. Are you? Have you come in search of someone?" Du pondered for a moment and nodded. "Yes, I have come to find someone." "Oh, then please wait a moment. I don't know many people, and will need to ask my wife." After saying this, Di turned towards the inner room and called out, "Wife, come out and meet our guest." Du, curious, looked into the room, realizing he should have read the script beforehand. It turned out he had a wife. In the blink of an eye, a waft of enchanting fragrance filled the air, and with the sound of approaching footsteps, a remarkably beautiful woman lifted the curtain and stepped out from the back room. "This humble girl, Chang'e, pays her respects to you, brother." The woman curtsied, and in that fleeting moment, Du was utterly captivated. In an era devoid of skincare and cosmetics, could such a stunning woman truly exist? With her flawless, fair complexion, delicate eyebrows arching above drowsy almond-shaped eyes, and lustrous black hair cascading down in neat strands, she was the embodiment of a heart-stirring beauty. "What business does my husband summon me for?" Yi smiled and replied, "Wife, this brother Pang Meng has traveled from afar in search of someone. As I do not know many people, I called upon you to assist." "I see. If you are seeking someone, please, brother, speak up. I know everyone in this village." Du finally regained his composure, diverting his gaze from Chang'e's face. After steadying himself, he slowly articulated, "I am looking for someone who can shoot down the sun." The moment these words left his lips, both Yi and his wife visibly changed their expressions. Yi sprang to his feet, hurried to the door, and closed it tightly before returning to Du and respectfully stating, "Brother Pang Meng, such a startling claim. Could it be that you are an immortal?" Du shook his head. "No, I am merely immortal." After uttering this, Du felt puzzled why the couple's immediate reaction to his desire to shoot down the sun was to think this person must be an immortal. Shouldn't a normal person's first thought be this person must be a fool? After hearing Du's words, Hou Yi shook his head and lamented, "Alas, brother, you must be jesting. Both of us are mere mortals. How could we possibly discuss shooting down the sun?" Du gazed at the couple, contemplating before responding. "Although I am not an immortal, I do possess certain abilities. Moreover, the person I am searching for is named Yi, who can shoot down the 9 suns." "Me?" Yi's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at Chang'e. "Brother Pang Meng, please do not jest. You must tell me how one could shoot down those 10 suns in the sky. What means would be employed?" The phrase with a bow and arrow lodged in Yu's throat, refusing to be uttered. Indeed, there were 10 suns. In the tales, Hou Yi had shot down 9 suns with his bow and arrow, and it sounded so natural within the context of a legend. However, with the 10 suns glaring before him, uttering such a statement felt utterly impossible. Sigh. Du exhaled, uncertain of what to do. "Brother Pang Meng, you must be weary from your travels. If you do not mind, please rest here for today." This was undoubtedly the worst possible start. Du understood that Yi still regarded him as a fool. But what could he do? Du could not leave Yi. His time was running short. If he could stay the night, that would be wonderful. Du mustered his courage and said, "Yes, I won't be polite." Yi patted Du on the shoulder and led him to a side room. "You can rest here for today." As Yi spoke, he tidied up the space, but it was already quite clean, suggesting that the lady of the house was exceptionally diligent. By the way, do you turn to Chang'e and inquired, "Is there anyone in this village named Hou Yi, aside from the Yi?" Do you felt that he may have jumped to conclusions? Just because he had seen this man on the screen did not necessarily mean he was the protagonist. Perhaps the true hero was someone else entirely. Hou Yi leaned down and slowly addressed you. I, a humble woman, am not acquainted with any man named Hou Yi in the nearby villages. Is that so? I see. Alone in the secluded room, Du was oblivious to whether it was day or night. Lowering his head, he felt the small, tattered pouch at his waist. Ah, the package of traversing through worlds. With a cold chuckle, Du opened this so-called grand gift. Inside were 2 jars, each affixed with a handwritten label reading the victorious Buddha's son Wukong and the sleeping dragon Zhuge Kongming. To his astonishment, they were contained in such ordinary glass jars. What was even more absurd was the note printed on the bottom. Please consume before the expiration date. Du tossed the jars aside and noticed a stack of papers. This collection detailed numerous versions of the tale of Hou Yi shooting the suns. Just as he was preparing to delve into it, he discovered more items within the tattered pouch. What is this? A stack of very old yellow paper, adorned with red cinnabar patterns. This is a talisman. Suddenly, Dong Qinqiu's voice echoed in his ears, startling Du. Sister Qinqiu, could you refrain from being so frightening? My duty is to observe you and answer your inquiries. But I haven't even begun to ask. Du shook his head and inquired, is this talisman the kind often mentioned in immortal cultivation novels? Close enough, Dong Qinqiu replied, but you possess no magical power. And these talismans are of the most basic kind, serving only auxiliary purposes. Du flipped each talisman over, discovering that the back was printed with descriptions of their functions and usage instructions. There were 2 teleportation talismans, 1 eavesdropping talisman, 1 amplification talisman, and 1 rejuvenation talisman. To his dismay, the most formidable among them was the teleportation talisman, while the rest were utterly unimpressive, including a talisman for increasing speaking volume. This was entirely different from what he had read in immortal cultivation novels. Where were the ice spikes? The fireballs? The thunderous storms? Du found himself at a loss for breakthroughs. The difficulty of this task was overwhelming. Grasping his hair in frustration, he stared at these useless tools, growing increasingly irate. To hell with this, he exclaimed, hurling the 5 talismans against the wall, only to have 4 fall to the ground, while 1 clung stubbornly to the surface. An eavesdropping talisman? Du noticed the talisman glowing faintly, followed by a low murmur of conversation. Do you think that fellow Pangming knows something? Surely not, my husband. You have hidden it well all these years. If he intends to shoot down the sun, let him find a way. We are powerless to intervene. Indeed, let's hope nothing goes awry. Chapter 5. I am an immortal. Du's eyes widened. It turned out the couple had something to conceal. But what could it be? He listened intently, only to find their conversation had ceased. Moments later, the eavesdropping talisman turned to ash, having reached its time limit. Though he had gained a fragment of insight, the pieces of this puzzle still felt disconnected. Thus, he began to boldly hypothesize. What precisely was Hou Yi hiding? Could it be that he was of semi-divine nature, yet had kept it secret? That, too, seemed implausible. According to Hou Yi, they were utterly powerless regarding the matter of shooting down the sun. If Hou Yi possessed divine power, would the legend not unfold naturally? If that were the case, could the hidden matter relate to shooting the sun? After contemplating for a while, Du spoke. Sister Qinqiu, I am here. While you are always before the screen, can you see Hou Yi's past? Hou Yi's past? Dong Qinqiu replied. Are you asking me to investigate what he has concealed? Precisely. Unfortunately, the Legend Management Bureau's screen only has 2 display methods. First, it can only show the beginning and end of legends. Events that occurred in Hou Yi's past fall outside this scope. Second, it can only display the operator's image, which is what we see now. Very well. Du shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to rely on himself. He pulled out the script and began examining various versions of the story of Hou Yi shooting the suns. This was quite the revelation. It turned out Hou Yi was. After a lengthy perusal, Du had a clear understanding. If he were to select the most complete and nearly perfect version, it would go as follows. One day, 10 suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The 10 suns scorched the flora and crops, simultaneously giving rise to 6 monstrous beings. Yiyu, Zhaoqi, Jiuying, Defeng, Fengxi, and Xiuxi. The common folk suffered greatly, their wails filling the air. At this critical moment, a hero named Yi emerged, slaying the 6 beasts and shooting down 9 suns, rescuing the people from calamity. The West Queen Mother rejoiced and bestowed upon Yi the elixir of immortality, which, when consumed, would grant him ascension. However, Yi's wife, Hou Yi, unable to endure the harshness of life, stole the elixir and consumed it, successfully ascending. The heavenly emperor named this unparalleled beauty goddess Chang'e, granting her the palace of moonlight. Truly remarkable, the Legend Management Bureau. Do you remark? You have assigned me the task of Hou Yi shooting the suns. Yet it seems I must also present you with H ascending to the moon. You are overthinking it, Dong Qianxue replied. Once Hou Yi shoots the suns, it will inevitably lead to Chang'e's ascent. I have seen this legend countless times, without exception. Thus, you need not overly concern yourself with the matter of Chang'e ascending. Is that so? Do you mused, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. There is nothing strange about it, Dong Qianxue stated matter-of-factly. You need only focus on Hou Yi shooting the suns. Do you disregarded Dong Qianxue's words and, after a moment of silent contemplation, rose from the bed and approached the adjacent room, gently knocking on the door. After a while, the door opened, revealing Hou Yi. Brother Pang Meng, what is it? I wish to ask you a few more questions. Then come in. Do you walk directly into the room where Hou Yi was mending Hou Yi's clothes? Have you heard of the 6 monstrous beings? Yiyu, Zhao Qi, Jiuing, Defeng, Fengxi, and Xiuxi? The two exchanged glances, and Du Yu could tell that their expressions conveyed something profound. Brother Pang Meng, who exactly are you? Hou Yi inquired cautiously. Du Yu knew that Hou Yi was suspicious of him, as he undeniably seemed rather enigmatic. After pondering for a moment, Du Yu finally spoke. Actually, I have deceived you. I am not an ordinary person, but an immortal. As soon as the words left his lips, astonished looks filled the faces of the two. Du Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? Dong Qianxue interjected in Du Yu's mind. If you are exposed, Hou Yi will no longer trust you. Ignoring Dong Qianxue, Du Yu stepped forward and said, Do you not believe me? Very well, let us conduct an experiment. He pointed at Hou Yi, who was still mending clothes, and said, You may stab a few characters onto the fabric, and I will discern what you have inscribed. Hou Yi turned to look at Hou Yi, and it was clear that both were filled with skepticism. Brother Pang Meng, no need for further discussion, stab. Du Yu insisted with determination. Eng nodded reluctantly, thinking for a moment before swiftly stitching a few characters onto the garment. However, Hou Yi stood in the way, preventing Du Yu from seeing anything. Du Yu, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? Dong Qianxue asked with annoyance. Brother Pang Meng, I have finished. Guess what I wrote? Hou Yi held the embroidered piece behind her back, gazing at Du Yu. Du Yu stood silently, his eyes closed, saying nothing. Brother Pang Meng? Hou Yi called out again. Patience, Du Yu replied. I require a spell. He silently took a step back and said, Oh, then Brother Pang Meng, please unleash your power. Du Yu no longer held back. He clapped his hands and let out a loud shout, then began to dance energetically. Xia Baiyan watched intently from the screen. This kid is utterly amusing. Dong Qianxue shot him a glare and remarked, 7th Master, you should be more serious. What if Du Yu fails? We could all cease to exist. Is that so? I find him quite ingenious, Xia Baiyan replied, crossing his arms confidently. Meanwhile, He Wuchang Fan Wujiao let out a cold snort, remaining silent. On the screen, Du Yu flailed his limbs chaotically for quite some time, moving in an extremely uncoordinated manner, lacking any semblance of dance talent. Pang Meng, don't you have a spell? Do not interrupt, Du Yu bellowed, as this was indeed a critical moment. He spun around 3 times, took a deep breath, and shouted the incantation. Hey, Qianxue, assist me. Qianxue, assist me. Qianxue, quickly take a look, urgent as the law commands. Silence ensued. Not only was there silence in the room, but the entire Legend Management Bureau seemed frozen. What on earth? Chang'e and Yi exchanged incredulous glances, their toes instinctively digging into the ground. They had never witnessed such a disheveled incantation in their lives. Xia Baiyan laughed heartily. See? I told you this kid is quite entertaining. Dong Qianxue sighed somewhat helplessly, saying, Du Yu, if you truly need my assistance, you could discuss it with me in advance. This sudden assault. What if I don't react in time? Du Yu, unhurried, spun around 3 more times and shouted, Hey. Then he muttered, Then we shall die together, die together, die together. Dong Qianxue gritted his teeth, while behind him, Xia Baiyan struggled to contain his laughter. Alas! Dong Qianxue sighed softly, then turned the screen to scrutinize it closely, stating, Chang'e has indeed embroidered Yue Chu Jiaoxi. Indeed, Du Yu inhaled deeply, pressing his hands down as if concluding his spell, then slowly addressed the two, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Chang'e has embroidered Yue Chu Jiaoxi. Chang'e appeared incredulous as she produced Du Yi's garment from behind. He hurried to inspect it, confirming that the collar indeed bore the four characters Yue Chu Jiaoxi. Yu Chu Jiaoxi. When the moon rises, it's radiant and bright. Miss Chang'e seems to have a fondness for the moon. He remarked with feigned profundity. Brother Pang Ming, you even know this? He exclaimed in astonishment. You truly are an immortal, though your method of unleashing power is rather peculiar. Do not concern yourself with my method of unleashing power, Di replied. Now, can you inform me about those 6 demon beasts? The two exchanged glances, and Chang'e began to recount. Brother Pang Ming, are you here to exterminate the demon beasts? Pretty much, slaying demon beasts is a side job. I have a main profession, Di responded. He shook his head. Brother Pang Ming, you truly are an immortal. Your words are quite difficult to comprehend. In truth, there are not 6 demon beasts, only 4. As for the Yaogu, it was originally a divine beast raised by the late emperor. After the late emperor's demise, the Yaogu returned to the weak water, but alas, even the weak water, with its vastness, could not withstand the scorching sun. The Yaogu lost its habitat and could only wander the world. However, with its human head and beast body, anyone who saw it would perceive it as ominous. Thus it was gradually labeled a demon beast, provoking countless warriors to attempt its extermination, which only enraged it further. The Xiaoxi, too, is a creature of the water. Now, like the Yaogu, it can only roam aimlessly. This, do you contemplated slightly? How do you know all this? Doi sighed and interjected, Brother Pang Ming, to be frank, although I am but a mere mortal, I still care for the world. When the 6 demon beasts appeared, I immediately set out to investigate and even slayed 3 of them. You killed 3? Do you exclaimed in astonishment. How could you, as a mortal, possibly slay 3 demon beasts? Though I am a mortal, I grew up in the mountains and am quite skilled in archery. The Zhaoqi and the Fengtuan are merely wild beasts. They pose no threat to me. In the Sang Forest, I shot the Fengtuan. In the Chowa Wilds, I shot the Zhaoqi. As for the Defeng, it was slain in the Qingqiu Marsh with the help of a friend. A friend? The information was overwhelming, and Du Yu momentarily struggled to process it. He had a friend of unfathomable strength. And what are the remaining demon beasts? The Yaogu has already promised me it will not appear in the world for the time being. And the Xiao, she has changed its name and is hiding away. Now, the only demon beast left in the world is the Jiaoying. Good, splendid. Let us go slay the Jiaoying. Du Yu suddenly felt they were but one step away from completing their task. Do not speak foolishly, Brother Pang Ming, Doi interrupted. The Jiaoying was born at the dawn of creation. It is a true ferocious beast, possessing the body of a bull and the tail of a dragon. With 9 heads, capable of spewing water and breathing fire. A mere mortal cannot be its opponent. Upon hearing this, do you realize that this creature was indeed formidable? Do you not have a friend? My friend? He raised an eyebrow, as if suddenly recalling something, then turned to Du Yu with a serious inquiry. Brother Pang Ming, my friend said that if anyone seeks him, I should ask one question on his behalf. If the other party can answer, he will take them to find him. Du Yu pondered briefly. This person seemed mysterious. Perhaps he was the true immortal. What question? He looked deeply into Du Yu's eyes and said earnestly, desiring to quell the chaos. Desiring to quell the chaos? What is this? A code? He looked at Du Yu with eager anticipation. Yet Du Yu's mind was blank. Sister Qinxiu, have you heard this phrase? Is there a second half to it? Du Yu asked quietly, but Dong Qinxiu did not respond. In the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qinxiu stared at the screen, her mouth agape. Hey Bai Wuchang slowly rose to their feet. Hey Wuchang Fan Wu Jiao murmured, desiring to quell the chaos. One must first conquer victory. Heh, Bai Wuchang Xia Baiyan chuckled wryly. Old He, you have been deceiving us. He Sui slowly approached, smiling as he asked, how have I deceived you? Fan Wujiao pointed at the screen and replied, your precious disciple Zhang Qisheng. How did you report it back then? You told us Zhang Qisheng had transcended the heavens and was no longer within the 5 elements. We indeed could not find his soul. So we recorded it as you said. Yet he is clearly still within the legend. Is that so? Little Jean remains within the legend. Oldie stroked his beard and inquired, then, may I trouble the 2 of you to clarify? Is this legend considered within the heavens or within the 5 elements? He Wuchang gritted his teeth and stood up, causing the entire Legend Management Bureau to tremble slightly. So you are deliberately toying with us? If Zhang Qisheng is in the legend, how can you possibly complete his task? You all knew he was inside, didn't you? Old 8, sit down. Xia Baiyan rarely lost his smile, speaking sternly to Fan Wujiao. Do not forget that our ability to maintain our position today is greatly due to Old He's efforts. He Wuchang slowly sat down, regaining his composure, and said to Yi Sui, apologies, Old He, it's just that man. The mere mention of Zhang, Qi, Sheng ignited an irrepressible hatred in He Wuchang's eyes, as if he bore an unendurable grudge against this individual. Fear not, Wu Jiao. He Sui chuckled. Who says little Zhang will necessarily obstruct the task? Did he not also take action to slay the ferocious beast? He Wuchang fell silent. Dong Qinxiu turned to ask, Director, what should we do? Should we let you seek out Zhang Qisheng? For now, they must not meet, He Sui replied. Just concoct a code for Du Yu. After listening for quite a while, Du Yu quietly confirmed with Dong Qinxiu. Is it true, Sister Qinxiu? Is this code reliable? Rest assured, just follow my lead. After hearing this, Du Yu felt composed and raised his head to glance at De Yi, sneering lightly. He remarked, Your friend is quite mischievous. Although such codes are unknown to mortals, as an immortal, I find this cipher as common as a mere blink of the eye. Pay close attention. Du Yu looked at Du Yu with an expression full of anticipation. Du Yu smirked, pride swelling within him as he declared, to quell the chaos. One must first be well fed. This wasn't the first time that he had felt the ground beneath his toes. Why was this person before him so audaciously fabricating tales? How could this be? It doesn't seem quite right, does it? Noticing Du Yi's subtle expression, Du Yu tentatively inquired, Brother Fong Ming. Du Yu rubbed his temples and replied, It does feel a bit different. Hey, Dong Qinxiu, what is happening here? Du Yu cursed inwardly, feeling vexed, yet patiently explained to Du Yi, as fellow immortals, it seems that I and your friend may not belong to the same faction. Different factions have different codes. Chapter 6. To battle for victory, since that is the case. I cannot allow you to seek out my friend, Du Yi said, somewhat troubled. This is our agreement. Very well. Du Yu sighed in resignation. Even without him, we will find a way. Brother Fong Ming, do you have a good plan? Du Yi read. Of course. Du Yu leaned against the wall, gazing thoughtfully at the ground. After pondering for a moment, he asked, Have you ever heard of the Buddha of War, Sun Wukong? Duel what Wukong? Du Yi questioned, Who is that? Oh. Du Yu was taken aback. Sun Wukong? Do you not know him? Regret washed over him. Was this not an era where everyone had heard of Sun Wukong? This was indeed an ancient time. Sighing in resignation, Du Yu conceded, Forget about Sun Wukong. Just take me to find Jiao Ying, and I shall slay it. This. After spending the day together, Du Yi still found it hard to grasp Du Yu's strength. He looked up at the sky, filled with suns, and said to Du Yu, All right, in that case, I will take you on our journey tomorrow. Jiao Ying resides in the northern Dixiong water of the Ao Lai Kingdom, not far from here, just a full day's travel. Du Yu also glanced out the window. Tomorrow? The sun seemed unyielding, never setting. How could one distinguish between today and tomorrow? The sun. Setting? Huh? Du Yu scrutinized the sun intently. Why were there only 9 left? He thought perhaps it was the glaring sunlight that had dazzled his eyes, but upon careful counting, there were indeed only 9. Du Yu questioned, puzzled. How many suns were there in the sky originally? Brother Fong Ming, are you confused? There was only one sun in the sky. No, that's not it. Du Yu, feeling anxious, pointed upwards. How many suns should there be up there right now? There should be 10, Du Yi replied, still not quite understanding. But why are there only 9 now? Du Yu sensed he had grasped a clue, yet it felt elusive, as if pulling on it would cause it to snap. If there were only 9 suns left, then the tale of he shooting down the suns could not hold true. What difference does it make between 10 and 9? The suns above could fluctuate between 10 and 9. They nonchalantly remarked, For us, isn't it all the same? Du Yu lowered his head, pondering intently. The suns, fluctuating between 10 and 9? Could it be? One sun rises and sets as usual, while the others do not. But that is utterly unscientific. Wait, since we are already entrenched in the tale of he shooting down the suns, does science still matter? No, it does. The sun rises and sets, which is correct, but why do the other suns not? Do they merely hover in the sky? Even when night falls, they continue to illuminate the earth. Why can't he shoot down the last sun? For the first time, Du Yu attempted to explain a legend through scientific reasoning. If that were the case, then the 9 above could not possibly be suns. But what were those massive orbs resembling suns? Even if they were not suns, could a mere mortal bring them down? Brother Fong Ming, are you all right? I'm fine, just feeling a bit perplexed. I need to return and rest. We agreed to set off tomorrow. Du Yu concluded, retreating to his room. Outside, a small boy hid in the shadows. After witnessing Du Yu's departure, he slowly entered the room. Yu Qiong? Du Yi chuckled upon seeing the boy. What brings you here? You go. I feel that this Fong Ming is not a good person. Yu Qiong mumbled, lowering his head. How could that be? Du Yi pulled the boy closer. There are still many good people in this world. Although he may seem frivolous, his heart is set on the world, with thoughts solely on shooting down suns and battling beasts. Yu Qiong remained somewhat dissatisfied, yet De Yi's words swayed him. Yu Qiong, starting tomorrow, I will accompany him to slay Jiuying. Will you help me look after Sister Hou Yi while I'm away? Slay Jiuying? Yu Qiong gasped. You must take Xiaoba along. Xiaoba? De Yi shook his head. No, since I've changed Xiaoba's name. I no longer wish for it to endure such experiences. I only hope it lives well. But can that person defeat Jiuying? I honestly do not know. De Yi sighed. Even if Brother Fong Ming does not go, I will have to go sooner or later. Yu Qiong stood there, feeling aggrieved and unsure of what to say. Hou Yi slowly emerged from the back room. Are you leaving? Yes. I shall accompany Brother Fong Ming to slay Jiuying. Could you not go? Do not worry, my dear. I will surely return safely. Hou Yi bit her lip, murmuring, You promised we would grow old together. That Jiuying is no ordinary foe, since Fong Ming is an immortal. He should not require your assistance as a mortal, right? De Yi stood up, gently embracing Hou Yi, saying, Do not fret, my dear. Have you forgotten? Zhan Xiong assured us that we would surely grow old together. Indeed, Zhan Xiong has anticipated all matters thus far. Yu Qiong felt a bit superfluous and gradually retreated to the door. Yu Qiong, De Yi called out, I entrust Sister Hou Yi to you. Not a chance. Hou Yi interrupted. Yu Qiong must accompany you. He can control Xiaoba, making your journey safer. My dear, De Yi replied, the weather is scorching, and you must manage the household. I cannot bear to impose upon you. Let Yu Qiong assist you. Do not worry about me. Have you forgotten? If danger truly arises, I have that as well. Upon hearing this, Hou Yi felt somewhat reassured. In the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qinqiu monitored 2 screens, observing Du Yu and De Yi. She meticulously recorded De Yi's words, unsure of the secrets he might be concealing. Do you? Dong Qinqiu addressed the figure lying on the bed. It seems matters have shifted. I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead, Sister Qinqiu. I am listening. Dong Qinqiu organized her materials before addressing Do you previously? We informed you that you are the second person in 900 years to enter the legend. Indeed, I recall. And the first was named Zhan Qisheng. Zhan Qisheng? Yes, 900 years ago, he entered the legend and has not returned since. He encountered danger? No. To be precise, he betrayed the Legend Management Bureau. Dong Qinqiu spoke this with a cold tone, as though recounting the tale of an unrelated individual. Betrayal. Why? The reasons for this matter I shall refrain from elaborating on at present. However, I must remind you that Zhan Qisheng is now highly likely to be involved in the tale of Yi shooting down the 9 suns. He is currently with me? Indeed. And he has severed his ties with the Legend Administration Bureau, rendering us unable to view his image. Yet, I just overheard a conversation between De Yi and Hou Yi, during which De Yi mentioned a brother Zhan, who is very likely to be Zhan Qisheng. Dong Qinqiu adjusted his glasses and continued, to quell the chaos, one must first defeat Zhan Qisheng. This is the cipher he left behind thus. It was Zhan Qisheng who assisted De Yi in slaying the beast, De Feng. Dong Qinqiu's expression grew grave. I suspect he has been involved in this legend for quite some time, yet we cannot ascertain his objectives. Do you pondered for a moment? The clues we currently possess are rather disorganized. He sat up, retrieved a stack of scripts, flipped to the back, and picked up a charred branch from the ground, beginning to note down all the current suspicions. First, he is immortal. Dong Qinqiu has stated that he has viewed this legend countless times. But what could have caused the discrepancies in De Yi's origins? Second, one of the 10 suns will set. This indicates that one is indeed the true sun. What then are the other 9? Third, De Yi and Hou Yi are concealing something. The nature of this concealment remains unknown. Yet there is an unsettling sense that De Yi is not merely an ordinary mortal. Fourth, Hou Yi's aversion to poverty and preference for wealth. Had Du Yu not encountered Hou Yi, he might have chosen to believe this tale. However, he had witnessed the light in Hou Yi's eyes when she looked at De Yi. Moreover, Du Yu touched the neglected side room, immaculate in its cleanliness. This was not the work of a woman who cherished wealth. Hou Yi is indeed virtuous, well-read, and deeply affectionate towards De Yi. Fifth, De Yi's companion, Zhan Qisheng. This Zhan Qisheng is likely the little Zhan referred to by the director. Du Yu is unaware of his stance or intentions, hoping only that he will not cause disruption at a critical moment. Observing the clues Du Yu had gathered on the screen, Dong Qinqiu's attitude towards him softened slightly. Although he appeared rather carefree, his thoughts were intricate. Perhaps there is indeed a glimmer of hope for the completion of their task. Du Yu carefully folded the paper and tucked it into his bosom. Sister Qinqiu, traversing into a legend is truly an incredible experience. Is it? Dong Qinqiu replied in a nonchalant tone. Indeed, many things are hard to fathom. For instance, the legendary archer Hou Yi is surprisingly down to earth. Indeed, Dong Qinxiu concurred. It is perhaps because he is a mortal, lacking any prideful capital. Du Yu chuckled wryly. And who would have thought that this great hero speaks with such a lisp? A lisp. Dong Qinxiu furrowed her brow. In previous versions, Hou Yi was not described as such. Oh, Du Yu, is this speech impediment unique to this rendition of the legend? Exercising caution, Du Yu took out the paper from his pocket and added a sixth point. Sixth, the Yi's speech impediment is present for the first time. It felt as though a key was needed to connect all these disparate clues. Though the day was still bright, fatigue began to weigh upon Du Yu, and as he pondered these chaotic threads, he gradually succumbed to slumber. At the Legend Administration Bureau, upon the conclusion of the tale, Xie Bian instructed Xie Jin and Fan Xiaogua to return and rest, yet he and Fan Wujiao were resolute in their refusal to leave. Dong Qinxiu had no choice but to allow them to remain seated, and no one else in the bureau suggested taking a break. Time passed unmeasured until there was a knock at the door. Du Yu stood unsteadily and found the heat outside had intensified since yesterday. Lifting his gaze towards the window, he beheld a sky filled with 10 suns. Brother Feng Ming, Du Yu called, knocking once more at the door. Du Yu opened it to find a perspiring De Yi standing before him. Are we ready to depart? Not yet. We must wait a while longer. Can you assist me with something? Following De Yi outside, Du Yu noticed a straw mat at the entrance upon which lay an elderly man, appearing to be on the brink of death. Could you help me bury him? Without uttering a word, the two men silently followed De Yi, dragging the mat behind them. Upon reaching a clearing, De Yi began to wield a hoe to dig. This scene mirrored what you had seen on the screen before his traversal. He had previously wondered why De Yi would toil under such sweltering conditions. Now he understood it was to excavate a grave for the deceased. The good news was that today only Uncle Tan had passed. The bad news was that Uncle Tan's family had perished entirely, with not a single soul surviving among the 7. In this village, more than half have perished from thirst and hunger, De Yi murmured as he dug. Brother Feng Ming, you should know I cannot shoot down the sun, so I can only do what I can to relieve the suffering of the people. Du Yu felt De Yi's sorrow for the first time. Yet in truth, these individuals need not have met such fates. De Yi dug with increasing fervor, as if attempting to escape from something. They could have all survived. They died because of me. Du Yu stepped forward and placed a hand on De Yi's shoulder. What are you saying? These individuals perished because of the 10 suns, not due to you. De Yi seemed not to hear Du Yu's words, tears cascading down his cheeks as he continued to dig. Brother Feng Ming, if given the choice, would you choose to save the world or to live happily with your beloved? Du Yu shook his head, replying, I have no beloved, so I cannot say. Is that so? De Yi turned to face Du Yu. There is something I have long wished to tell you. You need not search for the one who can shoot down the sun. He no longer exists. At that moment, a thread in Du Yu's mind began to weave all the clues together. His eyes widened in realization. You knew all along that one day there would be 10 suns in the sky, did you not? Du Yu inquired. Indeed, De Yi set down the hoe, turned, and gently placed Uncle Tan's body into the pit. Once someone offered me a choice, but my decision was to grow old with Hou Yi. Who was this person who presented De Yi with a choice? Who else could foresee the emergence of 10 suns? Du Yu began to piece together the narrative. The individual named Zhang Qixing must have appeared during De Yi's youth. It was his presence that prevented De Yi from becoming a semi-divine being. Now that a breakthrough had emerged, everything could be addressed. Was the one who offered you the choice Zhang Qixing? Du Yu asked. You. De Yi slowly turned to look at Du Yu. Do you know Brother Zhang? I know him, but not well. Du Yu replied, we occasionally share a drink. But when it comes to borrowing money at critical moments, he tends to be rather difficult. Regardless of my relationship with him, let me pose a question. Do you wish to shoot down the sun? Chapter 7. The Hidden Past. Do you wish to shoot down the sun? Du Yu fell silent. Du Yu had initially assumed De Yi would readily agree, but it appeared he had reservations. If I were to shoot down the sun, Hou Yi would leave me, would she not? Du Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. While many extolled De Yi's valiant tale of shooting down the suns, had anyone ever inquired whether De Yi truly desired to shoot down those 9 celestial bodies? Brother Feng Ming, let us set forth. We can discuss it as we walk. Du Yu, feeling the weight of the moment, nodded solemnly. The two men buried Uncle Tan, bid farewell to Hou Yi, and with De Yi equipped with a bow and arrows, and Du Yu carrying a package for traversing realms, they stepped into the blazing sunlight and embarked on their journey. To their surprise, upon reaching the village entrance, a small boy obstructed their path. Are you poor? The boy glared at Du Yu and demanded, who are you? Why do you insist on taking Brother Yi to confront the Nining? Du Yu. never contemplated answering this question and had no choice but to fabricate a casual response. Brother Yi is exceptionally skilled in archery. In truth, I have come to learn from his renowned expertise. Learning archery? Yu Qiong, being but a child, suddenly felt that Yi was not so bad after all. So, you are Brother Yi's disciple? Yu Qiong inquired further. Indeed, I am his disciple, Yi affirmed with a nod. Brother Pang Ming, this may not be appropriate. Yi whispered. How could I dare to assume the role of a master to an immortal? It's quite all right. Yi waved his hand dismissively. Once my identity is established, it will facilitate my actions. Yu Qiong, head bowed, found himself in a muddle of confusion. All right now, Yu Qiong, you need not worry. Yi patted Yu Qiong's head. Remember to assist me in looking after Sister He. As he watched the two depart, Yu Qiong did not return to the village. Instead, he ran briskly to a towering locust tree, which stood there forlornly as its leaves had all fallen due to the sweltering heat. Xiaoba, Xiaoba, Yu Qiong called out several times. The ground around the locust tree began to tremble, as if something colossal lurked beneath. Moments later, a massive serpent, entirely black with a dark yellow underbelly and stretching dozens of zhang, emerged from the earth. As the serpent rose, it seemed to obscure the very sky. The giant serpent lowered its head to regard Yu Qiong, asking, Master, did you summon me? Its thunderous voice echoed. Yet Yu Qiong appeared unperturbed, walking beneath the serpent and gently leaning against its body. His diminutive frame resembled but a single scale of the serpent. Xiaoba, I hope you can assist me with a task that may prove perilous. Master, my life was salvaged by you and Brother Yi. Should you require it, you may reclaim it at any time. No. Xiaoba, Yu Qiong cried, shaking his head fervently. I wish for you to live well. And I hope Brother Yi can live well too, but he may encounter danger. Brother Yi, let us continue our previous discussion. Yi said as they walked along. Yi nodded, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Brother Pang Ming, in truth, there are many matters I have only shared with my wife and Brother Jean. Yet for some reason, I feel an inexplicable familiarity with you. Perhaps it is because you and Brother Jean share a certain aura, as if you both possess an innate understanding of all that is to come. Yi mused to himself that this was indeed essential. After all, he still carried numerous scripts with him. I shall reveal to you the secret I have kept hidden. If, upon hearing it, you believe that I still possess the ability to shoot down the sun, I shall be willing to make the attempt. 11 years prior, 10-year-old Yi accompanied his parents into the mountains for a hunt, waiting beneath a tree. As dusk fell and the sun set, his parents returned to escort him home. But unexpectedly, the cicadas in the tree began to screech frantically, their cacophony echoing throughout the valley, preventing his parents from approaching. Believing this child to be a harbinger of misfortune, they abandoned Yi, leaving him to fend for himself in the depths of the mountains. The young Yi, learning from his parents, fashioned a bow from branches and vines. It was unclear whether it was his remarkable talent for archery or sheer fate. But Yi managed to survive amidst the venomous creatures and monstrous beasts of the wilderness. After approximately half a year, Yi encountered another human for the first time in these mountains. On a hillside, he discovered a girl of similar age, bitten by venomous insects and unconscious. Clad in exquisite attire, her beauty was evident, suggesting she was no ordinary noblewoman. After diligently tending to her with numerous herbs for 7 days, Yi suicided in vivivinkesh. However, the girl was adamant about not speaking of her past, insisting instead on repaying Yi's kindness with her body. Yet Yi, aware of his humble origins as a rustic villager, felt unworthy of such a celestial beauty. No matter how Yi insisted, the girl refused to leave. And thus, out of necessity, he took her in, and they began to live together. Half a year later, Yi encountered a second individual in the mountains. How to describe this person? He donned a black patterned sleeve and a blue robe, with a dark purple patterned sash at his waist. His inky black hair was styled into a high bun, his tall and elegant figure complemented by inscrutable eyes. In Yi's words, he was the type of person one could tell at first glance was definitely not an ordinary being. Young brother, are you Yi? The man spoke, exuding an air of authority without anger. For the first time in over a decade, Yi stood before an immortal, momentarily rendered speechless. Do not be afraid. I am here to assist you. Assist me. In hunting? Not at all. The assistance I offer is far more significant than mere hunting. What I am about to say is of utmost importance. You must listen carefully and never disclose it to outsiders. Oh, very well. At this time tomorrow, you will encounter an elder in the mountains. Do your utmost to assist him, for in return, He shall bestow upon you a treasure of the immortal realm. The Yi could hardly believe such fortune awaited him. Helping an elder could yield an immortal treasure. However, I must present you with a choice. The man continued. The elder will offer you a 9 revolutions yuan spirit pill or a magical artifact of the immortal realm. You may choose only one. Moreover, your choice will directly influence your fate. Choosing the 9 revolutions yuan spirit pill will allow you to cleanse your marrow and transform your body, gradually becoming a semi-immortal. In your 21st year, a great calamity will befall the world, and you must use your semi-immortal strength to avert disaster and save the people. However, once you choose this path to immortality, you will inevitably grow distant from your wife and ultimately lose your beloved, living a life of solitude. Upon hearing this, Yi paused, as if he could truly see the future the man described. Fleeting memories surfaced of him as a semi-immortal, no longer needing food or sleep. His everyday existence increasingly at odds with his wife until they found themselves devoid of common ground, like two strangers. The wife in his vision was none other than Hou Yi, with whom he had recently grown closer. He wondered why these memories felt so vivid, as if he had genuinely experienced them. The man continued, if you choose the magical artifact of the immortal realm, you will remain a mere mortal throughout your life. The artifact may only save you from peril at crucial moments, ensuring your safety. You shall not be destined to save the world, but you will be able to grow old with the one you love, while the fate of the world rests in others' hands. He pondered for a moment. The fate of the world? Who do they refer to? Is it his parents, who abandoned him in the mountains to fend for himself? Or the villains who drove Hou Yi into the mountains, leaving her to be bitten by venomous insects? Yi was perplexed. Why should he forsake Hou Yi, his only companion? For the sake of those who had wronged him? Yet strangely, unlike before, no matter how Yi envisioned it, he could not see the future of growing old together that the man spoke of, as if such a fate would never come to pass. But what did that matter? It seems you have found your answer. The man observed Yi's expression, smiling faintly. This is only fair. Everyone should have the right to choose their own life. With that, the man flicked his sleeve and vanished into thin air. Yi, fully aware that he had encountered a genuine immortal, rushed home to share the occurrence with Hou Yi, completely disregarding the man's admonition of never disclose it to outsiders. Hou Yi's face flushed slightly upon hearing his tale. She did not care for the immortal, but instead bit her lip and asked, Yi, do you wish to grow old together with me? Do you wish to marry me as your wife? Hou Yi's fair complexion turned a deep crimson. Her head bowed slightly as her delicate fingers nervously fidgeted with her clothing. A sight breathtakingly beautiful. I do. Yi stammered in response. Hou Yi shed tears of joy, and the two embraced tightly. For Yi at that moment, was there anything more significant in the world than Hou Yi? The following day, Yi indeed encountered an elderly man on the hillside. The old man had silvery hair, yet a youthful visage, clad in a pristine white robe. Engaged in some mysterious practice, he sat cross-legged upon a large stone, his eyes gently closed, with 5 fingers pointed towards the heavens. Before him, a black cauldron spun gracefully in the air, while beads of sweat glistened on his forehead as he urged a vibrant red flame to engulf the cauldron. He pondered how he could assist this venerable figure. Concealed in the shadows, he observed that the old man was evidently not an ordinary mortal. As the flames beneath the cauldron intensified, the entire vessel began to sway, suggesting that the old man's mystical powers were reaching a critical juncture. At that moment, something rustled in the underbrush, gradually revealing itself behind the old man. He squinted to discern the newcomer, which appeared to be 2 wolves. However, one of them had an unusually short front leg, rendering it incapable of walking and reliant on the other for support. Despite its disability, its gaze was cunning, as if it had been waiting patiently for this pivotal moment to strike at the old man. Could this be a bay? Yi's heart sank. He recalled hearing tales from his parents about a type of wolf born with a missing front leg, known for its exceptional intellect, and called bay. Such creatures were rare, emerging only once in a century within a pack, and when they did, they would invariably lead their brethren to wreak havoc upon the world. Without hesitation, Yi swiftly knocked an arrow and shot the wolf, causing the bay to tumble to the ground as it lost its mount. Without allowing the bay a moment to react, Yi swiftly released 2 more arrows. One struck its throat, while the other pierced its heart. As the bay lay gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of death, Yi turned his attention back to the old man, who seemed utterly oblivious to the unfolding events, still with his eyes closed, urging the flames. In an instant, a muffled sound erupted from the cauldron, and its lid was violently flung aside, a beam of golden light shooting skyward. The old man's eyes finally opened, and he softly commanded, "Trying to escape?" With a pointed finger, he summoned a purple gold gourd from his sleeve, directing it towards the golden light. The two objects appeared to engage in a fierce struggle. Yet the golden light was evidently no match for the gourd. With a display of its supernatural power, the gourd absorbed the golden light into its belly before slowly returning to the old man's hand. Examining the gourd, the old man uncorked it, tilting it to reveal a golden elixir that fell into his palm. To his astonishment, the elixir possessed sentience, having just been forged, and he was relieved it had not managed to escape. The old man gradually turned to E and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Young brother, I sincerely thank you. Had that Bey attacked me and seized this elixir, chaos would surely have ensued in the world." "Old sir, you are aware of this?" Da Yi invited. The old man chuckled softly and replied, "Of course, I am well aware. However, had I rashly intervened at that moment, not only would the elixir within the cauldron have turned to ash, but my own life force would have been severely compromised." Da Yi nodded, contemplating whether this place could be a celestial mountain, as so many immortals seem to frequent it. "Young brother, you have saved my life. This is your destiny and your fortune," the old man continued, extending the elixir towards the E. He then produced a wooden box, stating, "I came in haste and could only bring these two items. One elixir capable of sanctifying your physical form, and a treasured artifact I frequently employ. Choose one, and from this moment forth, our paths shall diverge." He gazed at the offerings before him, which mirrored precisely the guidance given by the man he had encountered the previous day. "Diverge?" he questioned. "Why do you say that, old sir?" "It is not that I harbor any dissatisfaction towards you, dear brother. Rather, as an immortal, I must sever all ties to the mortal realm each time I descend." The old man explained with a smile. "You need not dwell on this. Simply make your choice." He refrained from further inquiries, as he had already made his decision in his heart. Without a glance at the elixir, he reached out and grasped the small box filled with ethereal energy. "Oh!" The old man appeared somewhat taken aback but quickly regained his composure. "In that case, young brother, you have made your choice. Our fates are now unlinked. I take my leave." He turned to Du Yu and remarked, "Just as Brother Jean said, I have remained unscathed all this time, enjoying a loving relationship with Hou Yi, yet the common folk suffer." He pondered aloud, "Brother Feng Ming, am I being too selfish? Do you see get deeply that he merely wished to remain with Hou Yi, but who decreed that he must sacrifice everything for the sake of saving the masses?" Du Yu intended to say more when Dong Qianxiu interjected, "Do you be cautious? It seems a colossal entity has been following you." Chapter 8. Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Du Yu turned to look behind, and indeed saw a cloud of dust rising on the distant horizon, as if something large was trailing them. "Brother Feng Ming, what is it?" "And no, it's nothing." Du Yu recognized that informing Da Yi of the presence would be futile at this juncture. He turned back and said, "Brother Da Yi, I hope you disregard others and simply follow your heart. For you, do you wish to shoot down the sun?" Da Yi pondered for a moment before nodding. "I wish to shoot down the sun, but I also want to grow old with Hou Yi." Du Yu considered this as well. It was not insurmountable. If Da Yi were half immortal, and after 10 years he had lost all feelings for Hou Yi, then it was indeed plausible that she might seek to steal the elixir and consume it for immortality. However, the situation was different now. Da Yi and Hou Yi shared a deep affection. If they could devise a means to shoot down the sun in their current state, neither would consume the elixir, thereby preserving their love. Alternatively, they could directly request 2 elixirs from the Queen Mother of the West. None of these options were particularly difficult. The challenge lay in how to shoot down the sun. Du Yu glanced back at the swirling dust in the distance, which seemed to maintain its distance, never drawing closer. Despite lingering trepidation, he would not actively seek out this presence, so he and Yi continued on their journey. For reasons unknown, under the scorching sun, the two traveled for an extended period without Du Yu feeling fatigued. Had he been in the real world, he would have been drenched in sweat by now. Could it be due to his current state of being deceased? Throughout the day, Du Yu frequently turned to look back, yet he never caught sight of the entity again. After consulting Dong Qianxiu several times, who also found nothing following them, Du Yu finally felt a sense of relief. "Brother Feng Ming, we have arrived in the Aoi Kingdom. We must exercise utmost caution." Du Yu began, "Could you elaborate on our current delivery location?" "Delivery location? I mean the specific position," Du Yu insisted. "I can't shake the feeling that the name Aoi Kingdom sounds familiar. We are situated in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, in the Aoi Kingdom, near the treacherous waters of the Northern D region. No, it's just that the names Eastern Victory Divine Continent Aoi Kingdom seem so familiar to me." Du Yu said, "I I used to chant them daily as a child, but after years of work, they have all but slipped my mind. Familia? Brother Feng Ming, have you been here before? Da Yi invited. Not at all. I am not local, and I haven't traveled to many places, Du replied. By the way, Du whispered, Sister Qinxiu, are there any notable figures in this Ao Lai kingdom? Dong Qinxiu sighed in exasperation. You managed to enter a legend. Yet you are unaware of this? The Eastern Victory Divine Continent, Ao Lai Kingdom, is home to the Flower and Fruit Mountain. Yes, yes. Du exclaimed, smacking his forehead. Isn't that the place frequently mentioned in the tales of the Monkey King's birth? The Flower and Fruit Mountain in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, where the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, resides. Now fully engaged in the conversation, he wondered why he had struggled to recall it earlier. Dong Qinxiu shook her head in disbelief. Don't blame me. I haven't used this knowledge since high school. They looked at Du in confusion. Chihuahua Wukong? Who is that? Du waved his hand dismissively, a confident smirk gracing his lips. You need not concern yourself with that. After this, he patted his backpack and murmured, Great sage, today we are on home turf, so fret not. You are the starting player. We shall conclude this match in 5 minutes. Brother Feng Ming, are you feeling too warm? Du asked with a hint of worry. I'm not too warm. I'm in peak condition. Du strode forward with unwavering confidence, as though he could already envision the corpse of Jiao Ying. Suddenly, a massive fireball plummeted from the heavens. Quick as a flash, they tackled Du Aziji. Just as Du narrowly evaded the fireball and was still processing what had occurred, a colossal dragon tail swept through, striking him squarely in the waist and sending him flying. Brother Feng Ming, da yi bei lu it. I am fine. Du groaned on the ground. Retching. It had been an overwhelming blow, yet this body seemed remarkably resilient. He felt no internal injuries. A monstrous creature, covered in crimson fur, slowly descended, standing 10 zhang tall, resembling a water buffalo with 9 heads, save for the scaly dragon tail trailing behind. Has it arrived? Jiao? Du wiped the corner of his mouth and reached for his backpack. Brother Feng Ming, I will hold it off. You find a moment to chant the incantation. Upon finishing, Du swiftly drew 3 arrows and knocked them, each aimed directly at Jiao Ying's eyes. But Jiao Ying was no ordinary foe. Each time an arrow approached its eyes, it would swiftly turn its head, allowing the arrows to whistle past its face. Roar! Jiao Ying let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of water towards Du. Du, relying on his agility, dodged left and right, barely evading the assault. Excellent. If I can just keep it occupied, Du thought. Brother Feng Ming needs time to chant. As long as I survive until then, everything will be fine. Just as he pondered this, a roar erupted from Du's direction. Sun Wukong! Such a desperate cry. Had Brother Feng Ming completed the incantation? Behind a tree, Du gazed at the shattered jar within his waist pouch. Jiao Ying's earlier strike had shattered the vessel containing the soul of the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Wukong. Upon opening the pouch, he noticed a wisp of white smoke drifting away. Initially, he thought little of it, but upon inspection, he realized that the smoke was likely the soul of Sun Wukong. Du screamed in a frenzied panic. What am I supposed to be arrogant about now? Heaven help us? He felt a surge of excitement. Brother Feng Ming's voice was particularly frantic. What kind of formidable power had been unleashed? At the Bureau of Legends, Dong Qinxiu, Xie Bian, and Fan Wujiu stood up in unison at the sight. Oh no! Just then, Xie Jin and Fan Xiaohua, having finished their rest at home, were about to enter with cups of milk tea. Jin, my dear grandson, Xie Bian exclaimed in a flurry. Quickly check the soul summoning records from 2,000 years ago. If you see the soul of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, alert me immediately. Yes, at once. Ancestor. Xie Jin darted off in a panic as soon as he entered. Guia. Fan Wujiu called. Immediately contact Cui Ju and Zhong Ke to investigate all souls from the Yao Emperor's era. We need to see if a vengeful soul, Sun Wukong, has appeared. All right. Ancestor. Fan Xiaohua hastily gulped down a sip of milk tea before rushing off. Director. Dong Qinxiu shouted. We need to determine which soul from the 3 souls and 7 spirits that Du has taken belongs to Sun Wukong. He stood there momentarily dumbfounded. Wait. They are directing their grandchildren to work, and now you're commanding me? This is quite awkward. Director, what are you waiting for? Yes. He scurried away, feeling utterly defeated. What terrible luck. Dong Qinxiu lamented, to have let Sun Wukong's soul escape during the Yao Emperor's era. Should he enter the underworld, it would lead to an unprecedented catastrophe. Brother Feng Ming, how are you faring? on the verge of collapse. Felt the weight of Hou Ying's watery assault pressing down like stone. Bruises were already forming on his body, and he thought, I cannot hold on much longer. What are you holding on for? Du Yu emerged from behind the tree. Plans have changed. We must retreat. Huh? He was momentarily confused. What do you mean? The wind is fierce. Let's run. Du Yu shouted. Burti nui. Even if he didn't fully grasp the meaning, he understood enough to turn and follow Du Yu in a frenzied dash. Seeing the two escape, Hou Yi lunged at the nearest target, Yi, sinking its teeth into his shoulder. Ah! Yi screamed in agony. Du Yu turned back, steeling himself. Let go of my brother. As he sprinted towards Yi, Du Yu snatched an arrow from the ground, leaping up to plunge it into Hou Ying's eye. Taken aback by Du Yu's audacity, Hou Yi failed to evade in time, and one eye was pierced blind. In pain, Hou Yi released its grip, allowing Du Yu to swiftly help Yi to his feet as they fled. However, a glance at Yi revealed a deep wound on his shoulder. Brother Fong Ming, you must let me go. Yi insisted. If you carry me, we will both perish. That is not an option. Du Yu gritted his teeth. I brought you here, so I must ensure your safe return. Before long, Hou Yi regained its composure, seething with rage, and unleashed several enormous fireballs toward the two. Oh no, we cannot evade. Du Yu realized, assessing the size of the fireballs, that it would be impossible to escape with Yi in tow. In a split second, the ground between them and Hou Yi began to tremble, and just as the fireballs were about to strike, a massive shadow erupted from the earth, absorbing the impact of the fireballs. Scales flew in every direction as a gigantic python emerged before them. What on earth is that? Dong Qinxiu exclaimed, panic rising within him. Du Yu, watch out! The Xiao snake has also appeared. In every tale, they would shoot out one of the Xiao snake's eyes, marking them as eternal adversaries. Is this the end? Du Yu exclaimed, pulling Yi as they fled. Yi glanced at the scales scattered on the ground, struggling to turn his head. Xiaoba? Yi, I have come to save you. Good heavens, you two know each other? Du Yu smiled at the Xiao snake, relieved to see an ally. The Xiao snake ignored Du Yu, focusing solely on Hou Yi. This is not good. Xiaoba, you are no match for it. You must flee. Yi said weakly. I cannot abandon you. My master commanded me to ensure your survival. The Xiao snake stood resolute, locking eyes with Hou Yi, who seemed equally taken aback by such a formidable opponent. How curious, Dong Qinxiu remarked. Why would the Xiao snake fight fiercely for Yi? Hou Yi took a few cautious steps, realizing the enormous serpent remained steadfast and could no longer contain its impatience. Launching a torrent of water, the Xiao snake, being massive, could not dodge, so it charged forward, colliding head-on with Hou Yi. The two colossal beasts clashed in a fierce battle, but it was evident that the Xiao snake was no match for Hou Yi, who wielded supernatural powers, able to unleash fire and water, while the Xiao snake was merely a gigantic serpent. Taking advantage of an opening, the Xiao snake coiled around Hou Yi. But Hou Yi did not relent. With 9 heads, it bit and clawed at the Xiao snake from all angles, leaving its body a bloody mess. Seizing the moment, Hou Yi unleashed a barrage of fireballs upon the Xiao snake, which writhed in agony. Despite its suffering, the Xiao snake refused to release its hold. What now? Du Yu pondered, witnessing the chaotic scene before him. The only one capable of action was himself. But what could he possibly do? Ah, I still have the talismans for cultivators. Du Yu swiftly pulled out a rejuvenation talisman from his backpack and affixed it directly onto Yi's body. A radiant golden light emanated, visibly healing the bleeding wounds onto Yi. Yi gazed in disbelief at his own body, astonished that his brother Fong Ming had such a hidden talent. Yet, this was a one-time opportunity, Du Yu declared. That is sufficient. Yi felt a semblance of strength returning to him. He then grasped his bow and arrow, addressing Du Yu. I cannot abandon Xiaoba. I must confront Hou Yi immediately. Wait. Du Yu pondered for a moment and replied, your arrows can evade. Just follow my lead. There should be a way. Oh. Fong Ming still has a backup? Indeed. Du Yu nodded. I have yet to employ my strongest technique, the Qinxiu divine art. Qinxiu? Divine art? Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. Du Yu, I warn you not to act recklessly. I can only observe and transmit messages to your world, but I cannot cast spells. No need for you to cast spells. Du Yu responded. I recall the director once mentioned that during the 900 years without operators, you frequently used transmission to interfere with legends, correct? Yes. So, it means you can transmit messages to anyone within the legend? Theoretically, as long as we can see that person. That's splendid. May I inquire if this transmission allows for channel switching? Channel switching? Yes, similar to headphones, where one can choose to listen through the left or right ear. There should be such a function, but I have never used it. What exactly are you planning to do? Dong Qinxiu expressed a rare sense of urgency. That will suffice. You said just shout hey, grandson, to test it out. What? I refuse to shout that. It's too embarrassing, Dong Qinxiu retorted disdainfully. Sister, embarrassing? Do you bellowed? I might lose my life here. Very well. Dong Qinxiu hesitated for a moment before finally exclaiming, Hey, grandson. Perfect. Do you show to Yi? Come over here. I will explain the strategy to you. Jiao was entangled in battle with the Xiao when it suddenly noticed a figure with a bow and arrow swiftly approaching from its left side. Realizing another ambush was imminent, it fixated its gaze on the intruder. At that moment, Jiao suddenly heard someone from the right exclaim, Hey, grandson. The voice was so close it felt as if it were right in front of its face. Jiao turned sharply to the right, but saw nothing. Whoosh! An arrow seized the opportunity, striking and blinding yet another of Jiao Ying's eyes. Jiao looked around, bewildered and filled with confusion. The Qinxiu divine art, boundless magical power. Do you sneered? Chapter 9. Ba Ling Fongming indeed possesses remarkable abilities, as he can disturb the minds of the beast. The Yi could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Relying on Du Yu's Qinxiu divine art, the Yi managed to blind Jiao Ying's 12 eyes. Regrettably, Jiao Ying had 9 heads, totaling 18 eyes. Only 6 eyes remain. Do you shoot dead? Continue. Jiao Ying gasped for breath, its face smeared with blood. Still unable to comprehend what was happening, only feeling as if someone nearby was mocking it relentlessly. Oddly enough, the voice, which sounded utterly lacking in confidence and somewhat bashful, continued to taunt it. Resolutely, it clenched its teeth and chose to ignore the mocking voice. In the following shots, no matter how he aimed, Jiao Ying remained fixated on him. Dong Qinxiu, on the other hand, was in a state of distress, having been shouting hey, grandson in front of all the employees. Feeling utterly socially mortified, her previously fair complexion flushed with embarrassment as she wished for a crack in the ground to swallow her whole. Yet now was a crucial moment for defeating Jiao Ying. If she ceased shouting, she did not know how else she could assist. This is bad. The Qinxiu divine art is about to fail. Du exclaimed anxiously. Keep going, Qinxiu. Dong Qinxiu gritted her teeth and shouted a few more times. Hey, grandson. Adding a few self-composed remarks like, look over here, come fight me. She kept telling herself that she was doing this for the greater good, but it felt overwhelmingly mortifying. Meanwhile, Jiao Ying, regardless of how Dong Qinxiu shouted, no longer paid attention, remaining vigilant against the Yi. That's enough. The Xiaoxi, which had been entangled with Jiao Ying, suddenly spoke, its strength significantly diminished. Now I am confident I can slay it. Slay. The Yi felt an ominous premonition. Xiaoba, what are you planning? The Xiaoxi shook its head, saying to Yi, Please convey to the master that I can only fulfill half of my promise. He wishes for both you and me to survive, but I have failed him. No, that is not acceptable, the Yi shouted. Xiaoba, don't do anything foolish. My brother Fongming and I will find a way. The Yi, even if you both blind it, there is no way to kill it. After all, Jiao Ying is not an ordinary beast. Your arrows can only pierce its eyes. The Xiaoxi smiled faintly and said, I should have died the day 10 suns appeared. Having lived this long is enough for me. This life, I shall return to you today. After speaking, the Xiaoxi let out a howl, a beam of purple light shooting from its mouth, within which was a deep purple sphere. What is this? Du Yu exclaimed in astonishment. It's the inner core of a demon beast. Dong Qinxiu shouted. Quickly take the Yi away. Upon hearing this, Du Yu rushed to grab Yi. The Yi, let us go. No, that is not possible, Xiaoba. That snake is beyond saving. If you don't leave now, it will die in vain. With Dus tugging, the Yi was dragged away, crying out in despair. At this moment, Jiao Ying sensed that something was amiss. A demon beast that has cultivated to the size of the Xiao, she takes thousands of years. Yet it is willing to self-destruct its inner core for a mortal whose lifespan is merely a few decades? Jiao Ying could not fathom this. It was beyond its understanding. Perhaps this was the reason it had never developed true intelligence. I truly wish to return to Daunting Lake and gaze upon its azure waters one last time. The Xiaoxi uttered its final words in this world. A thunderous explosion resonated, immense energy reverberating through the heavens and the earth. What on earth is happening? Dong Qinxiu questioned, having never witnessed such a conclusion for the Xiaoxi and the Yi. Report to the ancestor. Xie Jin burst through the door. I and the clan members have examined all the soul summoning records, and there is no mention of Sun Wukong from 2,000 years ago. Report to the ancestor. Fan Shaowa followed closely. Both Lord Chuiju and Lord Zhongkui have checked the Book of Life and Death, and there is no registration of Sun Wukong during the era of Emperor Yao. Xia Baiyan and Fan Wuji were puzzled. How could a wandering soul not be recorded? Qinxiu. He so also approached, clarifying the situation is somewhat complicated. That fragment of soul is precisely the evil among the 7 souls. If we do not eliminate it swiftly, matters will become troublesome. We do wish to eliminate it. But where is it? Dong Qinxiu pondered slightly. Assistant Dong, I've tracked down the image of that soul. A staff member suddenly exclaimed. You tracked down the image of the soul? Dong Qinxiu gasped. Why does that soul have an image? Could it be that the soul is also a legend? Assistant Dong, you should take a look at this. Zongqian Qi, Si Bian, Fan Uzu. And he Suo swiftly approached the screen. There, they saw a wisp of white smoke drifting aimlessly. As it floated, it seemed to tire, suddenly diving downward and burrowing into a stone. What legend is being displayed? Dong Qinxiu inquired of the staff before the screen. Report, Assistant Dong. The name of the legend displayed is the birth of the Monkey King. So that is how it is. He Suo exclaimed in astonishment. In the East Victory Divine Continent, in the kingdom of Ao Lai, 1,000 years later, this wisp of soul will give birth to a stone monkey within this stone. Ah! Xia Baiyan suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Is evil the only thing among the 3 souls and 7 spirits? No wonder there is chaos in the heavenly palace and the underworld. Fan Wujiao also felt a sense of relief. He glanced at Dong Qinxiu and, with a flick of his thumb, pointed at Du Yu on the distant screen, saying that lad might just be a genius. Du Yu and De Yi gathered numerous stones to construct a tomb. Xiaoxi blew himself into fragments, leaving no trace of his body. Xiaoba, I will ensure that Daunting Lake is once again filled with azure waters, De Yi remarked as he stacked the stones. Brother Pang Ming, thank you for today. Without you, both Xiaoba and I would not have survived. No need to dwell on that. Once they meticulously finished arranging Xiaoxi's tomb, they took out an arrow and carefully carved the characters for Xiao Ling into a stone. Brother Di, what does Xiao Ling mean? De Yi replied nonchalantly, Xiao Ling refers to the tomb of Xiaoxi. He pondered for a moment, then seized the carved stone and forcefully smashed it against another stone until both were reduced to fragments. Brother Pang Ming, what is the meaning of this? De Yasket, unusually irked. Xiaoxi? Do you still call it Xiaoxi? Do you inquirer de in your heart, is it still that beast named Xiaoxi? This. De Yi was momentarily speechless, and tears streamed down his face. No, it is not Xiaoxi. It is Xiaoba. Du Yu nodded and patted De Yi's shoulder. Let us carve it again. From now on, this place shall be known as Baling. Du Yu, that's not right, Dong Qinxiu interjected. Baling is a name from the real world. You should refrain from using it indiscriminately. Following De Yi's intent, let's simply call it Xiao Ling. Du Yu shook his head. I'm sorry, Sister Qinxiu, but I cannot compromise on this. It must be called Baling. You. Dong Qinxiu could not make Du Yu heed her, yet Xia Baiyan chuckled behind them. 7th Master, what are you laughing about now? Assistant Dong, don't be too anxious. I was just curious and took a glance at an online encyclopedia and found something intriguing, Xia Baiyan replied. Dong Qinxiu sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Du Yu had altered history? She opened her phone and searched for the legend of Baling, clearly seeing Shui Jingzhu records. The boss snake measures 10 zhong, encircling 7 or 8 feet. Its body is resplendent with colors, green, yellow, black, and red intermixed. It excels at hiding in the shadows, pouncing out to attack when prey appears. It ensnares its victim with its enormous body before swallowing it whole. The boss snake originally resided in Daunting Lake. Due to 10 suns rising simultaneously, the waters of Daunting Lake surged violently, causing havoc among the people, who suffered greatly. Therefore, he shot it dead with an arrow. From then on, the place where the boss snake perished was called Baling, and it is said that many arrows can be seen on the ground there. Fan Wujiao glanced at his phone and remarked, I told you. That lad may indeed be a genius. What genius? Dong Qinxiu retorted, he is merely fortunate. Though she said this, she too felt touched. Baling, who? Du Yu and De Yi took a brief rest before embarking on their return journey. Due to the incident with the boss snake, both were somewhat downcast, resulting in a silence between them. Now that the 6 beasts no longer posed a threat, their next task was solely to shoot down the 9 suns. Although Du Yu was grateful for the boss snake, he did not share a profound bond with it, and could only attempt to console De Yi. There was something Du Yu could not comprehend. After 2 full days of minimal food and sleep, Why did he not feel fatigued? After a long day of travel, they finally returned to the village. To Hou Yi's surprise, Chang'e had been waiting at the village entrance, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead from the sweltering heat. Yet she stood steadfastly. "My husband!" Chang'e exclaimed upon spotting Hou Yi, rushing toward him. Hou Yi finally broke into a smile, laughing and crying as he embraced Chang'e tightly. "Wonderful! My husband, you are safe." Chang'e, too, was overcome with tears. In the end, she did not inquire about the beasts. She simply gazed at the bloodstains on Hou Yi, worry etched across her face. Hou Yi chose not to intrude, silently stepping away. A few paces later, he encountered Yu Qiong standing on the street. "Xiaoba, did you listen to me?" Yu Qiong asked. Hou Yi felt a sudden pang in his heart. After all, Yu Qiong was just a child. It did well. Without it, both Hou Yi and I would have perished there. "Is that so?" Yu Qiong seemed to want to ask something, but hesitated, lowering his head and mumbling. Yes, how should he even frame his question? "By the way, do you force to smile?" Xiaoba said it won't be coming back for now. "It found a wonderful place that resembles Daunting Lake, so we'll stay there for a while." Is that so?" Xiaoba said that. "Yes. It's a beautiful place called Ba Ling. When you grow up, we will go see it together." Yu Qiong nodded, opened his mouth but said nothing, and turned to leave. Though Hou Yi felt heavy-hearted, he understood that his mission was not yet complete. "Sister Qinxiu, why do I not feel tired?" "Do you inquired?" "I have not experienced what is said to be legendary, so I cannot say," Dong Qinxiu replied. "However, I've heard that in ancient times, the spiritual energy in the world was abundant, enough for mortals to cultivate into immortals. In your era, spiritual energy has nearly been depleted." Spiritual energy. Hou Yi mused. The tales of cultivating immortals are not to be taken lightly. "Stop being frivolous. Have you thought about how to complete your task?" "Not yet." Hou Yi shook his head. "But what about you? You've been watching me for 3 days now. Aren't you tired?" "Tired?" Dong Qinxiu's tone remained icy. "I've been diligently observing this post for hundreds of years, never once slacking off, not even for a second." As Hou Yi conversed with Dong Qinxiu, he returned to the side room of Hou Yi's home. "A workaholic, is it?" Hou Yi scratched his head, saying, "Not a second of laziness is rather frightening." "Enough chit-chat," Dong Qinxiu replied. "This is my duty. Do you understand that if I miss any crucial details, it could lead to significant consequences?" "Sister Qinxiu," Hou Yi interrupted her, "when I return, let us grab a cup of coffee?" "A cup of coffee?" Dong Qinxiu momentarily failed to grasp the meaning. "Yes. I don't have many friends. You've spoken to me the most over these years," Hou Yi sighed. "You've been here for hundreds of years. Isn't that similar?" "You." Dong Qinxiu felt a hidden aspect of herself being touched, but quickly regained her composure, stating, "I am not like you. I have others to converse with, and do not feel lonely." Xia Bian nudged Fan Wujiao with his elbow. "What are you doing?" Fan Wujiao asked irritably. Xia Bian covered his mouth and whispered, "If I heard correctly, is this you flirting with Dong Qinxiu?" Fan Wujiao pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Flirting? What does that mean?" "Oh my!" Xia Bian covered his head and pointed a finger at him. You. He then waved to Fan Xiaogua, saying, "Xiaogua, come over here." Fan Xiaogua, confused and unaware, hurried over to Xia Bian. "Seventh ancestor, did you call for me?" Xia Bian looked at Fan Xiaogua with fondness and said, "Xiaogua, you must not learn from your ancestor. Not only are you wooden yourself, but you're also dragging the entire Fan family into a single physique." "Ah!" Fan Xiaogua was taken aback by Xia Bian's shocking statement, unsure how to respond. "Seventh ancestor. That is not a good thing to say." After saying this, she glanced at Fan Wujiao, only to find him completely unresponsive. "What is wrong with that?" Xia Bian remarked. "When I first laid eyes upon you years ago, your words were even fewer than those of Lao Ba. Fortunately, over the years, you have had Jing Guai-san by your side. Haven't you blossomed into a more cheerful person?" "Indeed, you speak the truth, seventh ancestor," Fan Xiaogua nodded. "Sister Bai has imparted much wisdom to me." Xia Bian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough with the seventh ancestor talk. Among the younger generation of your family, you are my favorite. If you do not mind, I shall take you as my adopted sister. Simply call me and go. I shall take care of your matrimonial affairs." "Ah!" Both Xia Jin and Fan Xiaogua exclaimed in surprise, while Fan Wujiao could only shake his head in resignation. "Come now, Jing Guai-san." Xia Bian pointed at Fan Xiaogua and urged Xia Jin, "Call your great-grandmother." "That simply won't do." Fan Xiaogua found herself in quite the predicament, utterly bewildered. "Call me my adopted sister." Xia Bian gestured towards the screen before Dong Qinxiu and inquired, "Shall I speak on your behalf regarding a marriage proposal? Are you willing?" Chapter 10. 3 pouches of wisdom I see now. Fan Wujiao observed Xie Bian's maneuvers and finally grasped his intentions. Fan Xiaogua and Du Yu, indeed a fine match. The Legendary Management Bureau's operator is a position that not only suits Fan Xiaogua, but would also befit the seven sisters stationed at Yaoqi. If a family could secure an operator, it would not only equate to wielding the power to alter history, but would also ensure the family's enduring prosperity. This was precisely why the Xie and Fan families had endeavored to curry favor with He. However, the thought of Zhang Qixing. Fan Wujiao clenched his fists tightly at the mere mention of Zhang Qixing. Who could guarantee that Du Yu would not become the next Zhang Qixing? Enough with the jesting. Dong Qinxiu interjected. Du Yu may not even return alive. Discussing such matters now seems rather premature. Xie Bian chuckled. He must return, or else our little Gua shall be a widow before she even enters our family. Seventh ancestor, Fan Xiaogua exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. When did I ever enter the family? Meanwhile, Du Yu lay in bed, meticulously piecing together all the clues. This recent journey with the Yi to Slagio had unveiled many critical pieces of information. First, that Yi was no ordinary mortal. He possessed a celestial treasure for protection. Second, that Yi wished to shoot down the sun, but found himself powerless to do so. Third, should the mission succeed, it would trigger the conclusion of the Chang'e flying to the moon narrative, necessitating the discovery of a dual solution. It was time, Du Yu thought, as he rummaged through his bag, where only the spirit of Han Xiang Wulong, Zhuge Kongming remained. Sister Qinxiu, how should I utilize this? Du Yu asked as he held the glass jar, peering at the pristine, white mist inside. Swallow it. Swallow it? Du Yu was puzzled. Is it really that straightforward? Indeed. Different spirits will manifest various states upon consumption, but they all share the commonality of lasting only 5 minutes. Understood. Du Yu nodded, placing his hand on the lid. Are you about to summon Mr. Kongming now? Dong Qinxiu felt a twinge of unease. Was it too soon? If no one helped him clarify these clues now, he would be rendered powerless in the coming days. Du Yu twisted the cap and immediately directed the glass jar towards his mouth, feeling a chilling aura seep down his throat into his body, causing him to shiver from the cold. Yet, after that moment passed, he realized he felt no change. Is this it? Am I now the worldly Zhuge? Before he could finish his thought, Du Yu suddenly looked up, his mouth and eyes emanating white light, feeling as though he were violently expelling everything within him. Moments later, a figure was spat out before him, standing there. So Mr. Kongming manifests as a soul outside the body, Dong Qinxiu silently mused. Du Yu regained his senses and lifted his head, astonished to find a person standing before him. This individual gazed out the window, murmuring, 10 suns? What is the meaning of this? The figure stood 8 feet tall, with a countenance like jade, crowned with a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an ethereal presence. Mr. Kongming? Du Yu exclaimed. Wasn't it agreed that you would possess my body? How is it that you stand here directly? Kongming turned his gaze to Du Yu, then glanced at himself, saying, Young brother, I should have long since passed away. What is the current situation? And what are the 10 suns outside this window? Du Yu looked at Kongming, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. At last, he had encountered someone reliable. He collected his thoughts and, speaking at a rapid pace, explained the current situation regarding the Legendary Management Bureau, the present Yi, and the events of the past few days. He spoke so quickly and chaotically that even he struggled to comprehend his own words. Kongming paused for merely a few seconds before breaking into laughter. I see. Mr. Kongming, you understand? Du Yu marveled, as expected of the worldly Zhuge. You ist, young brother. I am no longer of this world. Kongming waved his hand, sitting cross-legged. First, sir. Du Yu felt a surge of urgency at Kongming's calm demeanor. Have I failed to explain clearly? I wish for your assistance in devising a plan. How can we shoot down these 9 suns? Ha! Kongming laughed heartily, picking up a charred wooden stick. Young brother, do not rush. I have indeed heard the legend of he shooting down the suns, and to claim that a mere mortal could achieve such a feat is utterly impossible. Impossible? Du Yu slumped down, désartonné. If even the most renowned intellect acknowledged it as impossible, then was there truly no hope? Kongming then took the piece of paper upon which Du Yu had inscribed clues and tore it into 3 long strips. Mr. Kongming, what are you doing? Do not rush. Do not rush, Kongming replied, swiftly writing upon the paper with the charred stick. Young brother, what is the name of this paper? It is a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Du Yu, sitting despondently on the ground, replied, This is called A4 paper. If you like it, you may take it. He regretted listening to that old man, bringing Zhuge Kongming along, and now, with but 5 minutes remaining, he had yet to achieve anything. Delivering this paper to me? Zhuge Kongming waved his hand. No, a gentleman does not take what others cherish. I shall not only refuse but also gift you 3 items. Gift me 3 items? Zhuge Kongming folded the 3 strips of paper, saying to Du Yu, I shall bestow upon you 3 pouches of wisdom. Pouches of wisdom? Du Yu's heart raced with excitement as he reached out to accept them. Could it be that Kongming had devised a strategy? Is time running short? Kongming inquired, glancing at his nebulous form. Yes, Mr. Kongming, time is indeed short. Du Yu considered, realizing that perhaps only a minute remained. Very well, I shall impart a few more words before I depart. Zhuge Kongming stroked his beard, stating, all of your clues are fundamentally misguided, which is why I tore them up. Misguided? Indeed. If you are solely focused on how to shoot down the 9 suns, then those suns will never fall from the sky. From this day forth, you must ponder why there are suddenly 9 suns in the sky. Why are there suddenly 9 suns? This was a thought Du Yu had never entertained. Where did these 9 suns originate, and what caused their existence? Kongming continued, I have heard the legend of shooting down the suns many times. There is one person who rejoices the most when the suns are shot down. Who might that person be? Before Du Yu could contemplate, Kongming rose. Young brother, when you comprehend what I have said, please open the first pouch. When you draw closer to the truth, open the second pouch. And when you find yourself utterly helpless, then open the third pouch. As Du Yu struggled to fully grasp Mr. Kongming's words, his form began to dissipate. Young brother, I have one last question. Kongming turned to Du Yu. Please, sir, in your era, has the turmoil ceased? Are the common people living in peace and prosperity? Are children truly well-fed? Although Du Yu felt a pang of sorrow in his heart, he managed a faint smile and reassured Kongming. Rest assured, sir, in my homeland, there is no war. The common folk live in peace and contentment, and none are troubled by hunger. That is wonderful news indeed. A gust of wind swept by, and the spirit of Zhuge Kongming dissipated before his eyes, leaving the spot where he had stood immaculate, as if he had never been there at all. Clutching the 3 silk pouches in his hand, Du Yu felt a peculiar sensation within. Sister Qinxiu, what fate awaits Mr. Kongming? Will his soul be lost forever? Fear not, for the essence he left behind is but a fragment. The true Mr. Kongming has long since reincarnated. I see. Du Yu sighed with relief. He could not deny that Kongming had provided crucial guidance. There was one who rejoiced after Du Yu shot down the suns. Who might this individual be? The common people of the world? No, it was not that simple. Their joy could not compare to that of this singular person. Du Yu pulled out the legendary script. Zhuangmu. Upon witnessing Du Yu's feat of shooting down the 9 suns, Zhuangmu was overjoyed and bestowed upon him the elixir of immortality, which, when consumed by a mortal, could elevate them to the realms of the divine. Such a potent elixir was rarely mentioned in legends. It could spare a mortal a millennium of cultivation, allowing them to ascend in a single day. But why was Zhuangmu so delighted? Considering Kongming's earlier words, Du Yu had arrived at a conclusion. The 9 suns in the sky were undoubtedly linked to Zhuangmu. So, this was the meaning behind Mr. Kongming's words. Du Yu looked down at the 3 slips of paper, recalling Kongming's instruction. When you comprehend the essence of what has been said, please open the first silk pouch. Without hesitation, Du Yu opened the first pouch, which contained a written message. Regardless of who you believe him to be, confront him directly. Only by understanding the cause and effect can one administer the appropriate remedy. I'm inclined to do just that. Donc Qianqiu, feeding reste, inquired, Du Yu. What do you plan to do? We are speaking of Zhuangmu here. Administering the right remedy is essential for a cure. Du Yu replied, tucking away the silk pouch. Sister Qinxiu, if the underworld truly exists, then the heavenly court must also be real, correct? Dong Qinxiu placed a hand on her forehead and remarked, what are you trying to be clever about? If you truly manage to return, I shall give you a thorough lesson. Zhuangmu does not reside in the heavenly court. She dwells atop Kunlun. Du Yu felt a bit embarrassed. I merely inquired if the heavenly court exists. I never claimed I intended to go there. Very well, Dong Qinxiu replied dismissively. How do you use this teleportation talisman? Du Yu produced the talisman directly. He affixed it to his forehead and silently recited the desired location in his mind. Carefully placing the talisman on his forehead, Du Yu repeated the name Kunlun several times. As he finished uttering it, a rushing wind filled his ears, and he felt as if he were soaring, too frightened to open his eyes. Moments later, the wind ceased, and Du Yu slowly opened his eyes to find that the teleportation talisman had vanished. He stood in a fog-laden clearing, surrounded by a blanket of white. Is this the summit of Kunlun? Tentatively, Du Yu advanced, realizing that this place did not resemble Kunlun, as the terrain was far too flat. Yet the dense fog, limiting visibility to only 5 or 6 meters, bore a striking resemblance to depictions of the heavenly court in dramas. After taking only a few steps, a figure approached him. Clad in silver armor, with a lithe physique and wielding a long spear, this individual appeared to be a guardian of this realm. Before Hou Yi could formulate a greeting, the guardian spoke first. "From whence do you come, wandering immortal? Why do you loiter here instead of seeking out the command of Zhuangmu? Wandering immortal? Seeking someone?" Hou Yi pondered the meaning, as it was understandable that anyone who could appear here would not be an ordinary mortal. He quickly devised a strategy. "Hasten to take me to Zhuangmu. I have found the person." "Found him?" The guardian's demeanor shifted instantly, filled with delight. "Esteemed immortal, please follow me. I shall notify her immediately." Hou Yi smiled faintly and nodded. "Ah, what scheme do you have now?" Dong Qinxiu, accustomed to Hou Yi's antics, showed little concern. "What can I say, Sister Qinxiu? How can I know whom Zhuangmu seeks if I do not see her?" "Very well. Zhuangmu has a peculiar temperament. Do not assume she is easily deceived." Hou Yi chose not to respond further and followed the guardian along the deserted path, with not a soul in sight. "Guardian, is it customary for you to be the sole sentinel here?" Hou Yi attempted to strike up a conversation. "In the Kunlun fairyland, how could it be that I am the only guard?" The guardian shook his head, his tone calm yet tinged with urgency. "Currently, everyone has gone out to search for someone. Only one guard remains here to protect Zhuangmu." "I see," Hou Yi mused. "Esteemed immortal, you have located the celestial lord, and thus all the immortals can return to their rightful places." "Ah, indeed," Hou Yi replied, a smirk on his lips. "The celestial lord is quite hardy, still capable of eating and drinking." "Eating and drinking?" The guardian turned his head, puzzled. "Is the celestial lord no longer abstaining from food?" "Do not ask so many questions," Hou Yi said, feeling a bit awkward. "Quickly take me to your superior." The two traversed a vast expanse of fog-laden plaza, where Hou Yi caught glimpses of towering columns, though the fog obscured their details. Before long, the guardian brought Hou Yi to a massive archway and stated, "Esteemed immortal, please wait here while I go to report." Hou Yi nodded slightly, watching as the guardian stepped through the archway. "This place is truly splendid, exuding an ethereal aura." Hou Yi rubbed his hands together. Though it felt a bit damp, he wondered if Zhuangmu suffered from humidity. After a brief wait, the guardian emerged, bowing respectfully and addressing Hou Yi. "Esteemed immortal, please step forward to pay your respects." Hou Yi patted the guardian on the shoulder. "Young man, your future is bright." The guardian looked at him with confusion. Although he had stood guard for many years, this strange, wandering immortal was unlike any he had encountered before. Without further pleasantries, Hou Yi strode into the archway, which opened into a vast hall, though the fog within was thick, obscuring any discernible features. "Leader, where are you?" Hou Yi called tentatively. "I am here. Come closer." Following the voice, Hou Yi approached to find a shadow seated on a stone bench. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 11. The Queen Mother of the West. Before him sat a creature that resembled neither human nor beast, sprawled on the stone bench like a cat. Despite possessing an extraordinarily enchanting face, her body resembled that of a tiger, complete with dark brown fur and a long leopard tail trailing behind, resembling a living rendition of the Sphinx. Having encountered various mythical beasts, Hou Yi managed to maintain his composure, yet he could not fathom what was happening with Zhuangmu. This was not how she was portrayed in dramas. "Which realm do you oversee, wandering immortal? Why have I never encountered you before?" The Zhuangmu, with her human face and tiger body, spoke, sending a shiver through Hou Yi, as he clearly saw her sharp tiger teeth. I initially served as a paladin in Azeroth for several years, before spending a few years as a summoner in the Rune Realm." Hou Yi spun a tail while quietly calling out to Dong Qinxiu, "Sister Qinxiu, why does Zhuangmu look like this?" At that moment, Zhuangmu had not fully taken on human form. She was merely a beast with a somewhat immature intellect. "Do not make a fuss. It may anger her," Dong Qinxiu advised. "An immature beast? Was she not just a big cat?" Hou Yi thought he could entertain her. "Azeroth. Zhuangmu regarded Hou Yi with suspicion. "Are there realms in this world of which I am unaware? In what ranks are paladins and summoners?" "Ah, Hou Yi shook my esteemed leader. Let us not dwell on these matters. Have you been searching for someone? I almost forgot." Zhuangmu rose. "I have heard. Have you found the celestial sovereign?" "Oh, not only have I not found anyone, but I do not even know whom you are looking for." Hou Yi scratched his head in response. "Not found?" Zhuangmu leaped from the stone bench, her gaze fixated on Hou Yi like a tiger preparing to pounce. "Are you mocking me?" "Not at all." Hou Yi was uncertain about how to proceed, taken aback by this unexpected fierce demeanor. "Please, my leader, do not be hasty. I have something I wish to inquire about." "Impudent!" Zhuangmu exclaimed, accompanied by a fierce roar, her leopard tail raised high. Not only do you mock me, but you also dare to come to Kunlun to question me? Leader, you must trust me. Do you, feeling a surge of urgency, implored. No matter how many immortals surround you, I am the only one wholeheartedly committed to assisting you. Wholeheartedly assisting me. Zhuangmu suppressed her fury. Pray tell, what trouble have I caused? How do you intend to assist me? Do you point it at the ground, saying, the sun? Upon hearing this, Zhuangmu's expression noticeably shifted. The sun? What of it? I intended to converse with you as a mere mortal, but it seems that is no longer feasible. My leader, I shall no longer feign ignorance. I reveal my true purpose. I have come from a distant realm to aid in the descent of 9 suns. You. Zhuangmu was momentarily speechless, but soon regained her composure, her eyes gleaming with golden light as she scrutinized Du Yu. After a prolonged examination, she expressed her astonishment. You are actually immortal? I am more than just a mortal, Du Yu replied. This marks my first full disclosure in this world. I speak candidly. Should the 9 suns not descend, the world you inhabit, along with the world I knew before my arrival, shall both cease to exist. The common folk shall perish as well. Zhuangmu's eyes widened in disbelief, rendering her momentarily speechless, her leopard tail drooping dejectedly. My leader? Du Yu waved his hand before her. Do you hear my words? I never anticipated that I would cause such a catastrophe. Could you explain to me how this calamity came to pass? Zhuangmu remained silent for a considerable time before stating, the troubles I have caused, I shall resolve myself. There is no need to trouble you, an outsider. My leader, therein lies your error. Du Yu shook his head and seated himself beside Zhuangmu. Amid her astonishment, he continued, I have laid my cards on the table. Cannot you be forthright? I am solely intent on resolving your present predicament, and you must truthfully recount the events leading to this situation so that I may assist you. You must understand, candor yields leniency, while resistance incurs severity. Du Yu gazed earnestly at Zhuangmu, leaving her bewildered. What did this mortal mean? Did he not comprehend his own identity? As Du Yu grew more animated, he began to view Zhuangmu as a large cat, reaching out to stroke her fur. Even if you do not consider your own interests, you must consider those of your family. Impudent. Zhuangmu had never encountered such disrespect. It was utterly outrageous. Dong Qinxiu was equally astonished. This fellow was treating Zhuangmu like a cat. Upon hearing Zhuangmu's outcry, the guards outside rushed in, spears in hand. Your Highness, do you sense he had perhaps overstepped his bounds and quickly rose? My leader, you must think carefully. I truly have come to assist you. The guards exchanged puzzled glances, noting the sharpness of Zhuangmu's voice, yet observing her peculiar expression as she regarded Du Yu. Your Highness, are you unwell? I am fine. You may withdraw. Yes, my lady. Once the guards departed, Zhuangmu regained her composure and remarked, even if I were to confide in you, what can you, as a mere mortal, accomplish? But if you share with me, there will be no loss, and perhaps even a glimmer of hope, Du Yu countered. Alas! Zhuangmu sighed after a lengthy contemplation, ultimately shaking her head. Very well. Let us hope your words hold truth. Many years ago, the celestial sovereign Lingbao gifted me a treasure known as the 9-treasure glazed lamp. It is a remarkable artifact containing 9 beads of true fire, which circulate endlessly, their flames unquenchable. I cherished it dearly, keeping it by my side day and night. However, a year ago, I accidentally overturned it. The 9 beads, having developed sentience, grew in the wind and transformed into 9 massive fireballs that soared into the sky. Due to their eternal flames, they have come to be known among the people as the 9 suns. Now I understand. Du Yu exclaimed, my leader, you are seeking the celestial sovereign Lingbao, correct? He must handle the aftermath of this predicament. Why seek Lingbao? Zhuangmu furrowed her brow. He has long advised me against overturning the glazed lamp. Now that the disaster has transpired, what can he do? So the celestial sovereign you seek is not Lingbao? Du Yu Yi? Puzzled. Zhuangmu regarded him as though he were a fool, taking a moment to calm herself before explaining. Perhaps I have not conversed with mortals for too long and have failed to clarify. When it comes to true fire, there is but one immortal capable of resolving this, and that is the celestial sovereign Dowd. Du Yu raised an eyebrow, the name Dowd sounding familiar to him. He recalled with growing clarity the celestial sovereign Dowd. Is that not the same as the supreme Old Lord? Ah, the Old Lord! Du Yu exclaimed, as if he recognized the figure. Indeed, the supreme Old Lord has always been associated with true fire. Zhuangmu sighed again. However, it has been an entire year, and we have yet to locate the celestial sovereign Dowd. Now that he is absent, How can I rectify the errors I have committed? Since we know whom to seek, the matter becomes more manageable. Do you feel a sense of direction? Considering the possibility of leveraging the connections of the entire Legendary Management Bureau to investigate the whereabouts of the Supreme Old Lord in this era. So you have a plan? Zhuangmu inquired, though her expression revealed little hope. Just as Du was about to respond, the visage of Kongming suddenly surfaced in his mind. When you feel you are nearing the truth of the matter, please open the second pouch. Was he referring to this very moment? Could Kongming have foreseen the current situation? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Zhuangmu nudged Du with her paw. I am busy. Please wait a moment. Du waved her paw aside. Immortal. So audacious. Utterly audacious. Zhuangmu muttered under her breath. Yet upon seeing the serious expression on Du's face, she refrained from interrupting. After all, the matter of solving the sun must not be disclosed to others. She welcomed any assistance in her time of need. Du retrieved a tattered piece of paper from his dilapidated bag, carefully unfolding it. It read, with such strength in this individual, yet they are powerless against the 9 suns. It stands to reason that there are 2 possible causes. 1, the absence of a key individual. 2, the lack of a necessary item. If a key individual is missing, why do they not reveal themselves? If a necessary item is hidden, is it obscured for a prolonged period? As Du read Kongming's words, faint clues began to crystallize in his mind. Why had the Supreme Old Lord not made an appearance? Qinxiu, I suddenly recall something. What scheme do you conjure now? Dong Qinxiu questioned, frowning. Do you remember the immortal mentioned in the story of Dai? Are you referring to the one who gifted Dai the treasure? Indeed, Dai once proclaimed that after the immortal refined the elixir, a magical artifact was summoned to contain the golden pill, known as the Zijin Honghulu. May I inquire whose artifact this Zijin Honghulu is? You mean? Dong Qinxiu suddenly realized something, and immediately set off to investigate. The Queen Mother of the West sat beside Du, silent and with a countenance that betrayed her displeasure, yet fearful that this person might indeed possess a viable solution. Interrupting his train of thought, Du glanced at the expression on the Queen Mother's face and couldn't help but chuckle. Your Majesty, it's nothing to fret about. It's merely a cat that has damaged some furniture. Such occurrences are rather commonplace. Rest assured, I shall assist you in resolving it. Akat. The Queen Mother surveyed her surroundings. Is she referring to me? The Queen Mother was seething, her tiger teeth nearly bared, inwardly cursing. This person is utterly audacious. I have discovered that you were correct. The Zijin Honghulu is indeed the artifact that Taishang Lao Jun specifically uses to store the celestial elixir, Dong Qinxiu announced. That settles it, Du pondered. Mr. Kongming is truly remarkable, possessing a uniquely astute reasoning. Even the Queen Mother, the foremost among the immortals, could not resolve this matter, clearly indicating the absence of a pivotal figure. But why has Taishang Lao Jun not made an appearance? After a moment's contemplation, Du articulated, I surmise there are 2 possibilities. First, Taishang Lao Jun may be engrossed in a task such as refining elixirs, thus remaining oblivious to the presence of 10 suns in the sky for an entire year. Could that truly be the case? Dong Qinxiu inquired. I believe it is plausible. According to the Yi, Taishang Lao Jun enters a state of oblivion while refining elixirs, during which he would certainly remain unaware of any anomalies in the heavens. Not to mention Taishang Lao Jun, even I have experienced such a state, laboring tirelessly for 7 days on end. Upon hearing this, Dong Qinxiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating that Du, though seemingly frivolous, possessed a surprisingly earnest side. It is often said that a man is most charming when serious. In Dong Qinxiu's heart, Du appeared somewhat more agreeable at this moment. 7 days without rest. What were you engaged in? She queried. Playing games. Dong Qinxiu exclaimed. If you continue with such frivolity, I shall ensure you face the consequences. Oh, I was merely jesting, Du replied. What I mentioned was but a possibility. According to Mr. Kongming, there exists a second possibility that the resolution to this matter requires a crucial element. Hence, even locating Taishang Lao Jun would prove futile. And what do you believe this crucial element to be? Dong Qinxiu pressed, suppressing her anger. Mr. Kongming has provided the answer, Du remarked, glancing at the brocade bag in his hand, an item that had long been hidden away, to suggest that Taishang Lao Jun's artifact has remained concealed for so long. I can only conclude one possibility. Donc Lianju Sudende comprehended, the Yi has acquired an artifact from Taishang Lao Jun, but has kept it from being revealed. Thus, the ultimate answer to the dilemma lay with the Yi. Your Majesty, do you address the Queen Mother? I have devised a method to resolve the sun issue. Really? The Queen Mother, overwhelmed with excitement, felt her pupils dilate. It seems that the Queen Mother, with her tiger body and human face, is indeed a great cat at heart. Indeed, however, I must first verify this matter. As for you, Your Majesty, I require your assistance. Speak. When the sun issue is resolved, I hope you will present an elixir of immortality as a token of gratitude. That could be arranged. The Queen Mother fiddled beneath the stone bench for a moment. I can provide that for you right now. Not for me, do you clarified? A hero named He will shoot down the sun. When the time comes, I will trouble you to descend to the mortal realm to deliver the elixir to him. D. The Queen Mother pondered, understood. Additionally, do you suddenly recalled something? Turning to the Queen Mother, it would be best if the elixir of immortality consisted of two. Two. Indeed, is there a problem? And no problem. The Queen Mother's pupils contracted. Excellent, that is splendid. Du Yu was so elated he nearly leaped into the air. He rummaged through his tattered waist pouch for a while, producing a teleportation talisman, which he affixed to himself, saying, Your Majesty, I must take my leave now. By the way, please do not allow your dwelling to be shrouded in such thick mist. It is too damp and detrimental to the joints. Presumptuous. The Queen Mother retorted sharply, Do you think I enjoy this? Were it not for the 10 suns incessantly scorching Yaoqi, would there be such rolling mists here? Ah, Du Yu exclaimed, so that is the case? I thought it was intentional. With that, Du Yu suddenly vanished with a whoosh. Watching him depart, the Queen Mother felt a mix of anger and bewilderment. I forgot to ask his name. After a moment of daze, the Queen Mother suddenly remembered something and pulled out a wooden box from beneath the stone bench. She gently opened it to inspect its contents. There remained but 1.5 elixirs of immortality. Chapter 12. Shooting down the 9 suns upon arriving in the village. Du Yu hurriedly made his way to the E.S. residence. As he pushed open the door, he found the E and Hung Yi nestled together, whispering sweet nothings. Ah, have I come at an inopportune time? Du Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, ready to retreat. Brother Fong Meng, Du Yu called out, stopping him, and continued, somewhat incoherently. It's nothing, I was just recounting to my wife how you turned back to save me when the Nining had bitten my shoulder. Ah, did that happen? Du Yu scratched his head, deciding to set that aside for the moment. If it's not too much trouble, I have a matter on which I require your assistance. Brother Fong Meng, please speak freely. After a brief silence, Du Yu said, May I have a look at that celestial artifact? Celestial artifact? Henke Gunanjit Attayi. Indeed, my dear, I have disclosed everything to Brother Fong Meng. Du Yu stood up and closed the doors and windows. Brother Fong Meng, since you have asked, I have no reason to refuse. For many years, only my wife has seen this artifact. Du Yu nodded, saying, I suspect. This artifact is the key to shooting down the sun. The key to shooting down the sun? Du Yu chuckled bitterly. I hope what you say is true. This artifact is not forged from any weapon, but rather a household item. With that, Du Yu opened his mouth, and the artifact lay prominently on his tongue. This. Du Yu's pupils dilated in astonishment. Everything suddenly aligned. Ah! Dong Chinchou exclaimed. So that is the case. No wonder that Yi was speaking unclearly. It turned out he had been holding this artifact in his mouth all along. Du Yu lifted the artifact into his hand, giving it a gentle wave, and it grew to the height of a person. Brother Fong Meng, do you see this artifact? How could it possibly relate to the sun? No, Du Yu. You are mistaken. With this artifact, shooting down the sun is a certainty. Du Yu glanced outside. There were now only 9 suns visible. We shall commence our plan tomorrow. Now, I will share all my strategies with you. Pay close attention. The following day, the 10 suns converged in the sky, the temperature reaching its zenith. The entire land was ablaze, emitting dense waves of heat. The mountains stood stark and barren, stripped of life. If one were to look closely at this moment, they would see a solitary figure atop the desolate mountain, bow in hand. Who was that? Some villagers caught sight of the figure and whispered among themselves, quickly speculating that the individual had likely succumbed to the heat and was contemplating despair. Hark! A thunderous roar echoed, heard by villagers from several nearby settlements. There stood Du Yu, concealed behind a large rock not far from Du Yu, with a loud sound talisman affixed to his person. 10 suns, I, Du Yu, have endured you for long enough, Du Yu shouted into the talisman. As these arrogant words echoed through the air, the villagers from nearby settlements emerged from their homes. Gazing up at the figure atop the mountain, was that not the renowned Du Yu from the neighboring village? What on earth was he doing? Yu Qiong also rushed out of his house, staring blankly at the mountaintop. That is, Brother Yi, today, I, Du Yu, shall act on behalf of heaven and shoot down you all with this bow in my hand. Du Yu mimiquet da Yi se tone, dejdaring bolde. Pang, Brother Pang Meng. Can we really do this? although De Yi stood confidently with his longbow against the wind. The increasing number of onlookers below began to tighten the knots of anxiety within him. "Oh, just do as I say, it will be fine," Du Yu whispered encouragingly to De Yi, clutching the loud charm. Caught in a situation from which he could not retreat, De Yi grasped his longbow and pulled the string without an arrow. Meanwhile, Du Yu, wielding De Yi's treasured artifact, assumed a ready stance. The object in Du Yu's hands was unmistakably a colossal fan. Few things in the world could extinguish the Samadhi true fire, and this fan was one of them. Legend has it that the elixir of immortality brewed by the Supreme Lord once spilled over, igniting an entire mountain, which the world came to know as the Flame Mountain. The fire upon that mountain burned eternally, undying and unquenchable. The great sage, Sun Wukong, once borrowed this artifact from Princess Iron Fan to quell the raging inferno of Flame Mountain, successfully extinguishing the Samadhi true fire. Perhaps it was fate that the fan gifted to De Yi by the Supreme Lord was indeed this banana leaf fan. Though De Yi had only used it against wild beasts in the past, he never anticipated that the gust of wind it produced could extinguish the Samadhi true fire. "Son, behold the arrow. Du Yu bidud." Upon hearing Du Yu's command, De Yi feigned the act of shooting an arrow and released the taut string. Seizing the moment, Du Yu thrust both arms upward, forcefully waving the fan toward the blazing sun. A tremendous gust of wind surged forth, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced through. The flames on the first sun began to flicker violently, as if being tugged by an unseen force. In mere moments, the fireball's flames were dispersed, and the massive orb vanished from sight. With its disappearance, the temperature in the vicinity noticeably dropped. The villagers from several nearby settlements gasped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the sight. Did De Yi truly shoot down a sun? As chaos erupted below, De Yi's heart, once burdened with trepidation, finally found solace. It turned out Pang Ming's words were indeed true. This fan could truly extinguish the flames of the sun. Elated, De Yi turned to Du Yu and exclaimed, "Splendid, Brother Pang Ming. The lives of the people are saved. Let us continue." Du Yu, incredulous, cast his gaze downward at his hands, which were now bloodied and shattered. Such an extraordinary artifact of celestial origin was indeed beyond the capacity of mere flesh to wield. "Brother Pang Ming, what ails you?" It's nothing at all." Du Yu offered a wry smile. "Let us press on. Du Yu, are you all right?" Dong Qianxiu inquired with concern. "Fear not, Sister Qianxiu. My true body resides in the Bureau of Legends." Dong Qianxiu glanced at Du Yu's true form not far away, where blood also flowed from his hands. Yet, understanding the gravity of the moment, she refrained from distracting him, saying, "Du Yu, no matter what, do not overexert yourself." After Du Yu once again pulled back the bowstring, Du Yu swung the banana leaf fan for a second time, and the second sun was similarly dispersed. Heavens! The villagers erupted into cheers, revering De Yi as a deity. Yu Qiong stared at the mountaintop, dumbfounded, as Hou Yi slowly approached and stood beside him. "Brother Yi is truly remarkable," Yu Qiong murmured. News of Yi's sun-shooting exploits spread like wildfire, reaching both the Queen Mother of the West atop Kunlun Mountain and Emperor Yao in Pingyang. Both were taken aback and hurriedly packed their belongings to journey to Du Yi's location. Having extinguished 3 suns, Du Yu's hands were now a bloody mess. He tore his clothing and wrapped the fabric around his hands. De Yi, noticing the change in Du Yu, quickly inquired about his condition. But Du Yu merely waved him off, insisting he was fine. The villagers observed that Du Yi's pace in shooting down the suns had noticeably slowed. Yet none dared to urge him on. After all, if this man could shoot down the sun, it would be child's play for him to pierce their skulls. "I think I've rested enough. Let us continue." Du Yu tightened the fabric around his hands. They nodded and readied his bow once more. 2 more powerful gusts of wind surged forth, and 2 more suns vanished. In the span of a single morning, the 10 suns had dwindled to 5. "Incredible, Du Yu," Dong Qianxiu exclaimed, only to be startled when she turned around to find most of the Bureau of Legends staff gathered behind her. "What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be working? Assistant Dong, please just let us witness this. This is an unprecedented superclass mission being executed by mere mortals, and it is on the verge of success," the staff implored. Dong Qianxiu understood. This spectacle was indeed extraordinary. Du Yu felt a numbing sensation in his forearms, his hands trembling slightly, while both arms had turned a purplish hue for reasons unknown. "Damn it," Du Yu gritted his teeth, muttering, "This weapon is truly unwieldy." Dong Qianxiu, observing the scene, finally realized the situation and instructed several employees, "Hurry and tend to Du Yu's true body. The legendary injuries are beginning to affect his physical form. The employees nodded swiftly and departed. Du Yu clenched his teeth, gazing up at the remaining 5 sons. Is there really still half left? Brother Peng Ming, what if? No, we must press on. Du Yu bit down hard, insisting continue. Strangely enough, he suddenly felt a coolness emanating from his arm, and the pain lessened. Ha! Du Yu shouted, unleashing another gust that blew away another fireball. The villagers below erupted into jubilant cheers. 4 left. Ha! 3 remain. Ha! 2 left. Du Yu felt as though his teeth might shatter. Only 2 suns remained in the sky. I can no longer wield it. Du Yu's hand fell, the banana leaf fan clattering to the ground. Brother Peng Ming, Yi rushed over to support Du Yu. As Du Yu looked up, he saw tears streaming down Yi's face. Brother Peng Ming, you are truly a hero for the people. You could have claimed this glory for yourself. Why must you do this in my name? It is a long story. Du Yu shook his head. Only you can shoot down the suns. I came here to assist you from the very beginning. Brother Peng Ming, Yi said, his eyes brimming with tears. Thank you for all you have done for the sake of the world. Let me take this final shot. With that, Yi lowered his head, grasped the banana leaf fan, and hid behind a massive rock, unleashing a powerful stroke unseen by the crowd. Du Yu watched Yi's silhouette, murmuring, the world? How foolish. I am striving for wealth and privilege. After all, Yi was but a mortal. As he swung the fan, blood flowed from his hands. Previously, Yi had only used the fan in critical moments, each time causing his hands to shatter. Yet today, he had witnessed Peng Ming wield it 8 times in succession. He could hardly fathom the willpower behind such endurance. After Yi's final swing, only 1 sun remained in the sky. Amazing! The villagers embraced one another, weeping and celebrating. The days of torment, akin to a hell on earth, had finally come to an unexpected end. Truly wonderful. Yi was rendered speechless with joy. Du Yu struggled to rise and declared, there is still 1 task left to complete. Trembling, he grasped the loud charm and proclaimed, hear me, final son, I am Yi, and today I shall shoot down the 9 suns. Spare you a life. Should you dare to perpetrate any further misdeeds that disturb the peace of the people, I, Yi, shall surely bring you down. After Du Yu spoke, his body stiffened and collapsed, the powerful talisman upon him turning to ashes. Brother Peng Ming, Yi exclaimed, rushing to support Du Yu, only to find him unconscious. The emotions within Yu Qiong were tumultuous, akin to a raging sea. Brother Yi is indeed no ordinary man. Yu Qiong muttered softly, I shall no longer be called Yu Qiong. Henceforth, I will be known as Hou Yi. Yu Qiong? Hou Yi, standing beside Yu Qiong, noticed his murmurs and inquired, what are you mumbling about? Sister Hou Yi, I have made a decision. I shall establish a nation named Yu Qiong Gua, dedicated to commemorating the legend of Brother Yi shooting down the 9 suns. Seeing Yu Qiong's serious expression, Hou Yi couldn't help but laugh. Establish a nation? I shall await that. Suddenly, a villager cried out in alarm, look, what is that? The crowd gazed upward, witnessing a brilliant light descending from the mountaintop where Yi had just shot the suns, revealing a woman clad in flowing robes adorned with wide sleeves, gently descending from the heavens. It is the Queen Mother. The villagers recognized her resemblance to the depicted Shi Wang Mu and knelt in reverence. Using her divine powers, Shi Wang Mu transformed into human form and landed gracefully atop the mountain. Yi, witnessing the descent of this goddess, was momentarily taken aback. Are you Yi? Shi Wang Mu inquired softly. Before Yi could respond, she noticed the fallen Du Yu, whose hands had been mangled and were bleeding profusely. What has happened to him? Si Wang Mu swiftly approached Du Yu, lowering his statue. You must be a deity. Can you help save him? Yi wept inconsolably ville credlin Du Yu. This is utter chaos. Observing Du Yu's grievous injuries, Shi Wang Mu quickly summoned her powers, exclaiming, I knew you were not wise, but I did not expect you to be a fool. Despite her reproach, she exerted all her strength to heal Du Yu's wounds. After a considerable time, his bleeding finally ceased. What happened when the Queen Mother descended? Why is there no commotion? The villagers knelt below the mountain, paralyzed with fear. Do you think that Yi's actions might have angered the Queen Mother? Nonsense. That Yi is saving the common folk. The villagers speculated amongst themselves. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Du Yu slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Yi with a faint smile before turning to Shi Wang Mu. Big Cat? Chapter 13. The Unforeseen Change. Big Cat? Both Yi and Shi Wang Mu were momentarily stunned. Shi Wang Mu scanned her surroundings, inwardly cursing. Big cat? Is she referring to me? Do you struggle to rise? Smiling at the brother de, this is Shi Wang Mu. Hey, were you about to say something disrespectful just now? Shi Wang Mu reprimanded Du Yu. Yedanusha Wang Mu? De was astonished to realize he stood before such a high-ranking deity, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Brother de, there's no need for such formality. Shi Wang Mu is here to bestow a reward upon you. Do you help the up and gesture to Shi Wang Mu? Quickly present it. You are exceedingly rude. How can one demand a reward in such a manner? Yedanusha Wang Mu replied, visibly displeased. Du thought to himself how haughty Shi Wang Mu was, then leaned closer and said, we are all here cleaning up your mess. So let us not point fingers. Hurry and give him the elixir so I can finish my day. Although Shi Wang Mu was annoyed, she recognized that reasoning with someone like Du was futile. Thus, she retrieved a wooden box from her sleeve, preparing to present it to Du, only to be interrupted by Du. Wait, do you have any loud talismans? Loud talismans? Shi Wang Mu was puzzled. With my current cultivation, I haven't carried such low-tier talismans in ages. What do you need it for? I wish to shout something. Can you assist me? Shi Wang Mu nodded. Simple. I shall convey your voice. She placed her hand upon Du Yu's chest. Speak. Du took a deep breath and shouted, ah, is that not Shi Wang Mu? Yes, I am the one who shot the suns. What? Thank me. No need, please what? An elixir of immortality? Mortals can become immortals upon consumption. Oh, it's too precious. You could have just come without bringing anything. Really no need. The villagers below clearly heard this exchange. So that's it. De is indeed our hero. Da-I and Shi Wang Mu stared at Du Yu in astonishment. Even if you lack shame. Shi Wang Mu withdrew her hand from Du Yu's chest. We still have to face others in the future. That is of no consequence. Du Yu said in relief. Having resolved everything, Brother De, quickly accept it and express your gratitude. De smiled wryly and waved his hand. No. It is clear that you did the most work. How could I accept Shi Wang Mu's gift? Du Yu suddenly grasped his shoulder earnestly. If you don't accept this reward, all my efforts will be in vain, so you must promise me to accept it. Very well. They pondered for a moment and reluctantly nodded. I shall accept it. I heard you say it was an elixir of immortality. I doubt I will have any use for it. Indeed. Do you understood De Yi's sentiment? Regardless of whether you can use it, just accept it. What do you two mere mortals take me for? A flower-selling woman? Shi Wang Mu, holding the box, had stood by for quite some time before she could no longer contain herself. Oh, Big Cat Leader, my sincerest apologies. Du Yu hastily bowed his head. Impudence. Do not call me Big Cat. Do not call me Leader. Do you turn to De? Look how furious the leader is. Quickly accept it. If you don't, it shows your lack of understanding. Ah, yes. De hurriedly complied and took the box containing the elixir. Upon opening it, he indeed found the elixir, pristine white and radiating a powerful aura. However, curiously, one whole elixir and half of another lay within. Huh? Do you noticing this? Queried Leader. Didn't you promise me 2 elixirs? Why is there a half missing? Shi Wang Mu's expression grew complex as she replied, I actually only possess this 1.5. The whole elixir can allow one to achieve physical sanctification and ascend to immortality. The half, due to insufficient spiritual energy, can at most allow some cattle and sheep to ascend. That is indeed your fault. Du said, you should have informed me earlier. Dong Qianxiu suddenly interjected, do not make things difficult for Shi Wang Mu. That half was originally meant for her own consumption. After consuming it, she could fully manifest her human form. Yet she is willing to endure several hundred more years of cultivation just to give that half to you. This shows her sincerity. Upon hearing Dong Qianxiu's words, Du Yu's heart softened. He looked up at Shi Wang Mu, who still bore a defiant expression, even when offering an apology. Big Cat, I did not expect you to be so kind. What? Shi Wang Mu's face flushed. Impudence. Impudence. All right. Du Yu approached and patted Shi Wang Mu on the shoulder. No need for such impudence. Since you are here, why not come to my home for a meal? Shi Wang Mu glared at Du Yu. I shall not go. Farewell. With a swish of her robe, she soared into the sky. Brother Pang Ming, is that Shi Wang Mu your friend? She is rather peculiar. Yes, although she is strange, she is truly kind. Du Yu felt somewhat unwell. So he supported De and said, Brother De, let us return home. 2 individuals descended the mountain, supporting each other as they went, and the villagers erupted in joyous cheers. Yet, their praises were solely for De, with no one acknowledging who Du Yu was. Sister Qianxiu, how do you find me? I completed the task in merely 5 days. Du Yu had anticipated a playful exchange with Dong Qianxiu, but was met instead with silence. This was the first instance in his memory where his call for Dong Qianxiu went unanswered. Sister Qianxiu? He called out a few more times, but still received no reply. How strange. Had she gone to the restroom? Du Yu dismissed the thought and followed Du Yi home. De Yi summoned Yo Qiong, and Hou Yi prepared a sumptuous feast, where everyone enjoyed a delightful meal together. For Du Yu, this day marked the pinnacle of happiness since his arrival here, as they feasted, drank, and welcomed the long-awaited sunset. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the earth quickly began to cool, and even while lying in bed, Du Yu could hear the ground settling into chill. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. In a television drama, such harmonious moments often foreshadowed imminent tragedy for the protagonists. Sister Qianxiu, are you back? Du Yu called out to Dong Qianxiu once more, but still, no one responded. This time, he felt a twinge of panic, an idiom involuntarily surfacing in his mind, burning the bridge after crossing it. After all, he was merely a solitary ghost, and perhaps the tales of a select few entering the legends were mere fabrications. Those who had cast him aside. These bizarre thoughts flooded his mind, and Du Yu began to feel increasingly restless in bed. Was he destined to live like Pang Ming in this ancient era, during the resource-scarce reign of Emperor Yao? Just as Du Yu teetered on the brink of despair, a familiar voice pierced the silence. Qianxiu? Du Yu was at a loss for how to face her. Why have you ignored me for so long? I'm sorry, Du Yu. Dong Qianxiu replied, her tone tinged with regret and fatigue. It was not my intention. Oh, it's nothing. I was just a bit worried about you. Du Yu was taken aback by her apology, unsure of how to respond. What was troubling Dong Qianxiu? A myriad of questions bombarded his mind. How could this meticulous workaholic exhibit such a demeanor? Since she had reached out to him, did it mean he had not been abandoned? Du Yu, you should rest for today. Tomorrow, when you wake, I have something important to discuss with you. Oh, come on, Du Yu replied, rubbing his forehead. Who can sleep with you saying that? Just tell me now. Silence fell again, a heavy silence. Sister Dianyi Diayu Said I conquête. I imagine numerous unfavorable outcomes. Regardless of what it is, I'm prepared to accept it, as long as you tell me the truth and ease my mind. Dong Qianxiu sighed and said, Du Yu, the legend you are part of still harbors significant issues. Significant issues? Du Yu pondered for a moment before quickly realizing. Could it be Hou Yi flying to the moon? Indeed, she confirmed. I initially intended to tell you that after he shot down the suns, there would undoubtedly be he ascending to the moon. However, I was mistaken. No matter how we predict, the Hou Yi in your story will not consume the elixir. Today, after the sun shooting, we aim to conclude the legend. Yet the machine's predictions shocked everyone. The machine predicted that if Hou Yi does not ascend to the moon, our society will inexplicably generate 21 million Tai Shu. 20. Do you gasp in shock? How can there be so many? It's merely about Hou Yi ascending to the moon. What if that deity does not exist in the legend? You are mistaken. Without Hou Yi, Tianpeng Yuan Shui would not have been banished to the mortal realm due to his clandestine meetings with her. If Tianpeng were not exiled, there would be no Zhu Wuning, and the entire narrative of Journey to the West would unravel, leading to dire consequences. After listening to Dong Qianxiu, Du Yu began to comprehend the intricate connections at play. Therefore, no matter what, the apology in Dong Qianxiu's voice was unmistakable. Please allow Hou Yi to consume the elixir. What does this mean? Is this not a fate worse than being abandoned here? De Yi and Hou Yi are clearly a pair of celestial lovers, yet they must be torn apart. Does that render my earlier notion of a compromise a mere farce? Du Yu gazed out the window at the moon, feeling an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Sister Qianxiu, can I refuse this proposal? I'm afraid not. This is the very purpose of the Legend Management Bureau's existence. Dong Qianxiu was at a loss for how to respond to Du Yu, finally uttering. In the face of Du Yi's feelings, I prioritize the lives of countless individuals. I am sorry. Throughout the night, Du Yu remained sleepless, watching the sun rise. When dawn broke, Du Yi knocked at his door, but Du Yu did not answer. Pang Ming, are you all right? Du Yi called from outside. Iem fine. Just lacking an appetite. Please don't seek me out today. Du Yi felt perplexed. They had all celebrated together the night before, yet today, his brother Pang Ming seemed like a different person. Du Yu's thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind, leaving him feeling helpless and trapped in indecision. Suddenly, he recalled something and jumped out of bed. The golden strategy. The third golden strategy from Kong Ming. He had mentioned that when faced with insurmountable challenges, one should open the third golden strategy. Du Yu felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Perhaps only Kong Ming could assist him now. He fumbled to find his pouch, extracting the final parchment. Kong Ming, please tell me, what should I do? As Du Yu slowly opened the third golden strategy. Just a glance rendered him weak, and he slumped to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Is this truly your belief, Kong Ming? The parchment lay quietly on the ground, containing merely 4 words, heart for the people. Indeed, Kong Ming had passed away many years ago. Yet he still cared deeply for the well-being of the populace, for whether children could fill their bellies. If it were him, he would undoubtedly act in this manner. But Do you thought of his gaze towards the Yi, recalling the two of them crying, laughing, and embracing one another? Do I truly have no choice? Dong Qinxiu observed Du Yu, slumped on the ground, her eyes moistening. What brings you here? She gently patted him. Little Dong, this is a test. Whether he can become a formal operator hinges upon this moment. Neither of us wishes for another incident like the one with Xiao Zhan, do we? Until the sun set once more, Du Yu remained in his room. The Yi, growing increasingly worried, knocked on the door again. Pang Ming, I plan to hunt some wild beasts to bring back for everyone. We're all quite concerned about you. If anything is amiss, please be sure to tell us. Du Yu listened in silence, remaining mute. Du Yu shook his head in resignation and departed. Turning the corner, Du Yu arrived at Youqiong's home and said, Youqiong, Pang Ming assisted me in shooting down the suns, but his wounds have yet to heal. Your sister is home alone without care. I intend to hunt some wild beasts. If you are free, could you please help look after them? Of course, Ego. Youqiong waved his hand enthusiastically. Oh, and Ego, could you please refrain from calling me Youqiong in the future? I've changed my name. I want to be the second Yi after the Yi. I shall be known as Hou Yi. Hou Yi. The Yi chakde. Very well, very well. After bidding farewell to Youqiong, the Yi ventured into the woods. Hou Yi. That name seems familiar. He mused to himself. But where had he heard it before? The thought eluded him. Once the Yi had walked far enough away and the skies darkened, Du Yu finally emerged from his room. He moved as if in a trance, heading straight for the stove, where he picked up a sharp knife intended for skinning, then turned towards the chamber where Hou Yi resided. Du Yu knocked on the door, and shortly after, Hou Yi peeked out. Ah, Pang Ming, how is your injury? Du Yu cast a vacant glance at her before drawing a sharp dagger from behind him. Brother Fong Ming, what are you doing? He advanced step by step, causing Hou Yi to retreat repeatedly until they reached the room. Produce the elixir of immortality, Du Yu said coldly. The elixir of immortality? Engi replied, Somevat bazud. Brother Fong Ming, I have heard my husband speak of it. He originally did not want it and intended to give it to you, but you did not accept it that day. Since you wish for it now, I shall fetch it for you. Du Yu bit his lip tightly. How can you be so kind? All of you are so benevolent. How can I become the villain? Chapter 14. The moon rises brightly. Hou Yi rummaged through a basket under the bed and retrieved a small box. Brother Fong Ming, my husband and I have discussed it. We do not intend to ascend to immortality. We only wish to live our lives in peace and grow old together. In retrospect, it seems most fitting to entrust the elixir of immortality to you. She opened the wooden box, revealing a half-immortal pill lying quietly within. Du Yu did not take the elixir but continued to hold the dagger aloft. Brother Fong Ming? He insisted. Take out the whole pill. Hou Yi was baffled. This man had risked his life twice for her husband and had never accepted the Queen Mother's reward. Yet now he seemed a changed person. She took out the entire pill and placed the half pill and the wooden box aside. Is this the only one you want, Brother Fong Ming? Du Yu gritted his teeth and replied, Eat it. Eat it? Hou Yi looked at Du Yu in disbelief, then at the elixir. You want me to consume it? Yes, you must ingest the elixir. Hou Yi remained unconvinced. Brother Fong Ming, you come to my room late at night with a dagger, and your reason is to force me to eat the elixir and ascend to immortality right here? Indeed. Du Yu's emotions were complex, and he dared not meet Hou Yi's gaze. I will not eat it. Hou Yi placed the elixir back into its box. Though I do not understand why you are doing this, I sense no malice from you. You wish for me to become immortal, but I do not desire that. What will you do now? Will you stab me with that knife? Du Yu's hand trembled as he held the dagger. What should he do now? Was he truly going to harm Hou Yi? But what reason did he have to hurt her? Dong Qinxiu sighed softly and turned his head away. Such scenes were all too familiar to the Legend Management Bureau. Hou Yi, what I am about to say may be hard for you to believe, but I speak no lies. Hou Yi looked at Du Yu with confusion, remaining silent. If you cannot ascend to immortality, countless lives will be lost in this world. I have no other options. I cannot conceive of a way to resolve this without hurting anyone. If you ascend to immortality, you will not perish, and the Yi will not perish. Those innocent lives will also be spared. I will do everything I can to plead with the Queen Mother of the West for another elixir. I will strive to ensure that the Yi ascends as well, so that you may be together for eternity. Brother Fong Ming. Hung, he interrupted. You are lying. If there were 2 elixirs, why would the Queen Mother only give 1.5? I. Du clenched his teeth. Speechless. Indeed, if there were truly 2 elixirs, why would the Queen Mother only present 1.5? Her husband had once said that he and Brother Jean would always know what would happen in the future. Seeing you help your husband shoot down the 9 sons made me believe this. Enki. Du was at a loss for her next words. I only wish to ask you one thing. What future awaits my husband and me after I swallow this elixir? Du pondered for a moment before responding. You will become one of the most renowned fairies, leading a colorful life. But for the I do not know. Brother Fong Ming, your tone suggests that I will not be with my husband in the future. Then why do you say my life will be colorful? Brother Fong Ming, come sit down, let us talk. Hung Yi forced a bitter smile and sat in a chair. Du felt a pang of guilt and remained rooted to the spot. Do you know? 10 years ago, when I first met De on the mountain, he looked like a wild man, having gone half a year without grooming his hair. That disheveled wild boy, after I awoke, respectfully bowed to me. Can you imagine how amusing that scene was? Hung Yi, what are you trying to say? Later, we married, vowing to stay together for this lifetime. We had no grand ceremony and did not believe in heaven and earth, so we bowed to each other 3 times. From that day on, De became my entire world. He is my sky and earth, my family. From then on, my eyes held only him. When he is happy, I am happy. When he is troubled, I too am troubled. Enki. When I first saw 10 suns in the sky, I felt a strange premonition that I would lose De, yet I did not know when I would lose him. Every time he left to slay monsters, I would stand at the village entrance, breaking a branch from the peach tree each day to pray for his safety. Thankfully, he always returned unscathed, yet Brother Fong Ming, you know, that feeling still lingers. The sense of losing him remains. Du Yu's expression was one of deep despondency as he murmured, Hung Yi, I am sorry. Please do not speak further. You and your husband are both people who care for the world. I cannot assist in any way. If, as you say, swallowing this elixir can save countless lives, then I believe you. I trust that even your husband would make the same choice. Hung Yi slowly took the elixir into her hands, but upon closer inspection, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother Fong Ming, I have said so much just to convey that I cannot be without De. If there is any possibility, I hope you can ensure that he and I meet in the future. That is my only request. I will surely promise you. Du Yu's voice trembled, unable to meet Hung Yi's gaze. Hung Yi smiled faintly and swallowed the entire elixir. I have finally mended this piece of clothing for De. Please deliver it to him. As Du took the garment, Hung Yi began to rise slowly into the air. Sister Hung Yi, Brother Fong Ming, are you there? Yu Qiong suddenly burst through the door, and the sight before him left him speechless. Fong Ming was holding a dagger to Hung Yi, who floated in midair, holding an open box with only half an elixir remaining. Fong Ming, what are you doing? Yu Qiong took a moment to process before he shouted, rushing over to knock Du down and seizing the dagger from his hands. To avoid harming Yu Qiong, Du quickly relinquished his grip. Yu Qiong, do not be rude. It is I who voluntarily swallowed this elixir to ascend to immortality. Hung Yi floated gracefully, breathtaking under the moonlight. From now on, you two must take good care of De for me. Before the two could react, Hung Yi broke through the roof and soared into the sky. The night was exceptionally cool, and many people were outside enjoying the breeze, witnessing this astonishing scene, a beautiful maiden ascending to the heavens on a full moon night. She wore a simple garment that could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Ah, it is Hung Yi, a villager exclaimed. Hung Yi has ascended. Soon, the villagers' voices stirred even more people, and those from nearby villages came out to watch Hung Yi ascend to immortality. She flew straight towards the moon, as if she were destined to be a celestial fairy. Her gaze was like a breeze that had never touched the mortal realm, capturing a lifetime of sorrow in a single glance. Inside the house, Yu Qiong regained his senses and glared fiercely at Du Yu. Fong Ming, you! With a dagger in hand, Yu Qiong confronted Du Yu, accusing him of attempting to seize the elixir, claiming that Sister Hou Yi had been forced to consume it herself out of desperation. I did not. Du Yu shook his head in anguish. Did not? Yu Qiong bellowed. Then why do you wield that dagger? Du Yu, at a loss for words, could only gaze tearfully at the garment of day that lay in his hands. Since their first encounter with Hung Yi, she had been mending this very garment. Each stitch was imbued with her love for day. As he glanced at the collar, he noticed the embroidered words, "The moon rises brightly," and in that moment, A flood of memories overwhelmed him, prompting him to cast the clothing aside as tears streamed down his face. Do not feign compassion here. You are the reason I can no longer see Sister Hou Yi. You have robbed Dai of his beloved. Yo Cheong roared, lunging forward with the dagger aimed at Du Yu. Caught off guard, Du Yu was struck in the abdomen. With a cry of pain, he pushed Yo Cheong away and stumbled out of the room. Du Yu! Dong Qinqiu exclaimed in alarm, turning to check on Du Yu's condition. A fresh wound marred his abdomen, blood gushing forth like an unbridled faucet. Quick, tend his wounds! Dong Qinqiu shouted. Du Yu fled in disarray down the path, bewildered by the unfolding events. How had it come to this? Clutching his abdomen, he felt as though the world was receding from him. He walked away from the village, consumed by a singular thought, to escape this place. The following day, news of Hou Yi's ascension spread like wildfire. Some claimed that she, unable to endure a life of poverty, had stolen the elixir while Dai was away and ascended to immortality alone. Others suggested that Dai's disciple, Pang Ming, had taken advantage of the night to steal the elixir, forcing Hou Yi to consume it herself. Regardless of the narrative, Hou Yi had flown away, leaving Dai forever behind. Dai sat in solitude at home, dismissing both accounts. He could not believe that either Hou Yi or Pang Ming would resort to theft. Yet, why had Pang Ming vanished on the very night Hou Yi ascended? All Dai sought was a single answer. Even if Yo Cheong insisted that Pang Ming had indeed stolen the elixir, Dai remained unconvinced. He had seen the elixir presented to Pang Ming countless times, and the latter had never so much as glanced at it. Why then, would he suddenly resort to theft that fateful night? Lost in thought, Dai found himself at the summit of the sun-shooting mountain. He gazed up at the solitary sun in the sky, his heart twisted in agony. Queen Mother of the West, reveal yourself, Dai cried out to the heavens, but received no response. Queen Mother of the West, I am aware that celestial beings must sever all ties with the mortal realm upon arrival. Yet, I remain unsatisfied. If you do not appear, I shall shout for you every day. Dai's voice trembled with emotion. Soon after, a brilliant light flashed, and the Queen Mother appeared. What is the matter, mortal? I have bestowed upon you all the elixirs, yet you dare to call out to me in lament? What more do you desire? Dai found himself speechless at the sight of her. Where is he? The Queen Mother surveyed the surroundings, inquiring. He? The loquacious one who was with you. I do not know, she scoffed. Speak. What else do you wish for? I wish to ascend to immortality. Preposterous, the Queen Mother retorted. The elixir has been given to you. If you wish to ascend, simply consume it. Why do you call for me? Dai shook his head. I have but half an elixir remaining. I beseech you, Queen Mother, grant me another half so that I may reunite with my beloved. Reunite with your beloved? The Queen Mother paused, realizing that the Hou Yi who had ascended last night was indeed Dai's beloved. A celestial being? Indeed, she ascended last night and has been conferred the title of Hou Yi, residing in the full moon, honored in the Moon Palace. Queen Mother, Dai fell to his knees, pleading, I implore you, grant me half an elixir more, so that I may soar to the moon and reunite with my beloved. Preposterous! For the sake of immortality, you would forsake your manhood? The Queen Mother regarded Dai with disdain, mocking him for weeping and yearning to become a celestial being. The remaining half of your elixir is only sufficient for livestock to ascend. It cannot elevate a human. Then I shall become livestock, Dai declared without hesitation. As long as I can reunite with my beloved, I would not mind becoming a beast. You! The Queen Mother stared at the man before her, at a loss for words. Would he truly prefer to become livestock just to ascend? Perhaps he and his beloved shared a bond unlike any other. If I am not by my beloved's side, I cannot imagine how she shall endure, he implored. Queen Mother, could you assist me this once? The Queen Mother had been called upon countless times, not for modesty or wealth, but this was the first time someone wished to become livestock. With a resigned shake of her head, she said, Very well, tell me, what kind of livestock do you wish to become? Dai pondered deeply before murmuring. In the past year, my beloved has often appeared troubled, lost in thought. I wish to become a creature that possesses keen eyes to see through her worries, and long ears to hear her silent musings. She adores the pure and flawless moonlight. Thus, let me transform into a white beast. You are truly resolved? The Queen Mother asked, seeking confirmation. I am resolute, Dai replied without a second thought. Alas. The Queen Mother sighed, waving her hand, causing Dai to collapse in submission. May all lovers in the world find their destined partners. In the days following Hou Yi's ascension, she languished in the Moon Palace, melancholic and despondent. Though the place was vast and opulent, It lacked the joy brought by Day's return from hunting each day, filled with laughter. Honey often gazed into the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. I wonder if Day has donned the garment I mended for him? As she longed for Day, a pure white rabbit appeared seemingly from nowhere, bounding towards her and affectionately nuzzling her leg. Oh? Hou Yi was taken aback. She had never encountered such an affectionate rabbit. She scooped it up, noticing its eyes were remarkably expressive, as if capable of speech. For reasons unknown, she felt an instant fondness for this rabbit. Placing it on her lap and stroking it gently. How delightful! Now I have someone to keep me company, a flawless white rabbit, Hou Yi remarked with a bittersweet smile. From now on, you shall join me in yearning for my husband. The rabbit twitched its nose, seemingly understanding. Upon closer inspection, one would notice 4 small characters inscribed on its neck. The moon rises brightly. The Book of Songs states, the moon rises bright, and the lovely one is near. The gentle breeze stirs, and my heart is troubled. Chapter 15, The Return. On the 7th day of the legend, Operator Du found himself amidst chaos within the Legend Management Bureau. This day had been anticipated as a rare occasion. An inexperienced newcomer had undertaken an ultra-grade task, achieving an unprecedented completion rate of 94. This was among the highest scores since the inception of the Bureau, and for reasons unknown, the completion rate continued to rise. Yet, despite this, no one within the Bureau could muster a smile. Shortly after Du was struck in the abdomen by Youqiong, the Bureau lost his visual feed. 900 years prior, Zhang Qixing had severed his feed, plunging the Bureau into panic. Now, 900 years later, Du faced a similar fate, evoking an eerie sense of déjà vu among all within the Bureau. Would Du perish? One employee finally could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired, is he dead? Dead? As Du's figure vanished, Dong Qinxiu remained seated beside his corporeal form, silent and meticulously tending to his wounds. In that moment, she evoked a profound sense of sympathy. Once fastidious in her appearance, with each strand of hair perfectly arranged, she now bore a disheveled look, her face haggard, and faint dark circles had formed beneath her pallid complexion. Dead? How could he be dead? His body continued to breathe steadily, and he still owed me a cup of coffee. How could he possibly be dead? A wave of self-reproach washed over Dong Qinxiu. Had she not insisted on sending Chang'e to the heavens, Du would not have been injured, perhaps even missing. Let us go. Master Xie Bian waved at Fan Wujiao. I just had Jing Guai's son and the others investigate. Du is not dead. Fan Wujiao nodded, recognizing that their current matters had reached a conclusion, and the next step was to strategize how to win Du over upon his return. Exiting together, Xie Bian stretched lazily, exclaiming, what a lengthy movie that was. I haven't done a facial mask in ages. My skin has deteriorated. Really? Fan Wujiao replied dismissively, preparing to leave when he suddenly turned back to ask Xie Bian. By the way, did you see the moments yesterday? Moments. Xie Bian replied, puzzled. What about the moments? Gugong. What about him? Can you finish a sentence for once? Xie Bian chided as he retrieved his phone, opening the moments to discover that Wu Gang had posted a picture of the Moon Palace the previous night. In the image, a faint silhouette of Chang'e could be discerned, accompanied by the text, My heavens, Chang'e seems to have transformed into a completely different person. I've been here chopping cassia trees for centuries, and for the first time, Chang'e asked me if I was tired, and even brought me osmanthus cake. So who was that Chang'e who used to treat me with such indifference? Huh? Xie Bian laughed. Isn't that splendid? Chang'e's disposition has evidently changed. She is no longer that infamous gold digger. Wu Gang's good days are upon him. Fan Wujiao remained silent, his concerns not resting on Chang'e, but rather on Du. He glanced at Xie Bian and stated, Du's abilities are crucial. We must secure his allegiance swiftly. Du felt an overwhelming pain coursing through his body, as if he were on the brink of death. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself lying in a cave, its walls unnaturally even, suggesting it was not a natural formation. Where am I? Attempting to rise, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. I advise against moving recklessly. Your wounds remain unattended, and further movement could lead to your demise. A cold voice emanated from the cave's entrance. Du turned his head to see a man clad in black, standing at the threshold. Looking down at his abdomen, he noted that the blood had merely coagulated temporarily. The gaping wound continued to bloom like a vivid red flower. Uncertain of his circumstances, he softly called out for Dong Qinxiu. By the way, I've temporarily severed your connection with the Bureau, so they cannot hear your voice or see your image. Clutching his abdomen, Du struggled to sit upright. Who are you? Who am I? You must have already guessed. The man turned, revealing inscrutable eyes. Zhang Qixing. Yes, indeed, it is I. Du Yu had never anticipated encountering Zhang Qixing in such a manner. What do you want? He inquired. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. If your answers please me, I shall allow you to return. If not, I shall end your life right here. Du Yu felt a surge of indignation. Zhang Qixing's arrogance was intolerable. You think you can conclude my life here? Who do you think you are? Du Yu gritted his teeth, asserting, don't assume that just because I'm injured, I'm incapable of fighting you. I've only ever heard of seasoned employees bullying newcomers. I've never encountered a former employee bullying a newcomer. Zhang Qixing let out a chilling laugh, extending his left hand with a wave. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed as a massive hole was shattered into the cave's stone wall. Good heavens! Du Yu thought that had he not been injured, he would have leapt in astonishment. With a mere flick of his hand, Zhang Qixing had obliterated the stone wall. Did such beings truly exist? Was this meticulously crafted cave created by the man before him? Zhang Qixing remarked, the greatest difference between us lies in my 4 millennia of comprehending the Tao of time, enduring countless tribulations from an ordinary mortal to the status of a true immortal. Yet, after ascending, I found no suitable place among the celestial ranks. As one capable of traversing time at will, the Bureau of Legends became my only recourse. But you betrayed them, did you not? Betrayal? Zhang Qixing pondered the term. So that is how they now describe me, isn't it? You severed ties with the Bureau of Legends and left chaos in your wake. Zhang Qixing cast a cold glance at Du Yu and replied, chaos? Let me ask you, what were your thoughts when you forced Chang'e to ascend? The memories, which Du Yu had hoped to forget, surged back to him, recalling a breathtaking beauty, tears in her eyes, soaring towards the moon. Were you happy? Zhang Qixing pressed on. Do you believe you were doing the right thing? I did not perceive right or wrong. I merely acted according to the narrative of legends. A farce. Zhang Qixing thundered. If one day, several assassins from the future told you that you would bring about the world's destruction, thus necessitating your death now, would you obediently accept your fate? That's not the same. Du Yu countered. If Chang'e had not ascended, countless lives would have been lost unjustly. That is the same principle. Regardless of how many perish, what is Chang'e's connection to them? People of the future may die, yet they place the blame on a frail woman from millennia ago. How is that just? Why must their lives be dictated by legends, devoid of the right to choose for themselves? Zhang Qixing's fervor intensified, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. You are becoming increasingly unreasonable, Du Yu remarked coolly. I granted you face, yet you persist in this manner? Do you think I wish to be here? Do you believe I came here willingly, enduring the perils of the 9 suns shot for millennia? Zhang Qixing snapped back to focus, confused by Du Yu's sentiment. I'm merely a mortal, Du Yu exclaimed weakly. Ultimately, it is those immortals who deceived me collectively. Did you think I had any choice? From the moment I died, I was taken away by strangers and brought into this legend. Unlike you, if I do not comply with their arrangements, I am forever trapped here. I lack the right to continue being a human, and you dare lecture me on right and wrong. Du Yu extended his trembling hand toward the gaping hole Zhang Qixing had created and continued, with a single strike, you can carve mountains. Yet I can barely split a watermelon. The Bureau of Legends has dozens of people. Do you think I can oppose anyone? Each one commands me to act. Yet they emerge one by one to chastise me. By what right? Zhang Qixing appeared to contemplate something, then turned to Du Yu and proposed, since you harbor such grievances, why not join me? We could remain in this ancient era, free from anyone's control, living as we please. Living as we please? Du Yu es nicht bad. And he scoffed coldly. It is precisely because of the so-called freedom you speak of that I was forcibly brought here, compelled to make the great East shoot down the suns, and to coerce Chang'e to consume the elixir and ascend. You may be free, but what about me? You expect me, a mere mortal, to remain in this ancient era rife with monstrous beasts. Is this what you call freedom? Zhang Qi, lost in contemplation, gazed at Du Yu in silence. Your dissatisfaction mirrors my own. Du Yu clenched his teeth and declared, do not place the blame for every misfortune upon my shoulders. If you harbor grievances, then go and dismantle the Legend Management Bureau. Is detaining an injured mortal all your prowess amounts to? Noticing Zhang Qi's silence, Du Yu paused momentarily before continuing, indeed. I acknowledge my regret regarding the fate of the Yi and Chang'e, yet I was compelled to act thus. I lack the authority to alter their destiny. To me, it feels as though a multitude of deities are wielding blades against my throat. Du Yu, cradling his abdomen, continued, this is akin to a train dilemma. You have placed me upon the tracks, forcing me to choose between the demise of De Yi and Chang'e or the death of all humankind. Yet I am acutely aware that no matter my choice, I shall be met with scorn. But this train was always meant to collide with them. Thus, I was left with no alternative. I cannot, simply because of my acquaintance with them, divert the train onto a path where those who ought to survive would perish. Zhangqi listened intently, deep in thought. Do you sense his deteriorating condition? Yet his frustration with Zhangqi's demeanor propelled him onward. You are the one who altered the course of this train, and now you question me as to why I seek to revert it. Zhangqi, how are you any different from me? You. Du Yu coughed, his wound bursting open, causing him to curl up in agony. Is this truly how it is? I had no idea such a person as you existed. Zhangqi murmured, gazing at Du Yu. Very well, let me see how far you can go. Do you wish to say more? But his consciousness began to fade. Assistant Dong, a staff member shouted, we have received Du Yu's visual feed. Dong Qinxiu, disregarding everything else, hurried to the screen. Wonderful. Marvelous. She whispered in awe, but her concern grew as she saw Du Yu sprawled on the ground, unresponsive despite their calls, with blood staining the earth beneath him. Quickly initiate the recall protocol, Dong Qinxiu commanded, fiddling with the switches beside the display. In an instant, the operation mode was activated. The Aftermath team reconfirmed the Tai Shu, and the Soul Recall team prepared for immediate action. Report. The anticipated Tai Shu produced by this legendary crossover is 0. Report. The Soul Recall is ready. The entire Legend Management Bureau sprang into action. Assistant Dong, you might want to take a look at this. A staff member called out, having noticed something amiss. Set aside all other matters. I need Du Yu to return alive. Dong Qinxiu remained undeterred, continuing her work at the screen. Assistant Dong, there is something truly peculiar. Dong Qinxiu bit her lip and shouted, all team members, continue with the recall efforts. I will check on this and return promptly. She swiftly approached the employee responsible for the aftermath of the legend. What is it? Assistant Dong, the completion rate of the legend has already reached 98. And it continues to climb. What? Dong Qinxiu gasped. 98? Is that not the highest completion rate since the inception of the Legend Management Bureau? Yet, Du Yu did not participate. How could the completion rate still be rising? Immediately, show me the visual feed. The staff member, not daring to delay, promptly adjusted the screen. The image revealed an elderly man accompanied by several attendants, hastily making their way toward Du Yi's village. Is that Emperor Yao? Dong Qinxiu recognized the elder at once. The elder entered the village, inquiring from every household who had shot down the sun, to which all villagers replied without exception that the archer was named Du Yi. Despite scouring the village, no one knew Du Yi's whereabouts. Your Majesty, must you find that Du Yi? One attendant inquired. Indeed, upon hearing that someone could shoot down the sun, I immediately set out from Pingyang and traveled for 2 full days to reach here. I must take the one called Yi from this village. I wish to appoint him to office. This is not merely a gesture of gratitude for saving the people, but a prudent strategy to stabilize the hearts of the populace. Ah, I see, Your Majesty, the attendant nodded, grasping the significance. It mattered little whether Yi could shoot down the sun. What was crucial was that they must take someone named Yi from this village, for this act would proclaim Emperor Yao as a wise ruler throughout the land. Report. Another attendant approached Emperor Yao. Bowing, we have inquired, and there is only one child named Hou Yi in the nearby villages. Hou Yi? Emperor Yao raised an eyebrow, confirming. Is there truly no one else named Yi? Affirmative. The legendary archer has vanished, leaving only this child named Yi, who, according to the villagers, is quite close to the legendary Du Yi. Very well, I shall appoint this child to office. Broadcast the news. The one named Yi in the village has been taken by me. As you command. Dong Qinxiu observed the screen, where the completion rate had climbed to 99. What on earth was happening? Hou Yi, Du Yi? She quickly accessed her mobile encyclopedia to research the legend of Hou Yi shooting down the suns. It turned out that the commonly told tale of Hou Yi shooting the suns was merely a rumor. The true archer was named Du Yi, while Hou Yi was the monarch of the Yuqiong state during the Xia dynasty, who, in reverence to the archer Du Yi, had changed his name to Hou Yi. It is said that Hou Yi was also adept at archery, leading to the gradual conflation of Du Yi and Hou Yi in people's minds. Ultimately, who truly shot down the sun, Du Yi or Hou Yi? The passage of time rendered such knowledge lost to all. Thus, the tale of Hou Yi shooting the suns came to be. Dong Qinxiu watched in astonishment as the completion rate surged to 100, the entire screen glowing with golden light. For the first time in history, a perfect score. Assistant Dong, Du Yu's soul has returned. A staff member shouted. Chapter 16. Amoxicillin, a mortal, had become an operator for the Legend Management Bureau, achieving a 100 completion rate on his first execution of a superclass task. This news quickly spread throughout the celestial realms, creating a stir not only in the underworld, but even in the heavenly court. Yet at the center of this tempest, the protagonist of the event, Hou Yi, remained in a deep coma. Upon hearing of his grave injuries, the 10 Yama Kings dispatched aides bearing elixirs, their intentions unmistakable. Among the 8 Yama Kings, except for the second king, the martial judge Zhongke, all others, when Judge Cui Ju, the third king, A Bang Yo Tu, the fourth king Matu Luo Chama Mian, the fifth king Jin Jiang Jun Jia Yi, the sixth king In Jiang Jun Sua Yi, the seventh king Bai Wu Chang Xia Baiyan, and the eighth king He Wu Chang Fan Wu Jiu, sent precious pills directly to his bedside. These elixirs were exceedingly rare in the mortal realm, whether it be the millennium-old He Shou Wu, thousand-year-old Lingji, or the Tianshan Snow Lotus and Kunlun Ginseng. Each had brought forth their most treasured possessions. Besides them, Meng Pe, the king of the underworld, the Bodhisattva of Earth Store, the great emperor of the northern Yinfengdu, the great emperor of the eastern peak, and even the seldom-seen empress of the earth, Hudu, sent letters of consolation. Notably, under Fan Wu Jiu's persistent urging, Fan Xiao Guo reluctantly delivered medicine as well. However, she brought a box of amoxicillin, priced at a mere 12.8 yuan, known for its anti-inflammatory properties. This box of amoxicillin stood out conspicuously among the myriad rare treasures. Xiaoguo, what on earth are you thinking? Xiejin lamented as she walked alongside Fan Xiaoguo, who was adamant about giving Hou Yi the cheapest, least effective medicine, despite all attempts to dissuade her. What else can I think? I don't want the older generation to dictate my marital affairs. Fan Xiaoguo pouted, her expression full of reluctance. But do you isn't that bad, is he? He isn't bad-looking, and he seems quite interesting, Xiejin remarked. Yes, indeed. But, Sister Bai, do you not feel that way? If I were to spend time with him alone, it might feel quite comfortable. However, once the elders intervene, I find myself lacking motivation. Fan Xiaoguo lowered her head and mumbled, stating that she had yet to truly understand what kind of person he was. Yet the elders insisted that she must marry him, which placed an enormous burden on her. Well, indeed. Xiejin gently stroked Fan Xiaoguo's head and remarked, let it unfold naturally. Our Xiaoguo is so delightful. How could there be no suitors vying for her affection? The Bureau of Legends. Upon awakening, Hou Yi found himself surrounded by an array of miraculous elixirs by his bedside. Have I died? Why are there so many tributes? It soon dawned on Hou Yi that something was amiss. I really have died. Turning his head, he noticed Dong Qinxiu, who lay asleep at the edge of the bed, her hands inexplicably stained with dried blood, a few strands of hair cascading over her fair face, appearing utterly exhausted. One must admit, her current demeanor was far more approachable than her usual meticulous self. Didn't she say she hadn't left that screen for centuries? Why is she sleeping here now? Hou Yi gazed intently at Dong Qinxiu, who seemed to sense something, furrowed her brow, and opened her eyes. You're awake? After a moment of contemplation, Hou Yi managed a faint smile. Yes, Sister Qinxiu. How are you? Does your wound still hurt? Well, the one who was injured was the legendary me, not the real me. As Hou Yi spoke, he shifted his body, only to suddenly feel excruciating pain in his lower abdomen. The legendary you and the real you are symbiotic. Any harm you endure is indeed real. Goodness, Hou Yi doubled over in pain, realizing the truth of the matter. Then I really need to recuperate. This is actually my fault, Dong Qinxiu said anxiously. Though I did not wish for Chang'e to ascend to the heavens, this is the legend as recorded. No one can alter it. All right, Sister Qinxiu. I was just joking. Hou Yi threw off the covers and jumped out of bed. It was somewhat painful, but not unbearable. See, I'm still lively. Stop. Upon seeing Hou Yi leap from the bed, Dong Qinxiu immediately turned her head away. What's wrong, Sister Qinxiu? Hou Yi looked down, realizing that his clothes had been removed at some point. They needed to clean your wound, so they took off your clothes? Goodness. Hou Yi hurriedly dove back under the covers, feeling utterly embarrassed. Seeing you so lively puts me at ease. I'll have someone bring you some clothes. Dong Qinxiu stood up and slowly exited the room, turning back to say, as of now, you are the only operator in the Bureau of Legends. If you were to perish, the responsibility would weigh heavily on me. Hou Yi watched Dong Qinxiu leave, then glanced around at the room filled with miraculous elixirs, letting out a faint sigh. Who arranged all these boxes? I heard you've awakened. A figure peered through the door. Oh, the Grand Judge? Hou Yi exclaimed. You knew I had just awoken? It was none other than Grand Judge Cui Ju. I was supposed to relay a message from old He, asking you to see me once you regain consciousness. However, since you completed your task exceptionally well, a line of people eager to befriend you has already formed. So I came to find you first. Oh, do you felt a twinge of pride? Did I perform that well on this task? Indeed, theoretically, it couldn't have gone better. Then, Grand Judge, about what we discussed previously? Are you referring to jumping the queue for reincarnation? Even if you performed remarkably, it doesn't compare to 7 centuries of waiting. While Du Yu had anticipated this outcome, he still felt somewhat displeased and could only manage a wry smile. So, I must continue working here? When will it ever end? Do you tell me? How do you feel about this job? Cui Ju asked earnestly. Du Yu pondered for a moment before replying. It's somewhat enjoyable. Far better than being a factory worker. However, it is a bit perilous. I've nearly died several times. In our realm, such dangerous jobs typically come with high rewards. Rewards? Huh? Du Yu's comment elicited laughter from Cui Ju. What is so funny? Du Yu inquired. Cui Ju gradually composed himself, gesturing toward the room filled with miraculous elixirs. Upon hearing that the operator of the Bureau of Legends was injured, all the prominent figures from the underworld rushed to send you these elixirs. Given your current status, what more could you ask for? Du Yu stared blankly at the room filled with exquisite boxes, most crafted from rare woods, some even adorned with gold filigree. All of this is for me? Indeed. Everyone is still waiting to see which Family S elixirs you will choose for healing. Selecting a Family S elixir is tantamount to accepting their olive branch. Du Yu, initially excited, showed a look of disdain upon hearing Cui Ju's words. What a hassle. Du Yu, I brought your clothes. Dong Qianqiu entered with Du Yu's freshly laundered garments. Oh, the Grand Judge is here too. Du Yu smiled at Dong Qianqiu, took the clothes, dressed under the covers, then got out of bed to examine the boxes in the room. My goodness, what are these? Can they truly heal? Opening the first box left him dumbfounded. It contained something resembling a fish scale. This is a reverse scale of the Candle Dragon, sent by King Qin Guang. Du Yu set it aside and opened the second box, revealing a small, shimmering stone. This is a 5-colored stone, sent by King Pingding. Du Yu looked bewildered at the third box, which contained a severed finger. This is a relic of the Buddha's finger, sent by Ma Mian. All right. Du Yu waved his hand at Dong Qianqiu. Sister Qianqiu, you don't need to introduce these to me. I don't want any of them. Just return them. That's out of the question. Dong Qianqiu insisted. If these esteemed figures find out you rejected everything, how will you explain that? Explain? Du Yu stared at Dong Qianqiu in confusion. I'm your employee. What is there to explain to them? Besides, I'm merely immortal. Can these things truly heal? I'd probably die again after taking one. People like us mere mortals. Du Yu walked to the table and picked up a box of amoxicillin. We can only take this kind of medicine. The rest is truly beyond my use. After saying this, Du Yu turned to Cui Ju. By the way, leader, you mentioned you had something to discuss with me. What is it? Cui Ju pondered for a moment before saying, I'd like to request your assistance with a matter. No rush, take your time to consider. At the residence of Fan Wujiao, Xia Bayan happened to be visiting. Observing the numerous gifts that had been returned, both fell into deep thought. I heard that Du Yu returned all the gifts, leaving only a box of amoxicillin worth less than 20. This was truly a miscalculation. That Du Yu is quite the peculiar personality, Xia Bayan remarked, somewhat puzzled. I'm curious who is so cunning as to send a box of antibiotics meant for mortals, Fan Wujiao mused. It seems that someone in the underworld possesses such insight. Truly a hidden gem. Standing nearby, Fan Xiaoguo looked bewildered. Ancestor, what did you say Du Yu left behind? Amoxicillin. Why Guo, or do you know who sent it? Xia Jin, standing behind Xia Bayan, couldn't help but laugh. Eighth ancestor, amoxicillin was sent by Xiaoguo. Xia Bayan and Fan Wujiao stared wide-eyed. Really? Fan Xiaoguo couldn't fathom how a box of antibiotics could stir such a ripple. That's wonderful, Xiaoguo. Fan Wujiao rarely displayed a hint of a smile, remarking, this time, you truly are considerate. Our He family relies on you to cultivate a good relationship with Du Yu. Du Yu learned from Dong Qianqiu that he had been in a coma for 13 days. During this period, the Legend Administration had been operating as usual, with only Dong Qianqiu taking leave to care for him. This was the first time in a millennium that Dong Qianqiu had requested time off. Sister Qianqiu, how long must I lie here? Dong Qianqiu had persistently prevented Du Yu from getting out of bed. For several days, her sole focus was either attending to him or tutoring him in the lore of legends. Once you successfully pass my assessment, you shall be free to rise. Sign. Du Yu pleaded, please spare me. Now listen closely. Here is a question. Are all deities immortal? Du Yu pondered for a moment and replied, that should be the case. Incorrect. Dong Qianxiu chided playfully. What have you been listening to? I've told you countless times that while deities live longer than mortals, they are not truly immortal. There are many means for deities to extend their lifespan, such as the peach banquet and undergoing tribulations. The longest-lived deity known has existed for 100,080 years. No way, Sister Qianxiu. I've read the Chronicles of Immortals, where some deities are said to have lived for millions of years. Dong Qianxiu shook her head in exasperation and asked, do you tell me? Which book about deities was authored by a deity? This question has stumped you. Indeed, all literature concerning deities seems to have been penned by mortals. Every account of the deities you are familiar with originates from human authors, and many of their titles were conferred by successive emperors. But do you truly know what they are like? If that's the case, it is indeed. Do you know how long humanity has existed? It has only been 4,500,000 years since our ancestors diverged from monkeys. What does it mean for a deity to have a lifespan of millions of years? Ape immortal? Perhaps? Dong Qianxiu inquired. Moreover, with 5,000 years of recorded history in Hou Yi civilization, where would you find these million-year-old deities? Do you helplessly shrug you? Please continue, Sister Qianxiu. Then I shall proceed with the lesson. Do you listened listlessly to the theoretical knowledge, finding it far more tedious than engaging with legends, to the point of nearly dozing off. After an hour, he could no longer contain himself. Sister Qianxiu, shall we not end this? What? Dong Qianxiu was momentarily taken aback. We cannot simply stop. This knowledge may one day save your life. But you will be there for me, right? Me? Of course. When I enter the legends, you will be by my side. Won't you? Dong Qianxiu opened her mouth, but remained silent. Or will you disregard me, like last time? That's impossible. Last time was a unique situation. Thus, acquiring this knowledge means I have it too. Jumping out of bed, Du Yu patted Dong Qianxiu's shoulder and said, don't exhaust yourself. Let's go out and have some fun. Perhaps grab a cup of coffee? Dong Qianxiu gazed at the man before her, a hint of confusion in her eyes, and sighed softly. After all, he was the only hope of reviving the former glory of the Legend administration. Where shall we go for coffee? Sister, this is your territory. How would I know? Seizing an opportunity, while no one was paying attention, the two dashed out of the Legend administration. To Du Yu's surprise, despite Dong Qianxiu's seemingly high status, she did not even have a car. Sister Qianxiu, is this what you are wearing? Du Yu inquired, observing her black work attire. Don't women usually dress up a bit when going out? I only have this outfit. For the first time in centuries, Dong Qianxiu felt a twinge of embarrassment at being questioned. Should I buy something pretty? She mused. Never mind, Du Yu replied. I can't even imagine you in different attire. This looks just fine. The two exited from the unreturning mountain, their destination being Fengdu City. However, the distance from unreturning mountain to Fengdu City was a full 40 miles. And with Du Yu still recovering, walking would take them the entire day. Just as they were speaking, an old van flew overhead. Spotting the two on the ground, it circled once before descending slowly. Sister Incha? Du Yu squinted and recognized the driver as Fan Xiaoguo. Assistant Dong, and Du Yu? Fan Xiaoguo appeared puzzled. Are you two going out? Indeed. Du Yu exclaimed. Your arrival is fortuitous. Could you give us a lift? Dong Qianxiu shook her head and said, Du Yu, Xiaoguo might have matters to discuss with the director. We shouldn't disrupt her work. It's nothing, Assistant Dong. Actually, I'm here on orders from our ancestor to deliver something to Du Yu. Wherever you are headed, I can take you there, and I will leave immediately after. Du Yu no longer felt the need to be polite and pulled Dong Qianxiu into the van. The three of them traveled towards Fengdu City amidst an awkward atmosphere. Chapter 17. Zhongli Chun on the dilapidated van. Apart from Du Yu occasionally initiating a conversation, the two women remained silent. Du Yu was puzzled by the reason behind their reticence, and he found himself missing the quirky personality of Xiejin. Dear passengers, our vehicle is encountering some turbulence. Please stow your tray tables, open the sunshades, and fasten your seatbelts. The restroom is temporarily out of service. Du Yu mimicked Xiejin's manner of speaking to the two women. However, they remained unresponsive. Fan Xiaoguo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, internally berating herself. Fan Xiaoguo, what on earth are you doing? Assistant Dong is taking Du Yu out, and you don't even like him. Why are you meddling? For Dong Qianxiu, this was her first outing in countless years, and her emotions were conflicted. Part of her felt anxious, fearing she had committed some transgression, while another part wrestled with the knowledge that the Fan family intended to use Fan Xiaoguo to win over Du Yu. She was uncertain if she should voluntarily cede this opportunity, allowing Fan Xiaohua and Du Yu to spend time alone together. Before long, they arrived at the gates of hell, circling for some time before finally finding a parking spot. Upon disembarking, Fan Xiaohua feigned panic, exclaiming, "We've arrived. I have things to attend to, so I want to accompany you too." Turning to leave, she was halted by Du Yu. "Wait, what is it? Sister Incha, didn't you say you had something to give me?" Du Yu inquired, gazing quizzically at Fan Xiaohua. "Are you really leaving just like that?" "Oh, right." Only then did Fan Xiaohua remember she was sent by their ancestor to deliver something. She rummaged through her small handbag and produced a pitch-black scroll. "Here, take this." "What is this?" Du Yu accepted it, examining the object, which resembled a bamboo slip often seen in dramas, albeit entirely black. "This is a set of cultivation techniques, which our ancestor instructed me to give to you." "Cultivation technique?" Du Yu responded in astonishment. "You mean like the legendary techniques found in immortal novels?" "Sort of." Fan Xiaohua scratched her head. "However, these techniques are generally not for cultivators. They are intended for evil cultivators or demons." "Wait, what?" Du Yu was perplexed. "If you all wanted to harm me, shouldn't you be a bit more discreet? Being so forthright makes it hard to scare me." "Du Yu, you misunderstand." Dong Qinxiu interjected. "The Yin spirits of the underworld, aside from a few prominent figures, were mostly once evil cultivators in the mortal realm. Due to their prolonged exposure to dark energy and spirits, they ascended to become Yin spirits." "Ah, is that so?" Du Yu looked at the scroll in his hand. "But I am merely immortal. It might take me years to master this technique. Do you not have something more suitable?" Fan Xiaohua let out a helpless sigh and said, "It is not my intention to discourage you. But ever since the last Global Celestial Realm Survey in 1945, it has been confirmed that the spiritual energy of the three realms, heaven, earth, and humanity, has been utterly depleted. From that moment forth, it has become impossible for anyone to attain the art of immortality, and the cultivation of many celestial beings has stagnated. Fortunately, the ancient ancestor bestowed upon you a method that is exceedingly dark and wicked, one that can be mastered without the need for spiritual energy." "Goodness." Du Yu felt somewhat alarmed. It was one thing to use a method for malevolent practitioners, but to possess one that is so exceedingly dark was quite another. As Du Yu spoke, he unfurled the scroll, revealing 4 shimmering golden characters. "Record of the 8 directions of spirits." Dong Qinxiu's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing it. "The record of the 8 directions of spirits?" She murmured the name several times before suddenly recalling something. Could it be the record of the 8 directions of spirits created by Empress Hou Yi? Du Yu examined the scroll closely. Its contents were quite peculiar, resembling a pattern more than mere text. The design encompassed the cardinal directions as well as above, below, and included a total of 8 arrows pointing to various locations. "Sister Qinxiu, do you recognize this?" "Recognize?" Legend has it that the record of the 8 directions of spirits was employed by Empress Hou Yi when establishing the underworld. However, most people believed it to be a fabrication. Thus nobody takes it seriously. After all, the abilities attributed to the record of the 8 directions of spirits are exceedingly bizarre. You have stumbled upon an incredible fortune. You must express your gratitude to the Fan family." "Oh." Du Yu still felt somewhat bewildered. "Xiaohua, please extend my thanks to your ancestor." "Oh. Is that all?" Fan Xiaohua seemed taken aback. "Then I shall take my leave." Once Fan Xiaohua had walked away, Du Yu turned back to inquire, "Sister Qinxiu, is this truly as formidable as it sounds?" "Indeed, although I am uncertain how Fan Wujiao acquired the record of the 8 directions of spirits, since he has given it to you." Dong Qinxiu produced a golden pen. "You must inscribe your birth date and name in the center of the record, and it will belong solely to you. Unless you willingly relinquish it, no one can take it from you." "But what exactly does the record of the 8 directions of spirits do?" Du Yu asked with concern. "If it is truly so powerful, why would even Empress Hou Yi rely on its strength, making it a wicked method?" Dong Qinxiu gazed at the softly glowing record of the 8 directions of spirits and explained, "It is a lengthy tale. The term 8 directions refers to the cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, above, below, and the gates of life and death. The owner of the record can summon 8 spirits to guard these 8 directions, which means they can harness the powers of these spirits for their own use indefinitely. Legend has it that the technical department of the Management Bureau attempted to replicate the principles of the record, but could only manage to sustain a spirit's possession for 5 minutes at most. In comparison, that duration is akin to a child's plaything. So that's how it is." Du Yu pause for a moment. "The underworld possesses a vast number of spirits. If I were to take 10 formidable ones, wouldn't that make me invincible?" "Theoretically, yes." Dong Qinxiu replied, "but spirits have their own thoughts. Having a group of untrustworthy companions can ultimately lead to unease. As Dong Qinxiu spoke, she turned to see that you had already signed his name and birth date. You said it yourself, Sister Qinxiu, once I sign. It belongs to me. Therefore, I shall claim this opportunity for now. As for which spirits to summon for protection, that can be decided later. However, I must caution you to choose your spirits wisely. Once a spirit becomes one of your 8, it will remain with you for eternity unless it is utterly obliterated. You looked at the black record in his hand and nodded silently. The two of them made a brief adjustment before heading towards Fengdu City. Sister Qinxiu, I thought I could rely on you to show me around the underworld. Yet you seem even more lost than I am. Indeed, I haven't stepped outside in nearly 1,000 years, Dong Qinxiu admitted with a hint of embarrassment. But I still remember where some interesting places are. There is a pedestrian street called the 3 Live Stone near the River of Forgetfulness. We can go there. Having confirmed their direction, they set off. As Du had anticipated, the underworld's ghostly officials did not recognize Dong Qinxiu, nor did they acknowledge him, the newly appointed operator. The two of them wandered the streets like ordinary spirits. By the way, Sister Qinxiu, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. What is it? The place where we work is called the Legend Management Bureau's Underworld Office, right? Yes. It sounds merely like a branch office. Yet how could the director work there? Shouldn't he be at the headquarters? Indeed, it's a valid question. Our original workplace was not in the underworld. The headquarters of the Legend Management Bureau is actually in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court? Du was taken aback by the scale of this organization. Then why isn't the director there? That is a long story. Ever since the betrayal of Zhang Qixing against the Legend Management Bureau 900 years ago, the Bureau lost its operators. Not only did its ability to intervene in legends diminish significantly, but its status also declined sharply. Once a vast organization with branches in the Heavenly Court, Dragon Palace, Human Realm, and Underworld, it gradually faced exclusion and was forced to move around until it ended up in this small place in the underworld. How frustrating. Du felt indignant. These people were so superficial. They flocked to curry favor when there were operators, yet shunned them in their absence. Dong Qinxiu offered a wry smile and said, "It's all right. Now we have an operator." Du paused, then exclaimed, "You're right. I am an operator now. Sister Qinxiu, wait for me. Soon I shall secure a territory for us from the Heavenly Court." Dong Qinxiu's eyes sparkled with amusement as she replied, "All right, I'll be waiting." "Wow. Sister Qinxiu, I didn't know you could smile. Are you looking for trouble?" After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived at the 3 Live Stone pedestrian street that Dong Qinxiu had mentioned. This place was far more vibrant than Du had imagined. An ancient yet charming street was adorned with various neon signs, and above it hung both ancient colorful banners and modern light strings, creating a unique beauty that blended past and present. The pedestrians on the street were a diverse mix. Some women wore kipayos, while others were in short skirts, and the men were clad in everything from armor to shirts. My goodness! Du marveled. Why are there so many people living in the underworld? Quite simply, Dong Qinxiu explained, not everyone desires to reincarnate. Many spirits choose to reside here instead. Living here, huh? Du pondered for a moment. It didn't seem like such a bad idea. As they wandered about, the two of them arrived at a minimalist CAF. Its concrete facade adorned with the glowing words Bitterweight. Bitterweight? What an intriguing name for a CAF. Du remarked, looking up. Shall we go in? Dong Qinxiu nodded and reached for the door. But as she opened it, a scream erupted from within. Watch out! Dong Qinxiu pulled Du aside, just as a figure burst through the door, crashing into the street. My word! Du gasped at the sight. Had Dong Qinxiu not pulled him away, he would have been knocked over. Who dares to cause trouble here? Dong Qinxiu shouted angrily. The interior fell into an eerie silence. As if no one dared to utter a word, Dong Qinxiu huffed coldly and stepped inside, where she found a towering woman standing at the center, while the surrounding customers and staff were too frightened to speak. Why did you suddenly attack someone? One of the employees stammered, trembling as they addressed the woman. The woman slowly turned around, clad in a refined suit of armor reminiscent of the Warring States period. Her beauty, strikingly incongruous with her imposing stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches and her commanding presence. Why resort to violence? She mused, glancing at her own clenched fist, her mood evidently sour. Du, gathering his courage, followed Dong Qinxiu's lead to steal a glimpse ahead, astonished to find such audacity in the underworld. Is it permissible to strike someone merely due to a bad mood? The female shop assistant, seemingly undeterred by the formidable aura of the woman before her, felt compelled to address the situation. Oh no! This individual is gravely injured, a voice suddenly cried from outside. The shop assistant hurried out to discover a man lying unconscious on the ground. "How can you be so barbaric?" she shouted in outrage to those nearby. "Quickly, call for the enforcers." "Goodness, to knock someone out so casually." "Chinchio, teach her a lesson." Du Yu added, fanning the flames behind her. "No, no way." Dong Chinchio hesitated, realizing the gravity of the predicament. They needed a strategy to escape. "Huh? Do you possède Tikanabak? Is she truly that formidable?" Just then, the woman turned and locked eyes with Dong Chinchio. "It's you?" she murmured, but quickly averted her gaze, ignoring her entirely. She righted the chair she had just overturned and sat down, surveying the room before addressing the patrons. "Should anyone dare to glance my way again, I shall send them flying." The customers hastily averted their eyes, none daring to meet the gaze of this towering woman. "Du Yu, we must leave," Dong Chinchio urged, tugging at Du Yu to exit the shop, while the woman remained absorbed in her dessert. "Who dares to cause a ruckus?" A thunderous voice echoed, as a figure clad in official garb descended from the sky, his face resembling charcoal. "Daring to disrupt my jurisdiction, today you shall witness the might of the enforcers." "Enforcers?" Dong Chinchio thought to herself, having never heard of such a title. She stepped forward and seized the enforcer by the arm. "What are you doing? Who are you? Are you an accomplice?" The enforcer, identified as Bu Zudao, retorted with irritation. "I am Dong Chinchio of the Bureau of Legends. You cannot resolve this situation. Swiftly summon your superior, Nyoto, Meimian, or even Jeshoir. Any will suffice." "Nonsense. If you are indeed Dong Chinchio, then I am the legendary Hisu." Bu Zudao scoffed, shoving Dong Chinchio aside and charging into the shop, pointing at the tall woman, Demonis. "I am Bu Zudao of the Enforcers. State your name." Before he could finish, the woman swiftly closed the distance, her fist, larger than that of an ordinary person, mere inches from his nose. "By the heavens, she's not playing by the rules." Du Yu exclaimed, shocked at her aggression before introducing herself. Bang! A resounding noise echoed, causing all onlookers to stagger back. Dong Chinchio interposed herself before the enforcer, firmly grasping the woman's fist. "Zhongli Chun, grant me a favor," she implored, a tremor in her voice. The woman, known as Zhongli Chun, remained expressionless and, with a sudden jerk of her arm, sent Dong Chinchio stumbling back 3 paces. "Oh, you dare strike an enforcer?" Bu Zudao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. His official cap askew from the force of the blow. "I told you so. Get out of here. Call for your superior." Dong Chinchio snapped. You wait," Bu Zudao stammered, hastily adjusting his cap as he fled. Unperturbed, Zhongli Chun regarded Dong Chinchio with an indifferent glance. "A favor for you? On what grounds?" Dong Chinchio bit her lip, realizing she must have neglected to check the omens before venturing out. Fate had led her to confront the underworld's most notorious villain. First one, then another, all disrupting my dessert, Zhongli Chun remarked coolly. "You wish to be struck, do you?" "Aye." Dong Chinchio recognized the formidable nature of her opponent. Despite her own celestial body, victory was not guaranteed against Zhongli Chun. Their acquaintance from a millennium past seemed irrelevant in this moment. With a swift motion, Zhongli Chun's fist surged towards Dong Chinchio. Gritting her teeth, Dong Chinchio summoned a massive shield that materialized before her, successfully intercepting Zhongli Chun's blow. The shield, a mystical artifact of unknown origin, held firm against the overwhelming force. Surprised, Zhongli Chun paused for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, scoffing as she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the shield, swiftly fracturing it. "What on earth?" Du Yu, hidden nearby, was utterly stunned. The artifact was clearly a celestial treasure, yet it seemed vulnerable to mere fists. As Zhongli Chun's relentless assault shattered the shield into fragments, Dong Chinchio felt the backlash injure her spirit, causing her to spit blood. "Chinchio!" Du Yu cried, rushing to her side, but a sudden mental command from Dong Chinchio halted him. "Do not! You are injured. You must not engage with her. Flee!" Du Yu's heart raced as he glanced at Dong Chinchio, fearing that if they left now, she might not endure even a minute longer. Yet, the towering woman before them was terrifying, and if even the celestial being could not withstand her, what could a mere mortal do? As Zhongli Chun advanced, her gaze fixed solely on Dong Chinchio, no one dared intervene. Dong Chinchio struggled to rise, each attempt thwarted by her wounded spirit, leaving her vulnerable. Once more, Zhongli Chun raised her fist. "Halt!" A commanding voice rang out, momentarily startling Zhongli Chun, who turned to see Du Yu, trembling as he stepped out from behind the door. "Do not harm her." Dong Chinchio's heart sank. Zhongli Chun was a volatile force, and anyone who dared to intervene would surely perish. Do you run? She will not heed your words. Do you realize that fleeing would seal Dong Qinqiu's fate? But he had no means to confront Zhong Lichun. He had to buy time. You, do not strike Qinqiu. He stammered, overwhelmed by fear. The pressure from Zhong Lichun far greater than when facing the 9 infants. The woman stared at Du Yu, seemingly frozen, her fists hovering in midair. Huh? Dong Qinqiu wondered, perplexed by Zhong Lichun's sudden stillness. Zhong Lichun focused intently on Du Yu, slowly lowering her fists, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Du Yu, bewildered by the shift in Zhong Lichun's demeanor, felt a surge of incredulity. Goodness, have I developed superpowers? He thought, though the present situation seemed to defy logic. You, sit over there. He gestured toward the table where Zhong Lichun had been seated moments before. To his astonishment, the towering figure complied like a docile lamb, nodding obediently before taking her seat. What in the world is happening? Du Yu's mind raced with questions, yet there was no time for answers. He hurried to assist Dong Qinqiu, asking Qinqiu, are you all right? I'm fine, just need to recuperate. But you, how did you manage that? Dong Qinqiu inquired, perplexed by Du Yu's unexpected influence over Zhong Lichun. You have indeed posed the right question. Du Yu draped Dong Qinqiu's arm over his shoulders, saying, wait for me a few days. I will concoct a good reason to explain. Just as the two were about to depart from the establishment, Zhong Lichun rose once more. Instantly, both of their nerves tightened. What was this woman up to now? Zhong Lichun approached with a plate of delicate pastries, carefully presenting it before Du Yu, inquiring, would you like some dessert? Huh? Du Yu looked up at Zhong Lichun, who wore a blank expression, her gaze fixed intently on him, as if harboring an inscrutable intention. However, her towering height of at least 190 centimeters rendered her quite intimidating. Perhaps I should forego it. Du Yu chuckled awkwardly. I've been on a diet lately. These are too sweet for my taste. Do you not enjoy sweets? Zhong Lichun set the pastries aside, turning to the attendant with a frigid tone. Bring out the non-sweet pastries immediately, or I shall ensure your souls are scattered. The attendant, bewildered by the unfolding situation, stammered, non-sweet pastries. Where am I supposed to find those? Then do not blame me. Zhong Lichun glared at the attendant, her menacing aura intensifying. No! In a moment of panic, Du Yu shouted, do not harm anyone. Zhong Lichun immediately retracted her ominous presence, standing beside Du Yu, resembling a devoted follower. This unexpected turn of events left not only Du Yu and Dong Qinqiu bewildered, but also all the patrons and staff in the CAF. What on earth was happening? You. Just stay here. I will fetch some oranges for you. Du Yu said, summoning his courage to address Zhong Lichun. She obediently nodded in response. What has come over her? Fortunately, I can control her for now. Sister Qinqiu, let us leave quickly. Du Yu whispered to Dong Qinqiu, hastily leading her away. After walking just a few steps, they encountered a grim figure named Bu Zudao, accompanied by several others, marching towards the CAF. Big brother, just ahead. Bu Zudao called to one of the figures behind him. In that CAF. All right, let us see who dares to touch my brother Bu Zudao. Brothers, follow me. As Dong Qinqiu and Du Yu brushed past this group, she shook her head in resignation. What a bunch of insignificant characters, Bu Zudao and Bu Zushua. Truly unworthy of mention. They are merely marching towards their demise. Why not summon Yodo and Mom Yin instead? Let us not concern ourselves with them, Sister Qinqiu. Du Yu urged, quickening his pace. I will take you somewhere else to recuperate. Turning a corner, they stumbled upon an establishment named Sleep or Perish. Sister Qinqiu. How about here? Du Yu suggested. Dong Qinqiu glanced up. Anywhere is fine. I only wish to recuperate. Do not overthink it. Of course I would not overthink. I merely inquired if you minded resting in such a place. Du Yu. Should you continue to prattle, I will arrange for you to become the White Dragon Horse, participating in the entire tale of journey to the west. How could I dare? Du Yu exclaimed. Alaumed. Hastily assisting Dong Qinqiu into the inn, she retrieved her official Insha token, prompting the proprietor to act swiftly in preparing a room. Once inside, Dong Qinqiu sat cross-legged on the bed, closing her eyes to meditate. Du Yu, she said, still in meditation, I am somewhat concerned about those Inshas. You should call Hou Yi and Bai Yi, asking them to intervene. Du Yu nodded, obtaining the phone number and several spirit coins from Dong Qinqiu before stepping outside the inn. I ought to purchase a mobile phone in the underworld. Where does one even find a public phone nowadays? He muttered as he wandered the streets, contemplating whether it was still timely to make a call. Feeling that Zhong Lichun could easily defeat those Inshas in a mere minute. Nevertheless, he located a convenience store, exchanged a spirit coin for a public phone, and, having never met Fan Wujiao, called Xie Bianin. After briefly explaining the situation, Xie Bianin calmly remarked, "The situation is not severe. I will arrive after finishing my facial mask." Just as Du Yu hung up and prepared to return to the inn, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Hey, have you heard? It seems the Inchas are after the notorious evil person Chun." "Evil person Chun? That infamous Zhongli? How could that be? Who knows? Let's hurry and check it out." A group of wandering souls shouted in the street, drawing Du Yu's attention. "Zhongli Chun has been captured?" he pondered, incredulous that a few Inchas could manage such a feat regardless. He felt compelled to investigate. If Bu Zudao's elder brother, Bu Zushua, indeed possessed a cultivation level surpassing Dong Qianqiu's, he must be a significant figure in the underworld. Yet Du Yu had never heard of such a person. Quickening his pace, he rounded the corner and arrived at a CAF called Bitter Waiting. There stood Zhongli Chun, eerily still, encircled by 7 or 8 Inchas wielding weapons. Blood trickled down her face from a gash on her forehead, yet her countenance remained devoid of emotion, seemingly ignoring the Inchas surrounding her. "What is this? Were you not so boastful moments ago?" Buzudao taunted, slapping Zhongli Chan's face. "Were you not going to strike me?" Bu Zusha smirked from the side. "Little brother, I must say you have done well. This individual is infamous as evil person Chan. With this capture, our prospects for promotion are bright." Bu Zusha then delivered a harsh kick to Zhongli Chan's abdomen. She grunted softly, but quickly regained her posture, expressionless and unmoving. "Is she acting foolishly? Could she be a fraud?" One of the subordinates queried. "Such resilience. Could she truly be an imposter?" Bu Zudao unsheathed a chain, spinning it before unleashing it with full force against Zhongli Chan's waist. Ugh! The blow landed heavily, nearly causing her to falter, yet she gritted her teeth, standing tall, murmuring something under her breath. "What did you say?" Bu Zudao leaned in to listen, intrigued. "What is she saying?" Bu Zushuo inquired, straining to hear. Zhongli Chun muttered, "That was close. I almost moved. This person has truly lost her mind." Bu Zudao remarked, swinging the chain once more. "And if you do move, what then? This time, I shall ensure you cannot stand. Cease this at once." Du Yu shouted as he burst forth, his fury boiling over at the sight before him. "Zhongli Chun, what has happened to you? Du Yu was baffled. How could someone who easily defeated Dong Qianqiu be cornered and assaulted by these Inchas?" "Ah!" Zhongli Chun lifted her head, revealing a radiant smile. "You're back. Did you manage to buy the oranges?" Du Yu's mind raced back to his earlier instruction to Zhongli Chun. "Do not move from this spot." What was the matter with Zhongli Chun? Why was she so obedient to him, even disregarding her own safety? Gazing at her bloodied face adorned with a smile, Du Yu felt a surge of genuine anger. "Are you truly officials?" He questioned the Inchas. "Do you not see that she has not retaliated? What manner of enforcement is this, to surround and assault her?" "Who are you, brat?" Bu Zudao stepped forward, sizing up Du Yu. "Which era did you die in? I do not recall seeing you before." Upon recognizing Du Yu, Bu Zudao exclaimed, "Ah, it's him. He is with that arrogant woman from earlier. She even falsely claimed to be from the Bureau of Legends." "Brat, impersonating an Incha is a crime that will lead to your soul being scattered." Bu Zudao advanced towards Du Yu. Du Yu coldly remarked, "If you have the guts, come at me and see who ends up worse off." "Ah, you certainly have some audacity." Bu Zu stepped forward and shoved Du Yu with a push. Strangely enough, at that moment, the entire CAF began to tremble ever so slightly. What was happening? The Bu brothers exchanged bewildered glances and, upon surveying the scene, discovered that a dense aura of murderous intent was emanating from Zhongli Chun, so potent that it caused the whole establishment to quiver. "Stop, don't," Du Yu implored Zhongli Chun. "Leave this matter to me. If you kill the officer, it will only exacerbate the situation." Zhongli Chun was taken aback, uncertain of what to do. She could endure injury herself, but she could not allow Du Yu to be harmed. Yet, Du Yu insisted she remain uninvolved. What was to be done now? Was this it? Du Yu took another step forward. Merely pushing was insufficient. "If you have the courage, step up and challenge me to a duel." "A duel? Do you think I fear you?" he shouted back, regaining his composure and bellowing. "Do you truly wish to meet your demise?" Just as the word duel left his lips, several spectral officers surrounded Du Yu. But just as they were about to act, a portion of the air above them began to distort. After a violent tremor, a figure clad in white appeared in midair. "Ah!" The spectral officers immediately knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Lord Seven." Lord Seven, by Wu Chang, Xie Bian, materialized unexpectedly, droplets of water still clinging to his face, appearing rather hurried. He began to pat his face while surveying the scene, but after a brief moment, a look of confusion crossed his features. Wasn't I summoned to rescue the spectral officers from Zhongli Chun? Why does it appear she is about to be subdued? Chapter 19. A hero emerges from youth. The spectral officers knelt, rooted in place, as the rarely seen Lord Seven, Xie Bian, stood before them. Lord Seven, what brings you here? Bu Zhu inquired with a forced smile. What brings me here? Xie Bian continued to pat his face, pondering internally. I came to stop Zhongli Chun, but it seems I am not needed after all. Upon closer inspection, Xie Bian noticed Du standing behind the spectral officers. Wait a moment, he exclaimed. Didn't you just call me? What are you doing here? Well, Du replied, I did not wish to come, but the circumstances are rather peculiar. The spectral officers exchanged glances, realizing that this individual was acquainted with Lord Seven, and they had unwittingly landed themselves in deep trouble. Before Du and Xie Bian could exchange further pleasantries, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and once again, the space above began to warp, revealing a massive figure. Who dares to strike my subordinates? A gruff voice boomed. Xie Bian couldn't help but chuckle. This was becoming quite amusing. A real character had arrived. Oh, Old Seven, you're here too. The brawny man, whose voice resonated like thunder, landed and immediately slapped Xie Bian on the back, greeting him enthusiastically. Yes, third brother, you are here as well? Xie Bian replied with a smile. Du looked up and saw that this peculiar figure was tall and imposing, with a bull's head and human body, and massive horns protruding from his temples. It must be one of the most renowned spectral officers in the underworld, the bullhead. I heard someone was attacking my subordinates. Who could it be? Xie Bian chuckled and pointed at Zhongli Chun. There she is, go and deal with her. Upon seeing Zhongli Chun, Bullhead's eyes widened in shock. What? Zhongli Chun? Are you joking with me? What's wrong, third brother? You should be able to hold your own against her. Xie Bian encouraged from the side. Go on, self-destruct your nascent soul, and take her down. Old Seven, are you mocking me? Bullhead cursed, then turned to Xie Bian and whispered, how was I to know I'd encounter such a formidable opponent in this pedestrian street? I don't have a single magical artifact on me. If we were to clash, my nascent soul would surely be shattered. Xie Bian struggled to contain his laughter, finally managing to regain his composure. What do you suggest then? Should your little brothers just take the beating? Well, actually my subordinates haven't been harmed. I merely wanted to show off a bit. Bullhead admitted, feeling perplexed. Old Seven, your wits are past mine. You must help me devise a plan. I can't appear incompetent in front of my subordinates. Xie Bian grinned mischievously and suggested, third brother, why not ask who the accomplice is and give them a good thrashing? That's a brilliant idea, Bullhead exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Turning to the spectral officers, he declared, I'll deal with this woman later. For now, let me ask you, aside from her, is anyone else causing you trouble? Bu Zhu and his brother exchanged glances, their confidence bolstered by Bullhead's inquiry, and pointed at Du, exclaiming, him. He was obstructing our efforts to capture this villain. Oh really? Bullhead scrutinized Du, realizing he was merely immortal, and his demeanor shifted to one of bravado. You think you can stand against my subordinates? Me? Du glanced at Xie Bian, who was stifling laughter, and nodded. I indeed find them quite disagreeable. Prepare for a good slap. Bullhead swung his arm. Hey, third brother. Just as his hand was about to land on Du's face, Bai Wuchang intervened. Bullhead's hand froze midair as he turned to Xie Bian and asked, what's the matter? Well, Xie Bian pondered before replying, there's actually nothing serious. Why don't you go ahead and strike? We can discuss things afterward. Oh, all right. Bullhead nodded, raising his hand once more, but as he did, a moment of realization struck him. He gradually lowered his hand, turning back to Xie Bian with an innocent smile. Old Seven, were you just joking with me? If I hit him, I would be in serious trouble, wouldn't I? You must tell me, who is this person? Xie Bian could no longer contain his laughter and burst out. Oh, third brother, it's been a decade, and your intellect has soared. Ha, indeed. Bullhead replied proudly. I'm not foolish. After a hearty laugh, Xie Bian finally said, if you strike him, it will be disastrous. He is the newly appointed operator from the Bureau of Management, Du. What? Bullhead's eyes widened in disbelief, the nostrils of his bull nose flaring. An operator? Good heavens, he thought to himself, had I struck him, the consequences would have been dire. An operator could manipulate time. I might have vanished from this world altogether. Oh dear, it seems I'm misunderstood. Bullhead's face broke into a cheerful grin. So you were the operator? It's all a misunderstanding. Du felt somewhat exasperated and muttered, you are quite easy to read. Your thoughts are written all over your face. You lie. Get up and apologize to my brother Du. Bullhead commanded the kneeling spectral officers. They were bewildered. Their leader, who had just vowed to stand up for them, was now all smiles. How significant was the person they were dealing with? Buzu and Buzu Shuo realized they had indeed made a grave mistake in pushing someone who even Bullhead dared not confront. With a friendly demeanor, Bullhead approached Du and said, we're all on the same side, right? Do you remember I once gifted you a returning essence pill? Please don't say that, Du replied, shaking his head. I returned all the pills to you. I didn't keep a single one. How awkward. Bullhead chuckled. Though you didn't accept the returning essence pill, my intentions are sincere. Suddenly, Bullhead turned and kicked Buzu Shuo's backside, catching both Du and Buzu Shuo off guard. Hey, boss, why did you kick me? You insolent rascals have caused me enough trouble. Be off with you. Niu Tu, fearing retribution from Du, wished to hastily dismiss these troublemaking subordinates. Wait, do you dead Niu Tu? Brother Du, please show mercy. Do not take offense at my inept subordinates. Du was indeed somewhat irate. The sight of Zhong Li Chun's injuries filled him with profound guilt. Although Zhong Li Chun had initiated the conflict, it was inexcusable for her to be beset by a throng of enforcers. The true culprits were these scoundrels. He cast a glance at Xie Baiyan, who appeared deep in thought. Du realized that he had only known Xie Baiyan for a few days, whereas Niu Tu had been his brother for millennia. If a conflict were to arise, would Xie Baiyan stand by his side? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Baiyan spoke. Third brother, the operators may release these individuals, but you must deliver their biographies to him. He has mentioned that he is at leisure these days and wishes to explore the past. Niu Tu was taken aback and hurriedly interjected, Brother Du, are you not asking for the lives of my subordinates? They have been with me for over 1,000 years. Du, caught off guard, murmured, seventh brother. While I am indeed angered, these individuals do not seem to be legendary figures. Xie Baiyan, however, paid no heed to Du's words and continued, fourth brother, have you considered that if we Yin Chai were to abuse our power, why should the operators not do the same? The several Yin Chai, upon hearing this, wept and pleaded for mercy, prostrating themselves on the ground, their foreheads hitting the earth with dull thuds until they were swollen and bruised. After a considerable wait, Xie Baiyan slowly approached with a faint smile and said, enough. Consider this a minor lesson. While carrying out your duties is permissible, bullying is absolutely intolerable. Third brother is genuinely concerned for your well-being, and you ought to uphold his honor. Matters of soul disputes should be handled by the Yin Law Division. Your excessive violence against her only reflects poorly on us. So what grounds do we have to pursue her? The Yin Chai, upon hearing this, continued to bow on the ground, too frightened to utter a word. Seeing that they had learned their lesson, Du felt a sense of relief. After all, he was but a mortal. If this were to drag on, Niu Tu would not indefinitely grant him such leniency. So he slowly said, alas, what seventh brother has said mirrors my own thoughts. You should act with prudence. The individuals, as if granted a second chance at life, hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Du and Xie Baiyan before scurrying away. Bodedu! Niu Tu exclaimed joyfully, dancing with glee. You are quite a decent fellow. How about we share a drink together? Du merely replied with a quiet no, and walked directly to Zhong Li Chun. I did not move. Zhong Li Chun appeared gravely injured, yet she still wore a captivating smile. I know. Du gazed at her with concern, though he could not fathom the events that had transpired. Zhong Li Chun's demeanor struck him as peculiar. Hey! Zhong Li Chun chuckled foolishly before losing consciousness and collapsing into Du's embrace. He caught her, and though her stature was tall, she felt surprisingly fragile in his arms, leaving him to wonder about the source of her formidable strength. Seventh brother, what on earth is happening? Du looked at Zhong Li Chun beside him, utterly perplexed. What is the matter? Are you referring to Zhong Li Chun? Xie Baiyan scratched his head. She is the foremost among the 10 notorious figures of the underworld. Though she has not committed any heinous acts, she is notoriously difficult to deal with. She can effortlessly disperse souls, and her legal troubles are numerous. Even if we were to capture her, there would be no good way to handle her, as her soul is exceedingly resilient. The most severe tortures cannot disband it. In your mortal terms, what would that be? After a moment of contemplation, Xie Baiyan concluded, yes, it is referred to as deep resentment. I'm not inquiring about that. Du shook his head. I wish to know why such a notorious figure listens to me so readily. Xie Baiyan indeed noticed that Zhong Li Chun behaved like a different person in Du's presence. As for that, I cannot say, he pondered. Perhaps there is only one possibility. She has encountered you before. Encountered me before? Indeed, as an operator, it is not surprising that you appear in someone's memories. Xie Baiyan asserted confidently. But who is Zhong Li Chun? Is she a legendary figure? Who is she? Haha. Xie Baiyan laughed. Assistant Dong mentioned she would help you brush up on your knowledge of legends. It seems that was not sufficient. Zhong Li Shun, with the surname Zhong Li and given name Chun, hails from Hou Yi, Shandong Province, also known as the Lady of Hou Yi. For convenience, many prefer to refer to her as Zhong Hou Yi, while some rumors suggest she is exceedingly unattractive, hence the name Zhong Hou Yi. There are countless tales surrounding her. Zhong Hou Yi? Do you gaze at the peacefully sleeping Zhong Li Chun in his arms? Her exquisite appearance far surpassed that of Chang'e. How could she be the infamous ugly Zhong Hou Yi? I do not know. What transpired with Zhong Hou Yi? I do not know. Why does she trust me so implicitly? I do not know. Do you helplessly looked up at Xie Baiyan, seventh brother? Why do you know nothing? Not at all. Little Duzi, your questions are quite absurd, Xie Baiyan replied, exasperated. You are from the Legend Management Bureau. Why do you keep asking me? That is true. Do you know that, scooping of Zhong Li Shan? I will investigate this matter thoroughly in due time. Right now, the priority is to tend to her injuries. Seeing do you carrying Zhong Li Shan? Xie Baiyan asked in confusion. Where are you going? There happens to be a place nearby suitable for healing. Do not act recklessly. She is a young woman, gravely injured. What can you, a man, possibly do? Do you glance down at Zhong Li Chun? Xie Baiyan's words held merit. He could not even assess her injuries. But what other option did he have? The only person with whom he had a decent rapport, Qian Xiujie, was also injured and could not assist in caring for Zhong Li Chun. Seventh brother, could you do me a favor and bring Fan Xiaogua here? Fan Xiaogua? Indeed. Do you nodded? Have her wait for me here. I shall return shortly. After saying this, Du swiftly departed with Zhong Li Chun. Before reaching the inn, Zhong Li Chun awoke, realizing she was cradled in Duyu's arms, causing her heart to race. You are awake? Du inquired. Please hold on a moment. I will take you to a place for healing. Please, put me down. I am fine. Zhong Li Shun whispered. It is of no consequence. You were injured because of me. I will find someone to assist you. Soon, Du brought her in to sleep well, and the innkeeper, upon seeing Du carrying a stunning beauty, was momentarily perplexed. Hadn't he just visited with a different woman? My apologies, but the payment was made earlier, Du said as he passed the front desk. The innkeeper nodded symbolically, pondering the identity of this individual. Du carried Zhong Li Chun into a room where Dong Qianxiu was still meditating. Qianxiu Jie, due to certain circumstances, I must leave Zhong Li Chun here to heal. Dong Qianxiu scrutinized Du and Zhong Li Chun with confusion. Her first puzzlement was that Du would tend to this notorious woman, while her second was the fact that someone could injure Zhong Li Chun to such a degree. Was the Earth Mother in the world? Even if she lies here, I cannot examine her injuries, Dong Qianxiu remarked. I understand. I have also sought assistance. Please wait here while I return shortly. Du replied before rushing out of the room. At the CAF entrance, Xie Baiyan executed 2 spatial transfers and instantly brought Fan Xiaoguo before him. Fan Xiaoguo was in line to buy bubble tea when Xie Baiyan suddenly descended from above, seizing her, leaving her utterly bewildered. 7. Grandfather Qi. What are you doing? Don't call me Grandfather Qi. Just call me brother, and Xie Baiyan gently lowered Fan Xiaoguo to the ground, explaining that a familiar face needed her assistance. As Fan Xiaoguo turned her head, she was startled to see the imposing figure of San Yi, the ox head, and quickly bowed in respect. No need for excessive formalities. It's not me who requires assistance. The ox head waved his hand dismissively, then added, but old Qi, why would you have this little descendant call you brethren? What is wrong with that? I've taken her as my sworn sister, Xie Baiyan replied with unwavering conviction. That simply won't do. Fan Xiaoguo's greatest fear was manifesting once more. Indeed, how can that be allowed? If you call her your sister, what am I to call her? The ox head pondered, before suggesting, to avoid confusion in our generations, let us keep it simple. You call her sister, and I shall call her granddaughter. I must say, Sangu, you have always been quite clever since childhood, Xie Baiyan retorted, a hint of annoyance in his voice. One word from you, and I'm reduced to being a grandson. Just as they were conversing, Du came rushing from a distance. Wonderful. Sister Incha. Upon seeing Fan Xiaoguo, Du seized her arm, urging, come quickly. Confused, Fan Xiaoguo found herself dragged along by Du, and before long, they arrived at the entrance of Sleep to Death. Sister Incha, this situation is urgent. You must help me. Huh. Fan Xiaoguo glanced at the sign above the door, nearly fainting. What do you take me for? Even if the situation is dire. We can't rush this. What? Do you s'aimer de momentarily d'azed? But quickly regained his composure. What are you thinking? Help me save someone. Save someone? Du pulled Fan Xiaoguo back towards the front desk. The desk clerk, noticing Du escorting 3 different beautiful women into rooms within half an hour, remarked enviously, true heroes emerge in youth. Chapter 20, A Performance Sigh. What on earth am I doing? Fan Xiaoguo silently lamented, while tending to the injuries of the woman before her. In this modest room, besides the previously encountered Dong Qianxiu, there was now another unknown woman, tall and strikingly beautiful, making Fan Xiaowu feel inadequate by comparison. That scoundrel do you, abandoning me like this? Fan Xiaowu fumed internally, realizing that she had become the most awkward one in the situation. After examining the woman's injuries, Fan Xiaowu began to bandage her wounds. The woman was indeed hurt quite severely, yet she remained utterly expressionless, not even glancing in Fan Xiaowu's direction. Shortly after, Dong Qianxiu finished his breathing exercises and stood up. Xiaoguo, how severe are her injuries? Dong Qianxiu inquired, looking at Zhong Lichun. It's serious, but this sister possesses remarkable resilience. She should recover swiftly. Dong Qianxiu nodded, scrutinizing Zhong Lichun. Though I am unaware of what transpired, should you harbor any ill intentions, I will not let you off easily. Zhong Lichun remained unperturbed, casting a glance at Dong Qianxiu, disdainfully scoffing. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Dong Qianxiu retorted sharply. Whatever you intend to do is of no concern to me. But if you dare harm Du Yu, I will not permit it. He is the lifeblood of the entire Legend Management Bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichun was taken aback, murmuring, so his name is Du Yu. Fan Xiaoguo retrieved bandages and a few medicinal pills from a bag, preparing to tend to Zhong Lichun's wounds, when the latter finally spoke. What are you doing? Huh? I'm bandaging you, Fan Xiaoguo replied, puzzled. No need. I've endured worse injuries than this. I'll be fine shortly. But you must be bandaged, sister. If you keep bleeding like this, it will negatively impact your health. I said no need. Do you not understand? Huh? Fan Xiaoguo furrowed her brow, questioning the woman's identity. After all her efforts, she couldn't even elicit a simple thank you, and her attitude was utterly disdainful. How dare you be so ungrateful? I want to be dissuaded. I will bandage you, and you can't stop me. Zhong Lichun looked bewildered, while even Dong Qianxiu was taken aback. Today, Fan Xiaoguo was particularly assertive. After a thorough bandaging akin to a 5-flower binding, Fan Xiaoguo finally sighed in relief and stood up to wash her hands while asking, Assistant Dong, what exactly happened? How did she get injured in such a short time? This woman's fault. Dong Qianxiu shot a glare at Zhong Lichun. Did you two come to blows? Who is this tall sister, anyway? Zhong Lichun, Dong Qianqiu rapliakudli. Zhong Lichun. Fan Xiaoguo felt the water in the sink turn icy. Could it possibly be that Zhong Lichun? Indeed, she is the very Zhong Lichun you imagine. Heavens! Fan Xiaoguo exclaimed in shock. I was just bandaging Zhong Lichun. She could hardly believe that this woman, exuding grace and beauty, was the infamous Zhong Lichun, known for her extreme ugliness and volatile temper, capable of sending people reeling with a single blow. Yet, this woman did not seem to fit that description at all. Zhong Lichun sat up, examining her bandaged body, finding even the slightest movement difficult, and expressionlessly remarked, What a nuisance, wrapped up like this, it's a bother. Just then, Du Yu knocked on the door. Sisters, may I come in? Zhong Lichun immediately brightened, her face lighting up with anticipation as she called out, Ah, of course, come in. What a nuisance. Fan Xiaoguo, realizing Zhong Lichun was still not dressed, hastily threw a coat over her. Sister, even if you were Zhong Lichun, you cannot be so neglectful of your appearance. Nuisance. Zhong Lichun's gaze turned icy. You bow me like this, rendering me unable to move, and I have yet to settle the score with you. Du Yu, unable to decipher the conversation inside, entered the room. How is the bandaging going? He asked, glancing at Zhong Lichun. Sigh, this sister. Fan Xiaoguo sighed and shook her head, about to speak when Zhong Lichun interjected. The bandaging is excellent, very meticulous, not bothersome at all. Zhong Lichun exclaimed excitedly. Huh. Fan Xiaoguo frowned, having seen many situations, yet this woman's mood shifted faster than turning pages in a book. Sister, are you an actress? Confused, Fan Xiaoguo turned to look at Dong Qianxiu, who shrugged helplessly, equally perplexed. That's good. That's good, Du Yu said with a smile, producing an orange from his pocket. Look, I bought you an orange. For me? Zhong Lichun's face beamed with uncontainable joy as she solemnly accepted it. Wonderful. This is the third time you've given me something. Third time? Du Yu Pondi. Xia Bayan had mentioned having seen Zhong Lichun before, and it seemed there was more to this than meets the eye. Perhaps the answers lay within the Legend Management Bureau. So, you two have known each other for a long time? Fan Xiaoguo inquired, her mouth agape, after a moment of thought. Could it be that the two sisters fought over jealousy? Dong Qianxiu shook her head in resignation. Jealous? Nonsense. Du Yu pressed down on Fan Xiaoguo's head, saying, Sister Insha, If we can't converse, we need to talk. Hey, Fan Xiao was swatted Duyu's hand away. What are you doing? Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Huh? Duyu wondered, shouldn't he no one know we're here? No need to be alarmed, I ordered takeout. Fan Xiao waved his hand and opened the door, revealing a delivery person clad in a black vest and helmet, with "Are you starving?" emblazoned across his chest. Hello, here is your delivery. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 4 cups of milk tea. You seem to have quite a penchant for milk tea, Duyu remarked. Indeed, milk tea is the very essence of my existence, Fan Xiao responded earnestly, handing out several cups to those around. Milk tea. Dong Qinxiu looked puzzled at one cup containing a strangely colored liquid with various additives. Do young people nowadays really drink this? I've had milk and I've had tea. But what exactly is milk tea? You should try it, Duyu. Full sugar with milk foam. It's incredibly sweet and absolutely delightful, Fan Xiao suggested. Before Duyu could respond, Zhong Li Shun suddenly interjected. Hey. Huh. Fan Xiao would jump back. What is the matter? Are you looking for trouble? Zhong Li Chun slowly stood up. Duyu doesn't like sweet things. Get rid of the sweet tea and milk. You are being unreasonable. Fan Xiao pouted. Who would drink unsweetened milk tea? With that, Fan Xiao offered the milk tea she had just tasted. This one is better. Have a sip. How dare you offer me leftovers? Zhong Li Chun suddenly appeared quite irate. Huh? Leftovers? Fan Xiao was at a loss, finding Zhong Li Chun rather peculiar. Leftovers? No. Duyu quickly stood up, sensing Zhong Li Chun's rising anger. Zhong Li, this sister from the underworld means well. She is simply sharing something she enjoys. She, along with Qinxiu over there, are my friends and colleagues. You mustn't harm them. Is that so? Zhong Li Chun softened, lowering her head. Did I cause you trouble? Not at all. Duyu shook his head, picking up a cup of milk tea from the side. You should also consider them your friends. Look, if she didn't think of you as a friend, why would she buy you a cup of milk tea? Duyu inserted a straw and offered the milk tea to Zhong Li Chun. Give it a try. After hearing Duyu's words, Zhong Li Chun carefully accepted the milk tea and took a sip. The expression of shock that followed was unmistakable. What is this? It's so delicious. Fan Xiao couldn't help but laugh at Zhong Li Chun's reaction. Sister Zhong Li, you're actually quite adorable. After finishing an entire cup of milk tea, Zhong Li Chun seemed unsatisfied. She took a deep breath and let out a resounding burp. Burp. Oh dear. Fan Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Zhong Li, you're so beautiful. You shouldn't burp so loudly. Zhong Li Chun looked puzzled, asking, I'm full. Why can't I burp? Do you found this amusing at all? Elegant beauty earnestly burping, creating a delightful contrast. As the group chatted noisily, Dong Qinxiu's phone rang. What is going on, Qinxiu? Do you inquired? It must be something important. Only people from the Bureau of Legends know my number, Dong Qinxiu replied as she took out her phone. If it's important, then answer it. Dong Qinxiu cast a dispassionate glance at Duyu. Duyu, we are technically off duty right now. Duyu scratched his head. You make a valid point. Answering it will surely lead to a scolding. Despite her fear of reprimand, Dong Qinxiu was more concerned something serious had occurred. So after a moment of hesitation, she answered the call. Hello? Xiaodong? A frail voice came through the line. Director? It's me. Have you all had your fun? Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. How about I give you another day off? No. That one tea be necessary. Although this is your first outing in nearly 1,000 years, and I would love for you to rest a bit longer. There is simply too much accumulated work over the past 900 years that needs an operator to handle. Understood. Dong Qinxiu asked a few more questions before hanging up. Do we have to head back? Oh. Do you know that? Alright. Dong Qinxiu stood up and walked over to Fan Xiao, saying, Xiao, I may need to trouble you again. The group got into the car and sped towards the mountain of no return. After a while, Fan Xiao could no longer hold back. I must say, driving you all back ISN, a big deal, but why is Sister Zhong Li also going to the Bureau of Legends? Duyu echoed her question. Yes, Zhong Li, don't you need to go home? Home? Zhong Li Chun pondered. What is home? Home. Duyu thought for a moment and replied. It's a place where you can relax, where you don't have to pretend to be strong. It also has people you care about. Home. Zhong Li Chun listened to Duyu's description and slowly smiled, pointing at the van. So, this is home, right? This. Duyu glanced around, unsure how to respond. For Zhong Li Chun, was this place even more comfortable than home? Did she have people here she cared about? You're unable to communicate with her like this. Let me ask. Dong Qinxiu waved at Duyu and turned to Zhong Li Chun. Zhong Li Chun, where do you usually live? Where do I live? Zhong Li Chun thought for a moment. When I'm tired, I sleep on the street. When I'm hungry, I take money from wild ghosts. When I'm dirty, I wash myself in the river of forgetfulness. Huh. Fan Xiaowu pouted. So you don't take care of your skin at all? Sister from the underworld. Is that the main point? Do you adopted? Is your favorite pastime besides pearl milk tea to kill the mood? Mind your own business. Fan Xiaowu grumbled, stealing a glance at Du Yu before continuing to drive. Living like this? Isn't it sad? Dong Qinxiu asked. If I feel sad, I just eat something sweet. Zhong Li Shun rapidly nonchalantly. For some reason, Du Yu felt a pang of sympathy for Zhong Li Chun and asked, as a girl, do you really want the streets like this? Girl? Dong Qinxiu nearly thought she misheard. Could Zhong Li Chun be associated with the term girl? Female demon lord might be more fitting. Is this considered wandering? Zhong Li Chun listened intently to Du Yu, contemplating, and then shyly said, I thought everyone lived like me. Far from its sister. Fan Xiaowu interjected again. We still take care of our skin. How come your skin is so good if you don't? Focus on driving. Do you kick the front seat? Is this about skincare? You're sleeping on the street and bathing in the river. But I want to know. Fan Xiaowu glanced at Dong Qinxiu. What do you think? I also want to ask. Dong Qinxiu looked seriously at Zhong Li Chun. Don't you take care of your hair? Two sisters. How about we just sit here silently instead? Du Yu sighed, covering his forehead. Before long, the group arrived at the Bureau of Legends on the Mountain of No Return. Dong Qinxiu knocked on the door, and a staff member came out to greet them. Upon seeing Zhong Li Chun, the staff member's expression noticeably shifted, but he quickly regained his composure. Assistant Dong, the director wishes to see you and the operator. After exchanging a few parting words with Fan Xiaowu and the others, they drove off in the rickety van. Dong Qinxiu, Du Yu, and Zhong Li Chun, under the staff member's guidance, soon found themselves face to face with Isua, who was engrossed in reading a newspaper titled Underworld News. Director, we have arrived. Just as Isua lifted his head, intending to say something, he caught sight of Zhong Li Chun. Oh, this is quite a rarity. Zhong Li Chun paid no heed to Isua, her gaze fixated on Du Yu. Dong Qinxiu stepped forward and pulled Isua aside, then briefly recounted the events of the day. Such a thing has occurred? Isua revealed no excessive surprise, turning to the others to say, since we are here, we are guests. Ordinarily, we should allow Zhong Li Chun to sit as she pleases, but today as circumstances are exceptional. She cannot stay here to observe. Isua waved his hand to summon a staff member. Take Miss Zhongli to Du Yu's room to rest. Upon hearing this, Dong Qinxiu seemed to grasp the situation. Why? Zhongli Chun inquired. This is a rule of the Legend Management Bureau, Dong Qinxiu replied. In legends, one must not see oneself. Today's legend should pertain to you. Not see oneself in legends? Du Yu asked. What does that mean? Since ancient times, Isua stroked his beard. It has been stipulated that no one may witness the recreation of their own legend within the Legend Management Bureau. Chapter 21. The Underworld phone. Du Yu patted Zhongli Chun on the shoulder. Hey, it's all right, your injury hasn't healed. This is precisely the time you need to recuperate. Upon hearing Du Yu's words, Zhongli Chun reluctantly agreed. By the way, could you also bring my coat to the room? Thanks. Du Yu removed his outer garment and handed it to Zhongli Chun. She embraced the coat gently, cradling it in her arms, and then followed the staff member away. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, Isua said, stroking his beard. The task is not urgent, but there are quite a few. Quite a few? Indeed, over the years, an innumerable amount of legends has accumulated, most of which are of C grade. Now that we have an operator, it is best to gradually resolve these legends, thereby eliminating future troubles. With a wave of his hand, a pizza box appeared before them. Isoi pointed to the box and said, take a careful look at these legends. The first one is called Cheesy Pizza. Legend? Director, it seems your condition has worsened again. What you summoned is a pizza box, not a screen, Dong Qinxiu remarked, adjusting her glasses. Ah, is it? Isoi squinted and quickly tossed the pizza box aside, pulling over a display screen instead, and continued as if nothing had happened. Please observe carefully. I have roughly categorized these legends into 3 types: Insha type, Shinsha type, and historical figures type. The Insha type primarily consists of familiar individuals. If issues arise with these legends, it may prevent these acquaintances from becoming Insha, thereby altering the structure of the underworld. The Shinsha type essentially refers to deities from the heavenly court. Their legendary tales are numerous. Thus, the probability of problems arising is significant. The historical figures type encompasses legends like that of Miss Zhongli, which detail the lives of mortals from birth to death. Du Yu examine the display screen, filled with names reminiscent of a karaoke song list, featuring dozens of legends, some of which he had never even heard. I believe the pressing matter should be to address these two legends first. Hou Yi indicated Ju, the broken tiger, and the black and white impermanence. Dong Qinxiu nodded, seemingly understanding the director's intent. The great judge Ju and the black and white impermanence had clearly extended an olive branch to the Legend Management Bureau. Now that their legends faced issues, it was an opportune moment to strengthen their relationship. By the way, do you still remember the task entrusted to you by the great judge? Dong Qinxiu asked with some concern. I remember. However, you glanced at the screen. I do not intend to address their matters just yet. Hou Yi also looked at the screen. Do you have another option? You extended his hand, pointing to a name in the corner of the screen, the no-salt woman. This no-salt woman, is she Zhongli Chun? You inquired. Indeed, Hou Yi confirmed. She is Zhongli Wuyan. I wish to see what transpired between us. You pondered. This individual piqued his curiosity immensely. Oh, ignoring the matters of the great judge and the others to first deal with Zhongli Chun? Hou Yi contemplated for a moment before saying meaningfully, I do not particularly recommend this course of action. You must think it through. You regarded Hou Yi, puzzled by his meaning. Zhongli Chun's legend is rather complicated. First, she was born during the Warring States period, a time rife with mortal legends, intricately linked, such that pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry. Second, she is a relatively rare long-term legend. Although it is a low-difficulty C-grade task, it requires the operator to descend multiple times throughout her decades-long life, which is quite resource-intensive. Is that so? You mused, then asked, are such long-term legends common? While not exceedingly common, there are indeed some, Hou Yi replied. Legends like those of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong are long-term. In that case, I could use this opportunity to practice with this C-grade legend. Would that not be ideal? You are the operator, so the decision rests with you. We merely provide suggestions. Hou Yi nodded and said, if that is the case, we shall formally embark on the no-salt woman's legend tomorrow. The day is drawing to a close. Let us rest for now. After Hou Yi finished speaking, he recalled something, reached into his pocket, and handed you an item. By the way, as an operator of the Legend Management Bureau, you should have your own mobile phone. This is provided by the Bureau for you to use. You took it and examined it closely. After a long moment, he could not help but exclaim, Director, this is a remote control. Oh. Hou Yi rummaged in his pocket once more and finally produced a mobile phone. This time it's correct. You thanked Hou Yi and then walked with Dong Qinxiu toward his room. Qinxiu, do we have any vacant rooms here? You wish to accommodate Zhongli Chun? Yes, it doesn't seem quite right for her to stay in my room. Wait a moment. I will take her to my office, Dong Qinxiu replied. We have few mortals here, most do not require sleep, so there is only that one guest room. However, I have an independent office where Zhongli Chun can stay. The two arrived at the room to find Zhongli Chun curled up quietly on the bed, resembling a docile kitten, cradling Duyu's clothing in her arms, peacefully asleep. Yet curiously, there were tears at the corners of her eyes. You looked at Zhongli Chun, Qinxiu. Did you not say only mortals need sleep? If I am not mistaken, Zhongli Chun is indeed mortal, but for some reason, she is unwilling to reincarnate and has remained in the underworld. You mean? You looked at Dong Qinxiu in disbelief. You are almost scattered by the soul of a mortal today. Indeed, though it seems unbelievable, Zhongli Chun cannot be understood through ordinary logic. She appears to grasp some form of cultivation, yet has not undergone systematic training, resulting in her wielding celestial powers with her mortal form. The specifics elude me. I have never concerned myself with Zhongli Chun's legend. As the two conversed, Zhongli Chun slowly opened her eyes. You're back? Her gaze bypassed Dong Qinxiu, landing directly on Duyu. I did not disturb anything here, did I? Rest assured, Duyu smiled at Zhongli Chun. Even if you had, no one would blame you. Zhongli Chun managed a faint smile in return. Zhongli Chun, Dong Qinxiu remarked. You and Duyu are, after all, a pair of solitary man and woman. Residing here together is rather inappropriate. Allow me to take you to my place. Zhongli Chun glanced at Dong Qinxiu. Why is it inappropriate? Why? Dong Qinxiu, somewhat irked, responded, do you lack even the most basic understanding of social decorum, let alone moral principles? Although Zhongli Chun could not comprehend his words, she sensed that Dong Qinxiu was reproaching her. She turned to Duyu and inquired, do you wish for me to leave? Duyu found himself in a quandary, hastily waving his hand. Ms. Zhongli, you must understand. My request for you to leave is not because I find you a nuisance, but rather, it is simply not appropriate for you to remain here. Miss Zhongli. Zhongli Chun gazed at Duyu, akin to a child who had committed a misdeed. You called me Miss Zhongli. If I depart, shall I never see you again? Never see me again? Duyu was taken aback. How could that be? I intend to stay here for at least 100 years. As long as you wish to see me, you can come. 100 years. Zhong Wu Yin silently echoed. How could a century suffice? To be able to see you once more. I have waited in this dim underworld for 2,300 years. Miss Zhongli, what are you saying? Do you questioned? Nothing, Zhongli Chun replied, for the first time refraining from answering his query. She seemed to choke back her emotions and, casting a glance at Dong Qianxiu, said, Hey, take me to your place. Before the two departed, Dong Qianxiu tossed a note to Du Yu, stating, Now that you have a phone, here is my number. You also have the numbers for the 7th and 8th lords. Let us connect on Guixian to maintain our friendship. Connect on what? Do you thought he misheard, Guixian? Really? Is that what you mortals use? Indeed. Do you not use it in the mortal realm? Dong Qianxiu replied, It's quite splendid. Du Yu remarked, The things we use don't have such a ghostly name. After bidding the two farewell, Du Yu lay on his bed, beginning to fiddle with his new phone. Although it was described as new, it was clearly secondhand, showing evident signs of prior use. Observing the meager conditions of the Bureau of Legends, Du Yu was certain this phone had been discarded by some staff member. Fortunately, despite its age, it contained all the necessary features. As he searched, he opened the app adorned with a black icon featuring a small white ghost, Guixian. The interface was almost identical to the apps he used in the mortal realm, albeit infused with an otherworldly essence, featuring peculiar functions like find nearby ghosts and Ash's drift box that were clearly abnormal. Du Yu proceeded to add friends, inputting the numbers of Dong Qianxiu, Xia Baiyan, and Fan Wujiu, sending out friend requests. To his surprise, Xia Baiyan accepted within mere seconds. Ah, is that not the esteemed operator? Xia Baiyan immediately messaged. 7th Lord, please do not mock me. Simply call me Du Laudi. Du Yu Yi. Very well, little Duzzy. I am quite honored. Am I your first friend? It appears so. In just a few exchanges, Xia Baiyan ceased responding, leaving Du Yu in rare tranquility as he began exploring other features of the phone. Remarkably, this underworld phone was quite similar to those in the mortal realm, equipped with short video apps, social media, browsers, and even photo editing software. Before long, Du Yu suddenly noticed a flurry of notifications from Guixian, revealing dozens of friend requests. What is happening? As Du Yu pondered, the friend requests kept pouring in, and soon over 30 requests appeared. Perplexed, he glanced at Guixian and opened the friend feed, discovering that Xia Baiyan had just posted a status 3 minutes prior. New operator's Guixian number from the Bureau of Legends, personally tested and absolutely real. For those in need, direct transfers of coins are accepted. Pay first, then get the number. Goodness. Du Yu could hardly believe that Xia Baiyan had ventured into business. 7th Lord, this is excessive. Du Yu messaged Xia Baiyan. Have you quickly made other friends? Xia Baiyan asked innocently. Thanks to you, I am forging friendships far and wide. You're welcome. However, 7th Lord, I have a question. What is it? Du Yu smided. How shall we divide the earnings? Divide? Xia Baiyan appeared bewildered. Little Duzzy, why would I share the profits from my hard-earned money with you? Then, if that is the case, Du Yu contemplated before stating, I shall reject all these friend requests. Adding them brings me no benefit. No, let us discuss this. Xia Baiyan panicked. If you do not add them, I will be seen as a fraud. Precisely. Du Yu responded with a mischievous grin. I seek little in return. A simple 50-50 split will do. For every payment received, I will add one person. Sigh. I, Xia Baiyan, have been wise for a lifetime, yet today I am outsmarted by you, young man. How could that be? Du Yu consoled 11 bien. I must add so many friends and greet them. I am exerting effort as well. Xia Baiyan, begrudgingly, transferred a sum to Du Yu, leaving him dumbfounded at the amount, 100 million in one go. After a moment's thought, he realized that the denomination of coins was substantial, and thus, the purchasing power of 100 million might not be significant. Disregarding the amount received, Du Yu began accepting all the friend requests, some from well-known immortals and deities, while others bore names he did not recognize, likely ordinary messengers or wandering spirits. In no time, his friend count surged by nearly 100, and it continued to rise. Gazing at the diverse array of individuals, he could only think for heavenly kings, divine generals, lord of locks, god of stoves, earth deities, river lords, and grand masters. As he mechanically added friends, one name suddenly caught his eye, Chang'e, the moon goddess. I will not transfer any funds to Chang'e, as I did not ask her for payment. I offered it to her willingly. Xia Baiyan suddenly messaged. Why are you pushing me toward Chang'e? What for? Xia Baiyan pondered. You are acquainted, so adding each other on Guixian seems reasonable. Du Yu accepted Chang'e's friend request, unsure of what to say, when she promptly initiated a video call. Du Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. In all his years, he had never video called a girl, let alone one as extraordinary as a genuine, celestial being. As the urgent ringtone echoed, Du Yu fussed over his hairstyle and attire, trembling as he pressed the accept button. Before he could utter a word, a flurry of frantic sounds erupted from the other side. Ah! Oh no! How did it turn into a video call? How do I turn this off? Oh dear! Du Yu waited for quite some time, yet the screen remained dark. He tentatively asked Chang'e, "Are you alright?" Ah! The screen suddenly brightened, revealing Chang'e's visage. Although she appeared unprepared, her features and makeup were impeccably refined. Brother Fong Ming. It truly is you. Chapter 22, The Pig Lady Indeed. Miss Hou Yi. It is I. Do you replier? Feeding Sumyawa. He was uncertain how to face Hou Yi, especially since he had yet to fulfill his promise to care for Hou Yi. How wonderful. I do not know many people, and you are one of them. It is truly delightful to see you again. Hou Yi beamed with joy, as if reuniting with an old friend. Is that so? You seem quite happy. Indeed. It is indeed peculiar. The moment I heard that the Bureau of Legends had acquired a new operator, an unsettling feeling enveloped me, as if I were already acquainted with this operator. It is said that the Bureau of Legends traverses the past to set myths back on their rightful path. For some inexplicable reason, you immediately came to my mind. Chang'e smiled and remarked at that moment. A bold thought crossed my mind. Could it be that Brother Pengming hails from the Bureau of Legends? Upon contemplating this, everything suddenly made sense. However, Do you, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Missing? May I ask a rather intrusive question? When was the last time you saw me?" "It has been over 4,000 years." Hou Yi pondered for a moment before responding. 4,000 years, and you have remained in the Moon Palace all this time. Do you not feel a tinge of loneliness? After all, I did not fulfill my promise to you. I did not send Brother Yi to keep you company. With a playful giggle, Hou Yi covered her mouth and said, "Strangely enough, I do not quite understand why, but I spent the past years engulfed in sorrow, dissatisfaction, solitude, and anxiety. Yet, just a few days ago, it seems I suddenly comprehended many things, and I have recently uncovered a remarkable secret." "A secret?" "Indeed," Hou Yi replied with a mischievous grin. "My husband has always been here." "Ah!" Du Yu exclaimed, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Is this the beginning of a ghost story? Is Brother Yi's spirit haunting the empty Moon Palace?" With a wave of her hand, a plump white rabbit suddenly thrust its large face into view, grinning mischievously at Du Yu. "Is this the Jade Rabbit?" Du Yu, having heard the legends, knew well that Hou Yi was often accompanied by a jade rabbit, yet its demeanor seemed so casual, akin to that of a person. "Brother Pengming, you have succeeded," Hou Yi declared. "Just a couple of days ago, I noticed that the jade rabbit, who has accompanied me for 2,000 years, bears 4 small characters around its neck." She lifted the jade rabbit and presented it to the camera for Du Yu to observe closely. "Du Yu gasped. "Brother Yi?" "Indeed," Hou Yi replied with a smile. "My husband's presence may indeed be linked to the remaining half of the spiritual medicine. No wonder this jade rabbit has always been able to perceive my thoughts and feelings. I do not know if it was initially Brother Yi or if it transformed into him because of your appearance, Brother Pengming, but regardless, I have gained many beautiful memories from these 2,000 years. Is that so?" Du Yu's tears began to flow as he watched the little rabbit grin wickedly and give him a thumbs up. "This is wonderful, truly wonderful." "Yes," he said, tears glimmering in her eyes as she smiled. "Thus, my husband and I intended to have a chat with you, not expecting it to turn into a video call. I have always struggled to comprehend this high-tech marvel." "Ha!" This was Du Yu's first genuine moment of joy since arriving in the underworld. "Witnessing the two of you like this brings me immense happiness. The Jade Rabbit is Brother Yi. This is a secret," he added, "known only to me." Upon hearing this, the Jade Rabbit paused, patting Hou Yi and then itself. "Ah yes, my husband is aware as well. He may transform into human form within a few years." Hou Yi continued, "So Brother Pengming must keep this confidential for us." "Do you should?" "Of course." After ending the video call with Hou Yi, Du Yu lay on his bed with a smile. This truly is delightful. The day had grown late, and after accepting some friend requests and receiving a red envelope from Xie Bianen, he silenced his phone and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Following this video call with Hou Yi, Du Yu slept exceptionally soundly. The next day, he effortlessly made his way to the work area and encountered Dong Qinxiu. However, Zhongli Chun was still being denied entry by Hisuo. It appeared that not seeing oneself in the legends was a rigid rule. The last time the legend of Yi shooting down the suns was too rushed to hold a preparatory meeting. This time, it could be more formal. Dong Qinxiu remarked. Du Yu followed Dong Xinxiu and several staff members to a round table where they began organizing their materials. Good heavens, Du Yu muttered. There's even a round table preparatory meeting? How increasingly formal. Enough chit-chat, Dong Xinxiu said, glancing at one of the staff members, Xiao Jin. Present the summary of the legend. The boy named Xiao Jin appeared quite slender, yet his eyes sparkled with brightness. He glanced at the materials in his hands and began, Zhongli Chun, the daughter of a general from the state of Qi during the Warring States period, is tall and was born in Weiani, Shandong province. Thus also referred to as Zhongli Wuyan. From birth, she was missing 4 of her 7 souls: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, leaving only anger, sorrow, and hatred. To cultivate a righteous heart, her parents sent Zhongli Chun to Giga Mountain to learn, where she became the 5th disciple of Giguzi, and notably, the only female disciple throughout his lifetime. On Giga Mountain, Zhongli Chun mastered military strategy, politics, and martial arts. After her studies, she remained in seclusion for 40 years without marrying. When the state of Qi fell into decline, she married King Xin of Qi, offered wise counsel, quelled rebellions, and successfully salvaged the state of Qi from disaster, thus becoming a legendary figure. Dong Xinxiu nodded and turned to another girl, saying Xiao Qi, explain the current issues with the legend to the operator. The girl named Xiao Qi nodded and in a timid voice began, in this legend, Zhongli Chun's father, a general, unfortunately died in battle during her childhood, and her mother, Hua Shi, was compelled to remarry a scholar. Zhongli Chun's temperament was difficult, and she was despised by her stepfather, enduring long-term abuse and even narrowly escaping his advances. Fortunately, she possessed self-defense skills that kept her stepfather at bay. However, if this continues, she will inevitably be unable to ascend the mountain to learn and will live a life of mediocrity, with Zhongli Wuyan fading into obscurity. Is this stepfather a scoundrel? Du Yu asked somewhat indignantly, but he soon realized that Zhongli Chun was born during the tumultuous Warring States era, where both men and women were but drifting reeds in a chaotic world. In that time, a scholar could easily evade punishment for harming an adopted daughter, and it was likely that a stepdaughter would rank lower than a maid in the household. Do you have any questions regarding the summary of the legend? The group turned to look at Du Yu in unison. Not at the moment, Du Yu replied. I only wish to know how many times I need to descend and the duration of each visit. There is little distinction between long-term and short-term legends, but each descent must not exceed 7 days. Generally, long-term legends will require 3 to 5 descents based on actual circumstances, each lasting 1 to 5 days. And it is prohibited to take away bottled souls, as this would impose significant costs on the operations of the Bureau of Legends. Very well, Du Yu contemplated. I will make 1 descent first to assess the situation, then decide on subsequent actions. Dong Xinxiu looked at Du Yu with concern, saying, Du Yu, the historical legends of the Warring States period are astonishingly numerous and intricately interwoven. I hope you prioritize the bigger picture during critical moments. To put it bluntly, even if Zhongli Chun did not exist in history, it would not have a significant impact on modern society. Therefore, you must not act impulsively out of sentiment for Zhongli Chun and disrupt any legend. Understood? Du Yu replied. As Dong Xinxiu began attaching various tubes to Du Yu, she continued, you know that the wounds from the legends will be reflected upon you, so please prioritize your safety. The first descent for long-term legends lasts only 1 day, so be mindful of the time. With all preparations complete, just as Du Yu was about to lie down on the apparatus, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, Sister Xinxiu, could you prepare 2 more items from the time travel gift package for me? Era, the Warring States period. Location, the land of Qi and Lu. The attendant, a Wu descends. Du Yu opened his eyes to find himself standing in the corridor of a grand mansion, clad in coarse cloth and holding a broom fashioned from bamboo. Good heavens, has my identity now been reduced to that of a servant? He glanced down at his attire and thought, Qinxiu Jie, could you not arrange for me a role of greater significance? A prominent role would easily sway the other legendary tales. For an operator, the less conspicuous the identity, the better. Sigh, very well. Du Yu tossed the broom aside. Where is Zhongli Chun now? Do you be cautious of your back? Before he could react, he felt a sharp kick to his backside. What the? Du Yu fell to the ground and turned to see a burly man with a face full of beard glaring at him. Have you lost your mind? You're slacking off and tossing the broom aside. Who are you? Du Yu retorted, Who am I? Have you truly gone mad? Do you even know where you are? The man stared at him, incredulous. This is Zhongli Chun's residence. Zhongli Chun. The man hurried over to inspect Du Yu's head. Have you been struck senseless? Who did this to you? I'll take care of it. Du Yu is mine, said. Big brother? He devised a plan and, placing a hand on his forehead, slowly slumped down. Ah Wu, what on earth is wrong with you? The man rushed over to support Du Yu. Big brother, I don't know what has happened to me. I can't remember anything. Have I lost my memory? Am I going to die? Du Yu spoke weakly. Suddenly, the man burst into tears. Ah Wu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have beaten you. And I certainly shouldn't have brought you here to be his servant. If only you had stayed home and farmed, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. Big brother, I have but one wish before I die. I wish to meet Zhongli-chan, my brother and she. We have long. The man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Ah Wu, I understand what you mean. But who is Zhongli-chan? What did you say? Du Yu sprang to his feet, his performance wasted. Doesn't Zhongli-chan live here? Ah Wu. The man stared at Du Yu, astonished into silence. There really isn't anyone? The lady who came here to remarry with her daughter. Her daughter is named Zhongli-chan. Huh? The man looked utterly shocked. That pig girl? Pig girl? Du Yu was somewhat perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to play along. Indeed, she is the pig girl. He nodded in agreement. My brother and I have long been in love, bound by life and death. No matter what, I must see her. In love with the pig girl, bound by life and death. The man looked at Du Yu with deep concern. Alas, heaven, why must my brother suffer from such a strange affliction? Enough of this, big brother. Take me to see her now. The man, unable to refuse Du Yu's insistence, led him through the front courtyard, past the main hall and separate courtyard, straight to the kitchen. The man opened a small door to the kitchen, behind which was a pigsty. He bent down and entered. Du Yu felt an ominous premonition, but followed him inside. The moment he stepped through the door, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils. The pigs spent their days wallowing in this small place, and the odor was unbearable. Well, if it isn't Ada and Ah Wu, what brings you to the pigsty? A filthy man scratched his flabby waist. I have to feed them now. Don't get in the way. Saying this, the man picked up a wooden bucket and poured its contents into the center of the pigsty. A heap of rotten, foul-smelling food mixed with various unidentifiable weeds and vegetables, which flowed out in a disgusting mess. Du Yu barely managed to suppress his urge to vomit. This was an insult even to the pigs. The pigs, however, showed no disdain and rushed toward the putrid pile of food. Big brother, what are you bringing me here for? Before Du Yu could finish, a figure leapt from the corner of the pigsty, pushing past several pigs and diving into the heap, grabbing handfuls of the slop and shoving it into her mouth. It was a frail young girl, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old, dressed in tattered rags, covered in mud and filth, exuding a nauseating odor. She appeared oblivious to the presence of anyone else. Engrossed in her meal, Du Yu was left speechless. Zhongli. Young lady, Ah Wu, are you saying you are in love with this 10-year-old pig girl? 10 years old? Du Yu was stunned to discover that the girl, who appeared to be in her teenage years, was actually only 10. He slowly approached her, disregarding her filthy state, and blocked her path. You are human. You are not a pig. You cannot eat this. Look at me. Do you remember your name? To his surprise, upon seeing Du Yu approach, Zhongli-chan bared her teeth and glared fiercely at him, as if to protect her food. Du Yu? Dongji. Dong Qianqiu shouted. But before Du Yu could react, Zhongli-chan threw a punch at his chest, sending him flying. Chapter 23, Child Guidance Expert. Good heavens. Du Yu thought to himself, how unfortunate I am, arriving less than 10 minutes ago and already suffering 2 beatings. Ah Wu, are you all right? The man named Ada rushed over to check on his injuries. But before he could get close, he was repelled by the stench emanating from Du Yu. My goodness, it's foul. I've fini. Du Yu glanced at Zhongli-chan, who wore a protective expression, resembling a wild beast. Her face was smeared with mud and filth. Had he not recognized those cold, piercing eyes, he would scarcely believe this was Zhongli-chan. Little Zhongli, you are human. You're not a pig. Du Yu clutched his chest and slowly approached her. Are you truly content living like this? Zhongli-chan glared at him and threw another punch, which, although anticipated, revealed a troubling issue. Her strength seemed diminished compared to before. Though Du Yu nearly toppled again, he managed to steady himself. Du Yu, I advise against approaching Zhongli-chan so forcefully. She has lost her humanity, and you will only end up hurt. Qianqiu Jia, have you ever trained a dog? If you show weakness when a wild beast is asserting dominance, you will never be allowed into her world. Ignoring Dong Qianqiu's warning, Du Yu slowly moved closer to Zhongli-chan, unyielding in the face of her displays of aggression. Little Zhongli, do you realize? I am not here to take your food. Ada, what is wrong with your younger brother? Why has this servant suddenly taken an interest in the pig girl? Du Yu continued his approach. Although Zhong Lichun adopted a defensive posture, she did not attack. She bared her teeth, continually threatening Du Yu. You are human, not a pig girl, he murmured. Baring your teeth can only frighten emotionless livestock. It cannot deter someone who genuinely cares for you. Reaching Zhong Lichun, he extended his hand and boldly stroked her head. To everyone's astonishment, she did not resist, but merely stared at him in a daze. She was just a 10-year-old child. What kind of parents could be so cruel as to raise her like a pig? Big brother, I must take her away. Take her away? Otto was taken aback. You can't be serious. You fancy a pig girl? She is not only filthy and ugly, but only 10 years old. If you wish to marry, I can help you find a suitable match. Enough of this. I absolutely cannot allow little Zhong Li to continue suffering here. Dear brother, you are aware of my amnesia, and I wish to inquire about your position within this household, Du asked. I am the guardian, he replied. That is splendid, Du exclaimed. Your role as a guardian will certainly suffice to provide me with cover. Upon saying this, Du lifted Zhong Lichun into his arms. Though Zhong Lichun initially resisted, she could not help but feel the gentleness of his embrace, his hands radiating warmth, accompanied by a fragrant scent. Once upon a time, she remembered another person who had held her in such a manner. His hands were equally warm, and his touch equally tender. In her memories, that person donned armor, emanating an air of authority, yet he would show her a gentle smile when he saw her. Zhong Lichun closed her eyes, striving to recall his visage, her mind echoing with his calls to her by her childhood name. Chun-er, come here. Chun-er, your father has gathered persimmons for you. Chun-er, do you prefer poetry or weaponry? Chun-er, do you wish to learn to ride? Yet, the image of that person eluded her grasp. After 5 years in the pigsty, this was the first time tears streamed down Zhong Lichun's face. Do you carry Zhong Lichun out through the back door of the estate? And under Dong Qianxiu's guidance, they strolled southward. The streets were filled with onlookers casting disdainful glances, some even covering their mouths and noses. However, Du paid them no heed and continued onward. As they walked, Zhong Lichun gazed around in curiosity, as if everything in the world was new to her. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the bank of a small river outside the city. Du gently set Zhong Lichun down and said, Little Zhong Li, you must remember that you are a person. If you become dirty, come wash yourself in this river. As he spoke, he cleaned the mud and grime from Zhong Lichun's body. Initially, she felt apprehensive about the river water, but Du lifted her gently and placed her in the water. The cool river flowed around her feet, and finally, a smile graced Zhong Lichun's face. She reached out a hand, scooping up a handful of water, and joyfully splashed it over herself. Very good, Du said with a smile. You can wash yourself here. I will go find something. With that, Du ventured into the small grove beside the riverbank. Qianxiu, in ancient times, did people typically bathe with soap pods? Yes, but what does a soap pod look like? Du inquired. Dong Qianxiu pondered, struggling to find the words to describe it. It resembles a large hairy bean, and it has a scent reminiscent of bayberries, though she knew her description was vague. She had done her best. To her surprise, Du, relying on Dong Qianxiu's clues, actually found soap pods on a tree, each resembling large hairy beans. He picked one and squeezed it, discovering seeds within. Under Dong Qianxiu's guidance, Du found a large leaf, filled it with water, and tossed in the soap pod seeds to boil. The water turned a pale yellow. Patiently, he allowed the water to cool before bringing it to Zhong Lichun. Little Zhong Lichun was still happily playing in the water. After demonstrating how to cleanse herself with the soap pod water, Du stepped aside to give her privacy. Although Zhong Lichun was merely 10 years old, her height resembled that of a blossoming young woman. Before long, she had thoroughly washed herself, clearly recalling how to bathe. Du gazed at her clean, delicate face and inhaled the sweet scent of her hair, unable to suppress a smile. He then drew her to the riverbank and, pointing at her reflection in the water, said, Little Zhong Li, see? You like me are human, not a pig. Human. Zhong Li Shunakua. Indeed. Do you know that? No one shall bully you, understand? Zhong Lichun said nothing, merely gazing at her reflection in the water, unsure if she was observing herself or Du. Ah, by the way, Du suddenly remembered, I have something delightful to present to you. He rummaged through his waist pouch for a moment before producing a few candies. Look, Du waved the inexpensive fruit candies in front of Zhong Lichun, who looked on in confusion. A few days ago, I heard a friend say that when one feels down, they should eat something sweet. As he unwrapped the fruit candies, he continued, however, I was uncertain what sweet treats exist in your era, so I asked Qianxiu to bring me some candies. I hope these little delights can brighten your spirits. Here, take this. Du offered an unwrapped candy to Zhong Lichun. Open your mouth, I instructed. Zhongli Chun mimicked his actions, opening her mouth wide. You tossed a piece of hard candy into her mouth. Huh? Zhongli Chun was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly transformed into one of utter astonishment. She had never tasted anything so delectable in her life. Once, she had found a rotten fish head in the slop meant for pigs, believing she had discovered a delicacy fit only for the king. Yet, all of that paled in comparison to this tiny hard candy. This must be an elixir. You are quite similar to my friend, Hou remarked. She enjoys sweet treats when she is feeling down. Sweet. Zhongli Chun spoke, the fragrance of fruit escaping her lips. Yes, sweet things, Hou affirmed. This is very sweet, Zhongli Chun said, pointing to her mouth. Of course, Hou replied, pulling out 7 or 8 more candies from his bag and handing them all to Zhongli Chun. I have plenty more. All of these are for you. Zhongli Chun's eyes widened as she beheld the candies. She had thought such delicious treats were rare, but now she was surprised to see so many. Let us go. Do you gasped Zhongli Chun? I will take you to enjoy even more delectable delights. They returned to the city, and although Zhongli Chun still wore tattered clothing, her clean face exuded an extraordinary charm, causing many to pause and stare. Zhongli Chun appeared shy. Yet, Hou boldly led her into a restaurant. Innkeeper, bring forth the finest dishes, exotic delicacies, poultry, fish, and meat. Serve them all. The innkeeper was bewildered. These two did not seem like wealthy patrons, yet they entered with such bravado. Sir, the attendant approached with a smile. The items you requested are quite numerous and will require a substantial amount of coin. Coin? Do you look down upon me? Hou exclaimed, slamming his bag onto the table, producing a loud clatter. What sound is that? Ah, the attendant grew anxious. As long as what you carry is not stones nonsense. Hou retorted, pulling out a handful of copper coins shaped like small knives. What is this? Stones? Prior to his journey, Hou had asked Dong Qianxiu to prepare 2 items for him. One was candy, and the other was the knife-shaped currency of qi. Ah, we shall serve you immediately. Please wait. The kitchen sprang into action, and soon an array of copper bowls and wooden basins filled with food appeared. The cuisine of the Warring States period was indeed modest. It was either boiled or steamed, yet the ingredients were commendable, featuring a wide array of delicacies. As the dishes continued to arrive, Zhongli Chun's eyes widened in amazement. Hou seized a piece of venison leg and began to devour it without concern for the onlookers. Not bad, just a bit bland, he mumbled with his mouth full. Zhongli Chun, hesitant to move, could only watch Hou feast until he had finished a bone. Tentatively, Zhongli Chun reached for the bone. Put it down. Hou commanded. Startled, Zhongli Chun quickly withdrew her hand, causing the bone to tumble to the ground. She gazed at the fallen bone, her face a mask of sorrow. From this moment forth, under no circumstances should one ever consume remnants left by others. Should anyone offer you leftover food again, feel free to retaliate. Hou seized a substantial piece of meat and directly handed it to Zhongli Chun, exclaiming, "This is what you ought to be eating." Just as he spoke, a wild dog sauntered in from the street, snatching a bone from the ground before darting away. See? Leftovers are meant for livestock. We are human. Zhongli Chun gazed at the meat in her hands, overwhelmed with excitement. Could this truly be a life akin to that of deities? Imitating Hou, she took large bites. The meat was delectable, yet a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. She felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain if this blissful existence was merely fleeting. You, Zhongli Chun managed to stammer, will you always stay by my side? Hou paused, realizing that his time here was limited to just one day. He hesitated, I cannot remain with you indefinitely. After today, I must depart. But fret not. I shall return to seek you out soon. Zhongli Chun felt a pang of sorrow, but dared not reveal it. Instead, she cautiously regarded Hou. The two swiftly devoured everything on the table, leaving Zhongli Chun's small belly rounded and full. Burp! Hou let out a hearty belch, startling Zhongli Chun. Little Zhongli, listen, Hou exclaimed, gathering his breath before belching again. Burp! That signifies a full stomach. Full? Zhongli Chun looked at her own belly, which indeed felt slightly distended, and mimicked Hou, inhaling deeply before producing a tiny belch. Hou to get after pussy. I once told you, you resemble a friend of mine. She always lets out a grand belch after a hearty meal. Dong Qianxiu shook her head in exasperation. Hou, could you perhaps guide her to adopt better habits? With a wave of his hand, Hou summoned the waiter. Hey, young lad, tally our bill for us. The waiter hurried over, wearing a broad smile. Dear guests, the total comes to 77 coins. Hou chuckled coldly, That's not exorbitant. He reached for his backpack, only to find it missing. What? He exclaimed, looking around, bewildered that his bag had vanished from the table. Is something the matter, esteemed guest? The waiter inquired with a knowing smile. Do you realize he had likely fallen victim to a scam? In these tumultuous times, encountering such establishments was not uncommon. Noticing the 10-year-old Zhong Li Chun beside him, he understood this was not the right moment for confrontation. Little Zhong Li, allow me to teach you a clever trick. Do you whispered, if you finish your meal and lack the means to pay, employ this tactic. A trick? Zhong Li Chun asked, curiosity piqued. Do you grasped her hand firmly and shouted, run. Chapter 24. Parting is such sweet sorrow. The two dashed through the streets, with Zhong Li Chun clutching a bone in her mouth. Behind them trailed a horde of thugs. What a remarkable feat, not only finishing the meal, but also packing some to go. Do you remarked, glancing at the bone in Zhong Li Chun's mouth. Ulu, ululu, rula, Zhong Li Shunbubla. Completely incomprehensible. Spit out the bone before you speak. Do you recall from television dramas that those operating black markets tended to be less brazen, as pursuing someone was a criminal act? If they could not catch up, they would usually relent. Yet, they had already chased them outside the city, undeterred. Reaching a river where Zhong Li Chun bathed, do you notice the familiar scene unfolding before him? Realizing he was about to reenact a tragic farewell, the group of thugs, clad in black and wielding clubs, gradually encircled them, with the earlier waiter leading the charge. Esteemed guest, you seem to be in quite a hurry. Do you retorted? You've taken my money. What more do you want? What do we want? The waiter shook his head. Let me be frank. We are on the same path. Eventually, you will sell this girl. Why not sell her to us directly? She possesses good looks. We can offer a handsome price. Do you thought it absurd? These individuals fancied themselves traffickers. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Bringing a ragged girl into a tavern for a lavish meal appeared to be her last supper before being sold. Moreover, though Zhong Li Chun was merely 10, she bore the appearance of a girl of 15 or 16, precisely the type traffickers sought. Little Zhong Li, you called their villains. Now, I shall teach you how to seize. No, how to punish evildoers. Why do I feel like Zhong Li Chun is becoming the top villain due to your influence? Dong Chinchio remarked, sensing something amiss in Du Yu's guidance. Sister Chinchio, what time do you think it is? This is a dire moment. Du Yu pointed at the group, instructing Zhong Li Chun, repeat after me. Zhong Li Chun, still holding the bone, nodded and mimicked Du Yu, pointing at the thugs. You scoundrels. Du Yu growled, you wretched lot. Li Men Jia Kuan Luan. Zhong Li Chun echoed, still with the bone in her mouth. Hurry and return the money. I'll spare you if you comply. Va, Guyo Liman Bushi. Spit out that bone. Ah, Gutuju Watulu. I say, sister, spit out the bone. Do you seize Zhong Li Chun? Your intimidation is utterly lacking. What is most crucial in a fight? Presence. Ah. Zhong Li Chun gazed at Du Yu with reluctance, her expression pleading not to discard the bone. Du Yu's demeanor turned serious, with no choice. Zhong Li Chun relinquished the bone, wiping it clean of saliva before stowing it away. Though she had eaten her fill this time, the next meal was uncertain, and that bone might serve as sustenance. Big brother, that girl seems a bit dim, one thug remarked to the earlier waiter. Dim is fine, easy to control. The waiter replied, in all my years in this trade, I've never encountered such a valuable prize. We cannot let her escape. Du Yu prepared himself, stepping forward. With so few of you, are you truly set on fighting? Oh! The waiter found the situation amusing. We have 14 men. How many do you think you can defeat? Umph. Do you scoffed? Then do not blame me for being impolite. Big brother, why is this person so unafraid of us? One thug wondered. Could he be an expert? Expert? The waiter scrutinized Du Yu's attire. An expert wouldn't he serve as a lackey? Calmly, Du Yu turned to Zhong Li Chun, saying, leave the leader to me. You can handle the remaining 13, all right? Zhong Li Chun nodded earnestly. Big brother, what did he just say? The thugs exchanged confused glances, unsure if they had misheard. The waiter shook off his confusion. No matter, just capture the girl. I'll dispose of this one in a few moves. No sooner had he spoken than Zhong Li Chun leapt into the fray, charging at the group. Without waiting for the waiter's reaction, Du Yu confronted him directly. What audacity! Du Yu remarked, you truly dare to engage me in combat. You, who are you? If you have elders at home, I suggest you inquire about the martial arts that defeated the 9 infants during the reign of Emperor Yao. Yao? Emperor Yao's era? The waiter stared blankly. Are you mad? Whether I am mad or not, you will soon discover. Du Yu let out a cold laugh, forming a hand seal and chanting an incantation before bellowing. Chinchio divine art? Ah! Dong Qinxiu never anticipated that calamity would strike from the heavens while he was comfortably seated at home. What relevance did this have to him? One should fight their own battles. The opponent. The opponent is merely one person. Drink. Qinxiu, assist me. Du Yu disregarded Dong Qinxiu and continued his incantation. My injuries are not yet healed. I cannot withstand this, cannot withstand this. Dong Qinxiu shook his head helplessly and remarked, one day, I shall transform you into a white dragon horse. The innkeeper, taken aback, never expected that this seemingly unremarkable servant would randomly shout a few phrases and actually invoke a spell. A voice, inexplicably impatient, kept echoing in his ears. Hey, grandson. Seizing the opportunity, Du Yu struck decisively each time. The innkeeper hesitated, landing 7 or 8 punches until the innkeeper was left battered and bruised. What kind of sorcery is this? He gasped. I already told you it's called the Qinxiu divine art. Du Yu glanced at the innkeeper. Shall I continue? The innkeeper, realizing he could not match this individual, hoped his subordinates would swiftly apprehend that girl and come to his aid. However, upon turning around, he was shocked beyond words. Out of 13 subordinates, only 2 remained, trembling and standing, while the rest lay unconscious on the ground. He watched as the girl approached the remaining 2, throwing a swift uppercut. One of them was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing down heavily. Truly astonishing. The innkeeper murmured to himself. The last thug let out a scream, dropped his weapon, and fled. Enough! I've indeed met my match today. The innkeeper glanced at Du Yu and asked, what was it you said at the beginning? At the beginning? Du Yu was momentarily perplexed. Why was this innkeeper asking this? After pondering, he replied, initially, I asked why you took all the money. What more do you want? No, it should have been further back. Du Yu thought again and said, Xiao Zhongli, I say one thing, you say another? We're almost there, just a bit further back. Hand over your money and supplies, and I shall spare your lives? Yes, that's the line. The innkeeper swallowed hard. Did that still hold true? Ah! Du Yu's eyes darted. Of course it holds true. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper felt relieved and fumbled for a moment before producing a string of knife coins and handing them to Du Yu. We brothers rushed out this time and only brought this. Your package is still at the inn. If you're not in a hurry, leave an address, and I'll send someone to deliver it to your residence. Forget it. My package contains nothing of value. The coins will suffice for the meal. Ah! The innkeeper thought he misheard. No. Big brother, I have a question. Does that mean you are robbing us now? Of course it does. Du Yu pocketed the knife coins. We've already resorted to violence, so it's undoubtedly robbery. The innkeeper dared not press further. What kind of absurdity was this? 2 individuals robbing, yet still paying for their meal? Big brother. The innkeeper ventured, should my brothers and I just... Go on? You may leave. Du Yu waved his hand. The innkeeper, receiving the order, hastily roused his remaining subordinates, who stumbled away in disarray. Xiao Zhongli, did you see that? Du Yu tossed the knife coins to Zhongli Chun. This is called money. With this, you can purchase delicious food. Zhongli Chun caught the string of coins, feeling their weight. So easily can one buy delicious food? As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the land, the 2 sat quietly by the riverbank, watching the water flow, neither uttering a word. After a long silence, Du Yu finally spoke. Xiao Zhongli, I will soon depart. Before I see you again, you must take good care of yourself, understand? Zhongli Chun regarded Du Yu with a profound look and nodded at him. After a moment, she asked, how long? How long? Are you asking how long until I return? I do not know. In any case, I will certainly come back. Du Yu paused before continuing. Do you know about Giguzi? No. Zhongli Chun replied. Du Yu began to contemplate. If he wished for Zhongli Chun's legend to return to its rightful path, he must ensure she goes to Giga Mountain to study. However, time was limited, and he was uncertain of Giga Mountain's location. How could he persuade Zhongli Chun to ascend the mountain? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Qinxiu Jie, how long do I have before returning? Dong Qinxiu glanced at her watch. At most 2 to 3 hours. That is sufficient. Du Yu declared, I have a way to ensure Zhongli Chun successfully ascends a mountain, though it requires some risk. Oh! Dong Qinxiu was intrigued. You have another crafty scheme? Indeed, but I still need your assistance. Du Yu rose and gently ruffled Zhongli Chun's hair, saying, Xiao Zhongli, I must take my leave. In the coming days, if anyone comes to find you, urging you to seek Giguzi, you must not refuse. Otherwise, you shall never see me again. Ah! Zhongli Chun stood up with Du Yu, facing her first farewell, unsure of how to appear untroubled. Remember, seek Giguzi, Du Yu instructed. Zhongli Chun nodded. Giguzi, she repeated. Du Yu, still feeling uneasy, said, say it again for me to hear. Giguzi. No. Du Yu exclaimed. That is your future master. You must not be disrespectful. It is Giguzi. Guzi. Wiguzi. Zhongli Chun murmured. Yes, very good. Do you settle Zhongli Chun and, under the cover of night, slipped into the city, wandering until he arrived at Zhongli Chun's former residence, where her stepfather and birth mother resided. He first approached the bedroom, but found no one, then moved to the main hall, where he encountered a middle-aged man teasing a maid, likely Zhongli Chun's stepfather. Diu paid him no mind and continued searching other rooms. Finally, in a shrine, he found a middle-aged woman clad in fine garments, unexpectedly praying to the deities. This must be Zhongli Chun's birth mother, the Hua family. Oh, West Queen Mother, please bless. Bless this poor woman with a life free from worry and enjoy a peaceful old age. Do you scoff softly? You abandon your own daughter, yet expect the West Queen Mother to bless you? Such a person is unworthy. Queen Mother, if I can enjoy my twilight years, I shall ensure your incense never ceases. Diu shook his head and inquired, Qinqiu Jie, can you see her? I can see her. Good. Let us proceed as planned. I will say one line, and you will say the next. The moonlight illuminated Zhongli Chun's stepmother's face, and she could hardly fathom that the West Queen Mother, whom she worshipped day and night, would manifest on this day. Hua Shi, come forth. Ah! Hua Shi looked around, but no one was in sight. The voice undoubtedly belonged to the manifesting Queen Mother. Queen Mother, you have spoken? I command you to come forth. Dong Qinqiu's voice echoed sternly in Hua Shi's ears. Hua Shi, trembling, hurried to the idol of the Queen Mother. Oh no, she has come too close. I can no longer see her, Dong Qinqiu said anxiously. If I cannot see her, I cannot convey the message. Ah, Diu was momentarily confused. All right. I'll move closer. You handle it. Gathering his courage, Diu edged closer, allowing Hua Shi to come into view. Dong Qinqiu swiftly instructed, Hua Shi, I apologize, but please step back a bit. Hua Shi thought the Queen Mother was quite peculiar, but dared not show any disrespect, kneeling and inching back. Very well, let this suffice. Dong Qinqiu remarked once more. Sister Qinqiu, Diu hastily interjected, you are the Queen Mother, so please refrain from speaking so casually. I am aware. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly, tell me what comes next. Dong Qinqiu, listening to Diu's words, cleared her throat and addressed Hua Shi. Hua Shi, I inquire of you, why have you placed your daughter in the pigsty, neglecting her well-being? Upon hearing this, Hua Shi burst into tears, exclaiming, Oh, Queen Mother, I did not wish for this. It is all my husband's doing. Nonsense. As the mother of Zhongli Chun, do you not possess the authority to remove her from the pigsty? How can you remain indifferent to your husband's actions? Queen Mother, I truly find it difficult. I am unskilled in farming and have no talent for embroidery. If no man were to take me in, I would surely perish in the streets. Thus I must remarry. Yet I cannot escape my lowly status in this household. Should I defy my husband, I too would be cast out. Diu, listening from the window, shook his head in resignation. In this world, there are women like Shi who independently sell tofu to support their families, and others like Hua Shi, who can only depend on men. Enough, Sister Qinqiu, do not press her further. Let us get to the crux of the matter. Hua Shi, the words I am about to speak are of utmost importance, so listen closely. Dong Qinqiu continued in the tone of the Queen Mother. Speak freely, and I shall do my utmost if it is within my power. Your daughter, Zhongli Chun, shall one day become a figure of great renown across the 7 kingdoms. She must not be raised in that pigsty, lest she invite divine retribution. Divine retribution? Hua Shi immediately prostrated herself. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Zhongli Chun will spend the night by the riverside outside the city. You must send someone post-haste to find her and escort her to Giga Mountain to study under Master Gigu. In years to come, she will undoubtedly become a person of great acclaim. I understand. Hua Shi murmured, kneeling on the ground. Diu, is this satisfactory? Dong Qinqiu asked, observing Hua Shi's compliance. Diu scrutinized Hua Shi's expression, sensing something amiss. Her demeanor did not convey agreement, but rather hesitation. No, Sister Qinqiu. This woman is even more sinister than I imagined. What she contemplates now is not how to send Zhongli Chun to Giga Mountain, but whether Zhongli Chun will seek vengeance once she achieves fame. Although I know Zhongli Chun would never stoop to such actions, this woman's thoughts are different. Is that truly a possibility? Dong Qinqiu asked, somewhat astonished. Aren't they mother and daughter? This woman, in her quest for a life of luxury, would cast her daughter into a pigsty. I cannot place my trust in her. Sister Qinqiu, let us proceed. I have more to say. Dong Qinqiu nodded, and Diu echoed each of her words. Hua Shi, your intentions are not pure. What? Upon hearing the Queen Mother's words, Hou Yi trembled in fear. I do not dare. I truly do not dare. I wager with you. If you do not find Zhong Lichun and bring her to Giga Mountain in the shortest time possible, not only will your husband be demoted to a commoner, but you will also spend the rest of your life in that pigsty, living amidst filth and stench, until you grow old and perish from starvation. Furthermore, you shall. Do you grew more fervent? You shall descend into the 18 layers of hell, experiencing each one for a duration of 100,000 and 80,000 years, never to be reborn. Every spirit in hell will encounter you and strike you once. Each year, you shall be struck 100,080 times. Sister Chinchio, please continue. Do you? You are somewhat crossing the line. This is rather inappropriate. Dong Chinchio said, feeling troubled. Do you reflected for a moment and realized that in his fervor, he had begun to curse the woman. I shall not speak further. Take heed of your own actions. Dong Chinchio concluded. Yes, yes. I shall comply. Hou Yi choked on her words, appearing genuinely terrified. This time, it seemed she was thoroughly intimidated. For her, the promise of her daughter attaining greatness held less weight than the threat of an unsettled future. Do you open his eyes to find Dong Chinchio beside him, meticulously removing various tubes from his body? Is everything satisfactory? Do you inquired. It is manageable, Dong Chinchio nodded. The staff is currently conducting accelerated observations. The following day, Hou Yi located Zhong Lichun and set off for Giga Mountain. Goodness, your observation device can even fast forward? Do you asked? Of course. Otherwise, how could you witness her life unfold over several decades? That makes sense. Do you stood up, stretching his neck as he walked toward the display screen. What happened next? Did Zhong Li succeed in her apprenticeship? You may see for yourself. There was a minor interlude. Do you sat before the screen? Where Zhong Lichun appeared, accompanied by a group of attendants who escorted her up a mountain shrouded in mist. At the summit stood several small bamboo huts. And once the attendants had delivered her, they turned and departed, leaving Zhong Lichun alone. Ignoring the attendants, Zhong Lichun strode directly toward the bamboo hut. At the entrance of the hut, two young men were engaged in discussion. Brother Peng, your strategy for cutting off supplies is truly ingenious, but one young man placed a piece on the map. If I were to forego supplies and launch a night raid from 3 directions to seize this city, what would you say? The man referred to as Brother Peng glanced at the map, a frown crossing his face as he replied, Brother Sun, your calculations are impressive, as if you have discerned my military tactics. Oh no, Brother Peng, your strategy is indeed masterful, but as we are fellow disciples, I sometimes grasp your intentions. Umph. Brother Peng scoffed, tossing aside the piece. Let it go, let it go. Brother Sun chuckled lightly, preparing to pack away the map and pieces when a delicate face suddenly leaned in, staring at Brother Sun and uttering 3 words. Ghost dog? Oh my goodness! Brother Sun exclaimed in fright, nearly causing Brother Peng to stumble. Who are you? The two scrambled to their feet, realizing before them stood an exceptionally lovely young girl, and they could not help but relax. Mississippi. Who are you, exactly? Zhong Lichun did not respond. She turned to Brother Peng and asked, Are you Ghost Dog? Is this girl searching for a dog? Brother Peng wondered aloud, appearing rather perplexed. Let her go down the mountain. It's too dangerous for a girl to be alone. Brother Sun quickly waved his hands. Brothers, what is happening? 2 slender youths, alerted by the commotion outside, emerged from the hut. They immediately spotted the extraordinary Zhong Lichun. Wow, what a beautiful girl, one youth remarked. A madwoman has arrived, Brother Peng retorted. Do not speak nonsense. Su Shidi, Zhang Shidi, go report to Master. The young man named Sun called out, then approached Zhong Lichun, bowing slightly, Miss. I am Sun Bin. This is my elder brother Peng Wan, and behind us are our 2 junior brothers, Su Qin and Zhang Yi. May I ask your esteemed name? Do you, sipping water, nodded silently. Sun Bin? Peng Wan? So, when Zhong Li ascended the mountain, these 2 had not yet begun their journeys? Dong Chinchio remarked from the side. Indeed, they are the 4 disciples of Master Gigu. Peng Wan, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi. Each one is a renowned figure in the Warring States period. I feel somewhat ashamed for not having studied history properly. Was Peng Wan not the one who crippled Sun Bin's kneecap? Now that I think about it, they actually turned on each other as brothers. Do you must? Moreover, Su Qin and Zhang Yi were also rivals. Dong Chinchio spoke with profound significance, implying that the disciples of Master Gigu were notably discordant. Do you replied, pondering for a moment before inquiring. Su Qin and Zhang Yi, I haven't heard much about them. What achievements have they made? Do you continued? I've heard that in the mortal realm, one must take exams to study history. What scores do you usually achieve? Do you acquire les chocolates? Si c'est You're putting me in a bit of a bind. To put it this way, I haven't had history as a subject since the first year of high school. And as for my middle school days, the highest score I ever got was still over 20 points shy of passing. Dong Qianxiu sighed in resignation, flipping through the materials in her hands, and said, "Then allow me to enlighten you." The most renowned events involving Su Qin and Zhang Yi pertain to the strategies of horizontal and vertical alliances. During a powerful period, the Qin state faced an existential crisis when the other 6 states, excluding Qin, launched a coordinated attack on the same day. An event historically referred to as the Six States Alliance against Qin. The Six States Alliance? Du Yi was somewhat astonished. Why would these 6 states unite to attack Qin? Were their relations that amicable? The relationships among the 6 states were certainly not that harmonious, which brings us to Su Qin. Su Qin single-handedly persuaded the 6 states, uniting their seals and military commands. In other words, on that very day, he served as the chancellor for 6 nations. Dong Qianxiu continued thus. The simultaneous military action of the 6 states was entirely under Su Qin's directive. This is the horizontal strategy he learned from Master Gigu. Impressive, but that doesn't quite add up. Du Yi mused, if that's the case, why wasn't the Qin state annihilated? The reason the Qin state survived was that prior to the alliance, they had recently recruited a strategist named Zhang Yi. He skillfully arranged the troops to defend the borders, devised several counter-schemes to dismantle the alliance, and even allied with a few states that had distanced themselves from the coalition to turn against Su Qin. This was the vertical strategy he acquired from Master Gigu. Horizontal. Vertical? Du Yi repeated quietly, wondering how such remarkable figures could merely be disciples of Master Gigu. The world has encapsulated their prowess in 4 words, masters of strategy across the realm. With just the 2 of them, they could alter the entire dynamics of the Warring States period. Dong Qianxiu adjusted her glasses and remarked, thus, Master Gigu, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi are collectively referred to as strategists. There are numerous legends surrounding them, which is precisely why you must approach this mission with caution and not focus solely on Zhongli Chan. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Du Yi muttered while gazing at the screen, where Zhongli Chan had begun to speak. I am Zhongli from Wuyuan, seeking Master Gigu to become his disciple. The 4 of them were momentarily taken aback. Master Gigu? Did she mean Master Gigu? Just as everyone was at a loss, an elder emerged from the room, holding a wine gourd. Though aged, his eyes sparkled with clarity as he surveyed the scene, finally resting his gaze upon Zhongli Chan. Young lady, are you seeking me? Are you Master Gigu? The elder replied, I am Wang Su, residing in this valley, and thus referred to by many as Master Gigu. Indeed. Zhongli Chan seemed to recall something and nodded. It's Giguzi, not Gigu. Pang Wan swiftly approached Master Gigu and said, Master, do you think this girl has lost her wits? Master Gigu, without uttering a word, extended his right hand and calculated, revealing a profoundly meaningful expression. Born with a fragmented soul, destined for a tumultuous path. She has the potential to become a talent or a villain. Upon hearing this, Du Yi quickly nodded. Master Gigu's insight is truly unfathomable. She merely glanced at Zhongli Chan and discerned her predicament. Dong Qianxiu also nodded, stating, there are many extraordinary individuals in this world, and you will encounter even more in future legends. Master Gigu slowly approached Zhongli Chan and asked, Young lady, I inquire of you, why do you wish to become my disciple? Zhongli Chan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. Oh. Master Gigu became intrigued and continued. If you were to master my skills, what would you wish to achieve? Zhongli Chan shook her head once more. I do not know. After a moment of contemplation, Master Gigu declared, in that case, I cannot accept you as a disciple. Not accept me? On what grounds? Zhongli Chan glared at Master Gigu with a fierce expression. Simply because you do not know your own direction. Master Gigu smiled meaningfully and said, Young girl from Wuyuan, I neither accept you, nor shall I send you down the mountain. You may reflect upon this matter yourself. If you discover what you truly desire, come to me. If not, then you may live out your days in this mountain. With that, Master Gigu and several disciples retreated indoors. Zhongli Chan stood there, gazing blankly at the sky. Indeed, why have I come to this valley? Dong Qianxiu pressed the fast-forward button, saying, Zhongli Chan's period of reflection lasted 6 months. Although she resided on the mountain, Master Gigu and his disciples seemed oblivious to her presence, and there was no interaction. Du Yi expressed his concerns. I truly cannot fathom what Zhongli Chan desires. That question is exceedingly difficult for her. Dong Qianxiu remarked, among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, 1 spirit is called desire, and Zhongli Chan was born lacking this spirit. And in the end, Du Yi inquired, what is it that Zhongli Chan wishes for? Dong Qinqiu's expression turned somewhat sorrowful as she pressed the fast-forward button again, saying, "It is you." "Me?" Dong Qinqiu slightly nodded. What Zhong Lichun realized after 6 months was simply, "I want to see you." Upon finishing, she pressed the screen, and Zhong Lichun's voice echoed, "Old man, I've thought of something." "Good. Speak it to me." Master Gigu seemed to have timed it perfectly, waiting outside for Zhong Lichun. "I want to see someone. He said that as long as I learn from you here, I will surely be able to meet him." Zhong Lichun spoke slowly. Master Giga's expression turned peculiar as he took a deep breath, calculated, and then frowned repeatedly. "Master, what troubles you?" Sunbin asked from the side. "How strange." Master Gigu replied, perplexed. According to the divination, this Hou Yi girl's ambition should be to pacify the Qi state. Yet now she presents me with another answer, which is indeed baffling. My divinations rarely err. Zhong Lichun remained expressionless. Pacify the Qi state? What does that have to do with me? Then, Master, what are your thoughts? My junior sister has endured 6 months in the woods of this mountain. It has been arduous. Sunbin expressed concern. Please allow my junior sister to enter the fold. I must think carefully for your junior sister. As soon as he spoke, Master Gigu sensed something amiss. Hou Yi, quickly thank Master, Sunbin shouted. He acknowledges you as my junior sister. Zhong Lichun was momentarily taken aback. But it seemed that this person named Sun Bin had played a clever trick. "Oh, you little rascal, trying to deceive me?" Master Gigu angrily hurled the wine gourd at Sun Bin. "Master, what you taught me is that deception is the way of the strategist." Sun Bin exclaimed while dodging. A heavy stone finally lifted from Zhong Lichun's heart as she bowed her head to the ground. "I pay my respects to Master." Chapter 26. A return to the valley. Seeing this scene, do you felt a sense of relief? "Sun Bin is quite a decent fellow," he remarked. "Just as I had imagined." "You speak as if you know him," Dong Qinqiu teased. "Indeed, he is one of the few historical figures I am acquainted with." Du Yu stretched and declared that the first day had concluded satisfactorily, and it was time to leave. "Leave? Come here first. There are several crucial points I need to show you," Dong Qinqiu said, selecting a few time segments to display as she spoke, after Zhong Lichun became a disciple. Master Gigu neither taught her the strategies of horizontal alliance, nor imparted military tactics. Instead, he bestowed upon her a set of teachings known as the Ningxinju. "Oh, the Ningxinju?" Du Yu gazed intently at the screen as Gue Guzi spoke earnestly to Zhong Lichun. "Wu Yuan, if you wish to cultivate others, you must first cultivate your heart. Your soul is inherently incomplete. This technique will enable you to achieve the remaining 4 souls. Regardless of the time it takes, once your 7 souls are whole, I shall certainly assist you in becoming a dragon among men." Zhong Lichun, with an impassive expression, accepted the technique and replied simply, "All right." Gue Guzi, rubbing his forehead, remarked, "If I wish for you to become humble and courteous, it seems I must wait until your 7 souls are complete." Dong Qinqiu pressed the fast-forward button, leaping forward 2 decades. "Wait a moment, Qinqiu Jie," Du Yu exclaimed, bewildered. "Why have we jumped ahead 20 years all at once? Isn't that a bit excessive? When will my next descent occur?" "Precisely 20 years later. And this time you have 3 days, Dong Qinqiu replied. "This year, Sun Bin and Pang want to descend the mountain, officially joining the chaotic world. But do you felt something amiss? Wasn't this just around the corner? You have 10 minutes of rest. After 10 minutes, you will undergo your second descent." "Good heavens!" Du Yu sighed wryly. No one had ever informed him that this task was so time-sensitive. He hurriedly excused himself to the restroom, initially hoping to catch a glimpse of Zhong Lichun, but he could not locate Dong Qinqiu's office. By the time Du Yu staggered back to the operation room, Dong Qinqiu was already growing impatient. "Hurry up, we're waiting on you." I'm coming. Du Yu replied, sliding into the apparatus. This was all so sudden. "Have you thought about what to bring this time?" Dong Qinqiu inquired. "How could I have the time to think?" Du Yu retorted somewhat irritably. "You've only given me 10 minutes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked Qinqiu Jie, when a man and woman reunite after a long separation, what gifts do they typically exchange? Dong Qinqiu scoffed. "You're asking me? Do I appear to be someone well-versed in matters of the heart?" This left Du Yu at a loss. After a moment, he suggested, "How about flowers?" "Flowers?" Dong Qinqiu's displeasure was evident. "Fine, I understand. You should hurry along." In the era of the warring states, the setting was the land of Qi and Lu. The servant, Hou, descended. It was the depths of winter, and the cold wind howled down the mountains. Upon landing, Du Yu felt something was amiss. Although he was supposed to have descended at Guigu Mountain, he found himself still dressed as a servant, clutching a broom. "Qinqiu Jie, did I take the wrong number? Why am I still a servant?" "There's no choice," Dong Qinqiu replied. This area is sparsely populated, and neither Guzi nor his 5 disciples can be played by you. Just make do. Do you open his time travel gift pack, only to find it empty except for a small white flower? A small white flower. Do you frown, asking, Qinqiu Jie, do girls like receiving such flowers? A single white flower, at that. So what? Dong Qinqiu snapped. Having something is better than nothing. Give it or don't. This struck Du Yu as odd. He was too frightened to speak. How had she become so irate? Du Yu instinctively tossed aside the broom, pretending he was not a servant, and made his way toward the bamboo hut on the mountain. Having seen the terrain on the screen before, he navigated easily to Guzi's residence. As he pondered how to make an entrance without feeling awkward, he overheard a commotion inside. Quietly, he crept closer to the window to eavesdrop. Hou Yi, what has happened to you? As Guzi spoke, all 5 disciples fell silent. Master, what has happened to Junior's sister? Sun Bin asked, a note of concern in his voice. Du Yu slowly lifted the bamboo window to peer inside. Zhong Lichuan was kneeling on the floor, surrounded by her 4 senior brothers, while Guzi sat across from her, deep in calculation. Du Yu observed Zhong Lichuan and noted that aside from her taller stature and more striking beauty, she appeared unchanged. How could she still look like a youthful maiden at the age of 30? He mused. How strange. Guzi continued to calculate, his face a mask of confusion. While Hou Yi had indeed completed the cultivation of her 7 souls, why did the remaining 4 souls consist solely of the love soul, alongside anger, sorrow, and malice? After a lengthy period of calculation, he confirmed his findings and inquired, Hou Yi, where are your joy, fear, and desire souls? What were you thinking about while practicing the tranquil heart technique? One person, Guzi questioned, a mix of anxiety and anger in his voice. Who holds such importance that they could directly affect your soul? What is their name? And where are they? I don't know. You. Guzi sighed heavily. Troubled. He had intended for Zhong Lichuan to complete her 7 souls and impart to her the skills of strategy and warfare. But it now appeared that despite her completion of the 7 souls, she remained a flawed individual. She would spend her life unaware of joy, fear, or desire. Also, Guzi asked, how long has it been since you last ate? I don't remember, perhaps over 30 days. Su Qin and Zhang Yi exclaimed in unison. No wonder we could never find you during meal times. Junior sister, aren't you hungry? I'm not hungry. I've been quite full lately, but I can't seem to burp. Zhong Lichuan replied earnestly. Hou Yi, come closer. Let me take a look. Guzi instructed. Zhong Lichuan stood expressionless and approached Guzi, who appeared almost childlike in stature compared to her. He grasped her delicate wrist to take her pulse, but his expression soon turned to shock. Hou Yi, have you entered the qi refinement stage? Qi refinement? Both Zhong Lichuan and her 4 senior brothers were perplexed. What is that? Guzi was puzzled. He had taught Zhong Lichuan a technique for cultivating the heart, yet she had somehow transformed it into a celestial cultivation method. Will you tell me, have you experienced any changes in your body recently? Zhong Lichuan pondered for a long moment on how to articulate her thoughts, then pointed to her abdomen and said, it feels a bit bloated, and then, boom, no need for meals anymore. Sun Bin remarked, feeling a sense of familiarity. Isn't that a sign of poor digestion? I experience the same when my stomach isn't well. What nonsense are you spouting? Guzi scolded. This is qi entering the body. Your junior sister has already stepped into the realm of cultivators. A cultivator? Her 4 brothers could hardly believe their ears. No wonder I've seen junior sister chop wood without an axe. She does it with her bare hands. Zhang Yi murmured. Zhang Yi. I've been chopping wood by hand since I was young. Zhong Lichuan coldly replied. Zhang Yi felt a bit embarrassed. Junior sister, how many times must I say it? Call me brother. Master, isn't this a good thing? Sun Bin interjected, regaining his composure. Our Guzi sect is about to have a celestial being. Sigh. Guzi shook his head. Truly, the heavens are jealous of talent. Although Hou Yi possesses extraordinary aptitude for cultivation, capable of transforming a heart-nurturing technique into an immortal method, being incomplete with her 7 souls renders her unable to ascend to immortality. She is destined to remain immortal. Such superficial cultivation may only enhance her physical form and preserve her beauty. Her 3 senior brothers were filled with regret, while only Pang Wan snickered from the side, remarking, I knew it. There's no way something so fortunate could happen. A foolish woman still dares to dream of ascension. Pang Wan, how long has it been since I last bested you? Zhong Lichuan shot him a cold glance. Hey! Let us be clear. A gentleman does not resort to violence. Pangwan hurriedly hid behind Guzi. Master, look at her. She is going to revolt again. Sigh. Why do you always speak ill of junior sister? Sunbin shook his head. Junior sister has never struck me. Humph. Pangwan let out a cold snort and said, Master, let us not concern ourselves with this foolish woman any longer. You have summoned us today for another matter, have you not? Indeed, Guzi nodded, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. You have been studying for quite some time now, and in these chaotic times, do you harbor any thoughts of descending the mountain? Descending the mountain? The four brothers had contemplated it before, yet they were uncertain how to broach the subject with their master. Now that he had raised it, it was an excellent opportunity, as spirited young men, who would not desire to make their mark amidst the turmoil of the world. Master, I wish to descend the mountain, Pangwan declared, kneeling with a thud. Upon seeing Pangwan kneel, Sunbin, Su Qin, and Zhang Yi followed suit. Master, we wish to descend the mountain. Guzi smiled faintly, as if he had anticipated this moment. You four must fetch me a flower, and I shall grant you permission to descend. A flower? The brothers looked outside at the bleak winter landscape. Where could they possibly find a flower in such cold? After a moment's thought, Pangwan readily agreed, Master. I shall go at once. Seeing Pangwan walk away, Sunbin and the others grew anxious. This was a golden opportunity that they could not let slip away. In a flurry of activity, the remaining 3 disciples hurried out of the house. Wu Yuan, you should go as well, Guzi gently urged Zhongli Chun. You have completed your 7 souls. Now find a flower for me, and I shall illuminate your path ahead. Zhongli Chun stood up expressionlessly, feeling somewhat troubled. She glanced at Guzi before turning to leave. It had been 20 years since she arrived at Giga Mountain, perhaps too long. As she walked with her head down, she turned a corner and encountered a servant. Xiao Zhongli. Zhongli Chun's expression suddenly became complex. Lacking the joy of the 7th soul, she found it difficult to express the emotions of this long-awaited reunion. She furrowed her brow and opened her mouth, her gaze softening yet devoid of true joy. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to force out a faint smile and uttered, You came. Have you been well? Du Yu inquired, his heart heavy after overhearing Guzi's words. I do not know, Zhongli Chun replied, lowering her head. After a pause, she retrieved something from her bosom. Upon seeing it, Du Yu's expression darkened. It was a cheap candy. Its packaging faded over the years, the candy itself having melted and reformed, now unrecognizable. Zhongli Chun murmured, You told me that when feeling down, I should eat something sweet, so I would feel better. She slowly placed her hand on her chest. But thinking of you brings me pain. Tears streamed down her face as she pointed to her heart, looking up at Du Yu with a sense of grievance. Her fleeting glance was heart-wrenching. Why does it hurt so much? Is it truly so painful to long for someone? I wish to consume this last pill, hoping it will ease my suffering, yet I fear you may never return, and this pill is my sole wish in this life. The cold wind howled, causing the bamboo forest to crackle ominously. It was the first time Du Yu heard Zhongli Chun express so many feelings, as if she had poured out her very soul. Xiao Zhongli. Du Yu's heart felt strangely conflicted. I cannot remain by your side for certain reasons, but you must believe me. Everything I do now is to help you become yourself. Become myself? Zhongli Chun was puzzled. Indeed, if you do not heed my words, you may very well vanish, and we shall never meet again. A flicker of understanding shone in Zhongli Chun's eyes. In the future, will we still meet? Yes, as long as you follow my guidance. You will encounter me many times in this lifetime, I assure you. What must I do? Zhongli Chun inched closer to Du Yu, the atmosphere growing increasingly peculiar. What do you mean? What must you do? Du Yu was perplexed. Zhongli Chun slowly reached to untie her sash. My brothers tell me I am a woman, and when men see a woman like me, they wish to loosen her garments. If I do this, will you promise never to leave me? As her garments slipped to the ground, revealing her flawless skin, the cold wind caressed her form like a sculpted jade statue, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Du Yu. Through her cultivation, Zhongli Chun's body was forever frozen in its most exquisite state. The scent of her skin, mingled with the biting cold, struck Du Yu's face like an unrelenting gust. Suddenly, Du Yu felt a wave of sorrow. Was Zhongli Chun transformed because of my presence? Was she once like this? Picking up her fallen garment from the ground, he draped it over her shoulders. You must not do this, he said, distressed. I do not wish for you to act this way. I only hope for you to live a fulfilling life. In this world, there is no one who can loosen your garments. The words he almost spoke caught in his throat. No one can untie Zhongli Chun's garments? No. Du Yu understood one crucial truth. Zhongli Chun would ultimately marry King Qi Xian, a fate that could not be altered. Chapter 27. The Flower and the Heavenly Mechanism. Giguzi sat within the room, observing Du Yu and Zhongli Chun outside the window. He extended his right hand to perform a calculation, clearly taken aback. Such a remarkable individual still exists in this world? After a while, Giguzi shook his head and murmured softly, "From heaven to earth, transcending time, legends abound for you to claim. Neither free nor untroubled. It is difficult to stir passion or sing." Giguzi chuckled heartily a few times, ceasing to observe the two and beginning to meditate. Du Yu adjusted Zhongli Chun's garment, saying, "Let us not dwell on sorrow any longer. I have several days to spend here. We can enjoy ourselves." Zhongli Chun nodded slightly, forcing a smile. "Did not Master ask you to find a flower? I just so happen to have brought one." Du Yu produced a pristine white flower from his supplies and offered it to Zhongli Chun. "This is the second time you have given me something." Zhongli Chun accepted the flower with a hint of joy, clearly fond of it. "Ah, little junior sister, what are you doing here?" Sunbin approached holding a vase. "Who is this?" "He is." Zhongli Chun began to introduce, but faltered, unsure of how to proceed. She did not even know Du Yu's name. "Ah, I am Miss Zhongli's servant, sent by my master to check on her well-being. Do not mind me, Mr. Sun. Please continue with your duties." Du Yu interjected smoothly. "Oh, then I shall. Wait, how did you know my surname is Sun?" Sunbin scratched his head, puzzled by Du Yu's oddity. "Disciples, if you have gathered flowers, please come inside and sit," Giguzi called from within. Upon hearing this, Sunbin hurriedly entered with his vase. "Little Zhongli, you go first." "Du Yu Jid. I will wait for you outside. This time, I am in no hurry to leave. We can catch up later." Zhongli Chun glanced at Du Yu and replied, "I will not go. I will stay with you." Just as Du Yu was at a loss for what to do, Giguzi spoke again from within. "We can bring your servant inside as well. The wind is fierce outside, and we must not let them catch cold." "Ah." Du Yu was taken aback. "Isn't this your household matter?" "Giguzi, am I appropriate to enter?" Giguzi smiled faintly and said, "Our household matters require your care. Come inside." Du Yu was unsure of Giguzi's intent, but recognized that if he did not enter, Zhongli Chun would not either. "Very well then, Giguzi, I shall come in. I apologize for the inconvenience. Do not call me Giguzi. My surname is Wang." "Understood. Wang Gu." Du Yu led Zhongli Chun into the bamboo hut. After a brief wait, Pang Wan returned. Upon entering, he noticed the gathering of people, but offered no words, opting instead to find a vacant seat. Initially, he had intended to inquire about Du Yu's identity, but seeing Du Yu standing closely behind Zhongli Chun, his curiosity waned. The last to arrive were Su Qin and Zhang Yi, their voices echoing from afar as they seemed to be embroiled in a dispute, though their tones suggested playful banter. "Ah, we have guests," Su Qin remarked upon spotting Du Yu. "Pray do not be rude. You too, take a seat." After Ghost Valley Master spoke, he surveyed his 5 neatly seated disciples before continuing, "I desire a flower. Have you all brought one?" The expressions of the disciples varied, uncertain whether they had indeed fulfilled his request. "Wanner, you shall go first and present the flower you have found," Ghost Valley Master instructed, glancing at Pang Wan. Pang Wan pouted and replied, "Master, I did not find a flower." Ghost Valley Master, upon hearing this, quietly inquired, "If there is no flower, what lies within your sleeve?" Aware of his master's formidable abilities, Pang Wan knew he could not conceal the truth. Initially, he had hoped to present a dazzling bloom, but given the season. Resignedly, he retrieved a rather wilted and unsightly flower from his sleeve and handed it to Ghost Valley Master, saying, "Master, please take a look." Ghost Valley Master examined the flower in Pang Wan's hand, pondering for a moment before stating, "This flower, having withstood the scorching sun of Ghost Valley, has withered, suggesting that you shall rise to prominence in the state of Wei. However, you must not lie to me. Your competitive spirit is fierce, and you are adept at deceit. I fear that you may ultimately succeed through trickery, only to fall by the same means. I shall impart to you an 8-character truth. Encounter sheep and gain glory. Encounter horse and meet demise. Remember this well." Grateful, Pang Wan hastily knelt and expressed, "Thank you, Master, for illuminating my path. Depart from the mountain now." Ghost Valley Master said with a meaningful glance at Pang Wan. "Yes." Pang Wan, exhilarated, realized that after years of waiting, he could finally descend the mountain and showcase his abilities. As he exited, Ghost Valley Master turned to Sunbin and said, "Binner, it is your turn." Sunbin nodded, retrieving his flower vase. Inside lay a dried chrysanthemum, which he had picked during the summer and had since completely withered. Finding it aesthetically pleasing, he had kept it in his room, Knowing that no flowers would be found on the mountain at this time, he decided to present the vase to his master. Ghost Valley Master regarded the dried chrysanthemum and remarked, "Binner, your nature is pure and easygoing, avoiding competition with others. Thus, I anticipated you would bring me this wilted flower. Yet, its state is a portent. It may signify that you, too, will encounter trials akin to this flower's decay. Originally is summer bloom. It stands resilient in the harsh winter, indicating that you shall ultimately navigate through your difficulties. Someone will protect you, much like this vase shields the flower. I shall gift you a special pouch. Should your life be in peril, open it and take a look." Sunbin felt a weight upon hearing this, sensing that his life would not be without its struggles. He could only tremble as he accepted Ghost Valley Master's pouch. "Sister Chinchio, this Ghost Valley Master is truly remarkable," Diyu mused. "What is this ability? Can he discern a person's future from a mere flower?" "It is a form of physiognomy," Dong Chinchio explained. "Throughout history, many have practiced various forms of physiognomy, but most risk shortening their lifespans. This time, Ghost Valley Master has revealed celestial secrets for the sake of his disciples. I'm quite curious," Diyu inquired, "what is written within that pouch?" Having previously received a pouch from Mr. Zhuge, he felt an inexplicable intrigue. "I just had a colleague responsible for Sunbin check. The pouch contains the words, 'In the struggle between family and country, one must feign madness to survive. This pouch will save him when Pang once seeks to end his life.'" Diyu nodded silently, at a loss for words. Perhaps the most tormented was Ghost Valley Master himself, witnessing his disciples continually at odds with one another. Had he foreseen this all along? "Master," Sunbin asked, "may I also descend the mountain? The time is not yet ripe for you. You must wait until the arrival of spring when the flowers bloom. Then you may depart on your own accord." Upon hearing this, Sunbin did not dare to oppose. He knelt in thanks and stepped aside. "Chiner, what of you?" Ghost Valley Master then turned to Su Qin. To everyone's surprise, Su Qin and Zhang Yi approached together. Su Qin produced a deformed flower from his bosom, which appeared to be two blooms intertwined, one vertical, the other horizontal. "Master, we searched for quite some time and found this flower. Surely, it counts as two?" Zhang Yi inquired. Ghost Valley Master pondered deeply before responding. "This flower, long sought and found lacking, foretells that you both shall endure a lengthy period of obscurity until you are ultimately discovered. The intertwining of the blooms suggests that you will gain renown through the strategies of vertical and horizontal maneuvering, with Su Qin initiating and Zhang Yi following. However, your descent from the mountain is not yet auspicious. The timing of your departure lies in your own hands." Su Qin and Zhang Yi immediately knelt in gratitude. Finally, Ghost Valley Master turned to Zhongli Chun, saying, "Wu Yuan, where is your flower?" "It is in my bosom. I do not wish to present it," Zhongli Chun replied. Ghost Valley Master shook his head, stating, "I do not seek your flower. I only wish to glimpse it." "Really?" Reluctantly, Zhongli Chun retrieved the small white flower Diyu had gifted her and presented it to Ghost Valley Master. Diyu felt a twinge of anxiety. Could Ghost Valley Master truly perceive the complexities of the world through a single flower? Would this not create an inconsistency, as he had gifted it to Zhongli Chun? Ghost Valley Master examined the flower in Zhongli Chun's hand, smiled, and said, "This flower is not of this world. Wu Yuan possessing this flower indicates that a benefactor shall assist you. This flower, enduring through the ages, signifies that your heart shall remain untainted for a millennium, as pure and flawless as this white blossom." Upon hearing Ghost Valley Master's words, Zhongli Chun promptly concealed the flower in her bosom, fearful it might be taken from her. "Old man, when may I descend the mountain?" she asked. "When you have mastered all my military strategies, political acumen, and the art of vertical and horizontal maneuvering." Zhongli Chun scoffed. "Hearing you all drone on, I have long since learned it." "Ah!" Sun Bin, astonished, interjected, "Sister, do not overestimate yourself. Is it possible for you to grasp Master S teachings in just a few days of attendance?" Zhongli Chun shot a glance at Sun Bin, and then pointed at Diyu, saying, "I have indeed learned it all. I wish to descend the mountain with this person." "Oh!" Ghost Valley Master's interest piqued, aware that Zhongli Chun had never told a lie in the past decade. "Binner, among my disciples, your military knowledge is the most profound. Would you engage in a few rounds of strategy with Wu Yuan?" "This, at your command, Master." Diyu was bewildered by the unfolding events. Logically, Zhongli Chun should be permitted to descend after mastering her skills, but had she truly mastered them? Unexpectedly, throughout the afternoon, Sun Bin experienced the most terrifying nightmare of his life. In a total of 12 strategic matches, aside from one narrow victory for Zhongli Chun, The remaining 11 were decisive defeats. Incredible, incredible, Sun Bin stammered, pointing at the scattered game pieces. You were clearly outnumbered, yet you deployed 6 strategies across 6 avenues, executing feints and full assaults simultaneously to directly target my stronghold. Is there truly such a method of warfare in this world? On the board, Sun Bin's main forces remained engaged at the front, while his stronghold was overrun by a mere 600 troops. Zhongli Chun coldly inquired, "Shall we continue?" Sun Bin shook his head. "No more, sister. I humbly concede. Your skills rival those of any man, and I sincerely hope we do not meet on the battlefield. Master, we wish to try as well." Su Qin and Zhang Yi, unable to contain their excitement, chimed in, having witnessed someone capable of defeating Sun Bin in 12 consecutive matches. "An astonishing feat, sister. Your military prowess is extraordinary. With our combined skills in vertical and horizontal maneuvering, we should have no problem, right?" Zhongli Chun replied, her expression unyielding. "How troublesome. Come forth." Su Qin and Zhang Yi employed their lifelong skills, and indeed, they found themselves evenly matched against Zhongli Chun. Victory seemed within reach. Zhongli Chun coldly uttered a single word, then swiftly retrieved a small chess piece that had long been concealed near the enemy's stronghold, launching a sudden and ferocious assault. With the assassination unit springing into action, Su Qin was taken aback, but fortunately, Zhang Yi had prepared for such a turn of events. He flipped over the wooden plaque of their base, revealing a chess piece on the reverse side. Remarkably, it was a piece representing an army of 3,000. "Junior sister, I anticipated you would employ such a tactic. Thus, I opted for a more arduous strategy, keeping a contingent of 3,000 troops stationed at the stronghold." Zhongli Chun remained silent, gently placing her piece representing 100 troops atop Zhang Yi's 3,000. Then with a delicate touch, shattered the latter. Hey, Zhang Yi exclaimed, "Junior sister, that's cheating. You can't destroy pieces with brute force." "I did not use brute force. Encountering my assassination unit. Your 3,000 troops are destined for defeat." "That's a spurious argument," Zhang Yi retorted. "Pray tell, how can 100 men vanquish 3,000? What stratagem did you employ, and what plan did you devise?" Zhongli Chun quietly lifted her small chess piece and replied, "Because I am the commander of this unit." Upon closer inspection, the others noticed that there was indeed no flag in Zhongli Chun's stronghold, indicating the absence of the main general, while the piece labeled as the assassination unit was prominently adorned with a general's flag. Both Su Qin and Zhang Yi were taken aback. As the commander of an army, you dare to lead an assassination unit to eliminate the opposing general? Why not? Zhongli Chun tossed the chess piece aside. "Do you believe 3,000 men can hold me at bay?" At her declaration, a profound silence fell over the group. Indeed, could 3,000 men withstand Zhongli Chun? The answer was uncertain. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Giguzi laughed heartily. This military strategy is not only masterful, but can only be wielded by one of exceptional talent. Do you chuckle along? You find it amusing? Do you comprehend the situation? Don Chinchio inquired. "I do not understand, but I am profoundly moved," you responded. Giguzi slowly approached Zhongli Chun and said, "It is time for you to descend the mountain. Your fortunes have shifted since this household servant appeared." "Really?" Zhongli Chun displayed an unusually joyful expression. "Indeed," Giguzi nodded, his heart filled with myriad emotions, pondering that perhaps among his disciples, only Zhongli Chun would meet a fortunate end. This might be Zhongli Chun's second encounter with parting, and she felt an odd sensation within. "Junior sister, are you truly leaving?" Sun Bin expressed his reluctance. "Will we never see one another again?" Su Qin pondered aloud. "Junior sister, remember to write," Zhang Yi added. Zhongli Chun bit her lip, feeling an indescribable discomfort, a sensation too complex to articulate. "Old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, Zhang Yi," Zhongli Chun called out, gazing at each of their faces in turn. The others looked towards her. "It's quite cold. Do ensure you wear additional layers." They exchanged glances, astonished that Zhongli Chun was expressing concern for their well-being. As Zhongli Chun silently walked towards the door with Du, she turned back just before exiting, bowing deeply and saying, "Over these past 20 years, truly, thank you all." Observing Zhongli Chun's departing figure, Zhang Yi burst into tears, exclaiming, "From now on, you must call me elder brother, you little rascal." Sun Bin and Su Qin also discreetly wiped away their tears, glancing at their master, who was already weeping profusely. Chapter 28. Xiaoxia, where shall we go next? To bathe in the river? To savor delicious food? Or to seize riches? Zhongli Chun's joy was uncontainable as she endeavored to converse with Du Yu. Seeing her exuberance, Du Yu felt deeply affected. Little Zhongli, how about we return home? Du Yu proposed. He recalled the legends that spoke of Zhongli Chun remaining in seclusion after her studies at Giga Mountain. Returning her home now seemed the wisest course, despite the potential challenges involved. Home? What is home? Zhongli Chun inquired. I mean, to return you to your mother and stepfather. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Chun paused momentarily, as if lost in contemplation. Soon, a cold and stern expression overtook her features, and a flood of long-buried memories surged forth. Those days of darkness and despair, living among swine and subsisting on putrid food, all rushed back. The last time we met, you rescued me. Now, are you to send me back? Zhongli Chun murmured. Though it saddens me, if this is your decision, I am willing to return. Ah, Do you hastily wave his hands? No, no, no. Little Zhongli, I do not intend to send you back to the pigsty. This time, no one shall dare bully you again. You have not only mastered your skills, but have also become a formidable force. No one would dare to mistreat you. Zhongli Chun regarded Du Yu. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, Du Yu affirmed. Even if they were to attempt to bully you, I would never permit it. After nearly a day of travel, they finally returned to Hou Yi, thankfully guided by Zhongli Chun's recollection of the path. In the distance, she spotted the small river, which held her fondest memories from the past decade. As the sun began to set, they strolled alongside the river. Making their way into the town, Zhongli Chun had blossomed into a captivating young woman, drawing the attention of all who passed by. Her beauty was undeniable, though her height was somewhat striking. The pair arrived at the site of Zhongli Chun's past sorrows, intending to send a servant ahead to announce their arrival. But they were met with an empty doorway. Despite the lights aglow within the estate, not a single servant could be seen. Strange, where has everyone gone? There's movement. Zhongli Chun pointed towards the main hall. There. Oh. Du Yu heard nothing, but, trusting Zhongli Chun's instincts, he agreed. Let us investigate. They approached the main hall, where the sounds of a throng became apparent. Du Yu pushed the door open, and the cacophony spilled forth. Upon closer inspection, they found a crowd of servants gathered, seemingly engrossed in a spectacle. In the center, a frail woman knelt on the ground, clad only in fitted garments, her body marred with wounds. An expression of despair etched across her face. Beside her stood a middle-aged woman, unmistakably Zhongli Chun's mother, the now-aged Hou Yi, who wielded a switch and relentlessly struck the frail woman. I will not allow you to disgrace our family. Hou Yi berated her. You aspire to ascend to greatness. Do you? You seek to usurp my position? The switch fell like rain upon the girl's body. Du Yu observed that Zhongli Chun's adoptive father, that lascivious scholar, sat in the main seat, coldly watching the scene unfold. You shameless wretch, thinking you possess some allure? Today, I shall expose you for all to see. Hou Yi proclaimed as she attempted to tear away the girl's clothing, which the girl clutched tightly to herself, preventing her from being exposed. I always said, this Xiao Xia resembles a vixen, one of the maids beside Du Yu remarked. Who knows how many men she has seduced? Indeed, another maid chimed in, being beautiful does not make one special. She is no different from us, destined to be a servant. Du Yu glanced at the male servants nearby, their faces flushed. Their eyes fixated on the girl, named Xiao Xia, as if they cared not for her transgressions, merely waiting for the moment when they could witness her degradation. Speak up. Hou Yi jabbed a finger at Xiao Xia's forehead. Are you mute? Xiao Xia lifted her head and replied, Madam, I am truly wronged. Wrong! Hou Yi seemed to lose her sanity, seizing Xiao Xia by the hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps before throwing her to the ground. Xiao Xia let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Slowly, she raised her head, her eyes filled with despair as she gazed at the scholar seated in the main seat. She spoke, My lord, please speak with honesty. Was it I who seduced you, or were you the one who acted lewdly towards me? You lewdly? The scholar scoffed, a smirk on his lips. With my status, what kind of woman can I not have? Would I stoop to lewdness with you? Du Yu coldly interjected, scoundrel. 10 years ago, I witnessed you harassing a maidservant. This girl, Xiao Xia, truly has suffered misfortune by crossing paths with you too. Xiao Xia silently rose, wiping away the blood from her lips. Although I have not come from a wealthy family, I have always understood the principles of ethics and would never engage in such disgraceful acts. Now, wrongfully accused of adultery by the lady of the house, Xiao Xia felt utterly powerless to resist and could only die to prove her innocence. Before anyone could react, Xiao Xia charged towards a pillar with all her might. Bang! The loud crash left everyone dumbfounded. Suddenly, a tall woman appeared from nowhere, extending her fair hand to intercept Hou Yi before she collided with the pillar. Zhongli Chun furrowed her brow, thinking how forceful this girl was. Even her hand felt painful against the pillar. Had she not intervened, the girl would undoubtedly have met her demise. Hey. Yi was taken aback. When did Zhongli rush out? Is it worth it? Wait. Zhongli Chun questioned Hou Yi. Hou Yi, still a bit dazed, queried, Who are you? Ah, who is this? The scholar suddenly sat up, exclaiming, breaking into an official residence at night is a capital offense. Several guards rushed over, wooden clubs in hand. The scholar glanced at Zhongli Chun, grinning wickedly. Hold on. Capture this one alive. Hou Yi regarded the towering woman before her, feeling a strange familiarity, yet unable to recall who she was. Zhongli Chun cast a cold glance at the guards, her disdain evident. One guard shouted as he swung his club at her, but Zhongli Chun did not flinch. With a gentle flick of her fingers, she snapped the wooden club in half upon contact, sending the guard flying backward. Zhongli Chun's swift display of strength left everyone astonished, and no guard dared to advance further. An old man once told me, unless absolutely necessary, one should not take a life. She surveyed the crowd, warning, if anyone dares to fight, I will not hold back. Wait, it's a misunderstanding. You leaped out from the crowd, exclaiming, We are all family. Let us not resort to violence. Woo! A heart-wrenching voice suddenly cried out, and a burly man emerged from the crowd. You recognized him as the elder brother of Ada, now aged and worn. Elder brother? You shooted. Ada hushid forward. Kicking you in the rear, who yelped in pain. Where have you been all these 20 years? Do you know how long I've searched for news of you? Why have you not changed at all in the past 2 decades? Ah! Brother, do not fret. I have returned to clarify matters. You smiled and nodded at the onlookers, then turned to Hou Yi, saying, Madam, for the past 20 years, I've been following the young lady in Guegu Mountain. Today, she has returned from her studies with the master of Guegu, and now she is not only well-versed in politics and military strategy, but also possesses exceptional martial skills. A young lady? The household servants exchanged glances, puzzled. Was it not rumored that the master had no heirs? Suddenly, some servants recalled that there had indeed been talk of a young lady. Some stammered, hesitating to voice their thoughts, fearing it might bring them trouble. Though they held their tongues, they seemed to remember a shared past that none dared to mention. Is it truly the young lady returned? One of the servants whispered. The most expressive reactions came from the master and Hou Yi. Hou Yi feigned joy, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, ironically still clutching a bloodied whip. She had believed that the wild child she cast away in the mountains had perished. Yet here she was, suddenly returned. You were that Zhongli girl. The master slowly stood, his gaze complicated, a mix of disbelief and lewdness. Hou Yi hurried to his side, saying, My lord, the moment you sent this girl to the mountains, you were promoted. Do you think what the Queen Mother said could be true? There is no such Queen Mother in this world. Though he spoke dismissively, he felt a flutter of unease. The day after sending Zhongli Chun away, he had indeed been promoted by King Qi Wei, and the household had seen peace for a decade. Perhaps it was better to believe in the supernatural than to disbelieve it. Madam, if I may, you approached Hou Yi, saying, The young lady's return should be a joyous occasion. How can you scold the servants so in the main hall? Hou Yi's expression shifted, her anger flaring. I did not wish to. It was merely this wretched girl trying to seduce the master. Enough. Zhongli Chun spoke coldly. This maidservant will follow me from today onward. No one is permitted to bully her. Zhongli Chun turned to Hou Yi and inquired, What is your name? I am surnamed Xia. I have no name. Hou Yi timidly responded. Xia sure, is it? Zhongli Chun nodded, committing it to memory. The servants were astonished to see Hou Yi transform into the young lady's personal maidservant. Many glanced at Hou Yi, uncertain of how this situation would resolve. Though Hou Yi's face betrayed her embarrassment, the aura surrounding Zhongli Chun was extraordinary, her eyes devoid of emotion, radiating a faint killing intent. This. Hou Yi struggled to find words, finally saying, Since the young lady has chosen you, I shall spare your life. A personal maid cannot lack a name. I bestow upon you one. Hou Yi pondered, realizing she needed to quickly gain favor with this long-lost daughter. Let us call you Ying Chun. Let today's farce be a welcome back for Chun. What? You nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Xia Ying Chun? Wu, what is wrong with you? Ada asked from the side. You felt a sense of dread. It was said that in times of trouble, one calls upon Zhong Wu Yin, and in times of peace, one seeks Xia Ying Chun. It was rumored that both Zhong Wu Yin and Xia Chun were consorts of King Qi Xian. Whenever the state of Qi faced difficulties, King Qi Xian would summon Zhong Wu Yin, but in times of peace, he would indulge in merriment with Xia Chun. Xia Chun could very well become Zhong Li Chun's greatest rival. Though one cannot learn this from history books, it is depicted in dramas. But what could be done? This was history, and one could not alter it. The master and Huashe arranged for Zhong Li Chun a most elegant room, far surpassing even the humble bamboo hut in Gu Mountain. Xia Chun became Zhong Li Chun's personal maidservant, while a Wu, who had accompanied the young lady in her studies, also became her guard. Upon returning to Zhong Li Chun's room, her expression was inscrutable, as if she was still uncertain of her actions. Her gaze often drifted towards Du Yu. Young lady. After entering the room, Xia Chun slowly knelt, her first words expressing gratitude. I must thank you for saving my life. Du Yu and Zhong Li Chun were taken aback, unsure of what Xia Chun meant. However, Zhong Li Chun quickly waved her hand, saying, there is no need for thanks. I simply saw in you a reflection of my younger self, someone who was persecuted in this household, and I could not bear to watch you perish. Regardless of the circumstances, I, Chun, shall repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by the young lady to the best of my abilities. Furthermore, please allow me to solemnly decline your offer to become your personal maid. Xia Chun bowed her head, her voice filled with sorrow. Du was taken aback, pondering to himself, is this Xia Chun not the renowned green tea of historical accounts? Why does she appear so humble and courteous, and yet harbor a sense of gratitude? A refusal? Why? Zhong Lichuan inquired. Because Chun harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the master and mistress, fearing she may show disrespect to the young lady. Although she is grateful for your life-saving kindness, she cannot serve you with such sentiments. Chun must leave this residence, offering incense thrice daily, praying for your well-being day and night. If that is the case, I have no objections, Zhong Lichuan replied. I too harbor a profound resentment towards them. From now on, you shall accompany me, and there will be no need to show them any respect. Ah! Xia Chun was taken aback, surprised by the unexpected response. Xia, please rise. Du said compassionately, although you... I know you are surely wrong this time. I am aware of the master's true character. Tears streamed down Xia Chun's face as she bowed her head once more, this time striking the ground fiercely, drawing blood from her forehead. The immense kindness shown to me shall remain etched in my memory forever. The name Chun, if you dislike it, you need not use it. Zhong Lichuan remarked casually, her gaze drifting around the room. No. Xia Chun lifted her head, gazing earnestly at Zhong Lichuan, declaring that from now on, her life belongs to the young lady, and she shall live solely for her. Chapter 29. A wish to win one's heart. Zhong Lichuan filled a basin with water and began to gently cleanse Xia Chun's face. Xia, do not be so foolish in the future. The blame does not lie with you, but with them, Zhong Lichuan stated coldly. Chun is not as capable as the young lady. Apart from death to prove her innocence, she can think of no other means, Xia Chun said, her eyes brimming with tears. There are indeed other ways, Zhong Lichuan observed, gazing at Xia Chun's now clean face, momentarily lost in thought, before suddenly turning to Du Yu, exclaiming, is she not beautiful? Du Yu was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I cannot discern. Zhong Lichuan shook her head, pointing at Xia Chun and asking Du Yu, is Xia Chun not lovely? Du Yu examined Xia Chun's face. Although she was slightly less striking than Zhong Lichuan, she was certainly beautiful enough to be considered a stunning beauty. Indeed, she is quite attractive, Du Yu replied. Zhong Lichuan nodded, saying, Xia Chun, you are so beautiful. Why did you become a maid? Young lady. Xia Chun was somewhat puzzled. What does being a maid have to do with one's appearance? Zhong Lichuan pondered for a moment, realizing there seemed to be no connection. Young lady, please refrain from wiping my face any further. I cannot bear it. There is no need to feel unworthy. We are all of the same essence. Xia Chun cautiously regarded Zhong Lichuan before inquiring. Young lady, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. They say. You're already 30 years old. Is that true? I do not know. It should be true, Zhong Lichuan replied nonchalantly. But you appear. Why do you look only 17 or 18? I do not know, Zhong Lichuan responded. Du Yu, observing from the side, interjected. It is because she is half a cultivator. She can maintain her youthful appearance, and her lifespan exceeds that of ordinary people. Enough. You two may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. You are leaving? Zhong Lichuan turned her gaze towards Du Yu. Du Yu shook his head. Young Zhong Lich. Young lady, I must step outside to stand guard. After all, I'm a protector. Zhong Lichuan nodded silently. Watching Do You exit the chamber. Young lady, you are a celestial. Xia Yingshun blinked her large eyes at Zhong Lichuan, exclaiming, heaven forbid. Does that mean you can remain this beautiful forever? Zhong Lichuan paused her actions, regarding Xia Yingshun with uncertainty, and asked, am I beautiful? Indeed, Xia Yingshun exclaimed joyfully, her hands dancing in delight. Not only is she beautiful, but her heart is also kind. I wonder who will be so fortunate as to marry the young lady in the future. Marry me. As a wife? Zhong Lichuan mused, pondering the implications. Ah, Xia Yingshun was momentarily stunned. Young lady, do you not know? I do not. To marry you as a wife means to be united in matrimony, to remain together forever. Growing old side by side, Xia Yingshun smiled, explaining, he will call you wife, and you will call him husband. Marry? Zhong Lichuan's face instantly flushed. Indeed, young lady. Xia Yingshun observed Zhong Lichuan's expression and could not help but smirk mischievously. Do you perhaps have someone you fancy? Someone I fancy? Zhong Lichuan's heart suddenly tightened, an indescribable sensation washing over her. Xia Yingshun grinned wickedly. Anyone who is favored by the young lady must be a truly wonderful person. Zhong Lichuan rarely displayed such a radiant smile. Xia, I believe I may have feelings for someone. What? Xia Yingshun disregarded her various injuries and eagerly grasped Zhong Lichuan's hand, laughing as she asked, quickly tell me, who is it? Do you sat outside, merely hearing the lively chatter within, yet unaware of the specific details? The spiritual energy during the Warring States period was evidently not as abundant as in the era of Emperor Yao. And do you felt a wave of drowsiness? Qinqiu Jia. You called out. Here, what is it? Dong Qinqiu promptly responded. Nothing much. Do you slowly closed his eyes. Have I not called you for a long time? I thought I would. You were sick. Dong Qinqiu retorted with annoyance. If you are tired, you should rest. Upon hearing Dong Qinqiu's words, Do you slowly opened his eyes. Qinqiu Jia, I suddenly thought of something. Do you said with a hint of confusion. What do you do every time I fall asleep? Me? Dong Qinqiu replied in a cold tone, watching you until dawn. Ah? Do you was momentarily taken aback. So, every time I rest, you do not? No. How can that be? You cannot keep doing this. Your body cannot withstand it, and besides. Du Yu shook his head, saying, having you watch me sleep continuously feels rather strange. That is my duty. Dong Qinqiu clarified, as your operator. I cannot afford to be lax for even a moment. If any danger arises while you are asleep, I must awaken you immediately. Du Yu felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this and said, Qinqiu Jia, you must also take care to rest. If you wear yourself out, who will act as the communicator? I am not tired. I will rest after you return. Sigh, what a stubborn woman. As dawn broke, Du Yu was awakened by the sound of light footsteps, opening his eyes to see Xia Yingshun casting him a smile before dashing out of the courtyard. Ah! Just as Du Yu was waking up, still trying to process what had happened, Zhong Lichuan emerged from the room as well. Young Zhong Lich. Du Yu rubbed his eyes and asked, did you sleep well last night? Zhong Lichuan, her face flushed, lowered her head and spoke softly. I did not sleep last night. I learned many things from Xia Yingshun. Ah! Du Yu instantly became alert. Young Zhong Lich, you must not learn from her. That's Xia Yingshun. Du Yu's words faltered abruptly. He had to be exceedingly cautious with his wording to avoid altering history. How could he explain to Zhong Lichuan that Xia Yingshun was not a good person? What is wrong with Xia Yingshun? Nothing. Nothing at all. Du Yu stammered, unsure of how to respond. Zhong Lichuan contemplated for a moment, then said, I have always wanted to ask, what is your name? My name. I am called. Du Yu struggled. In this tale, he could not disclose his true name, yet he did not wish to deceive Zhong Lichuan by telling her he was called Hou. My name cannot be spoken of at present. Du Yu shook his head. Yet there will come a day when you shall know my name, and I will share everything with you. Zhong Lichuan nodded and replied, very well, I trust you. Little Zhong Li, what shall we do today? Du Yu inquired. Whatever you wish to do, I shall accompany you. Today? Zhong Lichuan shook her head. I do not wish to go out. Can you wait for me here? Wait for you? Indeed. After Xiao Xia returns, I have something to discuss with you. Du Yu glanced in the direction Xiao Xia had departed, unsure of Zhong Lichuan's intentions, and could only nod in agreement, saying, very well then. After approximately half an hour, Xiao Xia finally returned, breathless and cradling a bundle in her arms. Miss, I'm back. This is what my mother left behind. Xiao Xia. Zhong Lichuan called out nervously, no, you mustn't. Ah. Xia Yingshun glanced at Du Yu, flustered, and exclaimed, yes, yes. What is it? Du Yu was perplexed. utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Zhongli Chun pulled Xiao Xia inside, and before entering, Xiao Xia turned back to close the door, saying to Du Yu, "You must not come in." Staring at the closed door, Du Yu stood there in a daze. "Qin Xiu Jie, what is going on?" "I do not know. Let me take a look for you," Dong Qin Xiu remarked. For her vision allowed her to see not only Du Yu, but also the legendary protagonists. "Did you see?" After a while, Du Yu noticed that Dong Qin Xiu had yet to respond, and thus inquired, "Is everything all right?" This, Dong Qin Xiu was at a loss. Having never anticipated such a situation and momentarily unsure how to express herself. "Do you?" After much contemplation, Dong Qin Xiu could only utter, "Do you perhaps you should run away?" Ah! Du Yu's mind was in disarray. Run? What on earth is happening? Is Zhongli Chun planning to hit me? Before he could take a step, the door slowly opened, and a smiling Xiao Xia emerged, followed closely by Zhongli Chun. Du Yu's gaze fixed upon Zhongli Chun, and he was rendered speechless. She was adorned in a splendid, deep red brocade gown, a magnificent phoenix crown perched atop her head, her makeup meticulously applied. She silently knelt before Du Yu, performed a profound bow, and gazed at him with deep affection, declaring, "I, Zhongli Chun, wish to become your wife from this day forth, to share a lifetime together, never to part." The air was thick with silence. Du Yu surveyed the scene before him, utterly at a loss. He had never felt so cornered, not even in the face of 9 sons. Little Zhongli. Du Yu pondered for a long while, at a loss for how to refuse. Upon witnessing Zhongli Chun's current demeanor, his mind went blank. He understood that his days here were limited to but one final day, and he could not fathom how many years it would be until their next meeting. I am sorry," Du Yu mumbled, turning to flee the courtyard. "Ah!" Xiao Xia's expression turned furious as she saw Du Yu run away. How could he act like this? "Miss, wait!" With that, Xiao Xia dashed after Du Yu, leaving Zhongli Chun alone, silently kneeling, biting her lip, her eyes betraying an uncontainable sense of disappointment. "Stop right there!" Xiao Xia yelled as she pursued him. Hearing her footsteps behind him, Du Yu felt a swell of anger and halted, turning back to ask, "Xiaoying Chun, what exactly do you intend to do?" "What do I intend to do?" Xiao Xia was taken aback. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? Why did you run away?" Du Yu pointed to himself, stating, "She is the young lady, and I am but a servant. Do you think it appropriate for her to act in this manner? What have you taught her? Are you not making a fool of her in front of everyone?" "A fool?" Xiao Xia retorted angrily. "Do you think the young lady is unaware of this? I have laid out all the pros and cons before her. This is her own choice." "What?" Du Yu was taken aback. "I have not only informed the young lady of your differing statuses, but also that traditionally, no woman has ever taken the initiative in matters of marriage. After understanding all the implications, the young lady still wishes to marry you. Yet I even gifted her the wedding attire left by my mother, and the thought of her marrying someone like you makes me furious." Xiaoying Chun's face turned purple with rage. She felt as if she could strangle Du Yu on the spot. Du Yu found the situation utterly absurd, insisting, regardless of the circumstances, "I absolutely cannot marry her." "But why not?" Xiao Xia pressed, confused. "Last night, the young lady recounted everything about you to me. She said you rescued her from a dire situation, allowing her to become a true person. She said you took her to the mountains to learn skills, making her a useful individual. For the past 20 years, she has yearned for you daily. Do you know what that feels like? Now that she has finally waited for you, all she desires is to marry you without regard for the opinions of the world. Yet you choose to run away. Are you even a man?" I. Du Yu was at a loss for words, unable to counter Xiao Xia's sharp argument. "Xiao Xia, you appear to be only 15 or 16. There are many things you cannot comprehend. Indeed, I cannot comprehend. Is the young lady not worthy? Does she lack talent? Is she not beautiful enough to deserve your affection?" Xiao Xia questioned. "That is not the issue at all." Du Yu shook his head. "Little Zhongli is truly wonderful, but she cannot marry me." Observing the fury etched upon Xiao Xia's face, Du Yu murmured, "I will go to little Zhongli and clarify everything." When Du Yu returned to Zhongli Chun, she remained kneeling at the door. "Little Zhongli." Zhongli Chun lifted her gaze, her expression complex. "You have returned." I have some matters I must clarify with you." As Du Yu spoke, he approached and helped her to her feet. At that moment, Xiao Xia strode into the room, visibly enraged. Not even casting a glance at Du Yu, gestured for Zhongli Chun to sit beside him. She wore her wedding attire, her face a mask of dejection. Unsure of what to do. "What do you wish to say to me?" Du Yu gathered his thoughts. "Little Zhongli, there lies a vast river between us, a river that separates us, preventing us from being together. A river. Zhongli Shunakua." What kind of river is it? To cross this river would take more than 2,000 years. Do you observe the glimmer of disappointment in Zhong Li Chun's eyes? His emotions a tangled web. If you were to marry me now, you would never be able to cross this river. I do not understand. A glimmer of tears shone in Zhong Li Chun's eyes. You say it will take 2,000 years to cross this river. How could I ever meet you on the other side? How did you cross it? Why can't I keep you on this side of the river? Do you clench his clothing tightly, never having encountered such a situation before and unsure how to resolve it? Feeling as though he had experienced heartbreak without ever having been in love. Let me be honest with you. Do you admit it with a hint of frustration? If you follow my guidance. After your time on this earth has ended, we shall meet again. After my time has ended. Before Zhong Li Chun could respond, Hou Yi exploded with rage. What nonsense are you spouting? You mean to say she cannot marry you while alive, but only after she is dead? While I cannot promise eternal companionship, I assure you I will be by your side, he replied. Do you accept this, miss? You must not believe this man's deceitful words. Hou Yi exclaimed angrily. No, I believe him. Ah, this is wonderful. Do you finally felt a sense of relief? What shall I do in the next chapter of my life? Xiao Zhongli, I want you to marry King Qi Xian when you turn 40. Chapter 30. The unattractive Zhong Wuyan. Marry King Qi Xian? Zhongli Chun bit her lip. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Chun was equally astonished. Are you suggesting that the young lady must wait until she is 40 to marry, and to the king, becoming a queen? Xiao Chun hurriedly turned to Zhongli Chun and said, Miss, you must not listen to this person's absurdities. Such a thing is utterly impossible. Xia, I believe him. Zhongli Chun looked at Xia and reiterated her stance, then addressed Yu, stating, though it may cause me some sorrow, I am willing to comply with your request. Miss, Xia was nearly in a panic. This cannot be agreed to. A daughter of the family waiting until 40 to marry. Doesn't that squander her youth? Without him, let alone youth, I might not even be alive today. Zhongli Chun asserted with unwavering conviction. Xia, you once said that your life is mine, and my life belongs to him. There was a hint of sincerity in Zhongli Chun's tone, causing Yu to feel a pang of compassion. Yet he had to fulfill this task and continued, saying, Xiao Zhongli, marrying King Qi Xian is merely the first step. You must also assist him in quelling external threats and stabilizing Qi's internal strife. This is your life's mission. Very well, I understand. Zhongli Chun finally confirmed with Yu. So I shall be able to cross that river and then see you, correct? Indeed. Yu nodded, feeling a twinge of sorrow, and said to Zhongli Chun, Xiao Zhongli, you may think of me as a selfish person, but I wish to convey that everything I do is not for my own sake. If you do not marry King Qi Xian, the state of Qi may very well perish. I do not speak lightly, and I cannot reveal how I know this. Zhongli Chun smiled faintly and replied, I understand. I have always known you harbor your own secrets. When you are ready to share them, I will listen with utmost seriousness. Yu also managed a bittersweet smile. The time granted for this visit was limited to 3 days. And now was already the final day. Xiao Chun had prepared several dishes in the kitchen, and Yu and Zhongli Chun sat down for their first decent meal together, though the atmosphere at the table felt peculiar. Yu was preoccupied with his thoughts, and Zhongli Chun seemed far from joyous. Am I truly doing the right thing? Yu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Should he have allowed another person to rescue Zhongli Chun from her plight? As night fell, Yu took the initiative to bid farewell to Zhongli Chun and Xia. The last time he had departed under the veil of night, and Zhongli Chun understood that this time would be no different. Watching Yu fade into the distance, she couldn't help but wonder how many decades would pass before they would meet again. It felt as though a part of her very being was being torn away, leaving her breathless with pain. Upon returning to the Bureau of Legends, Yu remained silent for an extended period. Dong Qinxiu, sensing his distress, refrained from interrupting him. Qinxiu Jia, how much time do I have? This time, you can rest a little longer, about half an hour. Yu nodded and inquired, can you take me to see Zhongli Chun? Dong Qinxiu lowered her head, biting her lip, and said, You must understand your position. If you develop feelings, I know, I merely wish to see her. Dong Qinxiu, resigned, led Yu to her office, where Zhongli Chun sat quietly, cradling the outer garment Yu had given her earlier. Ah, have you finished your tasks? Upon seeing Yu, Zhongli Chun sprang to her feet, her face alight with joy. Qinxiu Jia, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to speak with her. Dong Qinxiu silently nodded and closed the door behind her. Yu gazed at Zhongli Chun, and after a prolonged silence, uttered 3 words, Xiao Zhongli. Upon hearing these words, tears welled in Zhongli Chun's eyes, her brow furrowing as she broke down in tears. I thought I would never hear those words again. Zhong Lichun sobbed, collapsing to the ground and embracing herself. I believed you had forgotten all that transpired between us. I would wait 2,000 years, 1,000 years, but I am so afraid. I fear you will call me Ms. Zhongli again. And I dread the thought of you forgetting me. Do you hurry to support Zhong Lichun, allowing her to lean against him. Xiao Zhongli. I shall no longer call you Miss Zhongli. I remember everything now. Du gritted his teeth as he spoke. That's wonderful. Zhong Lichun cried out, as if releasing 2,000 years of grievances. After a long while, Du inquired, Xiao Zhongli, I came to ask you one question. Have you ever regretted it? Regret? Yes. Du nodded, waiting for me all this time. Have you felt even a hint of regret? I have never regretted it. Zhong Lichun replied without hesitation, each word like a gust of wind, resonating within Du's heart. She had never regretted it, even as she wandered alone in this dim underworld for 2 millennia. Du felt a weight lift from his heart, yet seeing Zhong Lichun's tear-streaked face still brought him sorrow. Xiao Zhongli, shortly I will conclude my work, and then I will accompany you wherever you wish to go, to do whatever you desire. I shall repay all that I owe you. Du earnestly assured Zhong Lichun. Zhong Lichun nodded vigorously, as if affirming that her life had been worth it. Du steeled himself and returned to the hall. Qinqiu Jie, how are the legends progressing? There are several key moments that require your attention. Dong Qinqiu refrained from asking any questions regarding Zhong Lichun, instead focusing intently on the screen before her, pulling up several images. Zhong Lichun sat in her chamber, with Xia styling her hair. Mississippi. We just sent off the suitors from the Qin, Zhu, and Lu families yesterday, and today, the matchmakers from the Ouyang, Sun, and Yin families have come again. Xia informed her. Zhong Lichun pondered for a moment and replied, Xia, I do not understand. Since returning home, I have never left this room, and these suitors have never seen me. Why do they wish to marry me? Mississippi. Xia continued to comb Zhong Lichun's hair, explaining, sometimes, two people marry not out of mutual affection, nor even having met. As the daughter of a scholar official and a disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, these titles alone draw various nobles to seek your hand. Lord Pangwan and Lord Sun Bin have already made names for themselves. As a fellow disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, you need not do anything, and yet your reputation has spread far and wide. Then, Zhong Lichun hesitated for a moment and asked, is there any way to make men completely uninterested in marrying me? Impossible. Xia shook her head. With your beauty, even if you were not a scholar official's daughter or a disciple of the Ghost Valley Master, there would still be suitors vying for your affection. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichun raised an eyebrow and murmured, beauty. Xia nodded. Yes, miss, your beauty surpasses mine. If you were to show yourself in the streets, the number of suitors would likely exceed the current count. That's splendid. Zhong Lichun contemplated for a moment before saying to Xia Yingchun, Xia, please convey that I am exceedingly unattractive. Xia gasped, dropping the comb in shock. Mississippi. Why would you say that? Because I can only marry King Qi Xian. Zhong Lichun replied earnestly. You. Xia was at a loss for words, realizing the depth of her mistress's obsession. Miss, I cannot comply with that. Such rumors would ruin you. I do not care. Zhong Lichun shook her head gently. Xia, there is no need for you to comply. I have never regarded you as a servant. You are the only sister I have in this world. I merely wish to ask for your assistance, and I hope you will consent. But, Xia shook her head once more. I cannot. I simply cannot bring myself to utter it. Miss, you are truly exquisite. I hardly know how to describe you as anything but beautiful. Quite simple, Zhong Lichun replied, picking up a brush and swiftly inscribing several lines, which he then handed to Xia. Upon glancing at the note, Xia's jaw dropped in astonishment. Heavens, miss, what you have written is nothing short of. It scarcely resembles a human. Xia, I implore you to assist me. Zhong Lichun reiterated earnestly. A month later, rumors began to circulate throughout the streets. Whispers claimed that the Zhong Li Wu Yin lady had a sunken forehead resembling a hollow, eyes that seemed to be mere pits, skin as dark as charred coal, and a nose with nostrils flaring upward, accompanied by an Adam's apple larger than that of any man. Others remarked that Zhong Li Wu Yin bore an enormous belly, akin to that of a woman with child, her head large and corpulent, and her hair thinning. Passers-by often engaged in lively discussions about this matter. Have you heard of the appearance of Zhong Li Wu Yin? Zhong Li Wu Yin. I believe she should be referred to as Zhong Li Wu Yin instead. What a fitting title, Zhong Li Wu Yin. Du, upon reading this, took the documents handed to him by Dong Qinqiu. which contained a striking excerpt recorded by Lu Xiang in Lai Nu Zhuan. Zhong Lichun, a woman from the city of Wuyan in Qi, is the legitimate wife of King Xian. She is extraordinarily ugly, with a sunken forehead, deep-set eyes, a stout physique, a prominent nose, a thick neck, scant hair, a hunched back, and skin as dark as lacquer. Sighing, "Do you lament it? Oh, why must it be so? There is another matter I need to show you," Dong Qinxiu said, pressing several buttons to reveal another screen. It became apparent that the one most anxious about the rumors of Zhong Lichun's supposed ugliness was her adoptive father, who had initially hoped to elevate his status through this daughter of celestial descent. However, he was dismayed to find that rumors of her being an unattractive woman were spreading like wildfire. Not once had he failed to covet Zhong Lichun's beauty, and thus he was confident in her appearance. In a fit of desperation to dispel the rumors, he summoned numerous noble gentlemen to his home, vowing to showcase his stunning daughter. As the young men sat in two neat rows within the main hall, they awaited Zhong Lichun's arrival, but she was long overdue, prompting murmurs among them. "Is this a ruse? It seems so. We have waited an entire hour. Weren't we told she was stunning? Does she truly fear the sight of others?" The adoptive father anxiously monitored the entrance, his heart racing. Despite having sent for Zhong Lichun long ago, she had yet to appear. Before long, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, drawing the attention of the young men toward the door. A remarkably beautiful maiden glided in, her bright eyes surveying the assembly. She nodded with a smile and performed a graceful bow. "Ah, Miss Zhongli!" the crowd exclaimed. Indeed, this woman was breathtakingly beautiful. As she raised a hand to silence the commotion, she began to speak. "Gentlemen, do not be mistaken. I am merely the personal maid of the young lady." Before the crowd could react, the maid stepped aside to reveal the person behind her. The noble gentleman turned to see a tall figure draped in black veils, obscuring her features. "You, scholar!" one exclaimed. "Zhong Lichun, what is the meaning of this? Remove your veil at once, so that all may behold your beauty. Wish to see my visage? On what grounds?" Zhong Lichun retorted, with a flick of her arm, causing the floor of the hall to crack dramatically, sending all the seated gentlemen reeling in shock, as though confronted by bandits. Xiao Xia, closest to Zhong Lichun, nearly lost her balance, but Zhong Lichun steadied her without a sound. "How dare you, weaklings? Presume you are worthy of marrying me? Zhong Lichun? A monster!" The young men quaked. "This woman possesses the strength of a bull and speaks with such impudence. Listen well. I, Zhong Lichun, shall only wed those of noble rank. Cease your unwelcome advances," she declared coldly. "We shall no longer intrude. Do you observe the screen for a while before turning to Dong Qinxiu? Sister Qinxiu, when shall I descend next?" With a hint of hesitation, Dong Qinxiu replied, "You have but one final opportunity to descend, and there are 2 time frames available for your choice. This can be chosen?" "Indeed," Dong Qinxiu affirmed. "The first time frame is the year Zhong Lichun turns 40, when you shall ensure her marriage to King Xian of Qi. The second time frame is the year following her ascension as queen, during which the states of Qin and Zhao will simultaneously invade Qi, and there is a probability she may perish in battle." "Wait, Zhong Lichun may perish in battle? Do you inquirer? Puzzled. If this conflict is recorded in history, then surely each rendition of the tale would see her survive, correct?" "Indeed, in every rendition, Zhong Lichun has fought alongside her father, each commanding their own forces against the enemy. However, in this version, her father has passed away, leaving her to lead the troops alone against the invading nations. Our technical department has calculated a 60% probability of her demise." 60%. That is alarmingly high, Du Yu murmured, shaking his head. "What do you intend to do? Which time frame will you choose for your descent?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Du Yu recognized the significance of both time frames. If Zhong Lichun did not marry King Xian when she turned 40, or if King Xian did not desire her as a wife, all would be in vain. Yet, the 60% chance of death weighed heavily on his mind. Lost in thought, he finally spoke. The most prudent course of action would be to descend during her 40th year. As for the invasion by Qin and Zhao, you could always use telepathy to help her escape. I believe this to be the most suitable approach." Dong Qinxiu nodded in agreement. "You are correct. Even if Qi were to suffer defeat, the broader geopolitical landscape may remain unchanged. Although the completion of the tale may be less than ideal, it would still count as fulfilled." Having devised their strategy, Dong Qinxiu set the time for Zhong Lichun's 40th birthday and began preparations for the descent. Du Yu reclined upon the apparatus, pondering the myriad possibilities that lay ahead, devising countermeasures. He waited for what felt like an eternity, only to find himself still within the Legend Management Bureau. "What is it, Sister Qinxiu? Has there been a complication with the descent?" Do you come take a look? Dong Qinqiu called. Responding promptly, Do you approach the screen? There, Zhongli Chun and Xiao Xia sat quietly in their chamber, awaiting dawn. Zhongli Chun's visage remained unchanged, appearing as a girl of 17 or 18, while Xiao Xia had blossomed into a more enchanting beauty, now in her mid-20s. Xiao Xia, is dawn upon us? Zhongli Chun asked. Not yet, Mississippi. After a short while, Zhongli Chun inquired again, Is it dawn now? It is, Mississippi. We shall depart. They both stood simultaneously, with Zhongli Chun donning a cloak that concealed her face, while Xiao Xia followed closely behind. They made their way directly to the royal palace of Qi. To avoid drawing any attention, Zhongli Chun kept her hood drawn low, obscuring her features, as they approached the palace. However, upon arrival, they were halted by guards. This is the royal palace. Commoners are forbidden entry. Zhongli Chun raised her hand, effortlessly sending 2 guards flying, and then proceeded directly towards the main hall, with Xiao Xia in tow. Along the way, numerous guards rushed towards her. But aside from knocking aside those who obstructed her path and safeguarding Xiao Xia, Zhongli Chun did not harm anyone. This scene left Du utterly bewildered. Such actions would spell death for anyone else, yet not necessarily for Zhongli Chun. By the time she reached the grand hall where King Qi Xian resided, a multitude of guards had followed in her wake, none daring to approach her, for they had never encountered someone with such formidable martial prowess. King Qi Xian was engrossed in watching a large group of musicians play the Yu, and upon witnessing the unfolding scene, he nearly toppled from his throne in fright. Who goes there? Protect the king! Protect the king! He bellowed, although the guards were hesitant to throw their lives away. Remaining indifferent in such a situation would also lead to execution at the king's hands. Thus, a few braver guards shouted and charged forward with their long spears. Zhongli Chun slightly sidestepped to avoid the sweeping spear, then seized the shaft with a deft twist, causing the guard to lose grip. With a firm pinch of her fingers, she snapped the spearhead off, transforming the weapon into a mere stick. With the single stick in hand, she began to whirl it with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the advancing guards lay sprawled on the ground. Before anyone could utter a word, she hurled the stick forward, embedding it into the wall behind King Qi Xian, half of its length buried within. At this sight, King Qi Xian fell silent. For an ordinary person, not only would it be a challenge to embed a stick into a wall, but even throwing a spear with a head would not yield such force. I am Zhongli Chun of Hou Yi. If anyone dares to approach, do not blame me for my rudeness. Zhongli Chun of Hou Yi. King Qi Xian felt as if he had heard that name before. Could it be that you are the infamous ugly woman of legend, Zhongli Wu Yin? Indeed, that is I, Zhongli Chun affirmed with a nod. King Qi Xian regarded the tall woman before him. Her stature was indeed imposing, yet her hood obscured her true appearance. What business does the daughter of a noble family have with me? King Qi Xian inquired, trembling slightly. I have come to be your queen. Ah! King Qi Xian was at a loss for words, his ire rising. I have hundreds of beautiful women in my palace. Why would I marry you, the renowned ugly woman? King Qi Xian, if you do not take me as your wife, the state of Qi shall meet its doom. Zhongli Chun replied coldly. Doomed? How dare you? Under my rule, this nation thrives in peace and prosperity. How could there be talk of ruin? Zhongli Chun remained silent, surveying the ensemble of musicians filling the grand hall, then addressed King Qi Xian. My lord, do you enjoy the sound of the Yu? Why, yes, I do. I have assembled 100 musicians to play the Yu. He stammered, perplexed by her meaning. Zhongli Chun approached one of the musicians and asked, What is your name? Ah, I am Nangua. Zhongli Chun nodded and instructed, The others need not play. You shall perform for me alone. Ah. Nangua was instantly flustered. I. Zhongli Chun scoffed, Say, my lord, this man cannot play the Yu at all. If you cannot discern that he is merely a charlatan, how can you govern the entire state of Qi? The civil and military officials exchanged glances, too intimidated to speak further, thinking to themselves that Zhongli Wu Yin was indeed formidable, capable of identifying a fraud among 100 musicians. How could she not hear their whispers? A civil official hastily approached King Qi Xian and whispered, My lord, this woman possesses extraordinary abilities. Moreover, it is said that Gue Guzi is adept in divination, and Zhongli Wu Yin is one of his disciples. Her words cannot be dismissed. King Qi Xian found himself in a dilemma. Even so, my minister, you must understand that I could never marry an ugly woman. Oh wait, Zhongli Chun suddenly recalled something, stepping closer to King Qi Xian. What are you doing? King Qi Xian was greatly alarmed, but could not easily leave his throne. However, the civil and military officials around him were not so restrained. Seeing Zhong Lichun advance, they hastily retreated from his side. Zhong Lichun approached King Qi Xian, then removed her hood, revealing a face as flawless as jade. Xiao Xia told me you are quite the lecher, and urged me to unveil myself for your eyes. Her bright, captivating eyes locked onto King Qi Xian's, and after a moment, she added, Xiao Xia also mentioned that if you marry me, you will also have her. This is a bargain that cannot be lost. Her voice was but a whisper, audible only to King Qi Xian. Upon seeing Zhong Lichun's visage, King Qi Xian was momentarily entranced. Her eyes sparkled like clear water against her fair and rosy complexion, and her neatly cascading hair wafted a delicate fragrance. The mere flutter of her gaze stirred his heart. Where did this celestial being come from? To marry her would be worth dismissing all the beauties in my harem. He silently mused, but after considering for a moment, he asked who is Xiao Xia. Surely, the infamous ugly woman could not be the Xiao Xia of whom the world speaks? Zhong Lichun silently gestured behind her, prompting King Qi Xian to glance discreetly. There, not far behind her, stood another young woman, who, though her head was bowed in silence, radiated an aura of another celestial beauty. After a long pause, King Qi Xian slapped himself in disbelief. Am I dreaming? Are you saying both of you wish to marry me today? Indeed. Very well, King Qi Xian suddenly exclaimed. I have decided today to take Zhong Lichun as my queen. Ah! The civil and military officials were utterly baffled by the abrupt shift in the king's demeanor. My lord, I do not understand. Are you being threatened by this woman? One civil official asked, trembling. Zhong Lichun glanced at King Qi Xian and whispered, do not let others discover my secret. She then donned her hood again and stepped back. Ah! My minister, you are unaware, but just now, Zhong Li Wu Yin, revealed to me the shortcomings of the state of Qi. It was as if I had been enlightened. I am truly humbled. King Qi Xian feigned sincerity. To take her as my wife will benefit the development of Qi. Yet, Zhong Li Wu Yan's appearance is exceedingly ugly, my lord. Enough! King Qi Xian waved his hand dismissively. To marry her shall serve as proof of my resolve to reform. Not only will I take an ugly queen, but I shall also dismiss all the singing and dancing maidens. This shall be executed immediately. The civil and military officials were utterly confounded. The king, who was usually most fond of beautiful women, had suddenly decided to marry a renowned ugly woman and dismiss all the entertainers. Zhong Lichun and Xiao Xia exchanged knowing glances, aware that they had succeeded. That night, as King Qi Xian wed Zhong Lichun, he hosted a grand banquet for all civil and military dignitaries, while Zhong Lichun and Xiao Xia remained in their chamber. Xiao Xia, I have told you many times, you need not accompany me, Zhong Lichun said. Miss, I have also said many times, my life belongs to you. I must follow you, Xiao Xia replied. Zhong Lichun shook her head. This is my personal obsession. Why must I involve you in it? Xiao Xia smiled gently. Miss, rest assured, I find great contentment simply in being able to accompany you for a lifetime. As time passed, the moon rose high in the sky. From afar, Zhong Lichun heard the sound of King Qi Xian's footsteps. He is coming, she silently murmured. Has he arrived? Xia Qiu rose to her feet, and, with a silent bow towards Zhong Lichun, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, spoke, Miss, I am deeply grateful for your care over these past 10 years. Now is the time for me to repay your kindness. Xia Qiu, if you're having second thoughts, it is not too late. I do not regret it. Xia Qiu shook her head resolutely and turned away, stepping out of the room. She made her way slowly to the center of the courtyard, where she collapsed onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, the inebriated King Qi Xian stumbled in, immediately spotting the disheveled Xia Yingchun seated on the floor. Ah, are you not the Xia who entered the palace with the queen today? The king slurred. Your Majesty. Xia Yingchun looked up at King Qi Xian, her eyes brimming with tears. Do you find me lacking in any way? Huh? How could that be, my dear? I find you to be perfect. Then why? Xia Yingchun wiped her tears away. Do you host grand feasts for the queen, yet deny me a rightful title? I shall. King Qi Xian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. From now on, you shall be my consort. Xia Qiu nodded silently. Your Majesty, the ground is quite cold. Would you consider taking me to a warmer place? Of course. King Qi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. My beloved, wherever you wish to go, I shall take you. I wish to go to your bedchamber. It is cold here. Ah, my beauty. King Qi Xian scooped Xia Qiu into his arms. Let us depart at once. Inside the room, Zhong Lichun listened quietly, her heart a tumult of emotions. Soon after, Xia Qiu arrived in King Qi Xian's chamber, gently pulling him down to lie beside her as she extinguished the light. From this day forth, Xia Qiu would no longer be a maiden. Although tears glimmered in her eyes, she sweet-talked King Qi Xian with honeyed words. Mississippi, I shall devote all my strength to protect what you wish to safeguard. Before dawn broke the next day, Xia Yingchun rose early, filled a basin with warm water, and made her way to Zhong Lichun's room. Once again, Zhong Lichun sat quietly, having neither undressed nor gone to bed. Mississippi, did you not sleep at all last night? Xia Qiu has come to comb your hair. Xia Qiu smiled, though a trace of sorrow lingered in her brow. Xia Qiu, you need not attend to me any longer, Zhong Lichun replied gently. Ah, why not? Xia Yingchun was taken aback. You are a good girl, Xia Qiu. Now that you have joined the royal family, you deserve a better life. And no, Xia Qiu cannot bear to leave you, miss. I have combed your hair for 10 years. Please do not send me away. Xia Qiu. Zhong Lichun turned to her, her expression softening. I am not sending you away. It is simply that you are no longer my maid. By your side, I have never felt like a maid. Each day has brought me joy. That is enough. Zhong Lichun bit her lip. I have already wronged you greatly. There is no reason for you to continue serving me. Xia Qiu was at a loss, willing to offer her purity for Zhong Lichun, merely to remain by her side. My beauty! King Qi Xian called from a distance. Xia Fei, where have you gone? Go on, Xia Qiu. Zhong Lichun smiled faintly. Remember to live a better life. And no, I cannot. Xia Qiu shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Had I known I would have to leave you, I would have never allowed you to enter the palace. Zhong Lichun clenched her hands, her heart heavy with sorrow. Just then, King Qi Xian pushed open the door, catching sight of the tear-streaked Xia Qiu and the stern-faced Zhong Lichun. Oh, what has transpired between my two beauties? King Qi Xian inquired. Before Xia Qiu could respond, Zhong Lichun abruptly stood and, with a resounding slap, struck Xia Qiu across the face. Vile wretch, how dare you still weep? If it were not for you stealing the king on my wedding night, why would I be left alone in this empty chamber? Xia Qiu gasped in shock, covering her face with her hands as tears cascaded down like a torrential downpour. She understood the strength of Zhong Lichun, yet this slap bore no pain, for her mistress had clearly held back, performing this charade for King Qi Xian's benefit. The thought twisted Xia Qiu's heart in anguish. And no, miss, you must not speak this way. Such words will only lead the king to misunderstand. Xia Qiu cried out desperately. I understand now. I shall do as you say. You must not act like this again. Good to know. Now be gone. Zhong Lichun replied coldly. Xia Qiu, flustered and unsure, realized that if she did not leave, her mistress might resort to actions that would further displease King Qi Xian. Thus, she hurriedly wiped her tears and fled. While King Qi Xian glanced between Zhong Lichun and the departing Xia Qiu, finding the latter easier to manage, and promptly chased after her. My beauty! Wait for me! King Qi Xian called as he ran. Xia Qiu looked back at King Qi Xian, uncertain of what to say. My beauty! Do not be upset. That fierce woman no longer desires you. Do not forget that I am here to cherish you. You must not call my mistress fierce. Xia Qiu's heart ached beyond words. Perhaps no one understood better than she the gentleness of Zhong Lichun. Chapter 32. A Matter of Concern. Xia Ing Hun. Do you pronounce each syllable carefully, realizing that not all historical records hold truth? The girl named Xia Yingchun possessed a heart of unparalleled kindness. It seems I need not descend this time. Dong Qinqiu scrolled through the screen, fast-forwarding several months. After Zhong Lichun ascended to the role of queen, she diligently worked to govern the state of Qi, purging numerous treacherous officials and revising the laws. In her spare moments, she trained the military, rarely finding a moment's respite. Meanwhile, Xia Qiu exerted all her efforts. Whenever King Qi Xian sought to visit Zhong Lichun's chamber, she would weep and create a scene, eventually leading the king to abandon his pursuit of Zhong Lichun. After all, Zhong Lichun maintained a frosty demeanor, while Xia Qiu was eloquent and skilled in song and dance. Even if Xia Qiu's beauty was slightly overshadowed by Zhong Lichun's, King Qi Xian preferred to avoid embarrassment. King Qi Xian tirelessly endeavored to win Xia Qiu's favor, while Xia Qiu fought fiercely to protect Zhong Lichun. Zhong Lichun, focused solely on her political ambitions, found peace in the state of Qi, allowing King Qi Xian ample time to revel in nightly festivities with Xia Yingchun. This unique and stable triangular relationship, if not witnessed firsthand, was beyond Du Yu's imagination. At that moment, do you seem to remember something? Sister Qinxiu, if I am not required to descend this time, does that mean I must intervene when Xiao Zhongli faces the Qin and Zhao nations? Precisely. But Sister Qinxiu, I find myself troubled. It seems we have overlooked a significant issue. Dong Qinxiu remained silent, aware of where the problem lay. Even if I were to descend, I would be of little assistance. This battlefield is one of cold weapons. What can my solitary strength accomplish? Do you? Dong Qinxiu's expression grew troubled. In truth, my suggestion is, perhaps you should not go this time. Not go. Do you lowered her head, contemplating. While Sister Qinxiu's words held merit, could she truly offer help amidst the chaos of ancient warfare? The technical department revised its calculations, revealing that should Zhong Li Chun engage in battle, her chances of dying soared to 80%. The best course of action seemed to be using sound to persuade Zhong Li Chun to forego participation. After pondering for a while, Do you felt uneasy about this approach? If Zhong Li Chun abandoned the fight, the state of Qi would hasten towards ruin. Would Zhong Li Chun's legend endure? Would the course of the world remain unchanged? Sister Qinxiu, how about you prepare some items for me? What do you need? A rocket launcher, hand grenades, and a Gatling gun that emits blue flames. Dong Qinxiu shook her head and said, Let us not even consider whether you can carry such a load by yourself. Even if you could, how do you intend to contend against tens of thousands? The renowned archers of the Qin state and the famed cavalry of Zhao are not foes that can be faced with mere firearms. Do not worry. I possess a modicum of wit. If the situation turns dire. Wit? Dong Qinxiu sighed. Do you truly believe that the commanding generals of the two nations, Bai Qi of Qin and Lian Pu of Zhao, would falter before your trivial cleverness? Bai Qi, Lian Pu. Do you stared in astonishment? Are the two commanding generals of such renown? They are indeed legendary figures. Thus, I implore you, do not go if you can avoid it. I will find a way to ensure Zhong Li Chuan's escape. Impossible. Du Yu ultimately shook his head. Sister Qinxiu, allow me to proceed. Should any danger arise, you can summon me back at once, for I have made a promise to little Zhong Li. Dong Qinxiu spent half a day attempting to persuade Du Yu, but ultimately yielded to his request. Du Yu, I shall remind you once more. The life of an operator is far more valuable than a C-grade legend. If danger is detected, we shall prioritize your immediate recall. I understand, Sister Qinxiu. In an era of turmoil, the Warring States period. The setting, the land of Qi and Lu. Foot soldiers, Hou Yi arrives. Du Yu suddenly opened his eyes, his expression uncontrollably twitching. At this moment, he felt as though he were engulfed in a colossal sandstorm, with no light in sight. It was unbearably hot. He stood amidst a battlefield where tens of thousands clashed, the air filled with deafening shouts, the sounds of combat, and the clashing of weapons. An overwhelming noise assaulted him, causing a wave of dizziness. Yet, the swirling dust made it impossible for Du Yu to discern direction. He had no idea how many foes stood before him, nor did he know where to retreat. Trembling, he gripped the spear in his hands, preparing to shout, but upon inhaling, he was met with the acrid stench of blood, mingled with sweat, decay, and the scent of ruptured intestines, so potent that one whiff would be forever etched in memory. In the distance, a dark object hurtled toward him. Instinctively, Du Yu reached out and cradled it in his arms, feeling its warmth and stickiness. Upon closer inspection, he found a severed head lying quietly in his embrace. Marred by countless wounds, its face a canvas of scars, disheveled hair plastered against the skin, some even embedded in the gaping wounds. Ugh! Du Yu collapsed to his knees, retching violently. The oppressive atmosphere, the sanguinary scent, and the harrowing tactile sensations were unique to the era of cold weapons. Countless soldiers rushed past him, not sparing a glance. For in such a battlefield, the reasons for a man to kneel were myriad. Du Yu, watch your back! Dong Qinxiu shouted. Du Yu had no time to react. He heard the sound of wind whooshing behind him. In the blink of an eye, a hand grasped him and hurled him aside. As he rolled on the ground and turned to look, a bald man wielding a large knife swung at empty air, and in that moment, several soldiers from the Qi army thrust their long spears into his body. A soldier helped Du Yu to his feet, panting heavily, and asked, "Which unit are you from? Did you get separated?" "Unit?" Du Yu inquired, confused. A unit is the smallest military formation in ancient warfare, consisting of 5 men, 1 unit leader and 4 members. Dong Qinxiu explained. Du Yu surveyed the vast battlefield and realized he had no idea where to locate his unit. He shook his head and replied to the soldier, "Everyone in my unit has perished. It is just me left." "Perfect. We are down to 4. The soldier clapped Du Yu on the shoulder. "Join our unit. Let us focus on surviving first. We need to see if we can locate a centurion. Du Yu stood up and noticed that indeed there were 3 others nearby. Without time for introductions, they stood back to back and began to fend off the Zhao soldiers. Brother, I am the unit leader, named Di Kong. What is your name? I am Hou Yi. Very well, Hou Yi. The unit leader brandished his spear, repelling the enemies before them, and then addressed the remaining members. Our orders are to head north immediately to support a besieged 1,000-man squad. We shall follow the standard and advance slowly toward the north. If we can locate a sergeant or centurion, our chances of survival will significantly increase. Du Yu's previous experiences of conflict paled in comparison to the chaos now unfolding. His most intense altercation had been a schoolyard brawl among 4 classmates. A far cry from the current tumult. Back then, their mightiest weapon had been a ruler, and their intentions were never to cause fatal harm. Fortunately, unit leader Di Zong was exceptionally experienced. He sought not to slay, but to coordinate the unit in mutual protection, collectively dispatching any enemies in their path. By avoiding entanglements with others, their unit moved slightly faster than the rest. Unit leader, Du Yu, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, called out amidst their hurried advance and skirmishes. What is it? I wish to ask where our commanding general is located. Who knows? The unit leader glanced at Du Yu. Is this your first time on the battlefield? Once the fighting begins, not only will you struggle to identify the general, but even the direction may elude you. Our movements are directed entirely by the various standards. Du Yu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might not reach Zhong Lichuan in time. However, the unit leader's words rang true. The entire plain was shrouded in swirling dust and blood mist. Visibility reduced to mere dozens of meters, making it exceedingly difficult to grasp the battlefield's dynamics. Hurry! We are nearing the besieged 1,000-man squad. Unit leader, shouted a soldier from the unit. Are we approaching the enemy camp? Why are there Zhao soldiers everywhere? The unit leader surveyed the surroundings, noting that the number of Zhao soldiers had doubled, but he was uncertain of their current location. He knew he had to obey orders and that many units were converging in this direction, moving at a quicker pace. It would not be long before more of their own would arrive. Do not waver. We shall break through and join the 1,000-man squad. We are but a single unit. Remaining trapped here only invites death. The unit leader shouted, and the entire unit surged forward. The 5 of them, united in purpose, focused their attacks solely on their immediate foes, swiftly carving a bloody path. However, due to the overwhelming number of enemies nearby, they all sustained injuries. Once they broke through the throng, a towering mound of corpses came into view, a veritable mountain formed of the fallen. Atop this gruesome peak stood a figure, coldly surveying the scene below. Little Zhongli, Du Yu bellowed. Zhong Lichuan seemed to hear the familiar voice, glancing down the mountain to meet Du Yu's gaze. Wu, who is that? Which sergeant of our army is he? The unit leader inquired, noticing Du Yu's recognition of the individual. Unit leader, you are mistaken. One of the soldiers interjected. To defeat so many enemies, he must at least be a centurion. What centurion? What sergeant? Hurry up and protect him. He is our commanding general, Du Yu exclaimed, beginning to ascend the mound of corpses, paying no heed to the cadavers beneath his feet. Ah, the queen? The others gasped in unison. One soldier looked at the imposing woman before him, still in disbelief. Wasn't she said to be hideously unattractive? This woman is undeniably stunning. What do you want about at a time like this? The unit leader kicked the soldier and hurried up the mountain after Du Yu. As Du Yu reached the summit, Zhong Lichuan smiled faintly and said, "It has only been 12 years since you last appeared." Du Yu scrutinized Zhong Lichuan closely and noticed she seemed injured. He asked, "Little Zhongli, how did you sustain injuries?" Zhong Lichuan gritted her teeth and remarked, "It is my own ineptitude that has led to this. After stealthily assassinating the deputy general of the Zhao state, I found myself encircled from all sides. I have witnessed the slaughter of one after another, and it has persisted for 3 whole days. 3 days." Du Yu lowered his gaze to the mountain of corpses, estimating that there were at least 8,000, if not 10,000, fallen soldiers. Little Zhongli, you have truly gone mad with killing. In the Zhao army's tent, a tall, middle-aged man clad in armor sat upright, facing a pale young general. The atmosphere between them was decidedly tense. General Lian, you stated 3 days ago that you had surrounded the 1,000-strong force of the Qi State's main general. Now, with 3 days gone by, you still remain encircled. Do you not wish to offer me any explanation? The pallid young general inquired coldly. By Qi, when I first set foot on the battlefield, you were still wetting your bed. Why should I report my actions to you? The middle-aged man replied, a hint of anger lacing his tone. I'm not commanding you. I merely wish to know when I can expect to see the head of the Qi army's main general, Bai Qi said impatiently. The sooner her head is severed, the sooner I can return to Xianying to report to the king. This queen of Qi, Zhongli Chun, is indeed formidable, as rumored. From her 1,000-strong contingent, only she remains, yet she has managed to slay 1,000 on her own, Lien Pa stated. There is no need for such rhetoric with me. Bai Qi shook his head. This merely reflects the incompetence of the Zhao soldiers. Incompetence? Lien Pa slammed his hand on the table in fury. My troops are all born of mothers and fathers. Knowing full well that this woman is not to be trifled with, why would I send my men to their deaths? In my estimation, if we merely encircle and do not attack, it won't be long before that woman succumbs to fatigue and hunger, Bai Qi remarked. Thus, you claim the Zhao soldiers are incompetent, he added with a sneer. In war, what is desired is victory. To achieve that victory, sacrifices must be made. What nonsense are you speaking? Lien Pa retorted, anger flashing in his eyes. As a general of the Qin state, do you not regard the lives of your subordinates as valuable? The lives of subordinates? Bai Qi's expression turned icy. Lien Pa, do not speak of the lives of subordinates. If a war cannot be won, the entire nation will suffer repercussions. When the time comes, what are the lives of subordinates? If war breaks out between our states, should the king issue a command, I would not hesitate to sacrifice not only soldiers but even common folk. You. Lien Pa rose to his feet. Bai Qi, are you deliberately using my Zhao state as an example to provoke me? I would not dare. Bai Qi shook his head. General Lien Pa, your reputation is illustrious. Would you truly engage in a quarrel here with a newly appointed junior? Bai Qi said with a calm dismissal before striding out of the tent. This Bai Qi of the Qin state is indeed formidable. Should Zhao state truly confront him? Lien Pa dared not contemplate further, silently shaking his head. He was already past middle age, while Bai Qi had only just assumed his post. If that day were to come, he could only hope to don armor and join the fray once more. On the mountain of corpses, Du Yu and his 4 companions stood resolutely before Zhongli Chun, facing the enemy from all directions. Heavens! I never expected that following the flag would lead us directly to the queen. Wu Chong turned to Du Yu and remarked, Ah Wu, it seems you're already acquainted with Her Majesty. Wu Chong, let's not dwell on that. My mission this time is to protect the queen. Du Yu gritted his teeth, fully aware of his purpose yet uncertain of how to fulfill it. You all must leave, Zhongli Chun stated. This battle has already been lost. Lost? Wu Chong and the other foot soldiers expressed disbelief. How could that be? There are still many Qi soldiers scattered across the battlefield, and the queen, as the commander, has not fallen. Though I do not recognize the 2 main commanders of the enemy, their tactical prowess is remarkable, matching my own. After being trapped for 3 days without orders, I can only assume the Qi army has descended into chaos. Defeat is merely a matter of time, Zhongli Chun said, gazing at Du Yu. I cannot allow you to be harmed. You must go. No, if we leave together. Upon hearing this, Zhongli Chun gritted her teeth and replied, even if I could escape, the Qi army would still require a general well-versed in strategy to collaborate with me in order to have any hope of winning this war. Alone, I cannot withstand the enemy commander's formations. Du Yu clenched his teeth, lamenting his lack of combat skills and strategic knowledge, feeling that hope for victory was fading. Sister Qinxiu. Du Yu gazed at the throng of enemy soldiers nearby, silently calling out, can your Qinxiu divine skill contend with this? Are you referring to the thousands surrounding you? Dong Qinxiu replied helplessly. In a conflict of this magnitude, I am truly powerless. Du Yu's mind raced as he contemplated strategies. Sister Qinxiu, how many of the items I requested have you prepared? I placed 4 military-grade grenades in your time-traveling gift package. As for the rocket launcher and Gatling gun you mentioned, they are far too large to carry, she explained. 4 grenades. Good. Du Yu nodded, rapidly devising a plan, suddenly struck with inspiration. Junior sister, he exclaimed, startling everyone around him. Master Giguzi sent me here to check on you. I never expected you to be in such trouble. Upon hearing this, the Zhao soldiers below murmured in concern. One Zhongli Chun was already formidable enough. Now a senior brother had appeared? What nonsense are you spouting? Are you Sun Bin or Su Qin? Even if they were here, they would struggle with this situation. You must leave, Zhongli Chun urged anxiously. What? Senior sister? You inquire if my skills have improved? Du Yu ignored her and continued to shout. Is this not a jest at my expense? Alas, as fellow cultivators, my skills have certainly surpassed those of before. Given that, I shall reveal a trick. The nearby Zhao soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the identity of this newcomer. A few foot soldiers, having overheard Du's declaration, stood in stunned silence. Was this fellow a celestial being? They had walked alongside him without the slightest inkling. Du discreetly rummaged through his pouch. Sister Chinchio, how do you use this? Could you please ask me before attempting to show off next time? It makes things rather awkward, she replied. Enough of the banter. Teach me now. There is a safety catch that resembles a keyring. You must pinch that metallic piece first to trigger the spring, then you can pull away the keyring-like part. Releasing the catch ignites the fuse, and after throwing it, it will explode in 5 seconds. Understood. Du glared at the encircling Zhao soldiers. If you persist in this encirclement, do not blame me for being impolite. Anyone wishing to avoid death, leave now. Though Du's words were intimidating, military orders held firm, and the Zhao soldiers dared not retreat lightly. Very well. In that case, Du bellowed Shaolin's ultimate skill. Fire Cloud Palm. The surrounding soldiers were taken aback. Shaolin? What is that? With the utterance of Fire Cloud Palm, Du launched a small black sphere from his sleeve, which flew directly into the midst of the Zhao soldiers, striking one squarely in the face. Ouch! The struck Zhao soldier cried out, feeling as though a heavy weight had struck his nose. Du, witnessing the grenade land among the throng, regrettably shouted, Run if you wish to live. Run? The Zhao soldiers were left bewildered by his words when the grenade erupted amidst them. With a deafening boom, the modern grenade unleashed a tremendous shockwave, sending several soldiers flying, while dozens nearby were grievously injured by the shrapnel, writhing on the ground in agony. Du single-handedly tore a bloody gap in the encirclement of the Zhao army. What? All the Zhao soldiers gasped in horror, retreating in panic. This technique was simply too brutal. Du, in a moment of impulsive fervor, hastily hurled a grenade without contemplating the dire consequences, resulting in the tragic loss of numerous lives directly attributable to his actions. Lost in a daze, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by Dong Xinqiu's thunderous voice. Du, this is war. Their objective is to eliminate you, which justifies your actions against them. Do not overthink it. In a fit of self-reproach, Du struck his own face, casting his gaze upon the heap of corpses below, and shouted, I no longer wish to engage. Withdraw your encirclement, and I shall ensure your safety. What madness is this? Zhongli Chun, equally bewildered, clutched her wound and remarked, I have never seen you inflict harm upon so many with a single blow. This is an emergency. I can only employ this technique a few times. Our immediate priority is to rescue you. Know their target is me, not you. Your chances of escaping alone are far greater, Zhongli Chun insisted. Absolutely not. Du roared in anger. Have you forgotten our pact? If you perish here, how will you ever cross that river? Zhongli Chun fell silent, her heart heavy with concern for Du's safety. Yet she was equally terrified of never seeing him again. The Zhao army below, witnessing this exchange, began to retreat slowly. The brutality of Du's earlier maneuver had clearly instilled fear. Prolonging the struggle would undoubtedly lead to a grim fate. Splendid. They are retreating. Xiao Zhongli, let us depart. Du grasped Zhongli Chun's hand, intending to break through the encirclement, when suddenly a cacophony of shouts erupted in the distance. As they looked on, the previously uniformed Zhao soldiers raised the banners of the Qin army behind them. The Qin forces are here, Wu Chang shouted in alarm. We are about to be double encircled. Reinforcements for them. Zhongli Chun bit her lip, realizing that escape was now nearly impossible. Before their eyes, the Zhao army parted, creating a narrow path through which a pale-faced young general clad in armor rode forth on a warhorse. Are you Zhong Wuyin? He inquired, surveying the individuals atop the mountain, his gaze ultimately resting on Zhong Wuyin. Are you the commander of the Qin forces? Zhong Wuyin asked coldly. Indeed, I am Bai. Before Bai Qi could finish his sentence, Zhongli Chun had already vanished from sight, reappearing before him in an instant, delivering a precisely aimed punch towards his throat. Should she succeed in decapitating the Qin commander, there might yet remain a glimmer of hope for this war. Bai Qi's expression hardened as he raised his sword to block the blow, yet he was forcefully propelled backward, both he and his horse landing with a thud, the steed struggling to regain its footing midair. Du was taken aback, acknowledging Bai Qi's formidable speed as he managed to deflect such a sudden assault. Truly as the rumors suggest, Bai Qi mused, nursing his painfully jarred hands with a wry smile. If I can slay someone of your caliber, I shall be one step closer to becoming a great general. Bai Qi began to withdraw slowly, prompting Zhongli Chun to bellow. Where do you think you're going? Before she could pursue Bai Qi, several Qin soldiers surged forward, entirely different from the Zhao troops they had just encountered. These were seasoned elite guards, fiercely loyal to Bai Qi, launching a relentless counterattack against Zhong Lichun. Already wounded, she barely evaded their onslaught, managing to strike down a few assailants. I may not be your equal, but today, you will still meet your end, Bai Qi sneered, issuing orders to his archers to commence their assault, intending to eliminate both Zhong Wuyin and the surrounding Zhao soldiers. What? The Zhao soldiers initially thought they had misheard, but moments later, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon them. Danger! Zhong Lichun cried out, immediately shielding Du Yu with her body. Your Highness! Danger! Wu Chong leapt forward, placing himself in front of Zhong Lichun. Before Du Yu could comprehend the situation, a thunderous roar akin to hailstones crashing down echoed around them. After a cacophony of chaos, Du Yu slowly opened his eyes. Shout Zhongli! He gasped, seeing Zhong Lichun cradling him protectively, only to be overtaken by a surge of alarm as she coughed up blood. I'm fine. Her words were cut short as Du Yu observed 2 arrows embedded in her body. Although Wu Chong stood before her, Zhong Lichun's stature rendered it impossible for him to shield her entirely. Brother Wu Chong. Du Yu's realization dawned upon him. Wu Chong had borne the brunt of the assault, having shielded Zhong Lichun, his once robust frame now riddled with arrows, collapsing without uttering a final word. Scanning the surroundings, Du Yu noted that the soldiers who had fought alongside him lay lifeless, casualties of the arrow storm, with many Zhao soldiers also succumbing in droves. In the distance, the Qin army launched a second wave, a formidable legion armed with long spears advancing steadily towards them. What to do? What to do? Panic seized Du Yu as he gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance at Bai Qi. Anger surged within him. As the adage goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. He disregarded all else, retrieving a grenade from his pack, pulling the pin, and hurling it towards Bai Qi. Do not kill Bai Qi. Dong Qinxiu, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was filled with urgency. Should the renowned general Bai Qi perish, history would undoubtedly be irrevocably altered. The grenade landed fortuitously at Bai Qi's feet. Although unfamiliar with such a device, an inexplicable sense of foreboding compelled him to rein in his horse, lifting its front legs. In that very moment, the grenade detonated, the shockwave primarily impacting the warhorse, sending Bai Qi flying, while the steed was left in a gruesome state. What manner of sorcery is this? Bai Qi exclaimed in bewilderment, astonished that such a seemingly insignificant object could wield such power. Bai Qi, be cautious. It is said that those 2 are cultivators. Bai Qi, scrambling to his feet, cursed under his breath, declaring, even if they are cultivators, they too can be injured. The archers and infantry took turns launching their assault. Today, Bai Qi vowed to publicly vanquish the immortals. Observing the advancing Qin soldiers, Dong Qinxiu decisively commanded, Do you abandon this fight? We shall initiate your recall immediately. Now. Du Yu glanced at Zhong Lichun, who bore multiple wounds, with 2 arrows still lodged in her back. Should he abandon her now, her life would be forfeit. No, Sister Qinxiu. Do you un caractéristique frustré, implored. Is there truly no other way? Can we send a message to their commander, urging a retreat? Or could you grant me a few souls at this moment? Dong Qinxiu's frustration was palpable. The Bureau of Legends would not risk an operator's life for the sake of a mere C-rank Legends protagonist. Clenching his teeth, Du Yu stared at the encroaching enemy forces, swiftly retrieving another grenade. Whoever approaches shall meet death. He bellowed, effectively halting the advance of the Qin army. Whoever halts shall die. Bai Qi echoed, his voice imbued with authority. Though caught in a dilemma, the Qin soldiers understood the gravity of provoking General Bai Qi, their resolve steeling as they pressed forward. Aware that while this individual possessed formidable powers, he could not instantaneously eliminate them all. One soldier, emboldened, drew near Du Yu, spear in hand, seizing an opportune moment to thrust forward. Just then, Zhong Lichun suddenly regained consciousness, snatching the spear from his grasp and swiftly dispatching him. Xiao Zhongli. Yes. Zhong Lichun gradually pushed Du Yu aside, asserting, it seems I cannot succumb to slumber just yet. I must ensure your safe passage from this place. As the Qin soldiers witnessed the 2 preparing for battle, they summoned their full strength to charge forth. Zhong Lichun, inexplicably fueled with vigor, wielded a spear, rapidly piercing the throats of 7 or 8 enemies in the blink of an eye. Du Yu, gritting his teeth, picked up a spear from the ground, determined to guard Zhong Lichun's rear. As an ordinary man, he could only remain acutely aware of his surroundings, striving to avoid being struck. Yet there were simply too many foes. In a moment of distraction, Du was struck in the shoulder, causing the weapon in his hand to slip away. This is disastrous. Zhongli Chun turned around in shock and immediately eliminated the enemy soldier before Du. But another foe took advantage of the opening and slashed her across the back. Xiao Zhongli, be careful, Du shouted, springing to his feet to engage the enemy behind Zhongli Chun. In the chaos, he felt several more stabs, and now Du was engulfed in pain, utterly unaware of where he had been injured. The encirclement was tightening, and the breath of death approached quietly. Zhongli Chun hurriedly pulled Du up from the ground, and they stood back to back, their eyes scanning the surrounding foes. Du? Observing the two figures on the screen, Dong Qinqiu was about to say something when she suddenly exclaimed, "Who is it?" "Huh?" Do you sense something amiss in Dong Qinqiu's voice? But he was too preoccupied. "Qinqiu Jie. What happened on your end?" Dong Qinqiu ceased to respond, severing Du's connection with her. Within the Bureau of Legends, Zhongli Chun was storming into the hall when several staff members rushed to block her, only to be sent sprawling by her strikes. "Zhongli Chun," Dong Qinqiu bellowed. "What do you intend to do? You cannot enter now." Zhongli Chun's gaze was conflicted as she replied to Dong Qinqiu. "My heart suddenly aches. Has something happened to him? Regardless of whether he is in trouble, this is the responsibility of our Bureau of Legends, and we will handle it ourselves. Let me in." "No way," Dong Qinqiu shouted. "It is a rule of the Bureau of Legends that one cannot see oneself in a legend." "What legend are you talking about? Do you possess the ability to transport him elsewhere? Send me to him now. I will assist him," Zhongli Chun insisted. "Don't be foolish," Dong Qinqiu retorted angrily. "If we could freely send someone to him, we would have done so long ago. You cannot place him in danger." As the two faced off, Hisuo slowly approached. "Zhongli Chun." Hisuo smiled slightly. "Do you know? You are not the only one who cares for Du in this world. Perhaps the one in this room who wishes to save him the most is the Dong Qinqiu before you." "Her?" Zhongli Chun cast a cold glance at Dong Qinqiu. "Indeed, your quarrel with her here may very well seal Du's fate." Zhongli Chun was frantic, yet she felt utterly lost as to how to proceed. "The only thing you can do is return to the room and wait quietly." With a complex expression, Zhongli Chun slowly took a step back. Dong Qinqiu, no longer concerned with anything else, shouted, "The soul retrieval team, prepare for immediate summoning. Employ the large-scale rapid soul absorption method." "Qinqiu Jie, the rapid soul absorption method is being prepared. Expected completion in 5 minutes. Due to the overwhelming malevolent energy, all living souls within a 100-meter radius, save for the operator, will be affected and scatter." A staff member reminded, "There is no time for that." Zhongli Chun retraced her steps, recalling the anguished cries of Du she had just heard outside that room. Why were they preventing her from entering? For the first time, her heart raced with panic, as if something exceedingly significant was slipping away from her grasp. "Du." Zhongli Chun silently repeated his name. She had only just learned it. Would she now never have the chance to call it out again? "You promised that once this was over, you would accompany me anywhere, do anything I wished, and always be by my side." Zhongli Chun's face was clouded with sorrow, her heart aching profoundly. She felt as though the 2,000 years she had waited were turning to naught, the dim memories fading away. When she regained her senses, Zhongli Chun found herself back in Dong Qinqiu's office. She sat down despondently, clutching the coat that Du had given her, lost in thought. If only she could, she would gladly trade her life for Du's. But what could she possibly do? What is this? A black object from Du's pocket caught her attention. "Du," Dong Qinqiu shouted. "Focus on surviving, even if it means using Zhongli Chun as a meat shield. We are executing a rapid recall for you. Expected to cast the spell in 5 minutes. "Qinqiu Jie, what nonsense are you spouting?" Du replied weakly. "Xiao Zhongli has already been battered protecting me. You expect me to use her as a shield? Once rapid soul summoning begins, anyone nearby will perish. So it is of little consequence," Dong Qinqiu stated. "They will all die?" Du's eyes widened in horror. "No. Xiao Zhongli cannot die. Du, this decision has already been made." Dong Qinqiu bit her lip. After observing these past few days, she had witnessed Zhongli Chun's deep feelings for Du. And if there were a possibility, she truly wished to save Zhongli Chun. But at this moment, such a possibility was non-existent. Even if it meant the demise of everyone nearby, the operator's life must be preserved. For the sake of all future legends, Zhongli Chun must be left to perish here, even if it meant she would vanish from the real world as well. Du glanced back at Zhongli Chun. She was utterly exhausted. 3 days and nights of relentless fighting had left her eyes looking particularly weary. "Xiao Zhongli. Can she still hold on?" I will not fall until you leave here alive. No, we will both live to leave together. Du Yu declared, though he was at a loss as to what to do. As the enemy forces drew closer, he could only toss another grenade. But the soldiers appeared to have anticipated this tactic, hastily using nearby corpses as shields. Although the bodies were mangled by the explosion, the number of injured was significantly reduced. Du Yu clutched the last grenade in his pack, forcing a bitter smile. Is there truly a way? To use this one grenade to annihilate the enemy commander, then take out the several thousand nearby, and finally obliterate the tens of thousands of remaining foes on the battlefield, all while retreating with Zhong Lichun intact. Despite believing his mind to be sharp, he could not conceive of such a plan. Amidst the swirling sands of the battlefield, Du Yu envisioned his own demise. Bai Qi observed the two, recognizing their dire situation, and slowly approached. I must say, how delightful it would be to have comrades like you, Bai Qi stated coldly. But alas, our positions differ, and today I can only send you on your way. Bai Qi, Du Yu shouted, can I speak with you? Speak? Bai Qi paused slightly. Intrigued, do you wish to beg for mercy? Indeed, I hope you will release me and Zhong Lichun. In exchange, I will reveal to you what your future holds. Oh, Bai Qi raised an eyebrow at this. My future? Yes, do not forget we are both disciples of Master Guegu, and I am the most skilled in physiognomy, capable of divining your future, even knowing when you will betray the 40,000 Zhao troops, and when you will meet your end. I will betray the 40,000 Zhao troops? Bai Qi's expression visibly shifted upon hearing this. So, what do you say, is it a deal? Deal? Huh? Du Yu was perplexed as Bai Qi's laughter grew louder, completely disregarding him. You are quite amusing, thinking that by revealing my future, I would let you go. Bai Qi cast a cold glance at Du Yu. When you spoke of me betraying the 40,000 Zhao troops, I was utterly disheartened. Knowing in advance would rob me of the joy of war. Du Yu was taken aback. What was wrong with this person? Do you know where the joy of the battlefield comes from? The joy of the battlefield. For someone like me, the battlefield offers only two sources of delight. The first is the exhilarating anticipation of not knowing who I might slay today. And the second is the nerve-wracking uncertainty of when I myself might meet my end. It is only by dwelling within such a mindset that the allure of the battlefield captivates me so profoundly. Du Yu perceives the individual before him as a madman, a gambler navigating the chaos of war with reckless abandon. No, perhaps it is more accurate to say that only individuals of this ilk have the potential to become renowned generals. Since you claim to know my future, I cannot allow you to escape. As Bai Qi's words fell, he suddenly felt a chill in the air, the very skies dimming ominously. Is a storm brewing? Numerous soldiers gazed upwards, inexplicably feeling a shiver run down their spines. What is happening? Dong Qianxiu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the legends of a sudden eerie wind that heralded the arrival of soul-sucking devices. Not so, Assistant Dong. The soul-sucking device will not be ready for another 2 minutes. A staff member replied, revealing that the source of the ominous wind was unknown. That wind is most peculiar. Do your utmost to take cover behind others, and we shall ascertain the cause before proceeding. Can you hear me? What perplexed and terrified Dong Qianxiu was that despite her urgent calls, Du Yu stood unmoving, unresponsive. What has transpired? On the battlefield, Bai Qi gestured sharply, declaring, the weather is about to change. Swiftly behead Zhong Lichun. The soldiers, having received the command, advanced with weapons drawn. Yet at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhong Lichun and Du Yu simultaneously turned to face Bai Qi, mirroring each other's movements as they extended their hands and spoke in unison. You think you can sever my head, just on your own? Chapter 35. Guarding against evil spirits? The onlookers stared at the two, bewildered by the current state of affairs. Their gazes were identical, filled with lethal intent and an icy demeanor. Although their heights differed, their tones, expressions, and even gestures were utterly synchronized. An inexplicable and eerie atmosphere began to permeate the air. Dong Qianxiu, watching the astonishing scene unfold on the screen, was filled with questions. What on earth are you doing? As expected, Du Yu remained unresponsive. Though Bai Qi was momentarily stunned, he quickly regained his composure and instructed his subordinates. These cultivators must have fallen into madness. Eliminate them at once. No sooner had he spoken than Du Yu flashed before Bai Qi, mirroring the earlier appearance of Zhong Lichun. Bai Qi had observed for a considerable time, utterly unprepared for the man's formidable agility. His reaction delayed just a fraction. Before Bai Qi could raise his weapon in defense, Du Yu unleashed a devastating punch, striking Bai Qi squarely on the nose and sending him flying, the sound of a sharp crack echoing as Bai Qi's nose was likely broken. As the soldiers snapped back to reality, drawing their weapons to charge at Du Yu, he evaded their attacks with a spectral grace, seizing a long spear and dispatching a dozen men in an instant. The soldiers pursued him relentlessly, yet Du Yu toyed with them as one might with children, effortlessly weaving through the throng, his spear claiming life after life while he remained untouched. In a mere moment, a significant portion of the Qin army lay fallen. What on earth is happening? Dong Qinxiu stared in disbelief at the screen before regaining her senses, instructing her staff. Halt the soul-sucking device. Bring the technical department here immediately. Du Yu leaped lightly to Zhong Lichun's side, his gaze complex as he regarded her before coldly asking, "Are you still able to move?" Zhong Lichun nodded, feeling an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Du Yu. "Very well. Let us both fight our way out together." Du Yu emphasized the words "both of us," shrouded in mystery. Supporting Zhong Lichun, both armed with long spears, they struck fear into the hearts of the Qin soldiers. With a sound like the rush of wind, the two vanished from sight. They seemed like two ends of a mirror, performing identical actions in perfect harmony. Suddenly, the battlefield echoed with cries of anguish. The soldiers thrown into disarray as they sought to retaliate, yet they could discern not where their foes lay, only witnessing their comrades fall one by one. Dong Qinxiu awaited the technical department's arrival, urgently directing them to analyze the current situation. Based on her description, the technical department found themselves ensnared in a conundrum. What did it mean for a chilling wind to sweep through, transforming Du Yu into an entirely different person? After much deliberation and research, the technical staff remained baffled, as such an occurrence had never been documented in the annals of the Bureau of Legend Management. It felt as though two Zhong Lichuns had materialized simultaneously. One technician articulated the revelation. "Two Zhong Lichuns?" Dong Qinxiu suddenly grasped something, setting aside her work and racing towards her office. For the answer to the mystery could only lie within one person. "Zhong Lichun, what have you done?" Dong Qinxiu muttered through clenched teeth. Bai Qi lay on the ground, witnessing the annihilation of his elite forces, his face a mask of horror. Such a formidable individual, and there are two of them among the Qi army? On this battlefield, where victory is secured through strategy and cunning, these two have single-handedly obliterated an entire battalion with sheer brute force? If this is the case, then what is the purpose of warfare? What is the point of conscription? What is the goal of vying for dominion over this realm? All the military tactics he had studied since childhood, all the experience he had painstakingly accumulated, felt like a cruel jest. "Oh, who are you?" Bai Qi stammered, looking at the two, his voice faltering, as this might be the closest he had come to death since he began his campaigns. "I am the illustrious Zhong Wu Yin of the Qi. Zhong Lishun Rapliakiatli. And you? Who are you?" Bai Qi questioned, trembling hands pointing at Du Yu, incredulous that someone so powerful had never crossed his path before. "I?" Du Yu sneered, responding, "I am merely an evil spirit guarding the 8 directions." Dong Qinxiu slumped in her office, tears streaming down her face. What remains here of Zhong Lichun? Scattered on the ground lay only Du Yu's outer garment, which had accompanied Zhong Lichun in recent days, alongside a scroll unfurled on the floor, the record of the 8 directions ghosts. At the direction of the death gate, a bloodied signature marked the parchment, as if not long ago, someone had bitten their finger and signed their name here. From this moment forth, the signatory would protect the holder of the record of the 8 directions ghosts, guarding the death gate for eternity, never to be reincarnated, until their soul is utterly scattered. Zhong Lichun. Dong Qinxiu gently cradled the record of the 8 directions ghosts, overcome with grief. "Did you not cross that river? Did you not wish to explore many places with Du Yu?" The room fell into silence, occupied only by the dazed Dong Qinxiu and the cold name inscribed on the record of the 8 directions ghosts. 1,000 years ago, in the 7th layer of the 18 levels of hell, the Mountain of Blades. "Sister Dong, you must help me this time," Ma Mian said, his face etched with worry. "For otherwise, I truly know not what to do. Fourth Master, we have only known each other for half a day. Please refrain from addressing me so intimately." Dong Qinxiu replied with a blank expression, feeling as though she were being objectified. "Alas, Sister Dong, as long as you can help me deal with this prisoner, I shall call you whatever you wish afterward." Dong Qinxiu looked up, her heart sinking at the sight before her. Amidst the mountain of blades, a tall woman was bound naked to a stone pillar, her body pierced by countless knives. The immense pain seemed to have rendered her numb, and her expression was devoid of emotion. The woman lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Dong Qinxiu before looking at Ma Mian, stating, "What torturous punishment is this today? Let it come." Sister Dong, look. The woman's grievances run profoundly deep. No matter the punishment inflicted upon her, her spirit remains unbroken, as if she had practiced some form of technique in life that fortifies her soul. Yet curiously, her essence is remarkably pure, unlike the chaotic blend of the common 3 souls and 7 spirits. Ma Mian, with an anxious expression, covertly glanced at Dong Qinxiu, only to find that she seemed to misunderstand his intentions. Thus, he had no choice but to be forthright. Therefore, Sister Dong, I implore you to have the Bureau of Legends assist me in traversing back in time to resolve this matter. At the very least, we must uncover how she came to be in this state so that I might find a solution. But it appears the earliest we could manage is a century from now. Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses and replied, Our schedule is already fully booked for the upcoming engagements. A century? Ma Mian lamented. Must we confine her here for 100 years? We would be utterly exhausted each passing day. Fourth Master, what crime has this woman committed? This woman is named Zhong Lichuan, Ma Mian responded helplessly approximately 1,000 years ago while crossing the Naya Bridge. She famously refused to drink Meng Po's soup and brazenly smashed her stall, an unprecedented incident that infuriated the Yama Kings. Now, she has encountered my elder brother, Niu Tu, on the streets, and after a minor collision, the two engaged in a fierce brawl, with my brother nearly self-destructing his nascent soul. Self-destructing his nascent soul? Dong Qinxiu was taken aback, realizing that the seemingly robust Niu Tu had been cornered by a lone ghost to such an extent. Sister Dong, why do you think this woman refuses to drink Meng Po's soup? That indicates she must have something she wishes to remember. Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses again and continued, Given that she has endured considerable suffering, perhaps we should release her. Release her. Ma Mian had contemplated this possibility, but feared she might cause further trouble once free. Yet, what if chaos ensued after her release? If trouble arises again, we shall simply recapture her. Dong Qinxiu, seeing Zhong Lichuan's battered form, felt a pang of compassion. Fourth Master, she has survived the trials of hell. You no longer have justification to continue torturing her. Though she spoke thus, capturing her again would indeed be troublesome. They had already lost 6 officials in this endeavor, and her elder brother had been forced to retreat for recuperation before they could finally subdue her. To speak fairly, it is imperative that you focus on enhancing your own prowess and intensifying the training of more formidable officials. One cannot simply detain this woman indefinitely. Should the higher-ups learn of this, it would pose a significant issue. Ma Mian pondered, Sister Dong, you do have a point. Alas, we have employed every means of punishment without fracturing her spirit. We cannot be held accountable for that. Dong Qinxiu slowly approached the woman. Greetings, I am Dong Qinxiu, the newly appointed assistant of the Bureau of Legends. I have come to assist you in escaping this sea of suffering. May I inquire, what is your obsession? Obsession? The towering woman cast a cold glance at Dong Qinxiu and replied icily, I possess no such thing. So you remain unaware that you have transformed into a malevolent spirit. Dong Qinxiu adjusted her glasses once more and said, Let me rephrase my question. After wandering through this underworld for so long, what is the reason for your reluctance to reincarnate? The tall woman gradually raised her head, blood trickling down her cheek. She spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground and slowly articulated, I seek to cross a river that has spanned 2 millennia to find someone. Chapter 36. If I were to feel sad in the midst of this rapidly shifting battlefield, had it not been for the sudden order from the Vice-General of the Qin Army to unleash a barrage of arrows to separate Bai Qi from those 2 monstrous figures, Bai Qi would have perished. Though hastily whisked away by the arriving reinforcements, Bai Qi understood that victory in this battle was now beyond reach. After all, those 2 had retreated unscathed and would soon regroup to launch another assault. Du Yu and Zhong Lichuan did not pursue Bai Qi. Instead, they seized 2 horses and hastened toward the main camp of the Qi kingdom. Zhong Lichuan observed Du Yu, remarking, You seem rather peculiar. Peculiar? In what manner? Du Yu retorted coldly. Familiar, yet unfamiliar. Is that so? Du Yu replied noncommittally, One day, you will find yourself as strange as I am. For now, let us focus on securing this battle. This battle cannot be won by me alone. At least, I require a commander-level vice-general. No problem. Am I not here? Du Yu assured her. Rest assured, we are bound to win this battle, Du Yu declared, tugging at the horse's reins and retrieving a Qi flag from the ground, charging into the throng. I am the newly appointed vice-general by Zhong Lichuan. All Qi troops, heed my command, Du Yu bellowed, prompting every squad leader to raise their battle flags. The intact squads moved southward under the blue banner, while the disordered ones shifted westward under the red one, executing orders immediately. Upon witnessing Du Yu's commanding presence, Zhong Lichuan recognized that he indeed bore the semblance of a commander. However, amidst the encroaching army, she could not afford to ponder this further. She too yanked at her horse's reins, galloping in another direction. All squad leaders heed my command. I am Qi's general, Zhong Wuyan. Immediately reorganize the nearest troops and reform the formation. Ensure there are 10 paces between each squad. Execute at once. Exhausted from battle, the Qi soldiers suddenly glimpsed their general's figure, and their drained strength gradually returned. The queen has returned. Our general is still alive? Although it was evident that the queen had sustained severe injuries, she was indeed still alive. The general of the Qi kingdom was alive. Squad leaders, regroup and follow me. Du Yu shouted, if you wish to survive, you must run. Although the soldiers did not recognize Du Yu, his overwhelming presence was reminiscent of a general. Du Yu swiftly maneuvered through the ranks to rescue several Qi soldiers in peril, piercing through enemies to liberate them. Many squad leaders, witnessing this, immediately began to reassemble their troops, transforming the previously chaotic throng into a cohesive unit. Squad captains, raise your hands. Du Yu called out. A few hands emerged from the crowd. Is this all? Du Yu murmured, noting the scant number of squad captains, but he quickly regained his focus and shouted, all squad captains, I hereby appoint you as 100 captains. The remaining squad leaders are to be promoted to squad captains, merging with your nearby troops. We shall launch a full-scale assault today. Form 100-man squads at once. Du Yu's command was executed with precision, swiftly reorganizing the disarrayed Qi soldiers into an orderly formation. At that moment, a young man clad in armor rode in from the distance, flanked by numerous cavalry. Upon seeing Du Yu issuing commands, the young man approached with skepticism, questioning, who are you? What rank do you hold? Why are you here, organizing the troops? Du Yu glanced at the young man before him and couldn't help but chuckle. How amusing it was to encounter someone he hadn't seen in 2 millennia. Zhang, I recall you are a 1,000-man commander now, yet you have only this 100 left? You. The young general named Zhang, bewildered by this stranger's knowledge of him, found the arrogance in his tone unsettling. Do not speak recklessly. For the past 3 days, I have led my troops to reinforce the entire battlefield. This stalemate has cost my subordinates dearly. Oh, Du Yu raised an eyebrow? Is that so? Then I owe you my gratitude. Listen well. I hereby appoint you as a 3,000-man commander. Reorganize your troops immediately and prepare for a vigorous assault. 3,000-man commander? Zhang was taken aback. But who are you? By what right do you promote yourself over me? Zhang, Du Yu called out sharply. Have you forgotten how you pledged to me? Huh? Zhang was confused. You once declared that should you be called upon in a time of crisis, you would guard the military orders with your life, Du Yu stated. You. Zhang widened his eyes in puzzlement, utterly bewildered as to why he could sense the aura of the queen emanating from the man before him. If they were to endure this battle, it was prudent to refrain from excessive inquiries at this juncture. Du Yu tugged at the reins of his horse, stating, I grant you 1 hour. You must assemble 3,000 men. When you deem the moment opportune, strike directly at the Zhao army's encampment. The Zhao army? Zhang pondered momentarily before continuing. Forgive my candor, but the Zhao forces are not currently pressing their attack. The most formidable threat these past few days has been the elite guard led by Bai Qi of the Qin army. We ought to first dismantle this unit. The elite guard of Bai Qi has been annihilated, and Bai Qi himself has sustained injuries, Du Yu replied coldly. Our sole target now remains the Zhao army's encampment. What? Zhang could hardly believe that such a fearsome battalion had been rendered extinct. However, he quickly grasped another concern. Even so, the location of the Zhao encampment was fraught with complexity, with 3 distinct routes available for ingress and egress. Even if we launched a surprise attack, Lian Po would undoubtedly escape via one of the other paths, aided by the returning Zhao forces, leaving our army surrounded instead. Rest assured, Du Yu said, his expression impassive, his eyes notably cold and steely. At that time, 3 battalions of 3,000 will strike simultaneously from the 3 routes, leaving Lian Po nowhere to flee. 3 battalions. Zhang mused before inquiring further. And you say I should deploy when I feel the time is right? But when exactly is that? I've already stated. Du Yu glanced at Zhang, when you find it suitable. Lian Po could never have anticipated that the tactics of the Qi army would suddenly become so enigmatic. The Qi forces, previously scattered across the battlefield, began to retreat in an orderly fashion, leaving only a handful of highly mobile cavalry to engage the Zhao army. while the remaining infantry slowly withdrew. Though Lien sensed a whiff of conspiracy, he could not fathom where the issue lay. Before he could react, the Western Mountain, which housed the Zhao army's encampment, was suddenly besieged by 3 battalions. Even with the soldiers stationed in the camp, numbering 20,000, they could not impede the advance of these 3 contingents of 3,000 men. What kind of harmony would be required to enable 3 battalions to coordinate such a simultaneous attack from disparate locations? What manner of commander could lead 3,000 troops into a camp of 20,000 without knowledge of whether others would join the fray? This question eluded Lien entirely. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the armies of Qin, Zhao, and Qi all withdrew. Although they had repelled the primary generals of Qin and Zhao, the number of soldiers lost by Qi was far greater. Lien, exhibiting remarkable restraint, donned the garb of infantrymen and managed to escape amidst the chaos. Upon learning of Lien Po's retreat, Bai Qi also opted to sound a retreat, though the reason for his apprehension remained unclear. Thus, the entire coalition of Qin and Zhao retreated in full. This battle became the singularly peculiar victory in Bai Qi's lifetime of over 70 engagements. From the perspective of the process, Qin and Zhao had been defeated. From the outcome, Qi had suffered a loss. The commanders of the 3 battalions convened atop the mountain, raising their arms in exultation. This battle had been arduous, yet it was executed with finesse. Du Yu, caught up in the moment, suddenly pondered, what is this? You. Zhongli Chun gazed into Du Yu's gentle eyes, as if he had transformed entirely. You have returned? Do you know that? The memories of the recent past still vivid, yet he felt as though he had utterly lost control of his own body, as though another entity were at the helm. We have triumphed, haven't we? Indeed, we have emerged victorious. Splendid. Du Yu managed a wry smile. This time, Du Yu had arrived for 3 days. Yet he spent nearly all of the remaining 2 days tending to his wounds and recuperating, while Zhongli Chun was not much better off. Residing within the palace made it rather challenging to conceal Du Yu, but fortunately, Zhongli Chun possessed an eccentric temperament, seldom attracting visitors, allowing her and Du Yu some rare moments of tranquility. Speaking of which, that King Xian of Qi truly leaves much to be desired. Du Yu remarked while applying medicine to himself. While you are out leading troops in a battle, he remains indifferent. Now that you have returned victorious and injured, he pays no heed at all? And what of it? Zhongli Chun replied dismissively. My relationship with King Xian of Qi is merely one of collaboration. Du Yu understood Zhongli Chun's implication and refrained from pressing further. At that moment, a faint knocking echoed from outside the door. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a lantern hanging outside. Who is it? Du Yu felt a flutter of anxiety. Do not worry. The only person who would come at this hour is one. The door creaked open to reveal Xiao Xia, her expression fraught with concern as she entered. Miss, how are you? I have come to apply your medicine. Xiao Xia caught sight of Du Yu, letting out a shriek. Who are you? How dare you be here in the middle of the night with the miss? You are. Du Yu smiled faintly, saying, Indeed, it is I, the servant whom you struck a slap. My heavens! Xiao Xia regarded Du Yu with disbelief. After 12 years, you have not changed at all. Truly, you and the miss are the same ilk? How shall I put it? There are still some differences, Du Yu replied, shaking his head. Even if we are old acquaintances, you cannot linger here indefinitely. Xiao Xia turned to close the door. The miss is injured. How do you intend to assist her in treating it? This. Very well, I shall step outside. Du Yu grimaced, slowly rising to his feet. It is of no consequence. Zhongli Chun gently shook her head at Du Yu. If you find it uncomfortable, simply turn your head away. It is far more perilous to remain outside in the palace than in the courtyard you previously resided. Du Yu silently nodded, turning to face the wall. Faintly, he could hear Xiao Xia helping Zhongli Chun shed her clothing and bandage her wounds. The two remained silent, with Zhongli Chun not uttering a word of pain, only the sound of a knife cutting through gauze and the clinking of medicine jars. In the flickering candlelight, the room was enveloped in an unusual tranquility. Du Yu called out several times for Dong Qianxiu, but she did not respond. However, drawing from past experience, he did not panic, surmising that she was likely occupied with cleanup. Xiao Zhongli, Du Yu murmured, I shall soon depart again. This time, when I leave, I shall not return to seek you out. Zhongli Chun's heart sank, yet she maintained a calm demeanor, replying softly, understood. So we agree, next time. It shall be your turn to seek me out. Tears welled in Zhongli Chun's eyes, but she nodded nonetheless. You must live out your life well. Do you understand? Du Yu, still facing the wall, gently replied, I will. After pondering for a moment, Du Yu continued, if 2,000 years prove too arduous. You may relinquish at any time. Do not force yourself. It will not be arduous. Zhongli Chun shook her head. If I grow weary, I shall sleep on the streets. If I am hungry, I shall seize the food of the wicked. If I become dirty, I shall bathe in the river. 2,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. That is not the way. Yu gritted his teeth, asserting, what I fear is that you will be in sorrow. It matters not. If I feel sorrowful, I shall indulge in something sweet. I am called Zhongli Chun. The CAF I discovered today has an intriguing name, aptly reflecting my current state, bitter waiting. I cannot recall when it began, but everything I consume has lost its sweetness. Each day is more sorrowful than the last, yet I cannot find anything sweeter to suppress my melancholy. How long has it been? 2,300 years, I suppose. 300 years beyond the agreed-upon time. I fear that one day I shall forget the reason for my wandering in this underworld. At that moment, I may very well dissipate. But why has he not appeared on time? Is it because I have failed to fulfill what he asked of me? Is it because I have once felt sorrow? I promised him I would not be sorrowful. Yet how can I not feel sorrow? I took a bite of the dessert on the table. The attendant claimed it to be the sweetest in the shop, yet I could not discern its flavor. My heart is truly bitter. The man at the adjacent table has been observing me. Is it because of the sorrow etched on my face? It is unacceptable. I cannot permit anyone to witness the sorrow etched upon my visage. I struck that man, and now I find myself unable to rein in my emotions. My blow was too forceful, sending him crashing through the door. The clerk inquired as to the reason for my violent outburst. I confessed it was due to my melancholic state. Though I uttered those words, a profound sense of remorse enveloped me. Outside, an irate spirit unexpectedly materialized, cursing and clamoring, and I was tempted to send him flying as well, yet a frenzied woman emerged to obstruct my path. This madwoman appeared vaguely familiar, a visage from long ago, but her identity eludes me. Today, all who behold me can see my distress. I cannot allow them to depart. For reasons unbeknownst to me, this deranged woman suddenly conjured a shield, yet it mattered little to me as I shattered it with ease. I am truly sorry, although I bear no grudge against you. I simply cannot allow you to leave today. The thought of him hearing from others about my past sorrow is unbearable. I must finish this swiftly and indulge in the sweetest of desserts, lest my heart grow heavier still. Stop! A sudden, thunderous shout startled me, momentarily freezing me in place. I had awaited that voice for over 2 millennia. I turned and beheld him. He was unchanged, just as I remembered from our first encounter. It seemed he uttered a multitude of words, yet my mind was a blank slate, failing to grasp any of it. All I knew was that my heart was no longer tormented, and I yearned to share the sweetest dessert on the table with him. Yet, why did he refuse? Had he forgotten me? He instructed me to remain here while he fetched a few oranges. Oranges, I mused. I know they are sweet. It appears he has not forgotten. He remembers me. He truly remembers. The last time I disobeyed him, allowing others to witness my sorrow, he arrived 3 centuries late. This time, I shall remain steadfast. I must be obedient and await his return. Zayas Hongli, we had agreed that next time it would be your turn to seek me out. I reminisced about his words from that time. Yes, I have found you, just as promised. Chapter 37. Extra Chapter 2 Sister Qianxiu. Upon awakening, you called out for Dong Qianxiu. This time, things seemed different. Have you orchestrated something extraordinary for me? Sister Qianxiu? You called out several times, only to discover that Dong Qianxiu was absent. This was the first time Du opened his eyes and found her not before the screen. Where could she have gone? Rising to his feet, he began to search the surroundings. A sense of unease washed over him as he noticed the staff avoiding his gaze, as if concealing something from him. Xiaoqi, Du called out to the girl who had participated in the roundtable preparations with him. Stop right there. Xiaoqi jumped in surprise, dropping the document she held. Where is Sister Qianxiu? I don't know. Xiaoqi, are you lying to me? And no, not at all. Xiaoqi stammered, her eyes not daring to meet Du Yu's. What on earth is happening? Du Yu regarded her with utmost seriousness. If there is truly a problem, I will resolve it. We are colleagues now. Do not hide the truth from me. Xiaoqi glanced at Du Yu, sighed, and said, Sister Qianxiu is in her office. You should go find her. In her office? Du Yu nodded. Perfect. I shall also visit Xiao Zhongli. After hearing this, Xiaoqi said nothing further and quickly departed. Du Yu felt a strange disquiet, yet remained unaware of the true nature of the situation. He traversed the grand hall of the Bureau of Legends, making his way down the corridor until he arrived at Dong Qianxiu's office. The door was ajar, and inside, Dong Qinxiu sat quietly, yet Zhongli Chun was nowhere to be seen. Sister Qinxiu, Du Yu paused upon seeing her. Where is Zhongli? Du Yu circled the room and found it vacant save for Dong Qinxiu, who held a black scroll in her hand. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as the record of spirits from all directions, albeit altered since he had first acquired it, as if someone's name had been inscribed upon it. Do you come see Don? I have something to discuss with you, Dong Qinxiu spoke slowly. A sense of foreboding gripped Du's heart. No, I cannot. His voice trembled as he forced a bitter smile. Sister Qinxiu, do not say anything. I have yet to find Zhongli. No, I must speak with you. Dong Qinxiu bit her lip. No, you mustn't. Du Yu aimlessly wandered the room. Zhongli, please come out. Do not frighten me. Dong Qinxiu recognized that Du Yu was beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. With deliberate slowness, she rose and gently set down the record of spirits from all directions. In this world, you alone can see her now. If you wish to converse with her, she resides deep within your heart. Dong Qinxiu slowly exited the room. After a considerable time, Du Yu finally sank down, overwhelmed. Is it true? Do you no longer exist in this world? He gazed at his coat lying on the floor, still holding the warmth and fragrance of Zhongli Chun. He lifted the coat and cradled it in his arms, just as Zhongli Chun had done before. Where do you usually reside? When I grow weary, I sleep on the streets. When I am hungry, I take the provisions of wild spirits. When I am dirty, I bathe in the river of forgetfulness. Does this not bring you sorrow? When sorrow strikes, I simply indulge in something sweet. Memories of the past surged within Du Yu, his heart feeling as though pierced by a dagger that twisted and turned relentlessly. Looking down, he discovered several items trapped beneath the coat, a wrapper entirely devoid of color, encasing a candy that had melted countless times, a flower, white and withered, its vibrant hue long faded, and an orange that appeared fresh, yet remained unpeeled. Upon seeing these objects, Du Yu could no longer restrain himself and broke down in tears. On the table in Dong Qinxiu's office lay an array of candies and snacks. The staff had learned of Zhongli Chun's fondness for sweets and had brought them over in recent days. Yet for reasons unknown, Zhongli Chun had not touched a single one. Perhaps she believed she no longer needed sweet things? Perhaps she would never again know sorrow? Du Yu wept bitterly, seizing a handful of candies from the table and frantically stuffing them into his mouth. Yet he tasted no sweetness, only an unending bitterness. It appears that consuming something sweet in times of sorrow is utterly futile. Director, I have something to discuss with you. Dong Qinxiu sought out Hou Yi, her tone grave. Xiao Dong, what is the matter? I believe Du Yu is unfit for the position of operator. Oh, Hou Yi raised an eyebrow at this. Why is that? His heart is too kind. The legendary matters will have a profound impact on him, just as it did when he faced the sun shooting incident, and now with the story of the saltless woman. Dong Qinxiu could hardly fathom the consequences of him experiencing too much. She feared he might shatter. So, you cannot bear to witness his collapse. Hou Yi discerned her sentiments. Dong Qinxiu was rendered speechless. Xiao Dong, everything in this world has a cause and an effect, Hou Yi stated calmly. When I presented all the legends to Du Yu, he chose the saltless woman. Do you not think that had he chosen differently, Zhongli Chun would still remember him? Director, I do not quite understand. Zhongli Chun would wait devotedly for Du Yu for 2,000 years. Thus he would inevitably wish to return to the legends to uncover the truth. And once Du Yu returns to the legends, Zhongli Chun would surely await him for another 2,000 years. Given Du Yu's character, he could never abandon Zhongli Chun. So the fates of Zhongli Chun and Du Yu were fated from the very beginning. Is that so? Let me ask you one more thing. Under the same circumstances, would Zhongli Chun fall in love with Zhang Qixing? Zhang Qixing? Dong Qinxiu pondered seriously for a moment before replying. No, if this operation were to be executed by Zhang Qixing, perhaps the task could be completed in just 2 days. After all, he possesses divine protection and would never find himself in peril. However, it is inconceivable for him to develop any emotional ties with Zhong Lichuan. In fact, he might not even enter this legend at all. Indeed, thus, it can be said that it is precisely because Du Yu harbors emotions intrinsic to mortals that he has achieved an unprecedented level of completion in these 2 legends. Everything that occurs to him seems preordained. Because he is who he is, it is destined to transpire. Are you suggesting that Du Yu's profound attachment makes him more suitable for this role? He smiled lightly, stating, I have said nothing, merely elucidated the cause and effect of this world. Du Yu stood upon a pitch-black expanse, at the center of which was inscribed a large character for ghost, with 8 blood-red lines extending outward. He was unaware of his whereabouts. Ever since Zhong Lichuan vanished, this scene has appeared to him whenever he closes his eyes, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Where is this place? Du Yu wandered aimlessly forward, utterly devoid of direction. After a short while he noticed a figure in the distance. Seemingly just as perplexed by the surroundings as he was, she lifted her head and gazed around. As he approached, tears streamed down Du Yu's face. "Little Zhongli!" he cried out, rushing forward to embrace her before she could react. "Huh?" Zhong Lichuan slowly turned her head, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "Du!" she exclaimed, extending her arms to embrace him as well. This was the first time she had called his name, the first time she had held him close. "Little Zhongli, I am so sorry. I thought I was helping you, but in the end, it was you who helped me." "Sorry to me?" Zhong Lichuan blinked, responding, "How could that be? I am now in your heart. We shall be together forever. This is the closest I have been to you in over 2 millennia." Du Yu wept for a long while before gradually regaining his composure, and he and Zhong Lichuan sat down slowly. "Little Zhongli, shall we have a proper conversation? After all these years, do you have much to tell me?" Zhong Lichuan nodded vigorously, revealing a breathtaking smile. "Assistant Dong, Du Yu has been sitting there motionless for 3 days now. Shouldn't we be concerned?" Xiao Qi asked with a worried expression in Dong Qianqiu's office. "Look at his smiling face. Does he seem troubled?" Dong Qianqiu understood that Du Yu had entered his inner world and was likely meeting with Zhong Lichuan, so he refrained from disturbing him. "Let us not interrupt him. There are many legends awaiting our transmission. Come, let's go." Dong Qianqiu gently patted Xiao Qi's shoulder and led her away. Epilogue Chapter 1 The 12 Guardian Beasts in Ancient Times. Reporting to the Queen Mother of the West. A divine official bowed before the Queen Mother. "The guardian beasts of the 12 earthly branches have been selected. Please review them." The Queen Mother gazed thoughtfully at the sun in the mortal realm, but soon returned to her senses, saying, "I shall not look. Recite them for me." "As you command." The divine official unfurled a scroll and began to recite. "The guardian beasts of the 12 earthly branches are as follows. At the hour of the rat. At the hour of the ox. At the hour of the tiger. At the hour of the rabbit. The cat. At the hour of the dragon. At the hour of the snake. At the hour of the horse. At the hour of the goat. At the hour of the monkey. At the hour of the rooster. At the hour of the dog. At the hour of the pig. I do not quite understand how you have determined these 12 guardians," the Queen Mother remarked. "If the Queen Mother wishes to know more, I shall explain. The rat at the hour of the rat symbolizes abundance, as a full granary breeds rats. The ox at the hour of the ox represents diligence, as the ox signifies hard work. The tiger at the hour of the tiger stands for invincibility, as the tiger is the king of beasts. The cat at the hour of the rabbit signifies bounty, as the cat is a skilled hunter. The dragon at the hour of the dragon symbolizes divinity." "Wait." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother interrupted. "Allow me to ponder." The divine official bowed his head, refraining from speaking further. "The other guardians seem acceptable, but the cat must be dismissed," the Queen Mother said with furrowed brows. "For some reason, the mere mention of the word cat disturbs my heart." A figure persistently lingered in the Queen Mother's mind. Whenever he appeared, 2 words echoed in her ears. "Big cat. Big cat. Big cat." The divine official dared not oppose her, clasping his hands and saying, "Your Majesty, you are wise. However, to dismiss the cat at this moment may prove difficult, as we may not easily find another suitable animal." "Then let it be the rabbit," the Queen Mother said indifferently. "The rabbit?" The divine official was somewhat perplexed. Since the Queen Mother has made this decision, I should not voice any objections. Yet the rabbit is not as endearing as the cat, and its disposition seems rather aloof. "Do not speak foolishly," the Queen Mother interjected. "Who says a rabbit cannot possess affection? I have seen affectionate white rabbits that surpass many in this world. This. I shall comply." The divine official retreated anxiously, leaving the Queen Mother alone in the vast hall. The Queen Mother gazed at the moon in the heavenly realm and then at the sun in the mortal world, uncertain of the well-being of the white rabbit upon the moon or the mortals beneath the sun. Epilogue Chapter 2 Chang'e guards the moon. Chang'e. As you have ascended to immortality in a mortal body, I understand that you still have concerns for the mortal realm. A tall figure clad in a jade robe sat at the center of the heavenly court, speaking with resonant authority to Chang'e. "Thus, I have made an exception, and I shall arrange for news from the mortal realm to be delivered to you regularly. What would you like to know?" Chang'e slowly bowed her head and replied, "If possible, I would like to receive updates about one person." "Who is this individual?" "His name is Hou Yi, residing in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent." a hero who once shot down 9 suns. Very well. The Heavenly Emperor nodded and instructed the nearby Tai by Jin Xing. Immediately retrieve information about Hou Yi and deliver it to Chang'e in the Guanghan Palace on a regular basis. However, Tai by Jin Xing hesitated upon calculation. It appears there is no one by the name of Hou Yi in the mortal realm. Could it be that Chang'e has mistaken the name? Upon hearing this, Chang'e's heart twisted painfully. Could it be that Hou Yi had already perished? The Heavenly Emperor seemed to discern Chang'e's worries and said, Tai Bai, send a message to Hutu and inquire if Hou Yi has reported. As you command. Tai Bai Jin Xing slightly closed his eyes, while Chang'e dared not interrupt. Terrified of receiving dreadful news. Strange. Tai Bai Jin Xing shook his head and turned back to report. I relay to the Heavenly Emperor that Hutu has stated Hou Yi has not reported to the underworld. Nonsense. If he is neither in the underworld nor in the mortal realm, has he transformed into an immortal? The Heavenly Emperor waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Chang'e. I have granted you the opportunity, yet you have squandered it. You may retreat. No. Chang'e felt a surge of panic, convinced something was amiss. How could Hou Yi possibly be absent from both the mortal and the underworld? Wait. In the distance, a figure approached. It was the Taoist deity, the supreme Lao Jun. Upon seeing the Taoist deity, the Heavenly Emperor nodded in greeting. The supreme Lao Jun also bowed his head and spoke slowly. I have heard that the ruler of the human realm, Emperor Yao, has taken a person named Yi from the village of the sun-shooting hero. However, that person is not called Hou Yi, but rather simply Yi. Could it be that this is the individual Chang'e seeks? Hou Yi. Chang'e was puzzled. The name seemed familiar, yet she knew there were no others by that name in the village. Chang'e, have you made your decision? Do you wish to receive messages from this person named Hou Yi regularly? The Heavenly Emperor inquired, his tone imbued with an air of undeniable authority. In the vast expanse of the Moon Palace, Chang'e quietly cradled a white rabbit, gazing into the distance as if she were awaiting something. Soon, a small black dot appeared, swiftly approaching from the direction of the mortal realm. Ah, it's coming! Chang'e joyfully danced with excitement. The dot gradually enlarged, revealing itself to be a small bird, entirely cloaked in darkness. The bird held a piece of silk scroll in its beak and gently placed it before Chang'e. With utmost care, she unfurled the scroll, which bore a single sentence. Hou Yi has accompanied Emperor Yao in his western campaign, achieving a resounding victory. Despite its brevity, Chang'e read the message 7 or 8 times, then meticulously tucked the scroll away with the others. These simple words constituted her sole source of solace. Jade Rabbit. Chang'e stroked the rabbit nestled in her arms, pondering. How curious it is that you always share my joys and sorrows, yet you remain particularly aloof when I receive news from my husband. The rabbit glanced at the scroll, its expression inscrutable. Chapter 38. The ominous visitors. You had not stepped outside his room for 4 days. The staff of the Legend Management Bureau seemed to share an unspoken understanding, refraining from disturbing him. Dong Qianxiu continued her daily vigil before the screen, monitoring every legend that might veer off course. If a legend deviated even slightly, she would convey messages to the characters involved. Under Du Yu's tutelage, Dong Qianxiu had even taken to impersonating the Queen Mother to enhance the success rate of the legends. Knock knock. On this day a low, foreboding knock echoed through the normally bustling Legend Management Bureau. Someone had arrived. Who could it be? A staff member approached the door, accustomed to the rarity of visitors, especially since Du Yu's arrival had noticeably changed the atmosphere, likely attracting more guests. Initially, Dong Qianxiu paid little mind, assuming it was merely another minor deity delivering gifts to Du Yu. However, moments later, the staff member was unexpectedly shoved aside, collapsing right before Dong Qianxiu. The entire bureau fell into stunned silence. In the millennia since its establishment, no one had dared cause trouble here. Who possessed such audacity? As Dong Qianxiu turned, she beheld 2 figures standing at the entrance. One was a tall man, bare-chested and adorned with strange tattoos, sporting 2 antlers that extended skyward, exuding an eerie aura. Beside him stood a provocatively dressed woman, her demeanor equally unsettling, yet imbued with a hint of seduction. Dong Qianxiu had never encountered these 2 in the underworld and could not recall any prominent figures whose appearance matched theirs, so she resolved to observe the situation closely. Helping the fallen staff member to his feet as she inquired what happened. I don't know. The staff member replied, rubbing his head. I said it was inconvenient to receive guests while we were working, and then the man suddenly pushed me down. How absurd, Dong Qianxiu muttered, pondering that even the heavenly court of your had never dared confront the Legend Management Bureau openly. Who were these individuals? If they felt bold enough to invade the bureau, Their intentions could not be benign. Please wait to the side. The staff member nodded and stepped aside. Where's the director? Dong Qinxiu asked another person nearby. Quickly summon the director. Assistant Dong. We haven't seen the director for several days. A staff member replied, visibly distressed. Just then, the two figures slowly entered the room, surveying their surroundings before asking, who is Dong Qinxiu? Dong Qinxiu was taken aback. She had assumed these two were seeking Du Yu, but it appeared they were after her instead. However, since that was the case, there seemed to be no cause for alarm. She stepped forward and stated, I am Dong Qinxiu. Excellent. The man nodded slightly. Come with us. Someone wishes to meet you. Come with you? Dong Qinxiu regarded him coolly. What if I refuse? Do not overestimate your position. The man twisted his wrist. If you prefer not to see this place come to ruin, it would be wise to accompany us. Bring this place to ruin? Dong Qinxiu could hardly believe her ears. Pray, speak reasonably. The alluring woman with horns lightly chastised the man before turning to Dong Qinxiu, saying, Do not worry, Sister Qinxiu. We mean you no harm. A significant figure wishes to see you. Dong Qinxiu could not ascertain the true capabilities of these two, so she refrained from taking rash action. Having worked here for a millennium, her acquaintances were few, and she had never made an enemy. Why would anyone wish to abduct her? Sister Qinxiu cannot go with you. A voice rang out from a distance, and a figure emerged from the corridor. Do you? Dong Qinxiu glanced over. Are you all right? Indeed. Du Yu smiled lightly, appearing quite pleased. I had a lengthy discussion with Xiao Zhongli and have come to understand many things. That's wonderful. A weight lifted from Dong Qinxiu's heart. For now, she needed to address the immediate predicament. Du Yu waved his hand, directing his attention to the two intruders. Who are you? Where do you intend to take Sister Qinxiu? Some matters are not suitable for discussion here, the man replied, shaking his head. Moreover, it is not within your purview to concern yourself. With that, the man extended his hand toward Dong Qinxiu. She summoned her energy, intending to shake off his grasp, but his strength was formidable, and he seized her wrist, rendering her immobile. Release her. Du Yu's expression turned cold in an instant, a murderous aura enveloping him. Let go of Sister Qinxiu. Oh! The two visitors raised their eyebrows at Du Yu's sudden shift. The record of ghosts from all directions. So it is you? Humph. Do you ignore the pair? Gripping the man's wrist with considerable force. An ant dares to shake a tree. The man coldly retorted, releasing Dong Qinxiu and then launching a punch at Du Yu. The fist struck like thunder, aimed squarely at Du Yu's face. Du Yu's expression hardened. Although he had borrowed power from Zhongli Chun, it was evident that this man's strength surpassed his own. He crossed his arms defensively, retreating a few steps. Before he could regain his footing, the man unleashed a gust of black wind toward Du Yu, sending him crashing into the wall. Du Yu grunted, realizing that while the man possessed overwhelming strength, he did not seem intent on killing. Quickly regaining his composure, Du Yu employed Zhongli Chun's ghostly agility, instantaneously appearing behind the man and striking toward his nape with all his might. The man merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the blow, then retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at Du Yu. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed as Du Yu staggered back several steps. Not bad. The man glanced back at Du Yu, noting, You can now harness power without being possessed by a ghost? It seems you have chosen your spirit well. The alluring woman beside him leaned down, a playful smile on her lips as she gazed at Du Yu. Brother Du Yu, you still cannot fully command the ghost's strength. If you require my assistance to defeat him, you need only ask, and I might consider it. Who exactly are you? Du Yu flexed his injured wrist, realizing that this man's strength likely surpassed even Zhongli Chun's. It was evident that he was a figure of considerable renown in the underworld, and the woman, though she had not yet engaged, radiated a power that matched his. We are merely unspoken emissaries, the man replied, his expression one of disdain. Dong Qinxiu, will you accompany us now? Dong Qinxiu, already stunned by the scene before her, hurriedly said, I will go with you, but please do not harm Du Yu. Excellent. The man nodded slightly, then turned to leave, but upon glancing back, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. Boom! He extended his hand to deflect the oncoming force. The entire Legend Management Bureau trembled. The Grand Judge, both Du Yu and Dong Qinxiu, turned their gaze towards the figure clad in splendid garments outside the door. This was indeed a rarity. Cui Ju entered the room with an impassive expression and coldly remarked, Is it truly possible for someone to cause a ruckus at the Legend Management Bureau? Cui Ju? The man instantly recognized the individual before him and cautioned, I advise you not to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, it may become quite troublesome. Oh! Cui Ju scoffed. Is there anything in the underworld that I cannot handle? Aside from the nonsensical conflict between the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors, there is naught that I, Cui Ju, cannot resolve. Heh. The man smiled faintly. Is the greatest chaos in your eyes truly the conflict between the 10 Yama kings and the 5 ghost emperors? Your perspective is rather limited. You. Cui Ju was somewhat perplexed. This individual bore an air of confidence, yet he could not fathom his identity. To withstand his palm, this person must possess strength comparable to the 8 great Yama kings, compelling him to treat the situation with utmost seriousness. No longer speaking, Cui Ju summoned the soul hook pen with his right hand, channeling his magical energy. In an instant, the pen became suffused with dark energy, and the talismans affixed to it faded away. Countless wailing souls flew from all directions, entering the pen, while the temperature around them plummeted, and the massive soul hook pen shimmered with brilliance. Death command! Cui Ju bellowed, as the pen soared into the air, swiftly inscribing a series of incantations that flew toward the man before him. Oh! The man furrowed his brow. This could pose a bit of a problem. Do you truly wish to engage me in earnest? He planted his feet firmly on the ground, exuding a formidable aura as he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a surge of blood energy that filled the air with a faint scent of blood wave decimation. The blood light surrounding him erupted violently, colliding with Cui Ju's death command. Following a tremendous sound that shook the earth, both forces dissipated into wisps of azure smoke. Du Yu and Dong Qinxiu stood dumbfounded. The level of combat they were witnessing was far beyond their realm, as both men before them were evidently of true immortal caliber. Suddenly, the void shattered, and 2 more figures descended, revealing themselves to be the Ox-Head and Horse-Face. Who dares to harm my brother Du? Ox-Head bellowed upon landing, while Horse-Face bore traces of blood, clearly having just been executing punishment in the underworld. What is happening? Why has everyone arrived? Dong Qinxiu was puzzled, and turning his head, he spotted Du Yu with a mischievous grin, holding a phone, having discreetly sent out a few ghostly messages for assistance. Horseface's eyes darted as he assessed the situation. Then he grasped Ox-Head by the arm. Third brother, what is going on? Should we inquire further? Inquire? Inquire about what? Ox-Head exhaled hot air through his nostrils. Since ancient times, the Legend Management Bureau has been the protected domain of the celestial families. Any disturbance can be directly quelled. It is the rule. Ah! The alluring woman observed the scene before her and couldn't help but chuckle. This is quite the predicament. Chiga, you just promised to handle this matter efficiently. Now that 3 of the 8 great Yama Kings have arrived, what do you intend to do? Or perhaps you should plead with me for assistance. Chapter 39. The Great Figure's a Joke. The man scoffed coldly. Even if all 8 great Yama Kings were present, could they truly stop me? Horseface, donning a broad smile, stepped forward and inquired. Might I ask what celestial rank you 2 possess? And which great Luo Jinxian serves as your master? Get lost, the man replied icily. Oh! Horseface chuckled slightly. The esteemed celestial is rather quick-tempered. I shall take my leave then. With that, Horseface clasped his hands in salute and bowed, while a slender object shot from his back, hurtling towards the man's face. The man was taken aback, reaching out to seize the slender, shadowy figure, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be a black serpent formed of dark energy. Xianin snake explode. Horseface bellowed, and the serpent detonated in the man's grasp, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that engulfed him. Third brother, now's your chance. Horseface shouted, and Ox-Head, receiving the signal, surged forth, his horns doubling in size as he charged at the man concealed within the dark cloud. Yarikome! A resounding crash echoed as a hand emerged from the dark energy, firmly grasping Ox-Head's horn, and with a swift motion, the surrounding dark energy dissipated. Trivial skills. The man exerted slight pressure with his hand, and the horn enveloped in celestial magic began to crack. Ow, ow, ow! Ox-Head yelped in terror. Let go of me! Cui Ju sensed the gravity of the situation. This individual's cultivation was evidently superior to his own, and with the addition of Ox-Head and Horseface, it would be challenging to repel him. However, since Du Yu had sent out a distress signal, it would not be long before Lao Qi and Lao Ba arrived. In terms of magical combat, their strength would undoubtedly match his own. The immediate task was to buy time. With this in mind, Cui Ju summoned the soul hook pen once more. Infernal Prison Array. Cui Ju inscribed several runes with the pen, sending them soaring toward the man. The runes did not attack him directly, but instead landed around him, creating a surrounding formation. Once the formation was in place, the man felt something coiling around him, seemingly draining his very essence. Reluctantly, he released his grip on Ox-Head, who seized the opportunity to roll out of the array. Infernal prison array. The man surveyed his surroundings coldly. Do you know where I cultivated to become an immortal? Such an infernal array means little to me. The man advanced step by step toward the edge of the formation, where the runes conjured by Cui Ju floated. With a swipe of his hand, the runes trembled violently. However, Cui Ju had clearly infused them with substantial magical energy, making the array temporarily unbreakable. Eh? The enchanting woman suddenly laughed. This is amusing. Cui Ju has no intention of killing you, focusing all his power on maintaining this array, as if to delay time. With that, the alluring woman slowly approached, her hands emanating a pitch-black radiance. With a forceful motion, she shattered one of the runes, causing the array to disintegrate effortlessly. But I'm afraid, Cui Ju, that what we lack the most is time. If you continue to obstruct us, we shall have no choice but to deal with you. Cease all hostilities. A cold voice rang from above. Cui Ju's face lit up with joy. Excellent. They've arrived. Two figures, one black and one white, gradually descended, positioning themselves among the group. Lao Qi, Lao Ba, let us swiftly join forces against these two. Cui Ju bellowed, preparing to reconstruct the array. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that black and white impermanence ignored the ongoing battle, bypassing Du Yu and heading straight for Dong Qinxiu. Lao Qi, Lao Ba, what are you doing? White impermanence, Xia Bian, paused for a moment before addressing Dong Qinxiu. Assistant Dong, you must leave with them. What? Dong Qinxiu thought he must have misheard. Seventh Master, what did you say? What nonsense are you spouting, Lao Qi? Oxhead roared. You too, Lao Ba? Are you suggesting we allow these two to abduct someone from the Legend Management Bureau while 5 of the 8 great Yama Kings are here? Third brother, White Impermanence, Xia Bian, glanced at Oxhead and said, this matter is more serious than you realize. Everyone must cease hostilities. As Xia mentioned, your safety will be guaranteed by us. Black Impermanence sighed, Assistant Dong, as Lao Xia has indicated, your safety will be our responsibility, but you must go with us this time. 7th Lord and 8th Lord Yu. Du Yu felt a surge of irritation as he stood nearby, but upon observing the expressions of the black and white impermanence, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Could it be that their origins were significant? Indeed, far more substantial than you could ever imagine. Bai Wuchang Xia Bian nodded in affirmation. Who then is it? Du Yu inquired, stating that unless he knew where Qinxiu was to be taken, he would categorically refuse to comply. Xia Bian turned his gaze towards the couple. Qi Gui and Mei Gui. May I divulge this to him? The enchanting woman, known as Mei Gui, smiled slightly and replied. It was meant to be a secret, yet given the circumstances, it would be impossible for us to depart without informing them. Wouldn't it? Xia Bian nodded slightly and addressed the assembly. Assistant Dong, Brother Du, and the elder brother, third brother, and fourth brother, you may cease your actions. These two are the Qi Gui and Mei Gui among the myriad of spirits, and their master is none other than the founder of the underworld, the Empress of Earth. The Empress of Earth? The group gasped in astonishment, with Du Yu appearing most shocked. Dong Qinxiu had once enlightened Du Yu about the celestial hierarchy of the underworld, explicitly informing him that although the Empress of Earth established the realm, she had little interest in its management, and thus entrusted the governance to the Northern Emperor Fengdu and the Eastern Emperor Taishan, who governed the underworld from their respective domains. Subsequently, the Heavenly Court appointed the 10 Yama Kings and the 5 Ghost Emperors under the 2 Emperors, while the Empress of Earth led a semi-reclusive life. Why then has she appeared here to forcibly take Dong Qinxiu? The Empress of Earth wishes to see me. Dong Qinxiu asked, bewildered. Indeed, Qi Gui nodded. This was originally a confidential matter, and now that so many are aware, it will be difficult for me to report back. And you still dare to say that? Mei Gui kicked Qi Gui, who remained unyielding, but she scolded him vehemently. It's all your fault, you fool. Why couldn't you just speak to her properly, instead of resorting to violence? I am not skilled in conversation. It is more expedient to act. Qi Gui retorted coldly. But why? Dong Qinxiu questioned. I do not even know the Empress of Earth. We cannot disclose the reasons further. Mei Gui stepped forward and patted Dong Qinxiu, saying, but dear Qinxiu, you must trust us. The Empress of Earth calling you over is certainly not intended to bring you harm. Otherwise, given our prowess, you would not have survived to this moment. Although this statement was harsh, it carried a kernel of truth. As the personal attendants of the Empress of Earth, their strength was likely on par with the 10 Yama Kings, making it exceedingly easy for them to take a life here. Very well. I shall accompany you. Dong Qinxiu nodded and turned to inform a staff member to relay a message to the director should he arrive. Furthermore, there is one more matter, dear Qinxiu. Mei Guo smiled gently and said, "The Empress of Earth is instructed that once you depart, you shall not return for a considerable time. If the new operator wishes for your swift return, it would be best to assist the Empress of Earth. Here, take this jade pendant." Mei Guo turned and handed the pendant to Du Yu, saying, "Keep it on you, and it shall summon the legends of the 8 great underworld envoys. At a critical moment, the Empress of Earth will convey her message to you. If you wish for Sister Qianxiu to return sooner." "It seems I must assist her? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss," Du Yu thought, examining the Qi Guo and Mei Guo. "Is the Empress of Earth using Qianxiu as leverage against me? You taking Sister Qianxiu is essentially taking her as a hostage? It is not precisely a threat, but it conveys a similar sentiment." Mei Guo giggled. "Just focus on your work." "Focus on work? Do you it? Although I am unaware of the Empress of Earth's true intentions, how can I work without Sister Qianxiu? As for that, I cannot say, for this is ultimately a matter pertaining to your Legend Management Bureau." Mei Guo shook her head, having conveyed what she needed to. She turned to take Dong Qianxiu and Qi Guo away, and in an instant, the 3 vanished without a trace. What on earth is happening? Du Yu stood in a daze, watching Dong Qianxiu disappear. "7th Lord, 8th Lord, is everything truly all right? Do you know the Empress of Earth? Do not think it is just the 2 of us. Each of the 8 great underworld envoys is personally selected by the Empress of Earth," Fan Wuji sighed. "However, only we know Qi Guo and Mei Guo." Then, Du Yu remained uneasy and pressed further. "What sort of person is the Empress of Earth? And why would she take Sister Qianxiu?" "The Empress of Earth." Fan Wuji pondered. "I cannot ascertain her reasons for taking Assistant Dong. But I am confident that the Empress of Earth is not a malevolent individual. Assistant Dong should be safe. Moreover, Du Yu, that volume of record of the 8 directions, it was entrusted to me by the Empress of Earth for you." "Ah?" Du Yu recalled that Dong Qianxiu had previously mentioned that record of the 8 directions was a technique used by the Empress of Earth during the establishment of the underworld. Yet now, this technique had been passed to him through Fan Wuju's hands. What could the Empress of Earth possibly intend? Well, if the old lady meant to harm you, there would be no need to bestow record of the 8 directions upon you, Xie Bian remarked. Thus, let us place our trust in that old woman. Du Yu was troubled. With Dong Qianxiu absent for the foreseeable future, could the work regarding the legends continue? Niu Tu and Ma Mian, having witnessed the situation resolve, bid farewell to Du Yu before departing. At that moment, Hisuo's figure staggered into view from a distance. "Director!" Du Yu felt as if he had spotted a savior and rushed forward to recount the events that had just transpired. "Oh!" Hisuo's expression shifted noticeably. "You say the Empress of Earth has taken Dong Qianxiu?" "Indeed." "What should we do?" Hisuo contemplated for a moment and replied, "Very well. I trust that little Dong will not encounter any issues, so let us proceed with our work as usual. But, without Sister Qianxiu, who will convey messages to me? Fear not, there are many message conveyors. The little Qi you know is one of them. The Empress of Earth seldom issues commands. And since she has made a request, we should promptly prepare the legendary tales of the 8 great underworld envoys. Currently, the tales of the Grand Judge Cui Ju and the Black and White Impermanents have encountered issues, and both have been sealed. The legends of Niu Tu, Ma Mian, the Martial Judge Zhong Kuei, and the tales of Hou Yi and Hou Yi have not presented any problems, Hisuo stated calmly. Director, do you truly trust the Empress of Earth? It feels as though you are acting as if nothing has transpired, or perhaps you were aware that this event would unfold all along? Do you scrutinize Hisuo, voicing his suspicions? Me? Hisuo stroked his beard and chuckled. How could that be? Chapter 40, Unsavory Individuals. So, Director, where were you just now? A significant incident has occurred in the Legend Management Bureau, and the various envoys from the underworld have rushed to assist, yet you were nowhere to be seen. Hisuo let out a dry laugh upon hearing this and explained, I am getting old, and my movements are slow. Du chose not to press further. Yet he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Little Du, Xie Bian patted his face and said, as an employee of the Legend Management Bureau, you ought not to be so familiar with the director. Hisuo quickly interjected. Yes, we must prepare for the legends. Today's legends concern several among us. And there is an ancient rule in the Legend Management Bureau that one cannot be seen in their own legend, so I shall not keep you all any longer. With that, Hisuo turned and entered the building. Just as Du was about to follow, Cui Ju called out to him. Little brother Du, Cui Ju spoke softly. Have you given further thought to the matter I entrusted you with last time? Du pondered briefly. In truth, he had been contemplating it all along, for the matter raised by Cui Ju was indeed perplexing. The leader, after a moment of contemplation, Du inquired, could you possibly enlighten me as to why? Whenever others beseech my assistance, They yearn for me to return to the past to aid them, enhancing their futures. Yet, you request that I disrupt your legend, preventing you from becoming the esteemed judge. I simply cannot comprehend this. Brother, do you? Cui Ju offered a wry smile and replied, while becoming the judge is indeed a noble aspiration, granting me unparalleled powers and immortality, it came at the cost of losing the most significant person in my life. If given the chance, I wish to experience a different existence. Another lovesick soul, perhaps. Du Yu murmured to himself. So, have you agreed to my request? Cui Ju asked. I. Du Yu hesitated, leader. It is not that I am unwilling to comply, but you are aware that without your ascension to judge, not only would there be a surge of Tai Shu, but the dynamics of the underworld would also shift. I believe if I do not become the judge, surely someone else could fulfill that role? Elder brother. Fan Wu Jiao grasped the situation and promptly interjected. What are your thoughts? Do you not wish to continue as a yin shai? I. Cui Ju's expression also grew troubled. There exists a knot within me, one that I cannot untangle or bypass. Boss, Xiaobian stepped forward. Since you are unable to make a decision, why not consult your former self? Oh, indeed. Du Yu suddenly exclaimed. Let us refrain from making decisions on your behalf. Just like the tale of Yi and Hou Yi, I shall seek out your past self and allow you to choose for yourself. Cui Ju remained silent for a considerable time before finally responding. It seems there is no other way. Brother Du Yu, I entrust this to you. After bidding farewell to the three, Du Yu entered the Legend Management Bureau, where the familiar figures of Shao Qi and Shao Jin awaited him at the round table. Du Yu, this preparatory meeting is to be conducted by us, the petite Shao Jin said with a smile, presenting the materials in her hands. The absence of Dong Qinqiu left Du Yu with an unsettling void. Yet as a venerable figure of the underworld, Hutan Yangyang had taken Dong Qinqiu away, leaving him unable to intervene. The first legend to be addressed is Cui Ju Cuts the Tiger, which I shall summarize. Shao Jin adjusted her glasses and began. Cui Ju, the current judge of the underworld's Yin Law Department, was once the magistrate of Qixin County in Luozhou, present-day Qixin, Hebei City, Hunan Province. In the 19th year of the Jingguan era, a woman's son was devoured by a ferocious tiger. The woman beat a drum at the magistrate's office to plead her case. Cui Ju then dispatched Officer Li Neng to capture the tiger and held a trial, questioning the tiger about its numerous crimes. The tiger nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing the tiger's willingness to reform, Cui Ju chose not to punish it and instead appointed the tiger as the woman's adopted son. From that day forth, the tiger cared for the woman and no longer harmed anyone. Upon learning of this, Hutan Yangyang deemed him capable of discerning right from wrong, understanding virtue and vice, and thus appointed him as the head judge. Are there any questions? Upon hearing this, Du Yu found it utterly absurd. How could someone interrogate a tiger? Even more ludicrous was the fact that the tiger had confessed. No questions, Du Yu acknowledged, understanding that this was merely a legend, and the true events could only be discerned through personal experience. Now, I shall. Shao Qi began to speak softly, introducing the current issues surrounding the legend. Du Yu strained to listen as her voice grew fainter, and he found himself leaning in closer, yet all he could catch were murmurs. Moments later, she concluded, that is the issue with the legend. What? Du Yu was taken aback. Sister Qi, I can't hear you at all. Could you speak louder? Shao Qi appeared startled, visibly anxious, which worried Du Yu deeply. Could she truly serve as a communicator? Why yes, my apologies. This is my first time collaborating with an operator, and I'm a bit nervous. Let me try again. Shao Qi raised her voice slightly, yet it remained softer than that of an ordinary person. The issue with the legend is that after the woman's son was eaten by the tiger, she chose not to report it to the authorities. Shao Qi timidly stated, thus, Cui Ju has yet to convene a trial regarding this matter. Is that so? Du Yu pondered carefully before asking, is this also a Class C task? He inquired because he felt that this legend was rather straightforward. It seemed that to resolve this task, all they needed to do was prompt the woman to report the incident. Indeed, Shao Jin nodded. Although the task's difficulty is low, if mishandled, it could potentially lead to the judge's disappearance from the mortal realm, so its severity should not be underestimated, hence its classification as Class C. Indeed, Du Yu concurred. Very well, let us proceed with preparations swiftly. You should lie down over there, Shao Qi softly suggested, pointing to the arrival apparatus. We can begin shortly. Du Yu contemplated briefly. Did you forget to inquire about what I should take with me? Take something with you. Shao Qi chuckled awkwardly. I'm afraid I lack that capability. Sigh. Du Yu sighed. Qinqiu's sister, if you do not return soon, I fear I may perish within this legend. Regaining his composure, he asked, is this a long-term or short-term legend? Short-term legend, it will only manifest once, lasting 7 days, Xiao Jin replied. Do you nod it? All right then, let us begin as soon as possible. The era, the prosperous Tang dynasty. The location, Qixin Luozhou. The nefarious figures Jiang Qin make their descent. Upon opening his eyes, Du discovered himself clad in an outfit reminiscent of the Jin Wei. Black in hue and seemingly well-crafted, though the material was rather ordinary, as he stood in the courtroom. You three nefarious ones, approach and pay your respects to Master Cui Ju. From this moment forth, you shall serve him, a red-clad officer announced. Nefarious ones? Du mused, glancing at himself before looking up at Cui Ju seated in the courtroom, whose appearance remained unchanged, though his gaze lacked the depth it possessed now. Before Du could fully grasp the situation, the individuals beside Cui Ju bowed their heads in reverence, prompting Du to hastily mimic their gestures. Goodness, the plot is advancing at an astonishing pace. Do not be overly formal, Cui Ju chuckled. Might I inquire what transgressions you have committed? What exactly constitutes a nefarious one? Must I have committed an offense? Xiao Qi, what defines a nefarious one? What could I possibly have done wrong? Typically a faint voice emerged, committed an offense, and thus, this is termed a nefarious one. I can't hear you at all. Your voice is far too soft. Before Du could finish, the officer in red stepped forward and pointed at Du, stating, you go first. Huh? Du, who had been pondering how to mimic the others and concoct a few faux transgressions, realized he now had no choice but to face the situation head-on. Me? Leader, if we are to speak of my wrongdoings, it truly evokes tears in men and heartbreak in women. Oh, Cui Ju, who had appeared bored, suddenly perked up at Du's words but quickly realized something. What did you just call me? Leader. Du immediately regretted his choice of address, who referred to officials as leader in this era. Interesting, do continue, Cui Ju encouraged with a smile. Du, no longer dwelling on it, launched into his tale. Initially I gathered a few brothers and eliminated a villain known as Jiuying at Xiangshui. That villain was incredibly formidable. We fought for ages to determine the victor. Had it not been for my comrade, a fellow named Xiao Ba, who ultimately fell there, I would probably never have met you. Upon hearing this, Cui Ju fell silent, clearly contemplating the implications of Du's confession. Unsure of what this silence signified, Du pressed on. Leader, do not be impatient. There is more to come. Later, I join a gang known as the Qi family. We have two formidable rivals, the Qin family and the Zhao family. Among us, I have a cherished confidant, the female leader of the Qi family. Unfortunately, she found herself inadvertently surrounded by a throng of several thousand men from the Qin and Zhao families. In my desperation to save her, I disregarded my own safety and plunged into the crowd. Employing my Shaolin mastery, the Fire Cloud Palm, I struck down no fewer than 100 foes in swift succession, ultimately facilitating her escape. Cui Ju's countenance fluctuated between grim and contemplative as he glanced at the red-clad commander, both wearing peculiar expressions. Was that not sufficient? What transgression must one commit to warrant such a fate? Furthermore, my lord, upon returning to the gang with my beloved confidant, we could not bear the indignity we faced. Fueled by vengeance, we rallied several thousand of our own and launched an assault on the Qin and Zhao families, resulting in the demise of tens of thousands of their members. Cui Ju finally raised a hand to interrupt Du, rubbing his temples. His expression fraught with difficulty as he addressed the red-clad commander, Li Neng. Are you certain these individuals are the individuals sent from Chang'an? My lord, Li Neng, the commander, found himself in a quandary. He dared not utter falsehoods. These individuals were indeed dispatched from Chang'an, yet he had no inkling that among them lurked such heinous ruffians. Ruffians? Du surveyed the room. Could it be that he was referring to me? Forming alliances and shedding blood in abundance. Cui Ju felt a headache coming on. If what you say is true, your actions would warrant the extermination of 3 clans. And yet you cannot be labeled mere ne'er-do-wells. Chapter 41. Delivering warmth, exterminate 3 clans? Du was taken aback. Did I say too much? Xiao Qi, too, appeared flustered, saying, Du, I apologize. I was simply too anxious. Please do not be angry. I was not angry, yet your role as a messenger seems more ornamental than functional. Can you truly manage this? But messengers are indeed scarce, and I've been employed the longest, second only to Qinqiu Jie. Please do not be upset. Forget it. Do you say? I am not angry. Rather, you should take your time to adjust. Cui Ju inquired further. What is your name? I am called. Du hesitated, urgently calling out to Xiao Qi in his mind. Right, Xiao Qi, you did not inform me of my name during the meeting. What is it? Xiao Qi checked the records and whispered, Nerdwell Jiangqin. What? Jiangqin? Do you felt a surge of panic? If I am to be judged, let the chief magistrate do so, rather than assign me a messenger with such a feeble voice. I truly cannot hear. Noel, the Lord is addressing you. I. Do you grasp the gist but could only muster the courage to blurt out? I am Noel Yuan Xiangqin. Nerdwell Yuan Xiangqin? Cui Ju scratched his head, finding the name rather peculiar, almost feminine. Haha, indeed a rather foolish name. Do you force to chuckle, his face a portrait of embarrassment. Very well, I shall address your matters later. What are the other two? What transgressions have they committed? I knocked out a man's tooth in the street. One, well stated. I was starving and stole a chicken, another confessed. Once they finished, all eyes turned towards Du. Huh? Du was taken aback. Is this all it takes? Engaging in petty theft and street brawls qualifies one as a ne'er-do-well? Indeed, Du. Xiao Qi remarked. You joined the ne'er-do-wells, not a cult. Du lamented that he had truly stepped into a predicament. Had he known that one day a messenger would become this Xiao Qi, he would have made a point to study history thoroughly. Xiangqin, Cui Ju called, looking at Du. What is it, Jishu? Du replied. Jishu? Nothing, please continue. My lord, Cui Ju sighed. I understand that as ne'er-do-wells, you surely harbor your own secrets. It is acceptable if you choose not to disclose them. The personnel in Qixian are insufficient, and I have specially petitioned the court to allow you to assist. Now that you are here, we shall be like family. I hope you can gradually learn to trust us. Whenever you wish to share your past, I shall be all ears. Just refrain from trying to deceive me with the tales of wandering storytellers. Cui Ju's tone was soft yet warm, should any issues arise. You three may always come to me or Commander Li. The day is waning. Please rest for now. Tomorrow, Commander Li will guide you in your duties. Du nodded in response, relieved that Cui Ju did not believe his fabricated tale. Otherwise, he would have been doomed on his very first day. After expressing gratitude to Cui Ju, he exited the hall, knowing that his immediate priority was to locate the elderly woman whose son had been devoured. No, that is not correct. The priority is to resolve matters with another individual. Xiao Qi, we need to talk, Du stated upon stepping outside. About what? Why is it that your voice diminishes so at critical moments? I have mentioned it before. Xiao Qi stammered. I am rather anxious and a bit frightened. So, it is not merely a soft voice, but rather a lack of courage? How peculiar. I suddenly recall that every time I called out to you from behind, you would jump as if startled, much like a cat. What is there to fear? I am the one stepping into the legends, not you. Should there be a problem, I will shield you. Yet, I have only been employed for 100 years, and I have never collaborated with an operator. I fear I might falter. Du sighed, shaking his head. Xiao Qi, do not concern yourself. I have completed the task of shooting down the 9 suns. This task is merely of grade C difficulty. Besides, you wish for Qianxiu Jie to return soon, do you not? Du understood that although Xiao Qi appeared unreliable, she meant no harm. He could only offer her encouragement. Xiao Qi also slapped her cheeks, assuring Du, I was at fault earlier. I will not make the same mistake again. Du smiled. Now you are speaking sense. Very well, I must visit that elderly woman's home. Please guide me. Xiao Qi nodded. Certainly, the elderly woman's residence is located. Though her voice remained faint, Du could at least comprehend her words. After much effort, Du finally arrived at the elderly woman's dwelling under Xiao Qi's guidance. It turned out that the elderly woman did not reside in Qixian, but rather at the base of a mountain outside Qixian. The journey back to Qixian would take half a day, one of the reasons she likely did not report to the authorities. Her frail form could hardly manage such a distance. This mountain appears somewhat familiar. Du looked up at the mountain, feeling as if he had been here not long ago. Was it merely because every mountain bears a resemblance to another? Xiao Qi interjected. This is Yunming Mountain, which can still be seen near Qixian in Hebei City, Hunan Province. During the Warring States period, it was known as Giga Mountain. Ah, Gigu Xianxing. Du was astonished. 2 legends were entwined in the vicinity of the same mountain. Was this mere coincidence, or was it the work of fate? However, considering the present era was the Tang dynasty, nearly a millennium had passed since the Warring States period. It was unlikely that any reclusive sages still inhabited this mountain. Knock, knock, knock. Snapping back to reality, Du rapped on the door of the modest dwelling at the mountain's foot. Is anyone inside? After a moment, an elderly voice replied. Who is it outside? A messenger delivering warmth to the lonely and elderly. Delivering warmth? The elderly woman seemed puzzled, yet given the rarity of visitors, She pondered for a moment before deciding to open the door. Upon seeing her, Du noted that the elderly woman had a head of silver hair, her eyes shimmering with vitality. Though her frame was frail, she neither stooped nor shuffled. She appeared quite vigorous for her age. "Are you an official?" The elderly woman scrutinized Du Yu's attire, a flicker of disdain evident in her gaze, though it quickly dissipated as she inquired, "What business does the official have with this old woman?" "Oh." Du Yu smiled faintly and said, "Lord Ju, the magistrate of Qixing County, has requested us to compile a count of the solitary elderly in the county town. At the end of the year, there will be a distribution of benefits. May I inquire if you are the only one in your household?" "No, the old woman has a son," she replied, and as she finished speaking, she attempted to close the door. Quick-witted, Du Yu swiftly inserted a foot to prevent her from shutting him out. "Wait, please." Puzzled, Du Yu quietly asked Hou Yi, "Have I arrived at an incorrect time? Is her son still alive?" "There's no issue with time. This old woman's son has indeed been devoured by a fierce tiger." Hou Yi responded clearly, though his voice was low. "Then why is this old woman lying? Has she truly lost her senses?" Without further hesitation, Du Yu pushed open the door and entered the house. "What are you doing, sir?" The old woman, somewhat bewildered and irritated, questioned him. "Who barges into someone else's home uninvited?" "Dear madam, I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about the whereabouts of your son and when he might return," Du Yu declared, seating himself comfortably in a chair as if he were at home. The old woman cast a meaningful glance at Du Yu before replying, "My son has gone up the mountain. As for when he will return, the old woman does not know." After saying this, she resumed tidying up the scattered bowls and chopsticks on the table, along with the remnants of chicken bones. Du Yu continued to observe the woman, noting that her thoughts were clear and her logic coherent, contrary to the signs of senility. Yet, reflecting on this, he considered the clarity of thought exhibited by others in similar circumstances. It seemed the situation was rather dire indeed. "Madam, allow me to express my suspicion that your son may have passed away," Du Yu stated directly. "Is that so?" The old woman did not even turn her head, responding with an indifferent question. Intrigued, Du Yu thought to himself that her reaction was decidedly abnormal. A typical person would either express anger, deny the claim, or promptly ask him to leave. Yet, this old woman appeared utterly unconcerned, noting her intent to conceal the truth. Du Yu refrained from pressing further, and instead stood to survey the room. "Have you just finished your meal, dear madam?" he inquired. "Indeed, I was unaware that you would come, or I would have prepared an extra set of bowls and chopsticks," she replied nonchalantly. "So, you and your son reside together. Yet you only prepared utensils for yourself?" The old woman halted her movements and turned to face Du Yu, saying, "Sir, I have already informed you that I do not know when my son will return, hence there was no need to set his place." "Is that so?" Du Yu raised an eyebrow. "How many days has your son been gone?" 3 or 4 days, perhaps," the old woman pondered briefly before adding, "No, it has been longer. He heard that a celestial being once resided on the nearby mountain and has gone in search of him." "Ah, I see." Du Yu glanced at the chicken bones the old woman was cleaning up and remarked, "Your son has been absent for 3 or 4 days. Yet you have managed to go out and hunt, capturing a mountain chicken. Truly remarkable." The old woman clenched her teeth at his words and retorted, "Sir, what exactly do you mean?" Du Yu grew increasingly convinced of the old woman's complexity. She concealed secrets far beyond his initial assumptions. Thus he said, "Dear madam, if your son has perished, we, as officials, must take action. Should you choose to conceal this information, it would also be a violation of the law." "A violation of the law?" The old woman furrowed her brow, stating, "I do not understand the law. All I know is that I have not reported anything to the authorities. So, sir, do not waste your efforts. It will soon be dark. You ought to return home." "How very strange." Du Yu mused internally, recognizing the woman's apparent contradictions. Her son had indeed been devoured by a tiger, yet she chose not to report it. Memories of the countless detective anime he had watched began flooding back. Could it be a case of using a tiger as a weapon? Yet, why would this old woman resort to such a method against her own son? After a moment's contemplation, he rose and addressed the old woman. "Indeed, it is getting late. I shall take my leave for now." Chapter 42. Du and the Tiger. Upon exiting, Du Yu began to ponder the suspicious aspects surrounding the old woman, reminiscent of how he had methodically catalogued all the inconsistencies during the incident of shooting down the sons. This method would surely aid him in uncovering the truth. Firstly, the old woman clearly knew her son was dead, yet chose not to report it. Secondly, she exhibited no sorrow. Thirdly, the mountain chicken. Despite her vigorous demeanor, it was improbable for her to catch a fast-moving mountain chicken. As Hou Yi listened intently, he diligently recorded all the points to avoid forgetting. "So, Du Yu, what should we do now?" Should we inform Cui Ju? Xiao Qi tentatively inquired. No, we cannot approach Cui Ju yet. There is a crucial figure we have yet to encounter. A crucial figure? Xiao Qi was puzzled. You have met the old woman, Cui Ju, and even Captain Li. Who else is there? The fierce tiger. The fierce tiger? Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback. What are you planning? Is it permissible for Cui Ju to hunt the tiger while I am not allowed to do the same? Diu scoffed. I intend to discover what manner of beast this man-eating tiger truly is. With that, Diu made his way towards Yunming Mountain. After 1,000 years, although the mountain had transformed, its overall shape remained unchanged. Diu ascended the path leading up the mountain at a measured pace. Countless cycles of blooming and withering had transpired over the millennia on this very mountain. He wondered if it possessed any sentiment. Zhongli? Diu closed his eyes and envisioned Zhong Li Chun awaiting him. Diu? Zhong Li Chun smiled and said, I have heard everything. Rest assured, I shall protect you. Ha! Diu chuckled. That is not what I meant. I merely wish to ask how you feel about returning here. Feelings? Zhong Li Chun gazed outward through Duyu's eyes, a sense of melancholy washing over her. She paused before stating, I never imagined that one day I would return to this place. I almost forgot it entirely. But now, seeing it again warms my heart. Indeed, Diu replied, this is the beautiful memory residing in your heart. Each of us harbors such cherished recollections. Beautiful memories. Zhong Li Chun echoed. Speaking of which, I truly miss the old man, Sun Bin, Su Qin, and Johnny. Do you sense something amiss? It seemed one was missing. What about Pangwan? Pangwan? Who is that? Ha 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 ha. Diu erupted into laughter within the depths of the mountain. You truly are something. Little Zhong Li. Perhaps it is for the best to forget. Just remember the other four. Diu wandered in the mountains for 2 hours, yet as the night deepened, he still could not locate any trace of the fierce tiger. Xiao Qi, is this tiger truly in these mountains? Diu questioned. Indeed, Xiao Qi scratched his head. You might not have explored all the areas yet. Let me draw you a map. A map? Diu found himself both amused and exasperated. Drawing a map is fine, but how will you show it to me? No sooner had he spoken than a map suddenly appeared before him, startling him. He reached out to touch it, but found it impossible to make contact. What is going on? Xiao Qi timidly explained. The reason I became a messenger is because I possess the ability to transmit images. Transmit images? Diu gazed at the map that obstructed his view, marveling at its accuracy in depicting the entirety of the mountain. This is truly impressive. Could you send me some comic books as well? Diu. Xiao Qi retorted in irritation. Have you finished looking? Once you do, I will retract it. Otherwise, it will obstruct your vision. I've finished. Diu grinned mischievously. I had no idea you were so capable. Sister Qinxiu does not possess this skill. How can that be the same? Xiao Qi murmured softly. Indeed, Qinxiu Jie cannot transmit images, but her abilities are quite unique. She can allow you to enter the realm of legends and take small items with you. Ah, Diu finally understood. It turned out that one could not always take items when entering the realm of legends, but only when the transmitter was Dong Qinxiu. This made the Legend Management Bureau quite an intriguing place. Does each transmitter possess different abilities? Yes, Xiao Qi replied. However, most of the time, you will only interact with Qinxiu Jie, so the abilities of others become irrelevant. After hearing this, Diu fell silent, tracing the hidden mountain paths depicted in his mind by Xiao Qi. However, despite his shouts on the mountain, he could not catch sight of the fierce tiger. Could it be that the tiger was sleeping so soundly? Did it not wish to feast upon a living person? Zhong Li Chun had been residing in Duyu's mind, peering outward through his eyes. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though Zhong Li Chun were seated in a cinema. For the entire dark expanse was illuminated by a bright screen, with Zhong Li Chun intently focused on the movements displayed upon it. Diu, Zhong Li Chun suddenly exclaimed. Huh? What is it, Xiao Zhong Li? Diu paused, responding. Turn left here, Zhong Li Chun instructed. Left? Diu turned his head to the left, only to see a thicket of weeds. There was no path there. Are you certain? Absolutely, Zhong Li Chun nodded. This direction leads to a stone cave. The old man always enjoyed lingering there. If we cannot find that fierce tiger on the mountain, it would be wise to investigate there. A cave? Diu slapped his forehead. Of course. Xiao Zhong Li, you seem to know some hidden spots on this mountain. Perhaps you can truly lend a hand this time. He pushed aside the underbrush and ventured deeper into the mountain. After walking for about half an hour, a concealed stone cave suddenly appeared, overgrown with weeds that completely concealed its entrance. Had it not been for Zhong Li Chun's guidance, anyone would have mistaken it for an ordinary rock face. Do you cautiously approach the cave's entrance and peered inside, only to find utter darkness? Nothing was visible. Do you? This place is too perilous. I will lend you my strength. Zhong Li Chun spoke coldly. I can hear breathing sounds within. So it truly is inside? Du Yu hesitated, closed his eyes, and then opened them again. His gaze instantly turning steely. Let us proceed. Xiao Zhongli. He treaded lightly, gradually moving into the cave, only to discover that it was not only exceedingly deep, but also possessed a complex terrain. If this continues, I might get lost. Du Yu glanced at the fork in the path ahead and asked, which way should we go next, Xiao Zhongli? I cannot say for certain. I only know the cave's location, but I have never entered it. Du Yu had no choice but to rely on the breathing sounds Zhong Li Chun had detected, slowly advancing through the darkness. To his surprise, he soon spotted a flickering light. Is someone there? Du Yu could hardly fathom that there was candlelight within this pitch-black cave. Hearing a rustling sound around the corner, he felt a surge of tension. Could it be that someone truly lived here? The only way to uncover the truth was to press on. Gathering his courage, Du Yu made his way toward the distant light around the corner. After all, with Zhong Li Chun's power accompanying him, neither humans nor tigers posed any real threat. However, when Du Yu actually turned the corner and beheld the candlelight, he felt a twinge of fear. Whether it was a person or a tiger did not matter. At least both fell within the realm of understanding. Yet the creature before him, a tiger, was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed, holding a candle and intently studying the inscriptions on the wall. What an eerie situation was this? It was neither a tiger nor a human. The tiger suddenly caught a whiff of something and turned its head, locking eyes with Du Yu. Who? The tiger's deep voice unexpectedly uttered human speech. Huh? Du Yu yumped in shock. What on earth was happening? Why did you speak first? Xiao Qi, witnessing this scene, seemed to comprehend something and said to Du Yu, this tiger appears to have gained sentience and is in the process of cultivating into a demon. Tiger? Demon? Du Yu began to grasp the situation. It turned out that supernatural beings indeed existed. In an era rich with spiritual energy, it is most conducive to the emergence of demons or spirits. Moreover, since Yunming Mountain was once the residence of the master of Ghost Valley, the abundance of spiritual energy here makes the birth of demons all the more unsurprising. Xiao Qi explained, what should I do then? Slay the demon? Du Yu tentatively inquired. Perhaps we should first assess the situation. Xiao Qi whispered, although demons are born from the essence of heaven and earth, animals are inherently benevolent and generally do not harm others. Do not harm others? Du Yu found this somewhat absurd. After all, this tiger demon had devoured the son of that elderly woman. Yet, upon reflection, he wondered if the woman had refrained from reporting it to the authorities precisely because of this tiger demon. Who exactly are you? The fierce tiger scrutinized Du Yu with its emerald green eyes, cautiously observing him. Du Yu had never contemplated how to handle such a situation and felt somewhat at a loss. Tiger brother, just a moment. Let me think about how to respond. You should leave quickly. This is my territory, the tiger said firmly. If you do not depart, I shall not be polite. Du Yu scratched his head, surprised by the tiger's courtesy. If that was the case, then he need not be overly formal. He walked directly to the tiger's side and sat down on the stone bed. Tiger brother, it's a rare occasion for someone to seek you out. Please don't be in a hurry to chase me away. What are you studying? The tiger immediately bared its sharp teeth, glaring fiercely at Du Yu. What? Du Yu casually glanced at the myriad inscriptions on the stone wall, rendered speechless. The wall before him was inscribed with the 7 characters of the 13 essays of the strategists, followed by a multitude of smaller characters. Surveying the entire cave, it not only chronicled the life of the master of Ghost Valley, but also included his various theoretical works, such as the 13 essays of the strategists, the 7 arts of Yin symbols, the inner transmission of Guanling Yi, and others. This cave housed the entirety of the master of Ghost Valley's lifelong teachings. Upon seeing this, Du Yu could not help but shed tears. Tiger brother, you are reading the works of the master of Ghost Valley by candlelight late at night. Truly, you are a role model for our generation. If I had your determination, I would surely be at either a 985 or a 211 university by now. The tiger, witnessing Du Yu's peculiar demeanor, appeared somewhat bewildered. What you said, I do not understand. Can you comprehend what is inscribed on this wall? I often struggle to grasp the meaning of the words on this wall, the tiger admitted, feeling a tinge of shame. Tiger brother, forgive my frankness, but your intellect has only recently awakened, and the material you are studying is rather profound. When young human children first learn to speak, they typically start with simpler texts like the 3-character classic or 100 family surnames. Who begins directly with the master of Ghost Valley? The 3-character classic? What is that? The tiger inquired, perplexed. The three-character classic, do you repeat it? Suddenly, Hou Yi seemed to sense something amiss. You are currently in the Tang dynasty. The three-character classic was written by Wang Yinglin during the Southern Song dynasty. Hou Yi, such matters often elude me. You will need to get used to it. Du Yu replied softly. Oh. Hou Yi acknowledged, but then realized something was wrong. Wait, this was your mistake, not mine. What do you mean? Get used to it? Du Yu disregarded Hou Yi, patting the tiger's shoulder. Tiger brother, I realize you are quite curious about the human world. If you are willing, I can frequently come to keep you company and teach you some things. In many years to come, if you can transform into human form, it will be more convenient. You are not afraid of me? The tiger asked, gazing at Du Yu. Afraid? Du Yu chuckled. I have fought alongside a towering serpent. How could I fear you, a mere little tiger? But I can speak, and they all fear me. That is of no concern. The great serpent I know can also speak. Really? The tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this world, there are other creatures that can speak human language? Indeed, there are many. Du Yu nodded slightly, and from what I know, there is a plethora of information. By the way, there are 4 disciples who journeyed westward alongside talking animals in your era. The tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? It seems you know nothing at all. Du Yu sighed, suggesting, how about this? I have no pressing matters today, so let me explain to you how animals cultivate into spirits. The tiger nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with questions, yet no one could provide answers. It could only seek the hidden truths within the remnants of Geguzi's teachings. However, after waiting for a long time, Du Yu remained silent. Hou Yi, puzzled, asked Du Yu, why are you not speaking? Du Yu, somewhat irked, replied, Sister, where has our tacit understanding gone? How would I know anything about the methods of animals cultivating into spirits? It entirely relies on you to enlighten me. You say a word, and I shall learn it. Hou Yi blinked, feeling that while Du Yu's reasoning was sound, she could never quite keep up with his train of thought. Thus, she began to elucidate the principles of animal cultivation into spirits, and Du Yu relayed her explanation verbatim to the tiger. This was not merely a learning process for the tiger, but for Du Yu as well. For an entire hour, Du Yu spoke eloquently, while the tiger nodded frequently. If your cultivation is sufficient to form an inner elixir within, you may channel your magical energy to take on human form. However, when a beast transforms into a human, it contravenes the heavenly order, which will invoke the divine thunder from the 9 heavens, resulting in a transformation tribulation. Transformation tribulation? Indeed, most spirits and demons cannot withstand this transformation tribulation. They either perish or revert to their original forms. Yet, if you endure the divine thunder, you may achieve your ultimate form. Even beasts can cultivate to become immortals. Observing the tiger's eager demeanor, Du Yu could hardly contain his laughter. Impressive, the tiger said, so I am, here on this mountain, absorbing spiritual energy to become a spirit? Precisely, Du Yu affirmed. Then, is the transformation tribulation formidable? The tiger inquired again. Indeed, the more heinous the deeds of the spirit, the more severe the tribulation. Heinous? Yes. It refers to acts such as devouring the son of the old woman at the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing this, the tiger's eyes widened, its pupils contracting with alarm. You, no? Du Yu nodded, still perplexed, and asked, Brother Tiger, you don't seem like the kind of malicious spirit. Why then do you descend the mountain to harm humans? The tiger lowered its head, whispering, I cannot say. Then let it be. Du Yu waved his hand. Since I've shared my thoughts with you for so long, and you wish to keep your secrets, let us cease this conversation. You continue being your tiger spirit, and I shall remain as Yuan Xianqin. Du Yu stood up, preparing to leave, when suddenly, the tiger extended its paw to grasp him. No, it's not that I don't want to tell you. I simply made a promise to someone. The tiger spoke slowly, each word deliberate. In any case, you do not regard me as a friend, Du Yu sighed. I specifically climbed this mountain at night to share knowledge with you, yet you. Alas, alas. The tiger suddenly became anxious, waving its large paw. No. It brings me great joy to be able to speak with someone. Then, will you tell me? But I truly cannot. I promised that girl. Girl? Du Yu es beaufort. Is this girl significant to you? Very much so. The tiger nodded vigorously. Du Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed this narrative required an unraveling, and he needed to locate a girl named Girl. Brother Tiger, I have a request, and I hope you will acquiesce. What request? You mentioned that many fear you. I have a method that can allow you to walk openly among humans, so that they will no longer fear you. Du Yu spoke earnestly. This way, you need not remain on this mountain every day. and you can spend your time seeking out the girl you mentioned. Really? The tiger appeared elated. Indeed, you know that. What you must do is quite simple. I need you to admit to having devoured the son of the old woman at the foot of the mountain. Before long, she will report you to the authorities, and the magistrate will summon you for questioning. Regardless of what he says, you must plead guilty. In doing so, he will designate you as the old woman's foster son, thus allowing you to live among humans and freely seek out the girl. Yu's words were somewhat convoluted, and the tiger understood only parts of it. However, one thing it grasped was clear. As long as it admitted to consuming a human, it could live alongside humanity and the girl. It is getting late, brother tiger. Do you stood up? I will return to find you soon. You must understand, my late-night visit to the mountain was not to deceive you. The tiger stood frozen in place, its thoughts drifting far beyond the clouds. Could it truly live alongside the girl? You bid farewell to the tiger and descended Yunmeng Mountain. In the underworld, Dong Qinxiu sat within a vast stone cavern, illuminated by ghostly flames that lit numerous torches. In the center lay a massive stone table, laden with an array of delicacies. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, Dong Qinxiu felt a sense of perplexity arise. Seated opposite her was a woman appearing to be in her 30s. Her hair styled in a high bun, dressed in martial attire, her striking features complemented by fitted garments that exuded both feminine charm and masculine vigor. Were it not for the presence of the ghostly figure standing behind her, Dong Qinxiu would scarcely believe that this individual was the paramount figure of the underworld, Lady Hou Yi. You are Lady Hou Yi, are you not? Dong Qinxiu inquired tentatively. Indeed, I am Hou Yi, the woman replied, her face clouded with worry as she fidgeted restlessly, appearing quite vexed. Lady. Dong Qinxiu was taken aback by her tone, but quickly regained her composure and asked, Lady Hou Yi, why have you summoned me? Sigh. Let me be frank, Lady Hou Yi began. I might as well speak plainly. Hey. The towering figure of the ghostly spirit interjected, interrupting her. How can you speak so directly? Didn't you prepare a plan? But I cannot contain myself. Lady Hou Yi slammed the table. I have always been straightforward, and now you want me to devise such a grand scheme. It's driving me mad. The ghostly spirit, incensed, retorted. Are you being rather reckless? I risked a confrontation with the 8 major underworld messengers for your plan, and now you want to abandon it without a word? Did I order you to act? Enough! Enough! The alluring spirit, standing aside, seemed to wish to mediate, stepping forward to say, I believe the ghostly spirit has a point. You are being excessive. Oh, so you two are united now, are you? I am merely being fair. Do you both wish to be punished? Come on. Do you think we fear you? Dong Qinxiu was truly bewildered. Weren't these 2 spirits subordinates of Lady Hou Yi? Now, they were loudly quarreling with the highest authority in the underworld, and it appeared that a physical altercation was imminent. Esteemed immortals, Dong Qinxiu finally could no longer restrain herself. This argument is your personal matter. I shouldn't intrude, but I still wish to know how this concerns me. The 3 fell silent and turned to look at Dong Qinxiu. Madwoman, speak. The ghostly spirit said irritably. You insisted on bringing her here, now explain. I am truly at my wit's end. Lady Hou Yi waved her hand. Listen, Dong Qinxiu, do you not understand? The underworld is on the verge of collapse. The underworld is on the verge of collapse? Dong Qinxiu was perplexed. What do you mean, my lady? The reason I have summoned you here is twofold. The Lady of the Earth scratched her head and said, First, I wish to inquire about the stance of the Legend Management Bureau. Second, I wish to assess the capabilities of the newly arrived operator. Dong Qinxiu shook her head, still perplexed. Lady of the Earth, I do not comprehend your first point. What do you mean by the stance of the Legend Management Bureau? What stance should we have? Let me put it simply. The Lady of the Earth rephrased her question and asked, hypothetically speaking, if the Emperor of the Northern Underworld, Fengdu, were to engage in battle with the Emperor of the Eastern, Taishan, which side would the Legend Management Bureau support? Dong Qinxiu's mind went blank. She had initially thought this was merely casual conversation, but she was taken aback by the startling revelation that the 2 supreme leaders of the underworld were on the brink of war. Lady of the Earth, is this merely a hypothetical scenario? Or? Dong Qinxiu was somewhat alarmed. If the Emperor of the Northern Underworld truly intended to wage war against the Emperor of the Eastern, it would be far from a trivial matter. Countless souls would be left unmanaged, potentially even escaping into the mortal realm. If souls were to be exiled to the human world, the celestial realm would inevitably be compelled to intervene. Thus, should turmoil arise in the underworld, the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity would undoubtedly be affected. Did you perceive it? This is not a mere hypothesis. The Lady of the Earth stated 7 days ago, The emperor of Fengdu was ambushed and injured by the Wheel King. Chapter 44. The Woman and the Tiger. The Wheel King, one of the 10 Yama kings? Dong Qianxiu was bewildered. Why would Yama attempt to assassinate an emperor? Even you find this perplexing, don't you? The Lady of the Earth sighed and said, in my opinion, Yama would not possess such audacity, but those of higher rank might. I see. Dong Qianxiu understood. You mean to say that the Wheel King was instigated by the Emperor of the Eastern, with the intent to eliminate the Emperor of the Northern Underworld? It remains uncertain. The Lady of the Earth shook her head. Currently, the judges are intensifying their interrogation of the Wheel King. But in any case, this is a momentous event that has never occurred since the establishment of the Underworld. Dong Qianxiu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Lady of the Earth, I understand now. Dong Qianxiu said, you wish to ascertain whom the Legend Management Bureau would aid should war truly ensue? If that is the case, you ought to consult the director, rather than me, an assistant. Why is that? The Lady of the Earth scoffed. I do not favor that individual. Do not favor? Indeed, my intuition has always been remarkably accurate, and I can typically discern a person's character at a glance. Yet that Hou Yi eludes my understanding. Dong Qianxiu chuckled bitterly. But that does not necessarily imply the director is a villain. I never claimed he was a villain. The Lady of the Earth returned to the matter at hand, asking Dong Qianxiu, let us not digress. What is your choice? Dong Qianxiu looked up at the 3 individuals and said then, Lady of the Earth, what is your choice? The Lady of the Earth did not expect to be countered, and then smirked, saying, if 2 children are fighting, I naturally must punish the one who strikes first. Her target was unmistakably aimed at the Emperor of the Eastern. Dong Qianxiu nodded, I see. Although you have been candid with me, I must still apologize. The responsibility of the Legend Management Bureau has always been to preserve the past, not to take proactive measures. Even if war were to break out, we could only fulfill our own duties. Alas! The Lady of the Earth sighed, indeed. You will neither assist the Northern Underworld nor the Eastern, even if it leads to the destruction of the Underworld. We have witnessed far too much destruction, Lady of the Earth. Dong Qianxiu replied, her composure unwavering. If war truly breaks out this time, it may well one day become a legend, akin to the ancient conflict between Emperor Yin and Emperor Huang leading the gods into battle. Although it resulted in countless casualties, it bequeathed a moving legend that would then be within our scope of work. Is that so? The Lady of the Earth said with concern. However, Lady of the Earth, what I just articulated was solely my own stance. I am unaware of the position of the newly arrived operator, do you? Dong Qianxiu stated. The Lady of the Earth paused. Are you suggesting he may have a different choice? Though you may appear frivolous, I know he values emotions more than anyone else. This may stem from his solitary upbringing. He cherishes the feelings of each individual, always repaying even the smallest act of kindness with immense gratitude. Wenda, he was ensnared by Jiao. Do you dash forth with a bow and arrow solely because he regarded to Yi as a friend? When Zhongli Chun was on the brink of death, do you, fully aware of the escape route, still refuse to abandon her? Simply because Zhongli Chun held him dear. Although I am unaware of how he would ultimately choose, if war were to break out, it is highly probable he would side with Cui Ju, Fan Wujiu, and Xiebai and Haha. The Lady of the Earth suddenly burst into laughter. As expected by the wraiths, to win over an operator, one must first win over the 8 great Yama officials. The reason I allowed Du Yu to enter the legend of the 8 great Yama officials is to ascertain their stances. Should they harbor rebellious intentions, I would have Du Yu alter their histories, rendering them incapable of becoming Yama officials. To eliminate them fundamentally. Dong Qianxiu shook her head. Du Yu might not comply with such an order. Therefore, the Lady of the Earth glanced at Dong Qianxiu. That is precisely why I have retained you here. Is it not? Dong Qianxiu was taken aback, sensing a shift in atmosphere. Was she truly a hostage? Just then a small boy came bouncing in from outside, appearing innocent and sporting a pair of antlers, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old. Granny, Granny, the child shouted while running. A little wraith, you have returned? How did it go? The Lady of the Earth inquired. The child, referred to as Wraith, entered and immediately grabbed an apple from the table and took a big bite, saying, they have revealed that the Wheel King was indeed instigated by the Emperor of the Eastern to assassinate the Emperor of the Northern Underworld. Is that so? The Lady of the Earth turned to Dong Qianxiu and declared, the war has already commenced. Du Yu stood before Cui Ju, who wore a contemplative expression. Are you truly serious about what you just said? A fierce tiger devours a person, yet the old woman does not report it to the authorities? Indeed, my lord. Du Yu affirmed with certainty. He had come to realize that it was unnecessary for the old woman to report it. As long as he could find a way to inform Ju and have the tiger cooperate, everything would fall into place. Ju would dispatch Li Neng to apprehend the tiger, then conduct a direct interrogation, ultimately compensating the old woman by designating the tiger as her adopted son. This legend only required the participation of Ju and the tiger. The old woman was unimportant. Ju nodded and told Du, "You may leave for now. I will attend to this matter shortly." Du felt dilated. As for intervening in legends, he was now quite adept. Often, it merely required some thought to unravel the more complex issues. As he exited the government office, Du pondered silently, feeling an odd sense of unease. This task was surprisingly simple, yet something felt amiss, particularly regarding the old woman's suspiciousness. No, Du deemed it unwise. For safety's sake, he ought to meet with the old woman. Having taken only a few steps, Du encountered Headley. "Isn't that the newly arrived Yuan Xianqin from yesterday?" Headley inquired. "Oh, Headley, I have pressing matters to attend to near Yunming Mountain. We shall converse later." Observing Du Yu's hurried departure, Headley called out, "Return promptly. The Lord has summoned me, stating there is an urgent task at hand." "I am aware, and it is precisely for this matter that I traveled to Yunming Mountain. Let us meet there shortly." At the foot of Yunming Mountain, Du found the old woman for the second time. "Sir, did the old woman not express herself clearly last time?" As soon as the woman opened the door and saw Du, a distinct displeasure crossed her face. She turned to the side, attempting to close the door, but Du quickly blocked it with his hand. "It was clear enough," Du asserted. "I no longer care why you did not report to the authorities, for I have already informed the county magistrate on your behalf. He has assured me that he will address the matter promptly, and a resolution will soon follow." "What did you say?" The old woman's eyes widened in shock. "I said I have reported to the authorities," Du reiterated. The old woman stood in stunned silence for a long moment, silently searching for something on the table. Du, observing her back, felt increasingly perplexed, as he could not comprehend this woman any longer. After a prolonged search, the old woman finally located the bone-cutting knife on the table and suddenly turned to Du, striking at him with it. "Ah!" Du exclaimed, startled. Fortunately, having been on the edge for some time, his reflexes had sharpened considerably. He swiftly rolled to the side, creating distance between himself and the old woman. "What are you doing, madam? Are you trying to kill someone?" Du retorted indignantly. You. The old woman's hands trembled violently with rage. "You actually reported to the authorities. That scoundrel." "Scoundrel?" Before Du could grasp the meaning of her words, the voice of Li Dudu echoed from behind him. "Yuan Xianqin, is that you here?" Following Li Dudu were the two ruffians from the previous day, all three armed with bows and knives. "Come with me. Under the orders of Lord Ju, we shall administer justice to the tiger on this mountain." "What?" Du paused, momentarily thinking he misheard. "Administer justice? That cannot be," the old woman screamed, charging out of the house with a bone-cutting knife. Du was taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding situation. The old woman, trembling and clutching the short knife, stood defiantly before Li and his companions, who upon witnessing this scene, drew their weapons. "How dare you?" Li Dutu bellowed. "What do you intend to do, woman?" Du hurriedly positioned himself in front of the old woman, saying, "Li Dutu, lower your weapons first. Let us clarify the situation. Confronting officials with weapons is already grounds for punishment. What is there to clarify?" Li Dutu scoffed, seemingly unwilling to relent against the old woman. "Calm down, brother," Du implored, protecting the old woman, fearful for her safety. He then turned back to the old woman. "Elder, please lower your weapon. It would be unwise to escalate this further." "No," the old woman shouted, "I cannot allow you to ascend the mountain and harm Si Huang." "Si Huang?" Du was momentarily perplexed, his questions multiplying, realizing that this matter was far from over. Li Dutu scrutinized the old woman for quite some time, gradually revealing a hint of confusion on his face. "Could it be that you are the woman who reported 3 years ago?" The old woman remained silent, gripping the knife even tighter, her whole being trembling. 3 years ago. Reported to the authorities? While Du was lost in thought, contemplating how to resolve the situation, Li Dutu slowly sheathed his knife. "So it is truly you?" His expression was complex, a mixture of amusement and a hint of mockery. "Since you are but a madwoman, I shall not hold it against you. Lord Ju mentioned that a woman's son was devoured by a tiger. Could that person have been yours? Despite all the warnings, you chose not to listen, and now you reap what you have sown." The old woman appeared to be reminded of a painful memory, tears streaming down her cheeks as she collapsed to the ground. "Yuan Xianqin, do not pay heed to this old woman. We must ascend the mountain swiftly, or else night will fall," Li Dutu commanded, turning to lead his companions up the path. The old woman, realizing her powerlessness, could only weep silently. "Elder, do not worry," Du assured her as he departed. "I will not allow them to kill the tiger. It is very important to me." The old woman's murky eyes gradually glimmered with a hint of hope. "Really?" "Indeed," Du affirmed. "My purpose in coming here is to resolve this matter. And besides, we have met twice. At no point have I ever suggested taking the tiger's life." The old woman grasped Du's hand tightly. "You must save it, save Si Huang." "Si Huang, is it? I shall remember that," Du nodded, comforting the old woman before following Li Dutu and the others into the mountain. The group traversed the mountain in silence. Du still pondering Li Dutu's earlier declaration of administering justice. How could Cui Ju be so resolute? Was he truly intent on killing the tiger? No. Du recalled something. Only administering justice would be a course of action typical for proper officials, while those who would judge the tiger would be the anomaly. Yet it was precisely because Cui Ju was so unconventional that he had become the great judge of the underworld, was it not? What needed to be done now was to devise a method to ensure these three could not locate the tiger. After all, the mountain was riddled with trails. He had spent an entire night searching for that cave, and without his guidance, they would surely be unable to find the stone cavern. The four of them wandered the mountain under the blazing midday sun for quite some time, parched and weary. "Li Dutu, where exactly is the tiger on this mountain? We have been searching for quite a while." One of the ruffians inquired. "Rest assured, I have a method to draw it out. You all prepare your bows and arrows, and when the tiger appears, strike it down in one swift motion," Li Dutu replied thoughtfully, stepping into the center of the path. "A method?" Du pondered, bewildered, as he struggled to devise a plan. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Li Dutu suddenly shouted, "Si Huang, the girl has come to see you." The booming voice echoed through the valley. "This is bad," Du thought to himself, sensing trouble. It seemed Li Dutu had previously encountered the tiger and was aware of certain details. Indeed, the underbrush began to rustle, indicating something was approaching. Shortly thereafter, a tiger's head cautiously emerged from the foliage, appearing hesitant. For 3 years prior, someone had used a similar tactic to lure it out, nearly resulting in its demise. However, as the tiger caught sight of Du, a flicker of recognition crossed its face, and it relaxed, revealing its form from the underbrush, knowing that its friend had arrived. "Do not come any closer. Run away," Du shouted urgently. At that moment, 2 arrows flew towards the tiger at breakneck speed. The tiger reacted too slowly, managing to evade one arrow, but the other struck deep into its foreleg. "Roar!" The tiger roared in fury, lunging toward the 2 archers. "No!" Du cried out, rushing forward to embrace the tiger. "Brother tiger, you cannot kill them. Have you forgotten what I taught you? If you take a life here, not only will you face divine retribution, but you will also be unable to live alongside the girl." "But," the tiger began to protest, but Du swiftly covered its mouth, whispering, "And one more thing. Never speak in the presence of those you do not trust." "Yuan Xiangqin, what are you doing? Are you befriending this man-eating tiger? Have you lost your mind?" Li Dutu interjected, vexed. "Brother tiger, please remain calm. Allow me to handle this, all right?" Du said, gradually loosening his grip on the now calmer tiger. He then turned back to Li Dutu, stating, "Li Dutu, this tiger must not be killed. I needed to return to see Lord Cui Ju." "That is unnecessary," Li Dutu scoffed. "The order from my superior is to slay it. That is because there are some matters I have not clearly communicated to the adults. Please grant me a little more time," Du said. "Do you not understand?" I replied that there was no need for such. Li Dutu's expression turned slightly irate, warning that if I remained obstinate, I should not blame him for charging me with the crime of obstructing the officials, even going so far as to execute me alongside the tiger. "Execute me?" Du scoffed, suggesting instead that they wager on a bet. "A bet? Indeed, I challenge you 3 to face me alone. If I win, you shall grant me 1 more day. If I lose, you may slay this fierce tiger and me as well." Li Dutu, with a mocking tone, queried whether Yuan Xiangqin truly wished to engage him in combat. "I am, after all, a martial champion personally recruited by Lord Cui Ju. What significance does that hold?" Du retorted with a cold laugh. "For I too am a practitioner personally selected by Lord Cui Ju." "Practitioner? What nonsense is that?" Li Nung interjected. "Your rank is far too low for you to comprehend. You are merely putting on airs." "Very well, do you allow me to take the stage?" Suddenly interjected Zhong Li Chun within Du's thoughts. "No, little Zhong Li. If you were to engage, these 3 would likely perish, and thus the legend would be difficult to fulfill. We are not yet at that dire juncture." "Ah?" Zhong Li Chun was taken aback. questioning how Du Yu intended to defeat the three without her assistance. Du Yu laughed heartily, addressing the trio before him. If there are elders at home, inquire about the martial arts that triumphed over Jiao Ying during the reign of Emperor Yao. The era of Emperor Yao? Li Dutu and the two ruffians were baffled, asking if he had lost his mind. Hey, Qin Xiao Shun. Du Yu suddenly paused. Far away, Xiao Qi also stood still. What the heck is Qin Xiao? Sister Qin Xiao is not even present. Du Yu, do not expect me to assist. I am utterly incapable. Xiao Qi spoke anxiously. This truly is a precarious situation. Du Yu understood that given Xiao Qi's character, her call for help would likely go unheard. Xiao Qi, I suddenly recalled, cannot you transmit images? Du Yu inquired urgently. Indeed. Find any image at random, preferably a monochrome one, a dark-colored image. Where am I to find that? Perhaps I could just use a watercolor pencil to create one for you. This. Du Yu hesitated for a moment, conceding, that could work. How long? 1 or 2 minutes. Xiao Qi whispered, I only have a red watercolor pencil at hand. Will that suffice? Anything will do. Hurry. Li Dutu observed Du Yu with suspicion, as if he were conversing with someone, his expressions remarkably animated. Ignore this madman. Seize him, commanded Li Dutu. Yes. The two ruffians, upon receiving the order, charged at Du Yu. Hey? Du Yu instinctively stepped back, protesting that they were being dishonest. As he had yet to declare the start, the two ruffians paid no heed. They drew their blades and lunged at Du Yu. He adeptly dodged their attacks, evading while asking, Xiao Qi, how much longer? Almost done. I have just half left. Good heavens, only half. Du Yu sidestepped another slash from the ruffians, reflecting on how fortunate it was that these individuals were merely untrained ruffians, far inferior to soldiers from the Warring States period. As yet another wave of attacks came, Du Yu not only evaded the strikes but also managed to kick one ruffian to the ground, though the force of the kick nearly made him lose his balance. With such clumsy footwork, you dare to boast? Li Neng, observing from the sidelines, realized Du Yu possessed no significant martial prowess. Thus he rolled up his sleeves, drew his sword, and advanced towards Du Yu. As a martial champion, Li Neng's strikes far surpassed those of the two ruffians, and Du Yu soon found himself at a disadvantage. Sister Qi, are you not finished yet? Du Yu asked. Almost. I have just one corner left to paint. One corner is of no consequence. Du Yu shouted, urgently demanding to see the image. Just as Li Dudu was about to deliver a fatal blow to Du Yu, the scene suddenly shifted to a vast expanse of crimson, obscuring all vision, causing his blade to halt just before striking Du Yu. Huh? Li Dudu thought something had blocked his sight, reaching out to grasp it, but found nothing. What is happening? Du Yu, seeing his plan succeed, smiled coldly and sprang up, delivering a punch that knocked Li Neng to the ground. Do you left? Suggesting that those with children at home inquire what technique is employed by a silent messenger. What kind of sorcery is this? Li Neng exclaimed, his eyes wide open, yet seeing nothing but a sea of red. Sorcery? This is a celestial technique. I hereby name this move the Hong Qi skill. The Hong Qi skill? Xiao Qi suddenly furrowed her brow, questioning why the name seemed familiar, akin to that of a beggar. But not just any beggar. It is the leader of beggars, Du Yu proclaimed proudly. Seizing the moment while Li Neng was distracted, Du Yu delivered several more kicks. Realizing the situation was dire, the remaining ruffians rushed over. Hong Qi skill. Shift, Du Yu shouted. The first ruffian to charge immediately lost sight of his surroundings, and Du Yu knocked him down with a punch. The second ruffian, thinking it a chance to strike at Du Yu's vulnerable spot, was similarly met with an expanse of red. One by one, the three were defeated. Though they sustained no serious injuries, their terror continued to mount. This man truly seems to possess some form of supernatural ability. Exhausted, Du Yu gasped, asking, Do you three yield? Shall we continue this fight? At that moment, the three dared not advance any further. Li Neng inquired, Who exactly are you? Who I am is of little importance, Du Yu panted. If you genuinely care for Lord Ju, you must not slay this tiger. I intend to take him to meet Lord Ju. Li Dutu and the two ruffians exchanged glances. Previously, he would never have yielded to this man's might, but after being thoroughly beaten by Du Yu's techniques, he found himself contemplating a retreat. While it sounded somewhat dubious, given that you had not drawn your sword despite our lengthy battle, you should not be a bad person, Li Dutu remarked, pointing at the sword at Du Yu's waist. Oh! Du Yu looked down, surprised to find that he still had a sword. In light of the unusual circumstances, I shall grant you this one concession. I will return to report to Lord Ju, and you should promptly take the tiger down the mountain. With that, Li Dutu departed with the two ruffians. Du Yu hurried to check on the tiger demon. huddled in the bushes. Tiger brother? How are you? The tiger demon hesitated, gazing at Du Yu, and asked, You said if I confessed to the officials about consuming humans, they would allow me to live with the girl? Well, theoretically, that is the case. I am unsure what went awry. Come with me down the mountain, and I will personally address the matter. The tiger demon nodded in agreement. Du Yu continued, Tiger brother, if you truly wish to integrate into human society as I have suggested, you must divulge everything about yourself to me. You wish to know what? So much. Concerning the men you have consumed, the girl you mentioned, and about Si Huang. Anything related to you, I wish to learn. I cannot say. Take me to see the girl, and I will let her tell you. Du Yu pondered for a moment, then replied, Very well, I shall take you to see the girl. Shao Qi paused, asking, Do you know who the girl is? Most likely, I have a good idea. Chapter 46, The Girl and Si Huang. Du Yu bandaged the tiger demon's wounds and led him down the mountain. The tiger demon trailed closely behind him, its eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Soon, Du Yu led it to a wooden cottage at the foot of the mountain. Before knocking on the door, Du Yu glanced back at the tiger demon, noticing its intense focus on the cottage, its demeanor unusually tense. It seems my suspicions were indeed correct. Du Yu rapped on the door and called out, Girl, I have brought Si Huang with me. The door creaked open slowly, revealing an elderly woman whose eyes were red, as if she had just finished weeping. Upon seeing the tiger demon, the old woman lunged forward, and the tiger demon displayed a sorrowful expression. The two, one human and one demon, embraced and wept bitterly. After observing them in silence for a long while, Du Yu finally spoke, I have fulfilled both of your wishes. I have protected Si Huang and allowed her to see the girl. Now, should you not fulfill my wish in return? The elderly woman raised her tear-stained eyes and inquired, What is it that you desire? Du Yu paused, contemplating for a moment before replying, I wish to know everything. The truth about both of you, about your deceased son, and about the events that transpired between you and the county magistrate. The elderly woman, upon hearing this, gradually stood up. She opened the door wide, inviting Du Yu inside, and poured him a cup of floral tea. Sir, you have shown great kindness to us both. If you truly wish to know, allow this old woman to share our tale. Her weathered eyes flickered with emotion as she parted her lips, slowly unveiling a profoundly sorrowful story. It began 44 years ago when a hunter family moved to the foot of Yunming Mountain. Although referred to as a family, it consisted of merely two individuals, an aged man and a girl of 11 or 12. The old man was named Zheng Lu, while the girl bore no name, for the man simply referred to her as girl. The townspeople initially assumed they were a father and daughter, but upon further inquiry, it was discovered that the girl had been abducted by Zheng Lu from an unknown location to serve as his wife. Every few days, Zheng Lu would take his bow and arrows up the mountain to hunt, while the girl foraged for wild vegetables near their doorstep. Though their lives were meager, they managed to stave off hunger. Zheng Lu was a skilled hunter, consistently returning home with a bountiful catch. This routine continued until one winter, when he captured a young tiger on the mountain. The cub, lost and alone, had no sign of its mother. Without hesitation, Zheng Lu shot it in the hind leg with an arrow, bound its limbs with rope, and tossed it into the backyard. As the heavy snow threatened to seal off the mountain, Zheng Lu pondered how soon he could slaughter the young tiger to sustain them for a few days. Perhaps its fur could even serve as a new hat for himself. However, the girl grew fond of the cub, often sneaking bits of dried meat to feed it when Zheng Lu was not looking, tending to its wounds with care and herbal remedies. In that solitary wooden cottage, she had come to regard the young tiger as her sole companion, naming it Si Huang for its striking golden fur. One day, observing the heavy snowfall, Zheng Lu furrowed his brow and said to the girl, We won't be able to hunt for several days. Tomorrow, let us slaughter the young tiger for food. Upon hearing this, the girl's heart sank. The wind howled, and the snow fell thickly, while the young tiger trembled outside in the cold. Unable to bear the thought of consuming the cub, she unbound Si Huang that night and set it free. When Zheng Lu discovered this, he was furious and beat the girl mercilessly. His anger stemmed not only from the loss of several days' worth of provisions, but also from the grave offense of releasing a tiger back into the wild. Should the young tiger grow strong and return in the spring, it would surely seek revenge. Yet, the pressing question remained. Would their meager supplies last until spring? In a moment of impulsive desperation, Zheng Lu contemplated killing the girl for food. After much deliberation, he ultimately donned his coat and set off into the night to pursue the injured cub, believing it would not have strayed far due to its wound and hunger. Thus, he ventured into Yunming Mountain that fateful night and was never seen again. The girl waited at home all night, gripped by an inexplicable premonition. Perhaps she would never again see that filthy old man. As expected, the second day passed, then the third, and still he did not return, even with the snow having ceased. She subsisted on snow from outside, growing gaunt and pale. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. She felt an ache, but could not bring herself to weep. Finally, on the fourth morning, she was awakened by a soft rustling outside her door. Dressing hastily, she opened it to find the lively young tiger, its mouth clutching a wild rabbit. Upon seeing the girl, the cub dropped the rabbit at her feet and bounded away, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Clutching the still warm rabbit, the girl felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain of how to process this turn of events. Fortunately, this rabbit spared her from starvation during the harsh winter. From that day forward, every few days, the young tiger would deliver prey to the girl's doorstep. She watched as Si Huang grew into a formidable tiger, while Si Huang witnessed the girl transition from a child into a young woman. Unbeknownst to her, the girl had grown accustomed to the gifts from Si Huang, as if it were akin to a man hunting for his family. All changes can be traced back to that one day. On that day, Si Huang, as usual, left its catch at the cottage door and rubbed its back against the entrance before departing. When the girl emerged, her expression shifted dramatically. This time, the prey was a barely alive human infant. Hurriedly, she brought the child inside, warming it and preparing rice porridge to nourish it. Watching as the infant gradually regained its breath, her anxieties began to ease. But from whence did this child come? The girl sought out the tiger, wishing to uncover the origins of the child. Though she bore no fear of the beast she had watched grow, she found herself at a loss for words. Unable to discern the child's background, she resorted to inquiring door to door in Qi County, yet no one could reveal the identity of the child's family. Instead, rumors soon spread in the county, claiming that the girl had birthed a wild child with some unknown man and now could not locate the father. In a fit of anger, she left the county, determined to raise the child alone outside the town. Years passed swiftly, and the child grew into a teenager. Throughout this time, the girl concealed the child's true origins, claiming to be his mother, while explaining that his father had gone hunting years ago and never returned. She named the child Meng Shan, as he bore no surname, and she had no idea what surname to give him. Given his ties to the tiger of Yunming Mountain, she chose the name Meng Shan. The girl poured all her affection into Meng Shan, yet he became like a vengeful spirit. From a young age, Meng Shan enjoyed capturing insects and methodically removing their legs, fascinated by their trembling forms. As he matured, Meng Shan discovered the periodic visits from Si Huang, often attempting to ambush the tiger with sharp instruments. Si Huang, having watched Meng Shan grow, could not bear to harm him and fled instead. Oblivious to the reasons behind the boy's actions and unable to convey this to the girl. One fateful night, the girl awoke to a sharp pain in her arm. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Meng Shan holding a bloodied pair of scissors, having drawn a deep cut across her arm. Shocked, she pulled him close and earnestly warned, "Meng Shan, you must not harm others, especially not your own mother." Meng Shan responded coldly with a laugh, questioning, why is it wrong to harm others? Why is it acceptable for humans to harm animals, yet not the reverse? Why should I not harm you simply because you are my mother? The girl's heart sank. Her son was only 11 years old. Regardless of the affection the girl bestowed upon Meng Shan, she received no reciprocation. As Meng Shan gradually matured, the days became increasingly harrowing. At the age of 20, Meng Shan began to yearn for the vibrant life in the county town, where the streets bustled with traffic and throngs of people, far more exhilarating than the wooden cottages nestled in the mountains. In the county, he would also hear gossip about the girl, as townsfolk lewdly mocked his mother, fabricating tales of her seducing men. Meng Shan found it amusing and laughed heartily, later sharing these vile stories with the girl. Listening to such filth spill from her son's lips, the girl wept incessantly, bewildered as to why her life was so tragically cursed. Abducted by an old man in her youth, she had finally found a semblance of solace, only to encounter another specter of doom. Day in and day out, she felt utterly alone, engulfed by loneliness, helplessness, and despair. Until one fateful day, Si Huang finally spoke. When Si Huang uttered its first words, the girl remained impassive. Perhaps the burdens of her wretched life had driven her to madness. How could the fierce tiger she had known since childhood suddenly speak? It was only after a considerable time that she grasped the sheer incredibility of the event. Si Huang truly could talk. Rather than fear, she felt a surge of joy. At last, she had companionship. Not the malevolent humans, but her steadfast Si Huang, who had been her sole confidant for the past 2 or 3 decades. Si Huang, too, noticed that each time it spoke, the girl would light up with happiness, prompting it to visit her more frequently. However, Si Huang was puzzled. Whenever it approached the hunters on the mountain to converse, they would flee in terror. Why did they react so differently from the girl, who welcomed its presence? The newly awakened Si Huang could not fathom this anomaly. Si Huang became the girl's motivation to survive, and she ceased to concern herself with Meng Shan, who, nearing 40, still loitered aimlessly in the county. The girl and Meng Shan had become like strangers, having not exchanged words for a long while. Until one day, 3 years ago, an incident occurred that still makes the girl tremble at the thought. Chapter 47. The court is hell on that day. Si Huang, as usual, brought a mountain chicken to the girl's home, but unexpectedly fell into a trap. Someone had dug a deep pit along Si Huang's path and concealed it with a camouflage cover of vines. At the bottom of the pit lay numerous bamboo stakes, poised to claim the life of anyone unfortunate enough to stumble into the trap. Si Huang clung desperately to the edge with its front paws, its hind legs thrashing against the walls in a futile struggle, its considerable size threatening to overwhelm its grip. Meanwhile, the girl, sensing an unease in her heart, heard a strange commotion not far from the wooden house and rushed outside. From a distance, she spotted Si Huang, half its body exposed, and gasped in horror. She immediately reached out to grasp Si Huang's front paw. However, being a tiger, Si Huang's weight was beyond her frail strength. Yet how could she abandon it? Si Huang was her only hope in this world. With all her might, she clutched its paw, straining to the point of breaking her own teeth. "Girl, leave! Hurry!" Si Huang bellowed. "I will not leave! I will not!" Though she shouted, she could feel Si Huang's despair flooding her heart. What to do? In that moment, panic consumed her. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She released her grip, glanced at the not-so-deep pit, and slowly jumped in. "Girl, what are you doing?" she heard Si Huang exclaim, dodging the bamboo stakes. She positioned herself beneath Si Huang's hind legs and hoisted them onto her shoulders, standing up with all her strength. "Si Huang, step on me to get out." Si Huang felt something beneath its feet, and in a moment of panic, leapt with all its might, soaring out of the pit. However, the weight of several hundred pounds was far too much for a frail woman to bear, and the girl felt a sharp crack as her shoulders seemed to shatter. The searing pain nearly caused her to lose consciousness. "Girl!" Si Huang turned back, extending its paw in an attempt to pull her up. With every ounce of strength, she reached out but could not touch the tiger so close yet so far. In a frenzied effort, Si Huang flailed its paw, inadvertently scratching the girl. "Enough!" the girl said in despair. "Go, Si Huang." "No, I must save you," Si Huang insisted urgently. "It's unnecessary. This trap was definitely dug by Meng Shan. When he returns, let him rescue me. You must go," the girl uttered weakly. After much pleading, Si Huang reluctantly departed, tears in its eyes. Time passed, and the girl leaned against the wall, drifting into a troubled sleep. When she opened her eyes again, she found Meng Shan standing at the edge of the pit. "Meng Shan," she murmured, enduring excruciating pain as she slowly lifted her head. "Please, save me, my son. I am injured." "Save you?" Meng Shan looked at his mother in confusion. "Why should I? Wouldn't he that make the trap I dug pointless? I intended to skin a tiger for some money, but you've ruined my plan. You." The girl could hardly believe that the son she had toiled to raise for over 40 years could be so indifferent to her life or death. "However, I have long wished to see what happens to a person who dies neglected. I've heard they become infested with worms. Let me test this theory with you. I'm off to sleep now. Don't forget to call for me when you die." With that, Meng Shan turned and returned to the wooden house, leaving the girl in the pit, weeping. "Heaven, what sin have I committed?" The girl remained in the pit for an entire day without food or water. Fortunately, the next day, Si Huang returned, having somehow procured a rope, with one end thrown into the pit and the other held in its mouth. Si Huang finally managed to pull the girl up. Si Huang intended to take her to a cave on Yunming Mountain to recuperate, but the girl adamantly refused, insisting Si Huang return to the mountain. With her weary body, she made her way to the Qi County Courthouse, beating the drum to plead her case. Due to the injury on her shoulder, she could not raise her hands, so instead, she used her silver-haired head to repeatedly strike the drum. Each resounding beat echoed the sound of her broken heart over the years. In that moment, she no longer regarded Meng Shan as her son. She sought to sever the bonds of over 40 years of torment. An elderly woman, past 60, accused her son Meng Shan of the crime of matricide. Hearing of this, County Magistrate Cui Ju was taken aback, swiftly convening a court session and dispatching officers to apprehend the woman's son, Meng Shan. The elderly woman recounted her son's crimes in detail before the assembly, and Cui Ju's expression grew grave as he frequently glanced at the wayward son. "Meng Shan, as your fellow son, I am deeply ashamed to hear of your actions," Cui Ju proclaimed, striking the judgment table. "The court shall now enumerate your heinous deeds. Do you comprehend your guilt?" Believing the evidence was irrefutable, with the elderly woman as a witness and her visible injuries, it seemed Mengshan could not evade the clutches of the law. However, just as Cui Ju was about to issue a sentence, Mengshan burst into tears, halting the magistrate's actions and startling the elderly woman. "My lord, I am wronged," Mengshan cried. "Wronged?" Upon hearing this word, Cui Ju's demeanor changed instantly, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, and he hurriedly inquired, "How are you wronged?" "My lord," Mengshan wiped his tears as he explained, "my mother has aged and become confused. She believes I intend to harm her. She mistakes me for a beast and thinks a mountain tiger is her son. This madness leaves me utterly bewildered. You wretched beast, what nonsense are you spouting?" The elderly woman's voice trembled with anger. "Oh." Cui Ju pondered deeply for a moment before he spoke. "Mengshan, your assertions are merely one-sided. You claim that your esteemed mother has descended into madness, mistaking a ferocious tiger for her son. But what evidence do you possess?" "I have evidence, my lord." Mengshan pointed at the elderly woman. "You may summon a physician to examine my mother's wounds and ascertain whether they were inflicted by me or by a ferocious beast." The old woman sat there, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. "No, do not examine my wounds," she cried out in a frenzy. "The injuries I bear, they are—" With that exclamation, Cui Ju was nearly convinced of the old woman's deteriorating sanity. Li Dudo, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the situation clearly. He stepped forward and said to Cui Ju, "My lord, there is no need to summon a physician for a routine examination. I can take care of it myself." "Very well," Li Dudo swiftly ascertained the nature of the injuries sustained by this elderly woman. Li nodded in agreement and proceeded to restrain the old woman. Despite her vigorous resistance, he meticulously assessed her wounds. After a considerable time, he let out a faint sigh. "Reporting to you, my lord, the old woman's palms are covered in bloodstains, indicative of claw marks. Her shoulders are dislocated, not due to human intervention, but as if trampled by a massive creature. I dare to speculate that a wild beast had pinned her shoulders to the ground, preparing to attack her with its forepaws when she defended herself with her hands." "What?" The old woman could scarcely believe her ears. "Is this the so-called impartiality of the officials?" "My lord," the elderly woman, still unwilling to concede, continued, "I bear many old scars. They are sufficient proof that Mengshan has long desired to harm me. I also bear knife wounds, burn marks, and cuts from sharp blades." "My lord," the commoner possesses further evidence, proving that my mother has long been deranged and recognized that tiger as her son many years ago. Cui Ju contemplated for a moment, glancing at both the old woman and Mengshan. He remained convinced that Mengshan's words resonated more closely with the truth. "Mengshan, please elucidate your evidence for this official." "My lord, if you ascend the mountain to seek the tiger, simply call out, 'Si Huang.' The girl has come to see you, and the tiger shall undoubtedly appear. As for Si Huang, it is my childhood name. In my youth, I was rather simple-minded and always referred to my mother as girl. Concerned for my frail appearance, my mother bestowed upon me the name Si Huang, and over time, it became ingrained in her memory. You may call the tiger Si Huang when you ascend the mountain. Should it respond, it will confirm the veracity of my claims." "You wretched beast!" the old woman cried out. "How can your heart be so cruel?" "Mother, you are mistaken. I am not the wretched beast. I am your son. The creature on the mountain is the true beast," Mengshan coldly retorted. "Alas, how perilous! I nearly misjudged the situation," Cui Ju sighed, shaking his head. "Li Dutu, I command you to swiftly gather brave men from within the county, offering a bounty of 2 taels to hunt the tiger on the morrow." "I shall obey." "No." The old woman's profound sense of isolation and helplessness was indescribable. She cried out in the court, "You must not ascend the mountain to kill the tiger." "Alas!" Cui Ju sighed again, addressing Mengshan, "You must take good care of your esteemed mother. As for the matter of the tiger, leave it to me. The commoner will comply. As for you, old woman, I offer you a piece of advice. Recognize who your family is and who the beast is, lest you ultimately harm yourself." "Dog official!" the old woman shouted, "You, dog official, cannot distinguish right from wrong. I curse you to descend into hell after death." Cui Ju, upon hearing this, found it dreadful. Though he believed he had made the most sagacious decision, why did this deranged woman continue to disturb his peace? Mengshan insincerely assisted the old woman out of the court, whispering to her, "Just wait. One day, I will personally see to your demise." The old woman bit down on a tooth, swallowing the fragments. "Wretched beast!" I shall not perish so easily. Striving to suppress her tears, she felt a deep resentment. Has the world truly changed? Or has it always been this way? Upon returning home, the old woman, under the cover of night, ascended the mountain and called for Si Huang, earnestly instructing it to never reveal itself to anyone seeking it, and to refrain from visiting her for the next few months. Though Si Huang did not understand the reasons, it always believed in what the girl said. Having completed this, the old woman returned home, concealing a sharp pair of scissors beneath her pillow. Days later, she witnessed a group of people ascending the mountain with weapons. Though her heart was filled with worry, she dared not show it, only hoping that Si Huang could escape this calamity. In the following days, the old woman lived in constant trepidation, unable to sleep at night or rest during the day. As if upon closing her eyes, she could see the childhood Mengshan standing beside her with scissors in hand. Mengshan no longer concealed his twisted psyche, cutting off the old woman's food supply, hoping to see her starve to death. Yet the old woman refused to yield, scavenging for unrecognizable plants by night, stuffing them into her mouth. This hellish existence continued for 3 years. Chapter 49. Justice. The old woman's spirit finally shattered. On this particular night, she slowly rose, having come to a realization. If Mengshan did not die, she would. To ensure Mengshan's demise, she must act first. Observing Mengshan sleeping not far away, she stealthily retrieved the sharp scissors from beneath her pillow. Trembling, she approached Mengshan's bedside, her eyes devoid of the tenderness she once held as a child. All that remained was the fierce determination to slay a malevolent spirit. Today, I shall end your life, wretched beast. Should the Earth Mother condemn me to hell, I shall accept it without regret, the old woman silently chanted within her heart. She extended her hand, ready to pierce Mengshan's throat, when he suddenly opened his eyes. Ah, you old hag! Mengshan bellowed, kicking her away. Years of malnutrition rendered the old woman powerless to resist. Mengshan, furious, kicked her several times while she lay on the ground. I had hoped to see whether you would starve to death from your meager diet. Yet here you are, attempting to kill me prematurely? Mengshan's expression turned vicious as he grasped the old woman's hair, preparing to slam her head against the ground. Today, I'm in a good mood. I suddenly want to see the color of your brain matter. Let me witness a spectacle of your skull bursting open. In that fateful moment, the wooden door was suddenly flung open, revealing a tiger with emerald green eyes, glaring ferociously at Mengshan from outside. It bore an expression of indescribable fury. Oh, is that not Si Huang? Do you wish to see the color of brain matter as well? Mengshan jirit. Do not fret. I shall save this old hag's flesh for you to feast upon. Roar! A deafening roar shook the air as Si Huang lunged at Mengshan with an unparalleled speed. That night, it could not recall its actions, but when it regained its senses, only half of Mengshan's head remained. Under the mournful moonlight, the old woman wept inconsolably, cradling Si Huang in her arms. Du Yu silently listened as the old woman recounted this lengthy tale, his fists clenched tightly. Sir, you should already know what follows. The old woman's eyes were devoid of tears, as if the events had bestowed upon her not sorrow, but merely torment. Far away, in the Legend Management Bureau, Hou Yi displayed a sorrowful expression upon hearing the story. It seems that for some, living is akin to being in hell. Du Yu, this old lady is truly pitiable. Hou Yi murmured softly. Elder, I must see your wounds, Du Yu stated. The old woman did not shy away, directly shedding her garments to reveal the harrowing injuries that adorned her body. Cuts, bruises, and burn marks covered her entire form, and the long-term malnutrition had left her abdomen deeply sunken, with her ribcage visibly protruding. Hou Yi, Du Yu called out again. I am here. What is the likelihood of Si Huang lying? Si Huang lying. Hou Yi paused slightly, comprehending Du Yu's intent. Logically speaking, it is quite challenging for a newly sentient spirit to grasp the concept of deceit. I have no issues. Du Yu turned around, addressing the elderly woman and Si Huang. Elder, Si Huang, both of you shall accompany me. Sir, what do you intend to do? Today, I shall seek justice for you. Du Yu forcefully pushed open the door, his eyes brimming with fury. The elderly woman trembled as she followed, inquiring with concern, Justice. Sir, what are you talking about? I wish to kill Mengshan, and Si Huang devoured Mengshan. For us, not being punished is the greatest justice. Nonsense. Du Yu bellowed. Do you wish to live the rest of your lives burdened by this guilt? I am going to find Cui Ju to clarify matters. You need not concern yourselves. Just follow me. The elderly woman and Si Huang exchanged glances, puzzled by this sudden shift in Du Yu, who usually appeared jovial. Du Yu led the elderly woman and Si Huang directly towards Qi County, causing quite a stir among the townsfolk. Yet he paid them no heed as he quickened his pace towards the county office. Hey, Yuan Xianqin? Li Neng, standing outside the office, suddenly spotted Yu. You brought the fierce tiger down the mountain? I just inquired with Lord Shui about this matter, and his stance is that a tiger is still a tiger. If brought to the court, get lost. Du shot a cold glance at Li Neng. What? Li Neng flinched, sensing a stark difference in Du Yu's demeanor. Du Yu forcefully pushed past Li Neng and strode towards the high hall. Cui Ju, come out. Du Yu shouted in the hall, but there was no response. Sir, perhaps we should let this go. The elderly woman spoke timidly, with Si Huang nodding in agreement. Let it go. Du Yu gritted his teeth. I am infuriated beyond measure. This cannot be overlooked. Follow me. Du Yu led the elderly woman and Si Huang straight to the back residence, where Cui Ju and his family resided. Kui Ju, Kumiao. Du Yu yelled. Shao Qi watched the screen, her heart racing with anxiety. Du Yu, what are you planning to do? Do not forget your identity, nor the purpose of your visit. Shao Qi, I aim to make Cui Ju a true judge. Li Neng followed in, accompanied by two unsavory characters. Yuan Xianqin, isn't this a bit excessive? I just spoke to Lord Shui about this matter. Whoever meddles shall face dire consequences. Du Yu's gaze turned icy, a formidable killing intent erupting, rendering Li Neng and his companions unable to advance. Shao Qi fell silent. Listening intently, Du Yu discerned a faint sound from within a room. Thanks to Zhong Wuyan's keen perception, he swiftly located Cui Ju. Bang! Du Yu kicked the door open, revealing Cui Ju inside, accompanied by a lavishly dressed elderly woman. Quit! Who is this? The elderly woman inquired. Yuan Xianqin? What brings you here? Without uttering another word, Du Yu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Cui Ju. Slap! Cui Ju had never been struck so forcefully, staring at Du Yu in disbelief. What do you intend to do? Have you gone mad? Cui Ju, I once held you in high regard, believing you to be a righteous official who discerns right from wrong. It is precisely because of the favor you once extended to me that I must awaken you today. Du Yu growled, followed by another slap that sent Cui Ju crashing to the ground. Yuan, do not go too far. Li Neng, sensing the situation escalating, rushed in with a drawn sword, aiming for Du Yu. Du Yu did not flinch, extending two fingers to firmly grasp the blade. With just the blade held, Li Neng found himself unable to retract the weapon. Li Neng, I shall repeat myself. This is my affair with Cui Ju. Whoever meddles shall face dire consequences. Du Yu coldly stated, delivering a kick to Li Neng's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. Having endured Du Yu's kick before, this strike was on an entirely different level. He felt his insides churning, nearly shattered. The elegantly dressed elderly woman gasped at the scene, collapsing to her knees. Ah, great hero! Though I am unaware of what my son has done wrong, I beseech you to spare his life. Mother, please rise. Do not kneel. Cui Ju implored. Mother? Du Yu's expression softened as he approached to help Cui Ju's mother to her feet. Elder, you need not worry. I have come to ensure your son understands right from wrong, not to take his life. To understand what is right and wrong? Cui Ju slowly rose, scoffing. I have been an official for over a decade and have never misjudged a case. By what means do you presume to teach me discernment? Never misjudged? Du Yu's simmering anger reignited. Cui Ju, how dare you say that? Today, I shall re-evaluate a case with you. Do you dare? Re-evaluate a case? Cui Ju retorted, his temper flaring. I recall every case I have judged. None were misjudged. Very well, it seems you require a wake-up call. Du Yu stepped aside, revealing Si Huang and the tiger behind him. Do you remember this human and tiger? Cui Ju glanced at the ferocious beast, startled but feigning composure. I recall. A madwoman claimed a man-eating tiger as her son, condemning her own child as a beast. She ultimately caused the death of her own flesh and blood. The tiger is inherently bloodthirsty. What significance remains in re-evaluating this matter? The elderly woman and Si Huang felt their hearts sink at Cui Ju's words. Du Yu smirked coldly. It appears I have arrived too late. Had I been present in the court back then, I would never have allowed you to bully a defenseless elderly woman like this. What do you mean? Du Yu ceased speaking, directly approaching Si Huang, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his arms. Si Huang, do you wish to consume me? Du Yu inquired. Si Huang, momentarily taken aback, shook his head silently. Why would he wish to eat Du Yu, since it is said you are bloodthirsty? Du Yu drew his dagger, slicing open his arm, blood immediately flowing forth. He then extended his arm once more toward Si Huang. Now, do you wish to consume me? Si Huang, witnessing the shocking wound, was filled with concern. He attempted to articulate something, but recalled Du Yu's earlier admonitions. Thus he could only shake his head vigorously, hoping Du Yu would cease inflicting harm. Cui Ju, observing this scene, was momentarily stunned. This tiger possesses human-like understanding? Du Yu scoffed, sheathing his dagger. He turned to Cui Ju. You have not even encountered the most crucial character in this case. Yet you hastily conclude it is a man-eating tiger. Are you not the very embodiment of a dog official? Although taken aback by the sight before him, Cui Ju quickly regained his composure. That merely proves it is a sentient tiger. It does not imply that Meng Shan intended to harm this elderly woman. And what of the aftermath? Did you investigate the elderly woman's old wounds after hearing her account? Du Yu's voice seethed with anger. And that Meng Shan, a man over 40, idling about the streets? How could he support his elderly mother? Where does an aged woman without a son derive her sustenance? Have you sent someone to inquire about the true nature of Meng Shan? If he were truly as good as he claimed, why did he not immediately take his mother for treatment, instead allowing her to labor for half a day before arriving at the county office? If this elderly woman truly lost her senses, why then did she heedlessly strike her forehead against the drum of grievance? This, Cui Ju hesitated, realizing he had never considered such questions. In a state of concern, Cui Ju's mother cast a worried glance at the elderly woman before her. Did you not promise to be a wise and just official for your mother? Yet how could you? Mother, Cui Ju found himself in a predicament, questioning whether he had truly misjudged the situation. Chapter 49. Cui Ju confronts the tiger. Cui Ju's mother, visibly troubled, approached the group and addressed Du Yu, saying, Hero, this is all due to my inadequate guidance. If you still harbor grievances in your heart, then take my life first. Du Yu shook his head with irritation. Elderly lady, I have already stated that I am not here to take anyone's life today. I merely seek justice. Justice. Cui Ju's mother let out a bitter smile. In this world, justice is but an illusion. I have encouraged Juer to study diligently since childhood, hoping he would grow to be a good official, one who could advocate for many others. Hero, I have fully experienced the treachery of this world. How could I have raised a son who cannot discern right from wrong? Yet this case is undeniably a grave miscarriage of justice. Do you assert that you, as a woman, should be able to imagine the plight of a mother whose son is unprovided for, living in perpetual fear and suffering? How tragic that must be. Cui Ju's mother was visibly moved, glancing at the elderly woman behind Du Yu. The woman's features bore a resemblance to her own, albeit she appeared a few years younger. Yet the differences in their attire and countenance were stark. The elderly woman seemed far more haggard, her appearance marred by the ravages of time. I believe this case should indeed be reconsidered. If this woman before us truly bears a grievance, then grant her a chance at vindication. If not, I trust this hero would not do her harm, Cui Ju's mother solemnly stated. But, Cui Ju looked troubled. The key figure, Meng Shan, is already dead. This case cannot yield any results upon retrial. Who says so? Do you stipend forward? If you have erred in judgment, do you intend to perpetuate your mistake? Do not argue in vain here. Meng Shan is dead. Whom do you wish to interrogate again? The elderly woman? Interrogate the tiger, Du Yu replied. The tiger? Cui Ju's mother exclaimed in astonishment. Hero, that is preposterous. However, Cui Ju gazed at Du Yu, falling into contemplation. Indeed, who said the tiger could not be interrogated? After a moment of deliberation, he turned to pay his respects to his mother, then looked back at Du Yu, the elderly woman, Si Huang, and Li Neng. Issue my command. The old case shall be retried, and we shall convene to interrogate the tiger. Yes. Du Yu regarded Cui Ju, thinking to himself that this was the judge he had envisioned. He then turned his attention to the elderly woman, pondering for a moment before saying to Cui Ju, Leader, to ensure absolute certainty, I have a few matters to address before the proceedings commence. A commanding voice echoed through the hall as Cui Ju ascended the platform. Residents of the county flocked to witness the unusual trial. In the courtroom, an elderly woman knelt while a fierce tiger lay prostrate. Elderly woman, please present the details of the case before the gathered villagers. Certainly, the elderly woman responded. She began recounting everything that had transpired, her words resonating with strength, her thoughts clear and logical, leaving no room for doubt about her sanity. She spoke of her arrival at the foot of Yunming Mountain and the tiger's predatory nature. Under Du Yu's instructions, she omitted the fact that Si Huang could speak. Yet this did not render her testimony false, for she meticulously recounted Meng Shan's malevolence. At an emotional peak, the elderly woman lifted her garments to reveal the scars adorning her body, some inflicted by scissors, others by sickles, and still others by long-healed bruises, even burns from flames. These marks could not possibly have been caused by a wild beast. Cui Ju, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. Much of what he heard was new. It seemed he had indeed committed a grave error 3 years prior. After a moment of reflection, recalling Du Yu's instructions, he turned to the elderly woman and asked, "You assert that this tiger possesses human-like understanding, that it repaid your kindness for saving its life. Do you have any evidence?" The elderly woman nodded. "I can demonstrate for you, my lord." She turned to the tiger and commanded, "Si Huang, bow to the lord." The tiger complied, lowering its body respectfully before Cui Ju. The villagers gasped in astonishment, marveling at the tiger's apparent understanding of human customs. "Si Huang, now bow to Captain Li," the elderly woman instructed. The tiger surveyed the crowd until it located Li Nung and bowed again. The villagers were left in awe, exclaiming that the tiger could indeed differentiate between the lord and Captain Li. The elderly woman continued, "It possesses a gentle nature and has never harmed anyone. If the villagers doubt my words, consider this. Si Huang has resided on Yunming Mountain for 44 years without ever descending to cause harm." The villagers exchanged glances, acknowledging that they had never heard of the mountain tiger attacking anyone. "My lord, I have finished my testimony. Please render your judgment." Cui Ju nodded, looking at Si Huang, then asked, "Si Huang, do you understand what I am saying?" Si Huang nodded. "Did you truly devour Meng Shan?" Si Huang nodded again. "Did you do so to save this elderly woman?" For the third time, Si Huang nodded. Cui Ju fell silent for a moment before stating, "In that case, though you have consumed Meng Shan, I shall take into account your gratitude and loyalty to your savior. I have decided to mitigate your punishment. This matter shall not be pursued further. You are commanded to return to Yunming Mountain and shall not descend again. Do you have any objections?" Si Huang appeared troubled, glancing discreetly at Du Yu. "My lord, I have something to say." Du Yu inclined his body towards Cui Ju, saying, "Oh, what is it?" Cui Ju, having discerned that Du Yu was no ordinary individual, inquired further. "Given that this elderly woman is advanced in years, alone and destitute, and since Si Huang has consumed her son, why not decree that it serve as her adopted son?" Cui Ju was taken aback, surprised by the unexpected reasoning presented by this rogue, yet there was merit in his suggestion. To adopt the tiger as her son? Cui Ju hesitated, for Si Huang was a tiger, and age-old wisdom warns against raising a tiger as a pet. Yet, Si Huang was not like other tigers. What were the elderly woman's true intentions? "Elderly woman, I ask you, if Si Huang were to be declared your adopted son, caring for you and ensuring your well-being for the rest of your days, would you consent?" The elderly woman trembled slightly, replying, "If it were truly so, I would be endlessly grateful for your great kindness." Upon hearing this, Si Huang also became excited, nearly voicing his approval. Cui Ju, noticing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded in satisfaction. The villagers erupted in cheers. This trial would surely become legendary. Far away in the Bureau of Legends, Shaoqi watched the scene unfold with a smile, sensing that this tale was approaching its conclusion. "Du Yu, find a secluded place. We are summoning you back." "Summoning me back?" Du Yu asked. "Indeed, the tale is ending, and the operator may return." "Not quite," Shaoqi Du Yu pondered. "There remains one crucial event yet to unfold." "Crucial event?" Indeed, at the very moment Cui Ju rendered his judgment upon the tiger, a sudden chill swept through the courthouse, and a brilliant light enveloped the courtyard. A woman clad in splendid attire descended gracefully from the heavens. "Here she comes," Du Yu remarked with a subtle smile. The villagers stood frozen in awe at the sight, for such a spectacle had never graced their understanding. The woman in resplendent garb floated in midair, casting a divine gaze upon the masses, her presence radiant with golden light, obscuring her features. She extended her hand, her voice ethereal. "I am the daughter of Gong Gong, known as Ho Tuesday." Upon hearing these words, the villagers collectively knelt, and indeed, the scene was reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. It was a revered empress of the earth. Even Cui Ju, witnessing the event, hastily descended from his high seat and knelt before the empress, bowing in homage. Who among them was unaware that the empress of the earth was the deity presiding over the underworld? In an effort to blend in and not draw undue attention to himself, Du Yu also knelt down, silently contemplating the nature of the empress, who had employed forceful means to take away Dong Qianxiu. What kind of person could she possibly be? The empress paused for a moment before speaking. I, your grace, have witnessed the events transpiring here, and I cannot help but feel an overwhelming joy. I had not anticipated that in the mortal realm, There still existed individuals who discern right from wrong, possess a profound understanding of righteousness, act with courage, and exhibit sharp intellect. It is remarkable that this tragic episode has reached a satisfactory conclusion, and Your Grace, am deeply moved. The crowd remained prostrate on the ground, their faces to the earth, daunted by the Empress's slightly authoritative voice, for the deity, who was usually the recipient of countless prayers, had truly descended to the mortal world. All you mortals, please rise, the Empress of the earth commanded calmly. Reluctantly, everyone lifted their heads to behold the true visage of the Empress. Contrary to the folk depictions, she was not a benevolent elderly woman, but a strikingly heroic figure. I wish to elevate this individual to the celestial ranks, to become the leader of the underworld officials, to gain magical powers and attain longevity. Thus, I have descended to inform the mortals. Do you smile gently? Indeed. Bringing Cui Ju into the celestial ranks would bring closure to the legend. The Empress then slowly turned her gaze toward the assembly and pointed a finger at Du Yu, inquiring, Do you wish to become an underworld official? Who? Du Yu glanced around, confirming that the Empress was referring to none other than himself. Me? He exclaimed, astonished. You want me to become an underworld official? This is utter chaos. Indeed, I have observed your actions, and I can see that you possess wisdom, discernment of right and wrong. And as a person of dubious reputation, you have the audacity to confront a county magistrate. Du Yu quickly waved his hand. Hold on. This simply won't do. Just as he was about to speak, he faltered, unprepared for such an unexpected situation. The Empress, taken aback by Du Yu interrupting her, was surprised. This was the first time a mortal had dared to interrupt her. Observing Du Yu's demeanor, she noticed he was unlike the other mortals, for there was no astonishment in his eyes at the sight of a deity descending. Nor did he display any reverence. Could it be? He is not an ordinary mortal? The Empress tentatively conveyed through thought. Your aura is somewhat peculiar. Are you already a celestial being? Upon hearing the mental communication, Du Yu finally felt at ease. Lacking magical powers, he could not speak aloud and could only respond mentally. Empress, I certainly cannot agree to that, Du Yu replied. My identity is rather special. While I am not a celestial being, I am certainly not an ordinary mortal. If I must categorize myself, I suppose I am an extramural celestial being. The Empress found herself in a quandary. The situation had become somewhat awkward. She was in urgent need of talented individuals from the mortal realm, yet her first recruitment attempt had been rebuffed. Would she have to publicly retract her offer? Chapter 50. The Empress of the Earth. The Empress's eyes darted as she considered the many villagers watching her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a clever idea struck her. Freeze! She commanded, and instantly, all the mortals within the county office ceased their movements. Du Yu surveyed the scene, noting that aside from the villagers, Cui Ju, Li Neng, the elderly woman, and even the magistrate remained as statues, utterly motionless. Oh dear, this heat is unbearable. The Empress sighed in relief, descending gracefully. She lifted her skirts, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Who decreed that a celestial being must wear this? It's hot and stifling. Du Yu was taken aback. The Empress seemed like an entirely different person now, making communication much easier. You there, come here, the Empress beckoned impatiently. Coming. Do you hear the apotite? What are your instructions, Your Grace? What on earth is going on? The Empress, fanning herself with her skirt, continued, My binding spell cannot hold you. You are indeed not an ordinary mortal. But who exactly are you? I have never encountered you before. Du Yu said, equally troubled. Your Grace, my identity is far too special for me to serve in the underworld. As for my identity, it truly cannot be revealed. This is quite troublesome. The Empress remarked. So, what should we do? You have publicly refused my offer, and I find myself in a rather awkward position. Easy enough. Do you step forward, suggesting? Your Grace, why not appoint Cui Ju as the underworld official? He would be most suitable. Who? That county magistrate? The Empress glanced at Cui Ju, noting his decent appearance but lamenting his foolishness, as he failed to recognize the lies spoken by Meng Shan. Yes, Du Yu concurred. He was indeed foolish at that moment. And I was equally infuriated. Isn't that so? I truly find him insufferable. On several occasions, I've observed him from the heavens and wanted to descend to give him a good thrashing. The Empress rolled up her sleeves. Oh, right. While yes, immobilized, I should kick him first. Wait. Du Yu grasped the Empress's arm, thinking that it was hardly appropriate for a celestial being of her stature to descend, immobilize a mortal, and then kick him. True, the Empress pouted. If the Queen Mother of the West learns of this, she will surely lecture me for ages. Precisely. Do you agree, however? Ju will indeed become an underworld official in the future, and he will be a remarkably capable one. Is that so? The Empress regarded Du with skepticism. I cannot foresee this matter. How do you know? This. Du hesitated. The Empress seemed rather amiable. Surely, it would be acceptable to share this with her? To speak frankly, Your Grace, I come from a millennium hence, and my purpose here is to ensure that Ju follows history to become the head judge among the underworld officials. The head judge? The Empress's eyes lit up. I have yet to determine how many officials I need, and you already know he will become one? You claim to be from a millennium later. How many underworld officials have I appointed? Observing the Empress's growing interest, Du settled beside her, stating, there are millions of underworld officials, but among them, 8. As designated by you, will serve as leaders, known as the 8 great underworld officials, the 8 lords of the underworld. The 8 great underworld officials? The Empress raised her hand. Wait a moment. Confused, Du watched as the Empress rummaged through her garments, producing a small notebook, and conjured a pen with a wave of her hand. Continue, which 8? Du was momentarily speechless. What do you mean, Your Grace? Are you asking me to spoil the plot for you? Spoil the plot? The Empress queried, puzzled. What does that mean? Not quite. Don't overthink it. I simply wish for you to name the 8 individuals directly, so I need not search high and low for them. We can simply appoint those 8. That is what spoiling the plot entails. Du shielded his face, astonished at the Empress's demeanor. Your Grace, I cannot do that. You must discover these 8 individuals through various fateful encounters or by following your heart. The Empress pondered briefly. So, you mean, I should select 8 individuals based on my own judgment, and they shall become the 8 great underworld officials? Indeed, Your Grace, after all, this is a decision you must make. But today, I have chosen you, and yet you claim that is not permissible. The Lady of the Earth pondered for a moment, her pen delicately pinched between her fingers. Following this line of reasoning, I boldly venture to speculate that as long as the individuals I select differ from those in your realm, you will inevitably be compelled to come here and rectify my choices. Du was taken aback. Although the Lady of the Earth appeared somewhat carefree, she was nonetheless the foremost figure of the underworld, and her ability to grasp this nuance indicated her remarkable intellect. This is what it means to be a leader. Well, I understand now. The Lady of the Earth smirked mischievously, warning him that if he did not reveal the identities of the 8 individuals, she would promptly select 8 citizens from Qixin as her 8 underworld messengers, thereby forcing him to run back and forth repeatedly. What? Du hadn't anticipated that the Lady of the Earth would deviate from the expected script and threaten him directly. Leader, that's simply one do. Aren't you intentionally causing me trouble? Du felt exasperated, regretting having disclosed his identity to the Lady of the Earth. It seemed the regulations of the Legend Administration must indeed be adhered to. Therefore, if you inform me, it will save both of us some trouble. The lady nudged Du with her elbow, saying, wouldn't you agree, little brother? Absolutely not. Du shook his head, utterly astonished that a deity of such high status would resort to such tactics. While it might appear convenient for him, the potential repercussions could be dire. Perhaps we could compromise, leader? How so? I want to disclose the identities of the 8 individuals, but I can provide you with their official titles, allowing you to seek them accordingly, which would be somewhat easier. Du considered for a moment and said, Leader, if I'm not mistaken, you haven't fully contemplated the 8 titles, have you? The Lady of the Earth displayed a hint of embarrassment, realizing that these 8 individuals indeed required official titles. According to her original intention, they could simply pledge brotherhood as 8 siblings. Alas, that's simply one do. After all, they are 8 underworld deities. If they were merely siblings, that would be rather. Du paused, suddenly realizing that these 8 individuals could very well be sworn brothers. It appeared that the Lady of the Earth's perspective had profound implications for the underworld. Leader, just tell me whether you accept or not. If you refuse, I would rather run back and forth endlessly, for I have already stirred a considerable mess. Du stated, I have superiors above me, and they will hold me accountable. Very well, little brother. The Lady of the Earth nodded. Agreement reached. Now, what shall you say? Du recalled the structure of deities in the underworld that Dong Qinxiu had once explained to him and listed the titles of the 8. Foremost are the civil and military judges. The civil judge oversees the law, while the military judge judges malevolent spirits. Secondly, there is the beast-faced Rakshasa, tasked with apprehending and punishing various wicked ghosts. Thirdly, the golden and silver generals are responsible for escorting souls in the underworld. Fourthly, the black and white impermanences are charged with traversing between the mortal realm and the underworld, guiding the departed souls. The Lady of the Earth took out a small notebook and diligently recorded the information. This truly is quite troublesome. The Lady of the Earth gazed at her notebook, filled with her haphazard scrawl, questioning whether such detailed distinctions were necessary. Would it not be simpler to arrange them from 1 to 8? Du shook his head, having come to fully comprehend the nature of the Lady of the Earth. My lady, consider this. If you do not categorize these tasks meticulously, there will be no one to undertake them, and ultimately, you will be the one left to handle them, which would be far more troublesome, wouldn't it? That is a valid point. The Lady of the Earth contemplated this and nodded, acknowledging that she would remember these 8 titles. But what shall we do now? Now, indeed, everyone has seen me pointing at you, inviting you to accept, and yet you have declined. How shall I resolve this? The Lady of the Earth asked, somewhat irked. My lady, you do not strike me as one who adheres to conventions. Shall we simply proceed as if this matter never occurred? Not adhere to conventions? The Lady of the Earth chuckled mischievously, finding this descriptor rather refreshing and to her liking. So, what shall we do? Let us proceed. Release! The Lady of the Earth exclaimed, and instantly, everyone resumed their previous actions, with her still hovering in the air and Du kneeling beside Cui Ju. Huh? What just transpired? Cui Ju inquired, feeling an odd sensation moments ago, yet unable to articulate what exactly had occurred. The villagers exchanged glances, but given their proximity to a divine being, none dared to speak. Cui Ju, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Have you made your decision? The Lady of the Earth questioned. Who? Cui Ju was startled, wondering why she was waiting for his decision. The villagers also appeared puzzled. Wasn't he the intention to induct that wayward soul into the celestial ranks? How had it transformed into awaiting the county magistrate's decision? Indeed, I just stated that you, as the magistrate, discern right from wrong, possess knowledge of good and evil, and should be inducted into the underworld to serve as. The Lady of the Earth paused, discreetly consulting her notebook before nonchalantly putting it away to serve as the civil judge. Surely you did not miss that, did you? You couldn't have heard it incorrectly, could you? This left everyone bewildered. Had they truly misheard? Yet in the presence of the Lady of the Earth, none dared to voice their confusion. This Cui Ju stammered. Is it truly possible for me to serve in the underworld? What I say is true. If I assert it, it is so. The Lady of the Earth nodded. Should you agree, I can assist you in ascending to the heavens right now. Du smiled and nodded, considering the legend fulfilled at last. I am overwhelmed. My lady, given that you have descended personally, I ought to comply without hesitation. But the circumstances are extraordinary. I regret to inform you that I cannot acquiesce. Cui Ju bowed his head and responded solemnly. What? Again, a rejection? Chapter 51. Heart's not the Lady of the Earth forced to smile, internally cursing Cui Ju 1,000 times. Today truly is not my day. If this continues, I shall lose all face. Though filled with dissatisfaction, she endeavored to keep her tone as calm as possible. What is the reason for your refusal to become a messenger of the underworld? I have someone I cannot let go of. I cannot abandon her. Cui Ju bowed his head once more to the Lady of the Earth, hence making it difficult for me to comply. Do you suddenly recalled that prior to his arrival in the realm of legends, the Grand Judge had mentioned this very matter? He had confided that he harbored an obsession that he could not escape, no matter how hard he tried. Du hurriedly gestured to the Lady of the Earth, hoping she would pick up on his signal, but she seemed oblivious. Shao-Chi, Du silently called out. What is it? Please convey a message to the Lady of the Earth. I cannot initiate communication myself. All hope now rested with Shao-Chi. Shao-Chi appeared alarmed. I have never spoken to a deity of such high rank before. You must overcome your psychological barriers. The Lady of the Earth is quite approachable. Well, very well, what should I say? I will say a line, and you shall repeat it. Du organized his thoughts and began. Lady of the Earth, Cui Ju indeed has attachments he cannot relinquish. Kindly grant me some time, and I shall return tonight to provide you with a definitive answer, whether it be acceptance or refusal. After Du finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the Lady of the Earth, waiting for Shao-Chi to relay the message. Did you finish? Du inquired. Yes, I have finished. Shao-Chi replied timidly. Did she respond? She did. What did she say? She said, you insolent girl. Who are you? Do not send unsolicited messages to me. Begone. Du sighed. That indeed sounded like something the Lady of the Earth would say. Tell the Lady of the Earth that this message comes from the young man a millennium hence, who entrusted me to convey it to you. Soon, the Lady of the Earth, hovering in midair, raised an eyebrow and glanced in Du's direction, nodding in acknowledgement. Cui Ju, the Lady of the Earth, after a moment of contemplation, addressed Cui Ju, saying, becoming a Yin Chai is a matter of great significance. Do not rush to provide your answer to me. I shall grant you more time to ponder this carefully. I will descend again tonight, and at that time, I expect your response." Upon hearing this, Cui Ju dared not refuse and promptly bowed in gratitude. The many mortals within the county office also bowed in reverence as they bid farewell to the Lady of the Earth. Seeing the divine figure flying away, the mortals hastily followed her out of the office, bowing every 3 steps and kneeling every 5, until they had chased her out of the county town. After expressing their immense gratitude to Du Yu, the old woman and Si Huang, under the escort of Captain Li, set off towards Yunming Mountain. Within the entire court, only Cui Ju and Du Yu remained, exchanging glances before Cui Ju spoke first. "Xiangqin, your slap today has truly awakened me. Were it not for you, I might still be lost in my own delusions." Du Yu smiled bashfully and replied, "Leader, you have bestowed kindness upon me. Were it not for your appearance, I fear I would have already been reincarnated, deprived of fair treatment, and unable to witness so many heart-stirring legends." "Oh." Cui Ju paused. "I do not quite comprehend. Have we met before? Speaking of which, the first time I saw you, you struck a burly man right before my eyes. In retrospect, perhaps that slap was learned from me." Du Yu reminisced about Cui Ju's figure clad in splendid attire. His arrival had brought both justice and hope. How peculiar. Cui Ju mused softly. "Your narrative is vivid, yet I have no recollection of such an event. You certainly would not remember. For all of this occurred after you became a Yin Chai. I'll become a Yin Chai in the future?" Cui Ju inquired. "So, does that mean I will indeed become one? But how do you know this?" Du Yu lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before stating, "Since I have already violated the rules by revealing my identity to the Lady of the Earth, it would not hurt to tell you once more. I hail from over 1,000 years into the future, sent by your very self to help you untangle your inner turmoil." "Sent by my very self?" Cui Ju struggled to grasp the meaning of this statement. "Indeed, though you have become Yin Chai a millennium hence, enjoying longevity and possessing supernatural abilities, you have harbored an unresolved knot in your heart. You spoke of someone you could not let go of, and if possible, you wish to experience a different life. Do you raconter que je suis world verbatim?" Cui Ju pondered. "Is that so? The person I cannot let go of now, will I still be unable to do so 1,000 years later?" Du Yu was acutely aware that assisting Cui Ju in this matter could entail significant risks, with the worst outcome being that Cui Ju might truly reject the path of becoming a Yin Chai. "Is this truly wise?" Shao Qi whispered. "If the Grand Judge does not appear, then your existence would also be rendered null. You could very well traverse the Niha Bridge on your first day in the underworld, and now you might simply vanish from the realm of the dead. If I were to disappear, it would merely mean I have been reincarnated. Do you contemplate it? Let this be a favor returned to Cui Ju. Even a millennium later, I still claim to have someone I cannot let go of." Cui Ju fell silent. "Indeed. Hence I wish to inquire whether you are unable to let go of your beloved wife? Du Yu had encountered those like Du Yi, who were hopelessly infatuated. Cui Ju seemed to be of a similar disposition. "Beloved wife?" Cui Ju hesitated, then replied, "My first wife passed away 7 years ago." "Ah?" Du Yu was taken aback. Was the person Cui Ju could not let go of not his wife? "Then, do you have anyone else you hold dear?" Cui Ju contemplated for a moment before answering, "No. My focus has been solely on improving the governance and development of Qi County, and I have not remarried." Du Yu wished to slap himself. Upon hearing Cui Ju mention someone he could not let go of, he had presumptively assumed he was a lovesick individual. Yet now, it seemed Cui Ju was not unable to forget his beloved. So what precisely was his inner turmoil? "Leader, then, the person you cannot let go of is..." Cui Ju sighed with a bitter smile. "It should be my mother." "Oh." Du Yu began to comprehend. Could it be that Cui Ju's reluctance to become a Yin Chai stemmed from the fear that no one would care for his mother in her twilight years? This line of thought made sense, especially considering that once Cui Ju agreed to become a Yin Chai, he would ascend immediately. "My mother has endured much hardship in this world. After finally raising me to the position of county magistrate, she could enjoy some peace. If I were to leave, I cannot imagine how she would spend her remaining days." "Wait," Du Yu interjected. "Leader, do not be so quick to refuse. I have learned from legends that one should never decide for another." "What do you mean?" "If you harbor any doubts, perhaps it would be wise to inquire directly with her about her thoughts. Do you advise sometimes decisions made solely from your perspective may not be the best choice for others?" Cui Ju paused. "Is that so? You go ahead. I will remain here and wait for you." Cui Ju slowly walked to the back courtyard, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. When he regained his composure, he found himself at the threshold of his mother's chamber. Several times he attempted to raise his hand to knock, yet hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Hou Yi, are you out there? The elderly woman within spoke gently. Yes, mother, your child is here. Mean. Cui Ju cautiously pushed the door open and entered the room, still wearing an expression of uncertainty, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Today, I heard that the Lady of the Earth has descended and personally appointed you as a Yin Shai, Cui Ju's mother said with a warm smile. It is a pity that I am too old to behold the lady's true form. Mother, a hint of sorrow flickered in Cui Ju's eyes. But Jewer, why did you not accept her offer? Cui Ju's mother continued, her fingers delicately toying with a string of prayer beads. Are you worried about me? Indeed, I must fulfill my filial duty and ensure you are cared for in your old age. Jewer, have you forgotten how I taught you? Cui Ju shook his head. I have never dared to forget your teachings. In my youth, when your sister was abducted by a hunter, I went to report to the authorities. But the officials dismissed it, saying, a woman is of little worth. No case shall be filed. It was then I resolved that if I had a child, I would ensure they became an official, a good one. Cui Ju nodded, affirming, I shall adhere to your guidance, striving to be an honest and just official, never daring to misjudge a case. Yet today's matter. His mother did not respond, continuing, later, I gave birth to my first child, who was meant to be your elder brother, yet he too was taken by thieves. I vividly recall the thief's appearance and went to the authorities who, although they filed a case, ultimately found only the thief's corpse with no trace of your brother. They told me the thief was killed by a beast, and the child was consumed as well. They hastily closed the case. Although a fortune-teller once claimed that the child was cursed with solitary fate, he was still my flesh and blood. Elder brother? Cui Ju looked up. Why have I never heard you speak of this before? Cui Ju's mother did not respond, merely shaking her head. I have always wondered how wonderful it would be if there were a judge in this world who could discern right from wrong, who could see all injustices and never misjudge a case. A judge? Jewer, is this not a splendid opportunity? Cui Ju's mother gazed at her son. You can follow the Lady of the Earth, become a judge in the underworld, and from now on, reside there for eternity, adjudicating all matters of right and wrong in this world. Mother, I understand now. Cool? Yeah. If you can promise to become the eternal guardian of justice, it would be the greatest filial duty you could render to me. Cui Ju's mother rose to her feet, tenderly stroking her son's hair as she had in his childhood. Though the meager salary he had accumulated over the years was not substantial, it sufficed for her to live out her days in comfort. After a long moment of contemplation, Cui Ju bowed his head heavily to the ground. Had his mother truly harbored such thoughts all along? A heartstring, yet to be woven, quietly unraveled in that moment. Chapter 52. An ominous premonition. Du stood silently outside, waiting, and before he realized it, the sky had darkened. With a creaking sound, the door opened, and Cui Ju slowly emerged. The hesitation in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a newfound resolve. Leader, have you consulted with your esteemed mother? Do you inquired? Indeed, Cui Ju nodded slowly. My mother hopes, even more than I do, that the nether realm has a judge of great wisdom. Excellent. It appears the legend has finally come to a close. Now we await the arrival of the Lady of the Earth to escort you away. Just then, Du suddenly received a wave of communication. Hello, hello? Can you hear me? The voice was eerily familiar. The Lady of the Earth? Du exclaimed. Yes. Do you recognize me? Came the calm reply. What kind of talk is this? Leader, we met just this afternoon. How could you forget so soon? This afternoon? The Lady of the Earth pondered for a moment. Has your matter concluded? Has Cui Ju become a judge? Yes, Du replied, though he felt something was amiss about the Lady of the Earth. He nodded, confirming that he had accepted your invitation. Very well then, please ask him a question for me, she instructed. What question? Du Yi inquire if one day I were to command him to assassinate the ruler of the nether realm. Would he be willing? Du was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the request. Leader, could you repeat that? I might have misheard due to a poor connection. I said, if one day I were to instruct him to assassinate the Grand Emperor of Mount Tai, would he agree? This time, the words registered clearly, and Du wished he had misheard. Was this a scenario that unfolded in the legends? He called out for Shao Qi, uncertain of the situation. Shao Qi, Shao Qi. Is this part of the legend? But no response came from Shao Qi, leaving Du perplexed. How curious. Both Qian Xiao and Shao Qi seemed to vanish whenever the legend reached its conclusion. Leader, please think carefully, Du urged, realizing he must rely on himself. I can ask on your behalf, but what if he refuses? If he refuses, I have my own plans, the Lady of the Earth replied. Du contemplated for a moment before saying, all right then, I shall pose the question. Turning to Cui Ju, he organized his thoughts and spoke. Leader, if one day the Lady of the Earth commands you to assassinate a formidable figure within the Nether Realm, would you consent? Me? An assassin for the Lady of the Earth? Cui Ju was taken aback, then pondered before responding. Xiangqin, are you serious? Roughly serious, yes. This is the message the Lady of the Earth instructed me to convey. Du Yu replied with a slight grimace, as he had no inclination for frivolous jesting. I cannot say, Cui Ju answered earnestly. Firstly, I am not familiar with the Lady of the Earth, and secondly, I do not know the enemy she wishes to eliminate. While I am uncertain of her motives for such a request, one must always consider right and wrong. Any grievances should be addressed openly. Plotting assassination is simply inappropriate. Du Yu, upon hearing this, felt that Cui Ju's reasoning held merit. Leader, he thought inwardly towards the Lady of the Earth. Did you hear that? Your inquiry may have been premature. While I understand you are straightforward, you mustn't intimidate him. There remains a millennium ahead. Cui Ju's loyalty may entirely depend on whether you prove to be a commendable leader. The Lady of the Earth paused, somewhat taken aback by his insight. Does it depend on me? She mused. After a moment's reflection, she stated, let us consider Cui Ju's response as conditional, and we shall deem it satisfactory. Satisfactory? What does that mean? Leader? What happens if it is not satisfactory? Du Yu called out to the Lady of the Earth, but she remained unresponsive. After a prolonged silence, he heard Shao Qi's voice slowly emerging in his mind. Du Yu, are you all right? Shao Qi asked timidly. I'm Fine. What about you? Where did you go just now? Why did you not respond? I was here all along. It was just that your image suddenly vanished. Oh? My image vanished? Du Yu was taken aback. Perhaps you all need to update your equipment. This is quite perilous for me. Odd. Our equipment is regularly maintained. We've never encountered such an issue, Shao Qi replied. As they conversed, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, and the Lady of the Earth reappeared, adorned in splendid attire. Do you turn to see her? Asking Leader Yu. The Lady of the Earth smiled, glancing at Du Yu and Cui Ju. Well, did I arrive on time? Cui Ju, have you made your decision? Yes. I have resolved to become a judge. But I must admit to a slight unease regarding what you had me relay through Xiangqin. It makes me rather anxious. My lady, instructed someone to convey a message to you? The Lady of the Earth questioned, puzzled. What message? Du Yu was momentarily stunned. Wait, Leader, this feels rather unfair. Are you burning bridges behind you? Cui Ju also appeared bewildered. Was that not a question posed by the Lady of the Earth? The Lady of the Earth, confused, asked, how could I burn bridges? What message are you referring to? Shao Qi chimed in, also perplexed. Du Yu, what exactly transpired just now? As Du Yu surveyed the situation, a realization struck him. The current Lady of the Earth seemed unaware of the previous exchange, leading him to wonder if the earlier Lady of the Earth had been. He retrieved a jade pendant from his pocket, a token that the current Lady of the Earth had entrusted to him through a ghostly envoy, indicating that she would communicate with him in critical moments. Could it be that the voice he had just heard belonged to the present Lady of the Earth? No wonder her words had felt somewhat peculiar. Yet, this thought also raised doubts. Why did the current Lady of the Earth not recognize him? If they had previously encountered one another, she ought to remember him, much like Zhong Lichun did. Brother, we seem to get along quite well. Won't you consider working under me? The Lady of the Earth gazed at Du Yu once more. I am from a millennium in the future. I cannot join you, Du Yu replied, regaining his composure, yet speaking with a hint of caution. No matter, visiting me 1,000 years hence is also acceptable. The Lady of the Earth remarked, unaware of any oddity in his demeanor. If you do not choose to accompany me today, then I shall take my leave with Cui Ju. Du Yu nodded, stating, it seems we are destined to cross paths many more times, whether it be a millennium later or in the tales of 2 other spectral officials. With that, the Lady of the Earth gradually ascended with Cui Ju, disappearing into an unknown direction. Shao Qi activated the soul summoning device, bringing Du Yu back to the Legend Management Bureau. Upon awakening, he bore a complex expression, still clutching the jade pendant. He could not help but ponder another matter. If only Dong Qinxiu had the ability to transport items into the legends, how had this pendant accompanied him into the tale? Shao Qi, Du Yu called. Yes? Where does the Lady of the Earth reside now? He inquired. What do you intend to do? Shao Qi asked, puzzled. I sense something amiss. I must meet her. Meet the Lady of the Earth? Shao Qi shook his head. Unless she chooses to reveal herself, no one in the Nether Realm can see her. Du Yu felt a sense of foreboding. If the Lady of the Earth sought to eliminate the Grand Emperor of Mount Tai, it could very well be a cataclysmic event that would send shockwaves throughout the Nether Realm. While informing herself of this matter, she also severed her ties with the Legend Management Bureau, indicating her awareness that if too many were to learn of it, the consequences would be severe. It is no wonder that Hutinyangyang insisted on the emergence of the 8 great Inkai. She intended to employ this clumsy method to sift through the 8 individuals. In Du Yu's view, such actions would not only be counterproductive, but would also more readily undermine their resolve. Regardless of Hutinyangyang's objectives, he must ascertain the truth of this situation. Otherwise, if she were to leverage Dong Qianxiu against him in the future, commanding Du Yu to disrupt the tale of a certain Inkai, it would not be long before chaos engulfed the entire underworld. Even before she could slay the emperor of Dongyue Taishan. But how could he possibly meet Hutinyangyang? Are you alright? Shao Qi inquired, a hint of concern etched on her face. I am fine. Then shall we hasten to prepare the legend of Heibai Wuchang? The legend of Heibai Wuchang, you say. Shao Qi, why are you so eager to complete the tales of the 8 great Inkai? Because it is the director's command. Suddenly, Do you recall that the director's demeanor regarding this matter was rather peculiar? He seemed to possess some knowledge. Where is the director? Do you turn to inquire of Shao Qi? I cannot say. He left shortly after you entered the legend. Du is now at a loss. If he rashly entered the tale of Heibai Wuchang, he might encounter Hutinyangyang once more, but was she friend or foe? What could possibly explain her strange actions? Du glanced down at the jade pendant in his hand. Given the current circumstances, ensuring the safe return of Dong Qianxiu without disrupting all the legends hinged solely on one individual, Hutinyangyang. His eyes narrowed, emanating a palpable aura of lethality as he raised his other hand and struck the pendant with a fierce punch. A tremendous surge of energy rippled forth, leaving a crack in the jade pendant. Evidently, it was no ordinary object. Do you examine the pendant? Even the power of Shao Zhongli could merely inflict a fissure upon it. What are you doing? Shao Qi questioned, perplexed. Without responding, Du Yu continued to pummel the pendant with his fists until it shattered in his grasp. Now you can no longer transmit messages to me. Hutinyangyang, what will you do this time? Will you not reveal yourself to me? As he contemplated his next course of action, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. The dust of the shattered pendant began to emit a faint green smoke. Before either of them could react, a spectral green light flickered forth, meandering throughout the room before gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Du Yu was taken aback by the scene before him. Emerging from the green light was a woman clad in green, her delicate hand pressed against her forehead, tears glistening in her eyes. Her rosy lips forming a pout of indignation. Yet after a brief moment, she unexpectedly burst into laughter, tears still glistening. Why did you hit me? The woman inquired, smiling.